I Am This Type of Woman Chapter 1 to Chapter 55. It was the golden ninth month, a good time for harvest, but the Marquis of Jingting was hiding in the study and smashing several pieces of porcelain, cursing non-stop. He didn't look like Marquis, but more like a street hoodlum. In Jing, if he dares to offend me, Ban Huai, I'll kill him. Father, don't be angry. Your son will go find someone to beat him up. You get someone to beat him up. I'll find the emperor to take care of him. Have you had enough? The Ying clan kicked open the study door. Looking at the father and son rubbing their palms together, she harshly scolded, "Do you think the rumors outside aren't bad enough?" The Marquis of Jingting and her son both fell silent. The Marquis of Jingting retracted his leg from the chair. The Marquis of Jingting Shitzi, Ban Heng, rolled down his rolled-up sleeves. On a September day, the Ying clan had to fan herself to barely calm the anger in her heart. She didn't even look at the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She walked straight to the chair and sat down. The servant girls and women who followed behind her began to tidy up in a flurry. The sound of the porcelain pieces hitting each other made her even angrier. She glared fiercely at the father and son. Slapping her white hand, the teacup on the table jumped. He's just something from the countryside. After passing the imperial examinations, he says he wants to break off the engagement. He's also acting like he had no choice but to comply because my Marquis Fu forced him into the marriage. What is he playing at? Moo mother, Ban Heng moved in front of the Ying clan and said with a smile, "Don't be angry. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged men are everywhere. If our family wants to take care of him, it's just a matter of moving our mouths. Don't hurt your body from anger." I don't want to be angry, but look at what's going on. Any mother wouldn't be able to feel happy if their daughter had been rejected 3 times by someone else. She only had one son and one daughter. Although Marquis was ridiculously lazy, he wasn't a lustful person. Therefore, he didn't have any concubines or tongfeng. However, this was the only good point he could bring out. When her daughter was born, she was betrothed to a good friend. Who knew that the child would die of smallpox when she was 3 years old? When her daughter was 13, she was betrothed to the Count of Zhongping's second son, Xianxia. Who knew that when she was about to be married, Xianxia suddenly found his true love and eloped? This caused rumors outside that her daughter was an idiot who couldn't even compare to a servant girl. Otherwise, why would the young master of the Duke's manor rather elope with an unpresentable woman than marry her? Later, although Xianxia was found, the marriage between the two families was ruined. Since then, the two families no longer had any contact and almost became enemies. The matter this time was even more absurd. This Xinyu was from a branch of the Shin family in the East Continent and could barely be considered a local prominent family. After coming to the capital, he fell in love with their daughter at first sight and cried and begged to propose marriage to their family 7 or 8 times. In the end, just as their family agreed, he went back on his word. When he broke off the engagement, on the surface, he said that he wasn't a good match for her family. But inside, he despised her family's daughter for being beautiful but brainless, extravagant and lazy, and not a good match. Why didn't you say that when you didn't come in 3rd place? Now, she was complaining that her daughter was too extravagant. The Jingting Marquisate was rich, so what if they were willing to let their daughter be a little extravagant? While the 3 members of the Ban family were so angry that they couldn't eat, the woman who had her engagement broken off was still sleeping soundly. Ban Han was dreaming. This dream was very long, so long that when she woke up, she couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. When she sat up and saw the pearl curtain hanging outside, she suddenly realized that she was dreaming. Right, what did she dream of just now? It seemed that her marriage had been annulled and someone had become the emperor. Her father had offended the new emperor and had been stripped of his title. After that, their entire family had been living a miserable life. Oh God, how terrible would it be to not be able to compete with others in terms of jewelry and clothes? She couldn't bear to see those people scolding her behind her back, yet they had no choice but to respect her on the surface. How boring would life be? This dream was too unlucky. It was better for her to forget about it as soon as possible. Lord, the servant girl walked in while wiping her tears and crying. Tan Huashan actually came to annul the marriage. Ban Han's soft back suddenly straightened up. Annulled the marriage? It was over, the nightmare had come true, her father wasn't the Marquis of Jingting, so her younger brother wasn't the heir. She was also no longer the lord personally conferred by the emperor. How could she eat, drink, play, ride horses, walk dogs, and admire flowers in the future? Life was bitter and short. Did she only have a few short years of enjoyment left? She didn't remember much about that dream, but she clearly remembered how miserable she would be if she wasn't the lord. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt sad. She put on her shoes and clothes and ran towards the main courtyard. "Lord, your hair." Fortunately, the servants of the Jingting Marquisate were tight-lipped. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the hottest topic in the capital would be Marquis of Jingting's daughter went crazy because of annulment, running around the house in disheveled clothes. In reality, this was the Marquis of Jingting's first thought when he saw his daughter. "My good daughter." The Marquis of Jingting saw his daughter appear in the study with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes. He immediately burst into tears. "Good girl, we won't get married. Tomorrow, father will buy you a dozen gigolos. They're all good in literature and martial arts. You can pick whichever one you like." All the men in the world weren't good. They caused his daughter to become like this. At this time, the Marquis of Jingting had already thrown himself out of the range of men. Ban Heng glanced at his sister enviously. He didn't even have a tongfang yahuan, and he didn't see anyone prepare one for him. In the dead of the night, it was also an elegant thing to add fragrance to a beautiful woman's sleeves. "Don't even think about it," the Ying clan glared at his son. "Obediently stay at home and study." I didn't think about anything." Ban Heng felt very wronged. He clearly didn't do anything, so why was he being nagged by his mother? "You were born from my stomach. I know what you want to do when your eyes turn." The Ying clan saw her daughter like this and her heart softened. She couldn't wait to tear that Xianxia apart. However, she was worried that her emotions would affect her daughter, so she could only persuade her with kind words. "Although your father's words just now were foolish, but..." The Ying clan gently patted her daughter's back. Sensing that she couldn't stop trembling, she gently said, "There are many good men in the world. Even if you can't find one, it doesn't matter. The family's shops and farmlands are all yours. You have money and status. What are you afraid of?" Ban Han rubbed against the Ying clan's body and whispered, "I'm not sad because that person broke off the engagement. It's because I had a very strange dream. That's why I'm a little scared." "What did you dream about?" The Ying clan saw that her daughter didn't care about breaking off the engagement and secretly sighed in relief. "The new emperor has ascended the throne. He stripped father of his title." "Stripped of his title?" Ban Heng jumped up. "Who is the new emperor? Let's kill him first." "I don't remember clearly." Ban Han thought seriously for a while. "But he should be a very powerful man. You don't even remember who he is. How can you remember how powerful he is?" Ban Heng snorted. "That's too unreliable. How can a dream be real? If he's not powerful, how can he be the emperor?" The Ying clan knocked Ban Heng's back to stop him from arguing with Ban Han. "Don't be afraid. Dreams are all fake. Isn't our family fine? Your grandmother is a princess royal. Who dares to touch us?" The Ying clan brought out their family's biggest backer, the Ning Princess Royal, to appease her daughter. "Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your ancestors?" "But the new emperor isn't a member of the Jiang clan." Ban Han blinked. Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked particularly pitiful. "The person who ascended the throne is a courtier with ulterior motives." "Hiss." The Ying clan gasped. They looked outside the door. The maidservants had already left. Now there were only the four of them in the room. "You can't say this to others." Ban Han knew that her mother wouldn't believe her dream. In fact, even she was dubious about this dream. "In the dream, my engagement was broken off. But when I woke up, that Mr. Shen really broke off the engagement. So, what if it's true? Then what should we do?" Ban Huai, who had been a playboy since childhood, looked nervously at the Ying clan. "Madam, should we secretly find a place to hide some gold, silver, and jewelry?" "Father, how can you believe my sister? She has been broken off several times. It's too funny to believe that her dream is real because of this." Ban Heng waved his hand. Sister, think about it again. Did anything big happen in the dream? You have a big mouth. Ban Han poked Ban Heng's forehead with her finger. The priceless blood jade bracelet on her wrist was so dazzling that Ban Heng was almost dazzled. Let me think. Ban Han pulled back her hand and pulled at her messy hair. Let me think about it again. Ban Hui looked at his daughter nervously. He hoped that the dream was fake. Oh right, I remember something else happened in the dream. Not long after my engagement was broken off, Xiaqilan fell off a horse and broke one of his eyes. Because Xiaqilan had eloped with another man and caused her to lose face, Ban Han remembered this incident very clearly. To vent her anger. As expected of my daughter, Ban Hui. Even in the dream, you won't let anyone who offends you have an easy time. Ban Hui stroked the beard on his chin with satisfaction. That Xiaqilan isn't a good person. Yes. Ban Heng agreed. Every time I see him, I'll make trouble for him. Yin Clan sneered. But you're the one who loses every time. That Xiaqilan is a well-educated person. He's full of bad ideas. Every time, he can turn black into white. How can I win against him? Ban Heng said resentfully. But I don't lose out. No matter how good his mouth is, it doesn't hurt me. When I punch him, he still hurts. In Ban Heng's world of logic, being scolded wasn't a loss, but being beaten was. Things like reputation were like floating clouds in the sky to Ban Heng's young marquis. Good girl, when did Xiaqilan break your eye in your dream? Ban Hui was the same as Ban Heng. He didn't care about reputation at all. In any case, he hadn't heard many people praise him since he was young. The day after Xinyu came to break off the engagement. So it's tomorrow? Count, I just saw the servants of Jingting Marquisate outside the door. What do they want now? When the Count of Zhongping heard the words Marquis of Jingting, his head couldn't help but hurt. The thing he regretted the most in his life was that he had lost his mind and gotten engaged to Jingting Marquisate. Now, the people of Jingting Marquisate were causing trouble for his family every 2 to 3 days. If it was a family that cared about face, everyone would not cause a ruckus in the open for the sake of face. However, the people of Marquis Jingting Fu were not like this. Ban Hui would go against him in court whenever he had nothing to do. That son of his would also come to find trouble for Qilin from time to time. Sometimes, he would even hit people. It was a disgrace to the refined. I don't know. The manservant who came to report shook his head blankly. He's just squatting not far from our front door and hasn't done anything. This family, from the master to the servants, all have brain problems, the Count of Zhongping said unhappily. Let them be. Do they dare to fight in our fu? The manservant thought silently, didn't the Marquis of Jingting bring a group of manservants to smash their front door 2 years ago? This matter was later brought up to the emperor. In the end, the Marquis of Jingting had a mother who was a princess royal. The Marquis of Jingting was released after a few indifferent words of reprimand by the emperor. The count was so angry that he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. In the eyes of the Count of Zhongping, the Marquis of Jingting was a rare oddity in the entire Jing city. He was absurd, willful, and shameless. His father and son were the same. Relying on their relationship with the imperial family, they spent their days fooling around with cats and dogs. He had lived for decades and had never seen such a shameless father and son. The father and brother were the same. How good could their daughter be, a family of absurd people? The Count of Zhongping was cursing the Marquis of Jingting and his son in his heart when the steward rushed in. Count, something has happened. The noble ladies in the capital had a new topic to talk about. That was, the second son of the Count of Zhongping, who was riding on a horse, inexplicably fell off. His eyes happened to hit a rock and were damaged. He didn't hurt his hand or leg, but he lost an eye. What kind of luck was that? Some busybodies suddenly remembered that this good girl had been engaged to the Lord of Marquis Jingting's manor 4 years ago. Although the marriage didn't happen, they still had a relationship. Could it be that the Lord of Marquis Jingting was jinxed? Otherwise, how could a noble young master with superb horsemanship fall off his horse so inexplicably? When a person had decided on something, he would cut off the middle logic and directly give a simple and crude conclusion. For example, Ban Xianxia cursed her husband. 2 years ago, the two families had already broken off the engagement. Count Zhongping's residence was also preparing to arrange a new marriage for Xiaqilan. Now that something had happened to Xiaqilan, there were still people who dragged the matter onto Township Lord Ban. "I'm so angry, so angry." Ban Heng came back from outside and angrily walked in circles in the house. "These people are really talking nonsense. Xiaqilan's I was damaged. What does it have to do with my sister? My sister didn't push him down. What do you mean by cursing her husband? He's not my sister's husband." So shameless. People are all ignorant. Ban Han wore a complicated and tasteful dress and wore this year's new palace flower on her head. She walked into her younger brother's courtyard, surrounded by servant girls. They don't care about the truth, but a target to gossip about. "You're angry at the words of these idiots, but it's useless. Who am I doing this for?" Ban Heng sat down on a chair and waved away the servants in the room. He swallowed and said, "Your dream has come true." Ban Han sat down next to him and rested her chin on one hand. She sighed and said, "5 years later, you won't be the heir anymore. Then you won't be the ruler either." Ban Heng glanced at the gold and silver jewelry his sister was wearing. "What do you think we should do?" The brother and sister looked at each other, both at a loss. "Good girl." Ban Hui walked in with a face full of sweat and a large pile of scrolls in her hands. "Who do you think is most likely to be that person?" The 4 members of the Ban family all knew who that person was, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. "This is the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, Shi Chonghai." Ban Hui opened the scroll and pointed at the thin and small old man. "This person comes from a poor family and seems to be very loyal to the emperor. But you can't judge a book by its cover. Could it be him?" "It's not this old man." Ban Han glanced at it and then shook her head. "That person isn't that ugly." "You can't even remember what that person looks like in your dream?" Ban Hui asked curiously. "How do you know that he's good-looking?" "You men will never understand a woman's intuition." Ban Han looked up. "Next. This is the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, Yan Hui. He often opposes the emperor." "No." "Minister Zhou Bingan?" "Also no." "The Minister of the Ministry of War?" After looking at more than half of the scrolls, Ban Han only made one movement from beginning to end, and that was shaking his head. He kept shaking his head. "This is already one of the more powerful officials in the imperial court." Ban Hui looked at the scrolls scattered all over the floor with a distressed expression. "The princes and princesses of the imperial family are all members of the Jiang family, so they definitely aren't this person. Who else could it be?" Ban Han casually opened a scroll. It was a painting of a very young man wearing a jade crown and brocade robe. He looked particularly elegant. "Wrong, wrong." Ban Hui snatched the scroll from her hand. "This is an unmarried man from another residence. He accidentally mixed in." "Father, don't even think about this one." Ban Han didn't stop Ban Hui from snatching the scroll. "There are so many women in the capital who have their eyes on him. It would be very troublesome to find such a husband. Can't I just use him as a reference?" Ban Hui laughed. "Don't you like good-looking men? This one definitely meets your standards. When I think about the difficult life we'll be living in 5 years, no matter how good-looking a man is, he won't be able to move my heart." Ban Han leaned on the table, looking listless. "Anyway, in 5 years, I won't be able to get married." Ban Hui patted her back, his heart aching. "Sister, you should go to another residence and raise a few male pets. Life is short, and you should enjoy it while you can." Anyway, there were many princesses and county princesses who raised male pets. Ban Han didn't want to pay attention to him. There were many good-looking men in the world, but there were very few who were good-looking and elegant. However, such men usually had status. Even if they didn't have status, they would have been taken away by the princesses and county princesses. How could she have a chance? Seeing that Ban Han wasn't in a good mood, Ban Hui decided to talk about Xiaqilan's misfortune to cheer her up. "When Xiaqilan was carried home, I heard that half of his face was smeared with blood. That scene was simply ridiculous. A heartless man like him deserves such an ending. His eyes were damaged, so his appearance must have been affected. What a pity." Ban Han sighed faintly. Her slender white fingers tapped on the table, but it was a good fall. "I've had enough of this lunatic for a long time. So what if he ran away with a woman from a brothel? After he was caught, every time he saw me, he put on a disgusting expression. He really thought that I would only marry him. If he's so shameless, why didn't he go and ask the princess to marry him? Because his status isn't high enough. Ban Huai was a professional at undermining his sister. Although his family received a noble title, he was born in a poor family. How could the princess like him? This kind of man that the royal family doesn't like, turned around and broke off the engagement with me for a woman from a brothel. Do you think it's embarrassing to say this? Ban Han rolled her eyes at Ban Huai. Forget it. In any case, our titles will be taken away by the new emperor sooner or later. For now, we should eat and drink, and think of a way to secretly buy some property. Let's enjoy the glory for as long as we can. There was wine in the morning, so let's drink in the morning and enjoy the glory for another year. Anyway, with their brains, they couldn't think of any good ideas. You're right, Ban Huai nodded in agreement. I'll go buy the antique fan I saw last time. In the past, your mother didn't let me, but now she shouldn't have any objections. In any case, their family had so much money. If they didn't use it now, they wouldn't have a chance to use it when their property was confiscated. As expected, this time, Ban Huai went to the Ying clan to ask for money. The Ying clan agreed without hesitation and gave him an extra 2,000 taels of banknotes. They told him that if he saw something rare for a girl, he should buy it for their daughter. The people in the capital suddenly realized that the Marquis of Jingting had become rich recently. Whatever rare antiques, or things worth tens of thousands of taels, the Marquis of Jingting didn't even blink when buying them. As everyone knew, the Marquis of Jingting was very absurd. The only two women he was afraid of were his mother, the Princess Royal de Ning, and his wife, the Ying clan. Usually, he never carried more than 500 taels of banknotes on him. Now that he suddenly became so generous, people couldn't help but suspect that there was a problem in the relationship between the Marquis of Jingting and the Ying clan. The Ying clan couldn't control him anymore. On this day, Princess Enlu held a chrysanthemum banquet and invited many noble ladies and daughters in the capital. As the granddaughter of the Princess Royal, Ban Han was naturally invited. Ban Li had always been someone who loved bustling places, because only in these kinds of places with many people could her beautiful clothes and accessories be seen by more people. However, she also had a face that made many women jealous. Although many women jealously said behind her back that her appearance was gaudy and that she was an idiot on the inside, she didn't accept it. Ban Jin accepted this very well, because although these women looked down on her for wearing gorgeous clothes and looking down on her for being beautiful and brainless, the envy and jealousy in their eyes could not be concealed. She just liked how these people pretended to look down on her even though they were obviously jealous. As long as she thought of those pairs of eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, she could eat another bowl of rice. When women want to show off, it's not that the heavier the gold, the better. It's that the more exquisite the item, the more valuable it is. Things that other women usually don't bear to take out, but I can wear them and throw them around for fun. That is showing off. Ban Chu drew a beautiful peony on her forehead and looked at it in the mirror with satisfaction. She said to the Yahuan behind her, "It seems that this kind of flower is the most suitable for me." Nowadays, flowers like plum blossoms and green lotuses were popular. Peach blossoms and peonies were often laughed at by noble ladies as tacky, but she, Ban Han, was such a tacky person. Peonies were so good. They were both noble and beautiful. How could those dry plum blossoms compare? Princess Annal was the emperor's most favored eldest daughter. 7 years ago, she had married the son of a noble family with the surname Wang. The husband and wife had been inseparable for a period of time. Later, Prince Consort Wang secretly had a mistress outside. Princess Annal was so angry that she whipped him and chased him out of the Princess Fu. At the time, the entire city knew about this matter. In the end, Prince Consort Wang fell off his horse and died. There were people who said that the cause of Prince Consort Wang's death was suspicious, but no one could find evidence. Later on, the Wang family declined, so no one dared to mention this matter again. At most, they would secretly sigh behind their backs and say that a woman's heart was the most poisonous. However, Prince Consort Wang was not tactful. After marrying the princess, he dared to fool around outside. This was an old man hanging himself and seeking his own death. After Prince Consort Wang died, Princess Annal was not willing to marry again. She raised a group of entertainers and singers to drink and make merry at the manor. Otherwise, she would invite the noble ladies of Jing to ride horses and play. She could be considered one of the representatives of the group of hedonistic ladies in Jing. This time, Princess Annal held a chrysanthemum banquet. Almost all of the invited noble ladies showed up. Very quickly, the manor became lively. Have you seen Lord Ban? No, she probably won't come today. Why? I heard that Tan Huashan went to Jingting Marquisate a few days ago to break off the engagement. That day, Tan Huashan was beaten out by Marquis Jingting. Many people saw it. The noble ladies usually had nothing to do. When they gathered together, it was inevitable that they would gossip about each family. Ban Han's broken-off engagement could be considered a hot topic at the moment. If I were her, I wouldn't have the face to come out. Xia Qilan's younger sister, Xia Wanyu, used a handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. In a small voice, she said to her companion, "That family is absurd. Whoever dares to marry into that family will have bad luck." Her companion, Cultivation, was the granddaughter of the current right prime minister. Not only was she beautiful, she was also a famous talented woman in Jing. Even the Empress Dowager had personally praised her. Cultivation had a cold personality, so not many people were on good terms with her. Xia Wanyu was one of them. She didn't like Ban Han's flamboyant personality, so when she heard Xia Wanyu mention her, she frowned slightly and said, "Forget it. She's a girl, and her engagement was broken off 3 times. It's not a good thing. Let's not talk about it. Even if we don't mention it, others will still gossip." Xia Wanyu thought of her brother and wrung her handkerchief. If she didn't hinder my brother, he wouldn't have hurt his eyes. There were very few precedents for the imperial court to use a disabled eye as an official. Now that his brother had lost an eye, not only would he no longer be able to enter the imperial court as an official in the future, even his marriage would be downgraded. Nowadays, her mother washed her face with tears every day at home. She really couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere at home, so she escaped to get some fresh air. The world loved to vent their anger. Xia Wanyu didn't care whether those rumors were true or false. In any case, she didn't like Ban Han's wild appearance. After complaining about Ban Han for a while, her mood became much better. Cultivation quietly listened and didn't say anything. Naturally, she didn't mention that on the day of Xia Qilan's accident, he wanted to give her a book of poems. When Ban Han got off the carriage, the servant girls and women guarding the gate of the manor all went up to greet her. No matter what the noble ladies thought of this village lord, they, as servants, had to serve this lord well. After all, this person had a beautiful face and a pleasant mouth. She coaxed the Empress Dowager and the Emperor into liking her. "Greetings, village lord. You're finally here. The princess is waiting in the inner courtyard. This servant will lead the way for you." Ban Han liked others to treat her like the moon surrounded by stars. She gave a bright smile and took out several silver peanuts from her pouch. She threw them to the servant girl who said she would lead the way. "Let's go." Analgegia's chrysanthemums have always been prettier than other people's. How can I not come? Thank you, village lord, for the reward. The servant girl's smile became even brighter after receiving the reward. "Walk this way. Be careful of the steps under your feet." So boring. Princess Annal flicked the jade beads on the plate. Her gaze swept over the elegant noble ladies in the courtyard. She turned her head to ask the mama beside her, "Hua hasn't arrived yet?" "Princess, village lord Ban hasn't arrived yet." The mama thought of the rumors in Jing these days but didn't dare to reveal it in front of the princess. He should be on the way. Just as the master and servant were talking, the sound of women talking and laughing came from outside. A woman wearing a gorgeous palace dress walked over with a beauty in her left hand and a beauty in her right hand. I was wondering who made such a big commotion. Other than her, there can't be anyone else. The smile on Princess Annal's face became brighter. She stood and walked towards the person. "It was fine, but you came to tease my family's Yatu again. When the time comes, you'll make them call you village lord again and again. They've forgotten about me." Jia, Ban Han let go of the beauties in her hands and wanted to bow to Princess Annal. However, Princess Annal stopped her. "Don't. There are many people bowing to me. I don't need you. We haven't seen each other for half a month. We have to pretend. Ban Han and Princess Anil walked into the garden hand in hand. As soon as she stepped in, she felt countless gazes land on her. She adjusted the hair ornament in her hair and revealed a charming smile to the noble ladies. Since they wanted to look, she would let them look as much as they wanted. Her dress today was made from satin and her jade pendant was made from chicken blood jade that couldn't be bought with money. From head to toe, it was exquisite and exquisite. She had spent so much time dressing up. If no one looked, how disappointing would that be? Xia Wanyu looked at her arrogant appearance and her face almost twisted. One of her brother's eyes was damaged, but Banli appeared here glowing with health and beauty. She couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. She finally understood why her mother liked to call certain women sluts when no one was around. It was because this word could vent the anger in her heart. What Princess Anil didn't lack the least was beauties, wine, and delicacies. The courtyard was filled with noble ladies. While listening to the music played by the musicians, they recited poems and painted. It was a very pleasant atmosphere. Ban Han was ignorant and incompetent since she was young. She wasn't good at reciting poems or painting. Only her mouth was exceptionally crafty. She only needed to taste one mouthful to be able to distinguish which ingredients were old and which were new. This wine was sent by the people in the manor below. How does it taste? Princess Anil let Ban Han taste the new fruit wine. It's all right. Ban Han leaned her head close to Princess Anil's ear and whispered, "Did you see that, Xia Wanyu?" When she stared at me, her eyes were about to fall out. What, you two can't play together? Princess Anil was 7 years older than Ban Han. For her, she practically watched Ban Han grow up, so naturally she was more inclined towards Ban Han. How can I play with them? Ban Han took a sip of the fruit wine and lazily said, "They like to recite poems and paint. They're gentle and lovely. It's not like you don't know when I've liked studying. Don't complain. If Xiaqilan didn't elope with someone else, she would have become your sister-in-law." Who wants to marry a man with an eye disease? Ban Han snorted. He didn't marry her, a proper lord of a marquis foo, but he chose to elope with a woman from a brothel. It really made her lose face. Fortunately, he eloped back then. Otherwise, I would have to stay with a half-blind playboy for the rest of my life. She had a good impression of Xiaqilan. After all, he was handsome and knew how to make people happy. At that time, she was young and naive, so she had her parents agree to his family's marriage proposal. Later, she understood that it was better to believe in ghosts than to believe in a man's mouth. When he first proposed, he was considerate and gentle. Later, when he eloped with someone else, he acted like he was naive back then and only found his true love now. There was also that Xia Wanyu. Her brother broke the engagement back then and made her lose face. Now, she still had the nerve to treat her with disdain. Wasn't there something wrong with her head? Lord Ban, everyone is making poems for fun. Why aren't you here? Xia Wanyu smiled and waved her handkerchief. Come here quickly. TSK, Ban Han was too lazy to pay attention to Xia Wanyu's fake friendliness. She turned her head and continued to chat with Princess Anlu. She didn't give Xia Wanyu any face, so Xia Wanyu felt a bit awkward. She raised her head to meet the gazes of the noble ladies and forced a smile, saying, "Perhaps Lord Ban still has some misunderstandings about our family." Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? Naturally, it was the matter of the Xia family breaking off the engagement. Although women were more free now than in the previous dynasty, it was still an era where men were superior to women. If a man broke off an engagement, even if it was the man's fault, it would still have a great impact on a woman's reputation. If you were good, then why would other people break off the engagement? Since the man insisted on breaking off the engagement, then there must be something wrong with the woman. Originally, it was the Xia family that had done something unkind. However, in view of the Ban family's hedonistic style and Ban Han's unobtrusive conduct, many noble ladies tacitly agreed with Xia Wanyu's words. What was the use of being beautiful? The Xia family's second son still didn't want her. This kind of thinking made many noble ladies feel happy. They felt a sense of superiority over Ban Han. However, the reality was that they didn't dare to be like Ban Han, who would throw people's faces when she was unhappy. When she was happy, she would reward people with gold and silver. They also wouldn't be like Ban Han, who would dress extravagantly. This was wrong. As a woman, it was more important to have a woman's posture and inner qualities. A woman like Ban Han was too shallow and too vulgar. She was simply a disgrace to the family. What's up with that, Xianxia? Princess Enlu frowned. Wasn't he the one who cried and begged to marry you? Who cares what's up with him? Ban Han used a silver fork to pick up a piece of fruit and put it in her mouth. Her bright red and moist lips were like ripe peaches. Princess Enlu couldn't help but reach out to poke them. If you want to break off the engagement, then break it off. Other than his face, there's nothing else about him that I like. Ban Han put down her silver fork and blinked her beautiful eyes. She remembered that in her dream, Xianxu's ending wasn't very good either. His face was tattooed with words and he was sent to the border. If you like good-looking men so much, why don't you marry Xianxia? Princess Enlu couldn't help but laugh. In the entire capital, there's no man better looking than him. Xianxia? Ban Han had heard of this Duke Rong's great name. He was the capital's peerless young master, Xianxia. He was skilled in both calligraphy and painting, and his appearance was even better than Pan An's. He was a man who would be chased by women whenever he went out. What, you don't like him? Princess Anil looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. He's a peerless gentleman. Even a talented woman like Xianxia personally praised him. For me, it's no longer a question of whether I like him or not. Ban Han was very open-minded. This kind of person is probably born to like a celestial concubine. I won't join in the fun. In her memory, she hadn't seen Xianxia many times. But every time she saw him, she felt that he wasn't a human. Instead, he was a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, and a bright moon in the night sky. Therefore, the two of them didn't belong at all. Seeing that Ban Han didn't seem to have any romantic feelings for Qinganbua, Princess Anil was relieved. Fortunately, you're not like some women who go crazy for Xianxia. I'm relieved. Ban Han wasn't in the mood to think about men at this time. As long as she thought about how she wouldn't be the ruler 5 years later, she felt that the whole world was bleak. At noon, they had a crab feast. Ban Han sat to Princess Anil's right, and Princess Kongning sat to Princess Anil's left. She was the daughter of the current emperor's younger brother. Ban Han's relationship with her could only be considered strained. Ban Han knew that she had a cold personality and didn't like to get close to her. She only lowered her head and picked the fat crabs to eat. Ruler Ban, you seem to have lost some weight recently. You should take care of your body. A noble young miss looked at Ban Han. Her tone was a bit strange. Don't keep things in your heart. Anger is harmful to your body. You look better in clothes when you're thinner. I never hold back my anger. I usually explode on the spot. Ban Yu put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth. She raised her head and glanced at the young lady who spoke. Which family are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Hua Hua. She's Lord Li's daughter, Li Xiaoru. She often hangs out with us. Hearing this, Princess Kongning smiled and explained softly, how come you haven't seen her before? Ban Han raised his eyebrows and said lazily, I never noticed. She wanted to laugh at her for putting on an act even though Xianxia had broken off the engagement. Ban Han would never give such a person face. Perhaps it's because Miss Li's clothes are too plain. I've always been a person who loves crowds. I can't remember inconspicuous people. You. Li Xiaoru's eyes reddened. Tears seemed to fall from her eyes, but they didn't fall. She looked like a small flower bud that had been destroyed by the wind. She looked very pitiful, waiting for someone to protect her. Ruler Ban. Xianxia frowned slightly. Then she smiled and looked at Ban Han. Why are you doing this? The table fell silent. Ban Han lowered his head and tapped on a crab's pincer. He tilted his head and said to Princess Anil, this crab is good. The meat is fresh and tender. Princess Anil knew that he was deliberately ignoring Xianxia. She smiled helplessly. If you like it, you can bring a basket back later. Everyone at the table knew that Ban Han was deliberately pretending not to hear Xianxia's words. In their hearts, they felt even more disgusted with Ban Han. Wasn't it just because his grandmother was a princess royal that he could be so arrogant? Xianxia was the granddaughter of the current prime minister. She was much more powerful than her father, who only had a noble title but no real power. To not give Xianxia face in front of so many people, this was simply putting the face of the right minister's residence on the ground and stepping on it. Was Banyu crazy? They didn't know if Ban Han was crazy or not, but now no one dared to provoke her. Who knew what kind of reaction she would have? A person with a normal brain would do things according to reason. A person like this who didn't have a brain would do things based on their emotions. If they quarreled with her, it would be a disgrace to them. If they didn't quarrel with her, they would feel aggrieved. Therefore, it was better not to provoke her. Xiaowanyu and Xianxia had already been humiliated by her. Why should they continue to provoke her? They didn't know if it was their misconception. In the past, although Ban Han was a bit casual, she wasn't as disrespectful as she was today. What was wrong with her today? Did Xingyu's rejection of the engagement really agitate her and make her want to smash a broken jar? Many people present thought this. Some soft-hearted people began to sympathize with her, while others began to secretly rejoice in her misfortune. With the example of Xianxia and Xiaowanyu, no one dared to provoke Ban Han. When the chrysanthemum viewing banquet ended, no one said more than a few words to Ban Han. It's fine if you don't change your personality. Princess Enle couldn't help but sigh as she sent off Ban Han. You're even more arrogant now. If you continue like this, what will you do if you bring trouble to yourself? Good days are less and less. I just want to enjoy myself today, Ban Han said carelessly. They don't like me in the first place. Even if I speak nicely to them now, when I'm down and out, they won't wait to laugh at me. Why should I be nice to them? What down and out? Why are you suddenly thinking about these things? Princess Enle laughed. Be careful that Grandaunt doesn't punish you if she hears this. Ban Han smiled and didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to Princess Enle, he got on the sedan chair. In a famous antique shop in the capital, Ban Hui looked at the jade pendant that the shopkeeper held out and shook his head. This won't do. Is there anything else? Marquis, this little one wouldn't dare lie to you. This is already the best thing in the shop, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Would you like to look at something else? I won't look. Ban Hui turned his head. When you have something good here, I'll look again. Okay, Marquis, take care. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief. This Marquis of Jingting was a bit picky, but he was generous. If he couldn't find something he liked, he wouldn't vent his anger on them. He could be considered an easy customer to serve. Therefore, even if people outside said that he was a dandy, merchants like him quite liked this Marquis of Jingting. Marquis, something seems to have happened up ahead. Ban Hui's attendant, Xiao Zhu'er, approached Ban Hui's sedan chair and whispered, the road is blocked. What's the matter? Ban Hui lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and heard the sound of crying coming from the front. Many commoners gathered in front of the sedan chair. They were noisy and didn't know what was going on. Go and ask what happened. Ban Hui was in a hurry to return to the Fu. Hearing the crying and shouting, he was too lazy to take a detour, so he could only let a servant go and ask. After a while, Xiao Zhu'er ran back. Marquis, this little one found out that an old couple entered the city to sell mountain goods. Who knew that they would encounter a swindler who gave them fake copper coins? The old man was so angry that he fainted. If it was in the past, Ban Hui wouldn't care about this kind of trivial matter. But today, he didn't spend the money in his pocket, so he had a rare moment of leisure. He took out a piece of broken silver from his pocket and said, give this silver to them. Problems that could be solved with silver weren't problems at all. Okay. Xiao Zhu'er took the silver and jogged into the crowd. He put the broken silver into the hands of the crying old lady. Old lady, take this silver and ask a doctor to take a look at the old man. How can this be? The old lady looked at the silver in her hands. She was so scared that her face changed. Seeing the person who gave her the silver was wearing a good cotton robe, she didn't dare to take it. Darren, this old woman appreciates your kindness. But this old woman doesn't dare to accept so much silver. Don't worry, take it. This is from our family's marquis. Xiao Zhu'er saw the old man lying on the ground with a sallow complexion. He sighed and put the broken silver into the old lady's hands. Then, he turned around and walked back. A good person. The old lady held the broken silver with tears in her eyes. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times in the direction of Ban Huai's sedan chair. A young and strong man saw her and helped her call a doctor. After a while, the old man woke up. The old lady was so happy that she cried and laughed. She finally remembered to ask the people around her who the Darren that had helped her was. I know that person. His aunt is a distant relative of our family, a middle-aged man dressed in clean clothes slowly said under the respectful gazes of the crowd. I heard that his entire family works in the Marquis Fu. They wear good cotton clothing, have meat for every meal, and many of the servants in the Marquis Fu are under his care. So it's someone from the Marquis Fu, the people on the side suddenly realized. But what Jing didn't lack the most was Marquis, so someone asked, do you know which Marquis he is from? Then his background is great. Do you know the Princess Royal? This Marquis is the Princess Royal's son, the Marquis of Jingting. Just now, the person who gave the silver to the old lady must be the Marquis of Jingting. The son of the Princess Royal, that was the cousin of the present emperor. Then he must be a very powerful person. This Marquis is really kind. In the end, the common people that didn't know anything about the noble circles in Jing came to this conclusion. Not far away, the man sitting in the sedan silently watched this scene. When the crowd started to disperse, he put down the curtain of the sedan, returned to the Fu. Count, are we not going to the Count of Zhongping's Fu? Not going, the man's calm and serious voice came out of the sedan, we'll go tomorrow. Yes. The sedan turned and went back. Not long after, a red satin sedan came in their direction. It was obvious that it was a sedan for a noble lady. The man lifted the curtain of the sedan window and saw that the curtain of the sedan was embroidered with complicated peonies. In the middle, there were jewels and jade. It was very luxurious. His gaze swept across the rubies embedded in the roof of the sedan and he slowly put down the curtain. Fortunately, the road was wide and there was no need to give way. The red satin sedan and the blue sedan passed by each other. When they were far away, they could still hear the tinkling of bells coming from the sedan. Even though Ban Hui had taken a detour to return to the Fu, when he thought of the good deed he had done today, he instantly felt that the jade pendant hanging on his waist was even brighter. When his son came to him to ask for silver, he couldn't help but give him an extra 100 taels. Father, other wastrels give out thousands or tens of thousands of taels. Our family's wastrel can't lose to others. Ban Hui waved the 100 taels banknotes in his hand. Where will the face of our Marquis Fu be placed? When did our family have face? In any case, we don't want face. Ban Hui puffed out his chest. If there's nothing important, don't wander around. Go back to your room and read. Ban Hui. Ban Han got off the sedan chair and asked the servant who came to greet her, has Xianxia returned? Lord, Xianxia returned an hour ago. The servant bowed and answered, he is reading in the study. Reading? Ban Han raised her eyebrows. Her younger brother would feel dizzy when he entered the study. If he could calm down and read, he would be the best person in the world. Let's go. I'll go see him. Confucius said, don't worry about others if you don't know yourself. Don't worry about others if you don't know yourself. Ban Han had just walked to the door of the study when she heard Ban Heng reading. Ban Han opened the door and saw him shaking his head with a serious expression. She crossed her arms and said, don't pretend. You are reading the Analects of Confucius, but you are reading the Book of Rites. You are really good. I'm confusing calligraphy. In my eyes, I'm looking at the Book of Rites, but in my heart, I'm memorizing the Analects of Confucius. This is the only way to improve my memory. Ban Heng defended himself without blushing or skipping a beat. You're a woman. Ban Han raised her eyebrows. What did you just say? I didn't say anything. Ban Heng put down the Book of Rites in his hand and smiled in front of Ban Han. Sister, you know my brain is not good. I was just talking nonsense. Ban Han ignored him and walked to the bookshelf to take out a set of Mencius. When she opened it, she found that it was just the cover of Mencius. It was actually some miscellaneous notes. Before she could open it, the book was snatched away by Ban Heng. Sister, my good sister, you can't read this book. After Ban Heng snatched the book, he stuffed it into his arms. He couldn't let his sister read this kind of book. Otherwise, his mother would beat him to death. I don't need to read it to know what it is. It is nothing more than some stories about encountering a fox fairy in the mountains and the young master and young lady promising each other for life. Ban Han glanced at the bookshelf full of books. Why are you so honest today? Ban Heng lowered his head and didn't speak. Did you get into trouble again? Ban Han looked at him suspiciously. Or are you short of money? That's not a big deal. Ban Heng looked at the ceiling and the floor, but he didn't dare to look at Ban Han. It's just a small matter. Tell me, what happened? Ban Han sat down on a chair and pointed to the seat next to him. Sit down and tell me. Today, when I was riding back, a person suddenly jumped out from the side and was accidentally kicked by my horse. Ban Heng felt that he had been wronged. He was obviously riding at a very slow speed. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly run out and startle his horse, causing him to be kicked over by the horse? This horse was given to him by his grandmother. It was said that it was a pure-blooded horse from beyond the Great Wall. Its legs were very strong. He suspected that the person who was kicked was seriously injured. And then? Ban Han frowned. Although his brother was idle and didn't do a proper job, he definitely wouldn't do something like riding a horse and injuring people in a busy city. Then, when I was about to take him to see a doctor, a few people suddenly rushed out from the side. They pulled him up from the ground and ran away. I didn't even have time to react. Ban Heng touched his not-so-smart head. What do you think we should do? Report it to the government. Ban Han peeled the dried fruit in the fruit bowl and ate it lazily. We can't find him anyway, and we don't want to be plotted against. Let's just report it to the government. What if they take me away? Do you have a pig brain? Ban Yu glared at Ban Heng, exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. You won't tell me that you saw someone being chased today and bumped into your horse. You were worried that something would happen and came to report it to the officials. Besides, Ban Yu touched the blood jade bracelet on his wrist. Who dares to touch you now? That's true. Ban Heng thought that his family wouldn't be unlucky for 5 years, so he suddenly felt confident. But what if it wasn't a chase? Do you know what suspected means? Ban Han clapped his hands and stood up. Who cares if it was a chase or not? Get yourself out of it first. I understand. I'll go right away. Ban Heng's brain wasn't very good, but he had one advantage, and that was that he could listen to good words. So, when Ban Han said so, he obediently did as he was told. At night, Jingqing County Magistrate Zhao Donggan was about to change out of his official robe and go home for dinner when he heard the Yamen runner say that the heir of Marquis Jingting had come to report a case. As an 8th-rank minor official in charge of the security of the capital, Zhao Donggan had been living in an abyss of suffering. Because this was under the rule of the emperor, any small matter could become a big matter. In addition, there were many nobles in the capital. Even ordinary people might have 1 or 2 prominent relatives. So, for the security of the capital, he was simply worried sick. Now that he heard that the heir of Jingting Marquisate had come to report a case, he almost vomited blood. He was the grandson of the Princess Royal. What problem couldn't he solve? Even if there was a problem, he should have gone to the capital governor. Why did he run to an 8th-rank minor official to report a case? Although his heart was extremely sullen, County Magistrate Zhao didn't even dare to show his face. He straightened his robe and strode out to greet him. Just as he reached the door, he saw a young master wearing a brocade robe, hair tied up with a jade crown, and a brocade belt around his waist standing in the courtyard. At first glance, he was an elegant young man. Unfortunately, he only looked like him. This official Zhao Donggan greets Ban Shizhi. Official Zhao is too polite. Ban Heng saw that Zhao Donggan was young, but his hair was quite white. He sympathetically reached out to help him up. I came today to report a case to you. County Magistrate Zhao's heart trembled. What case does the heir want to report? It could be a murder case. Murder? County Magistrate Zhao's heart collapsed. Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you are the heir. It's not a small matter when it involves a human life. Ban Heng didn't care how Zhao Donggan's heart collapsed. He roughly told County Magistrate Zhao what happened in the afternoon. Finally, he sighed. Thinking that this person was injured and taken away by an unknown person, my heart felt uneasy. So after thinking it over, I still came to report a case. County Magistrate Zhao won't blame me for making a fuss over nothing, right? What could County Magistrate Zhao say? He could only respectfully send him out of the yamen and praise him as a good citizen of the great cause. County Magistrate Darren, what should we do? After Ban Heng left, a yamen runner looked at Zhao Donggan with difficulty. Should we investigate or not? Jingting Marquis Shitzi personally came to report a case. Do you think we should investigate? Zhao Donggan sighed. Not only should we investigate, but we should investigate with great fanfare. But we can't investigate as a murder case. In order to improve the security of the capital, we need to strengthen the patrol. Although the yamen runner didn't understand why they had to do this, he still arranged according to County Magistrate Zhao's wishes. Zhao Donggan scratched his white hair in annoyance. He felt that after tonight, there would be a few more white hairs on his head. Sister, I've already done it. Ban Heng excitedly ran to Ban Han's courtyard. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he said with satisfaction, that county magistrate praised me like a flower. I blushed when I heard it. I don't know how he praised me. Don't worry. After you are no longer the heir, no one will go against their conscience to praise you. Ban Han didn't move from her chair. She stretched out her hand to let the servant girl paint her nails. Now there are still people willing to praise you. You should enjoy it. You are my good sister. Ban Heng moved to Ban Han's side. He stared at Ban Han's hand for a long time. Suddenly, he said, Sister, I found that your hand is very beautiful. And, I think so too. Congratulations on living with me for 15 years and finally discovering this fact. Ban Han raised her chin. There are a few banknotes in the book box over there. Take them and spend them. Sister, I know that in the entire matter, you are the best to me. Ban Heng happily found the banknotes and stuffed them into his clothes. How did you know that I was in need of money? When did you not lack money? Ban Han's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. But you can use this money to fight chickens and crickets. You can't step into places where you shouldn't go. If you dare to do that, you don't need father and mother to discipline you. I will beat you first. Ban Heng remembered that his sister had learned martial arts from his grandfather. He immediately swore that he would never go to brothels or casinos. His grandfather had been a great general when he was alive. He had led the other generals on the battlefield to kill the enemy. The previous emperor had praised his grandfather as the #1 general in the imperial court. Unfortunately, his grandfather had injured his arm on the battlefield and never went to the border again. It was said that when his grandfather was alive, he had loved his sister very much. He had protected her like a treasure since she was young. He had given her all the gold, silver, and jewels as if they were free. Thus, his sister had become like this. One day at the end of September, Ban Hui went out early in the morning. He didn't return until the curfew was over. The other 3 people in the family saw that the corners of his clothes were stained with dirt and his face was full of mystery. They were curious as to what he had done. I buried 2 jars of silver in our manor. Ban Hui said in a small voice. Even the servants don't know that I buried something today. The Ying clan couldn't help but ask, what's the use of burying it in the manor? When the new emperor comes to confiscate the property, will we still be able to enter the manor? Ban Hui froze when he heard this. He had only thought that the manor would be searched, but had forgotten that the manor would most likely not belong to him after the incident. Thinking of this, his entire body drooped. He had worked for nothing today. However, this gave Ban Han an idea. They couldn't bury silver in the manor, but they could bury silver in some sparsely populated forests. Tomorrow, she and Ban Heng would take some people to walk around and see if there were any places that weren't easy to find. After the property was confiscated, they could still dig out silver. Moreover, they had to bury silver in a few more places. Even if some were discovered, there would still be some that slipped through the net. The next morning, the Ban family siblings took a few bodyguards out of the city. Then, in the name of training their younger brother's physical strength, they had Ban Heng carry the 2 bags of sand up the mountain himself. they also didn't allow the bodyguards to help. The fist techniques that grandfather left behind cannot be stopped here. Ban Han had purposely worn a set of riding clothes that were convenient for movement. He said to the bodyguards behind him, "Go outside and stand guard." The bodyguards thought that the village lord wanted to teach the Xianxia the fist techniques that the Ban family didn't teach to outsiders. Thus, they tactfully retreated outside. If they were discovered to have secretly learned something, it would be a serious crime. They were doing well in the Marquis Fu and didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and dig." Ban Han took out a small iron shovel that was hidden in the bag and half knelt on the ground to dig. "Sister, my arm is about to break." Ban Heng grimaced as he shook his sore arm. He resigned himself to his fate and began to dig. Occasionally, he would make sounds of practicing to avoid suspicion from the bodyguards. The siblings dug very seriously with their hands and feet, but they did not notice that someone was walking towards them. "What are you doing?" Ban Tong and Ban Heng's movements paused at the same time. The two of them turned their heads to look and saw a man wearing a plain-colored brocade robe and a silver crown standing a few steps away with two guards. It looked like he had just come out of the forest. Ban Han calmly stuffed the shovel into Ban Heng's hand, stood up and patted the dirt off her robe. However, because her hands were still stained with dirt, the more she patted, the dirtier she became. She simply gave up and saluted the man as an equal. "Greetings, Chenanbua. My younger brother and I are playing a treasure game." "Treasure game?" Xianxia looked at the brother and sister covered in dirt. If it weren't for the complicated and gorgeous embroidery on their riding clothes, they wouldn't look like children of nobility. "My younger brother is young." After reading a few stories, he wanted to learn from the seniors who did good deeds. Ban Han turned around and gave Ban Heng a look that told him to shut up. For example, a fated person can find the silver he buried and get rid of poverty and illness. Xia's expression was a little complicated at this moment. However, he quickly smiled and took out a handkerchief and handed it to Ban Han. "Your younger brother is really kind." "Thank you, but there's no need." Ban Han rolled up her sleeves and wiped her face. What could such a small handkerchief do? However, this Xianxia was really good-looking. She looked so perfect up close. Xinyu's skin wasn't as good as his, and her nose wasn't as straight as his. Seeing that Ban Han didn't take her handkerchief, Xianxia smiled and took it back. "Do you need our help?" "Forget it. We can only do this secretly. If someone finds out, it won't be mysterious anymore." Ban Han kicked the two bags on the ground and said to Ban Heng, "Go tell the guards to clean this place up." "Oh." Ban Heng saw that he could escape from this awkward atmosphere and immediately jumped up from the ground. He turned around and walked outside. Being caught doing such a stupid thing, even if he was shameless, he still felt so embarrassed that he wanted to bury his face in the hole he had just dug. It was unintentional to disturb Qingyan Count's enjoyment of the scenery. "I will leave now." When the guard came over to take away the two sandbags with silver in the middle, Ban Jing cupped her hands towards Xianxia. "Goodbye." Xianxia bowed and apologized. "I have disturbed Miss and your younger brother's fun. Please forgive me. You're too polite." "Then, why don't you continue?" If she was dressed up normally, Ban Han would be willing to spend more time with a handsome man like Xianxia. But now, she was wearing a man's bun and her body was covered in dirt. It would be an insult to her appearance if she talked to others in this way. "Miss, take care." Xianxia saluted Ban Han as an equal. Ban Han could only return the salute. She turned around and kicked the dirt into the hole she had dug and ran away. The forest regained its silence. Xianxia looked at the hole in front of him and chuckled. His tone became cold. "Did you find out? Lord Bo, Lord Ban, and Xianxia Ban really didn't mean to go up the mountain." A middle-aged man walked out from behind the grass. It is said that this pair of brother and sister are famous playboys in the capital. They usually don't do anything serious. "Lord Ban?" Xianxia thought for a moment. "The one whose engagement was broken off a few days ago?" "Yes, that's her." The middle-aged man thought, which family could raise a child who buried money for fun? In the entire capital, other than the Jingting Marquisate, there weren't many families like that. Xianxia walked to the side of the mountain path and looked at the pair of brother and sister who were slowly walking down the mountainside. He said in an unclear tone, "They have a good relationship with each other. They are brother and sister from the same father and mother. Naturally, their relationship wouldn't be bad." After the servant beside Xiao replied, he suddenly remembered something in the past and was scared into silence. "Sister, your lie just now wasn't clever at all." Banheng snorted, "As a famous playboy in the capital, how could I do such a boring thing? If you have the ability, then go." Ban Han took the handkerchief from the female guard and wiped his face. "I've never been so embarrassed in my life." Banheng whispered, "But you can't let me be the scapegoat. Have you heard of the saying, money blinds the eyes?" Seeing Banheng's unhappy expression, Ban Han turned the handkerchief over and wiped the mud off his face. He whispered, "Well, I have no choice. We can't let him suspect our motives." Banheng took the handkerchief and roughly wiped his face a few times. Why did he go to the mountain forest so early in the morning? Looking at the scenery? It's inevitable that elegant gentlemen like him have some eccentricities. Maybe he wants to stay on the mountain at night to look at the stars and the moon and compose poems and songs. Ban Han glared at Banheng, "Why do you care about him?" Banheng looked around and whispered in Ban Han's ear, "You said that the new emperor in your dream was good-looking and his surname wasn't Jiang. Could he be Qing'anbua? How could that be?" Ban Han shook his head, "This kind of elegant gentleman doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. You may know a person's face but not his heart. You can't eliminate suspicion just because he is elegant." Banheng snorted, "Those noble consorts in the palace, which one of them isn't gentle, delicate, and charming? But as for what their true nature is, they may have even forgotten themselves. Who could pretend to be a gentleman for so many years? Wouldn't he go crazy from holding it in?" Ban Ti thought about it and felt that the possibility was not high. The beauties and gentleness in the palace are just putting on an act in front of His Majesty. And Bo's literary talent is not something that can be achieved by putting on an act. "That's true." Banheng nodded, "If I have to be so tense, I won't be able to take it in 3 days." The siblings rode side by side. There were many people lining up at the city gate to enter the city. Nobles like Ban Han didn't need to line up like this. She rode on horseback and faintly heard the sound of a child crying. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a young woman dressed in coarse cloth holding a child who was 1 or 2 years old. Her face was full of anxiety, but she couldn't calm the child. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Ban Han lowered the whip that she had raised. She snorted and dismounted. Walking in front of the woman, she asked, "What's wrong with your child?" The young woman saw that the young woman in front of her was dressed like a young man. She was wearing a brocade robe, and her boots were embroidered with phoenix patterns and embedded with pearls. She guessed that the other person was of noble status. She thought that her child was crying too loudly and had disturbed her. She apologized profusely, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I'll calm him down right now." Ban Han saw that the child in her arms had red cheeks and an abnormal color of his lips. She asked, "Is the child sick?" The haggard woman nodded. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare to fall. Ban Han looked at the long line in front of them. She reached out and touched the child's forehead. It was frighteningly hot. "Come with me." Ban Han saw that the woman was hesitating and didn't dare to move. She raised her voice and said, "Come quickly." The woman didn't dare to resist. She held the child in her arms and timidly followed behind Ban Han. She had heard from the villagers that there were some noble ladies in the city who had bad tempers. If someone didn't have eyes and offended them, they would be lightly whipped or thrown into prison for a period of time. She wasn't afraid of being punished, but what about the child? Just as the woman was thinking nonsense, Ban Han handed her waist token to the gate guard. The guard bowed to her. He didn't look at the woman holding the child and let them pass. "Okay, you take the child to see a doctor." Ban Han mounted the horse and patted the horse's butt. The horse trotted to catch up with Banheng. The woman was stunned. She realized that she had met a kind noble. She lowered her head and looked at the crying child. She took a deep breath. Even a noble came to help. Her child must be able to survive. "Sister, where did you go?" Banheng saw that she had caught up with them. She turned her head and looked back. There was nothing strange. I went to do good deeds. After Ban Han said this, she saw that Ban Heng looked at her with suspicion. What do good deeds have to do with you? Ban Heng knew his sister very well. Her biggest hobby every day was eating, drinking, and dressing. She ate the most exquisite food and wore the most exquisite clothes. Usually, she was too busy showing off her new clothes and jewelry when she went out, so how could she have the time to do good things? Ban Han rolled her eyes. Even if a beauty rolled her eyes, she was still beautiful. So when she did this rude action, she looked cute. But in Xianxu's eyes, this scene wasn't so cute. He wanted to take advantage of the time when the siblings didn't notice him to hide. But Ban Heng called out to him first. Xianxu. Ban Heng pointed at Xianxu. Stop right there. This official greets Shitsi Ban. Xianxu looked at Ban Han on horseback. This official greets Lord Ban. Oh, isn't today the day off? Why isn't Tan Huashan on duty? Ban Heng swung his whip and glanced at the woman beside him. He sneered, I thought she was a beauty. TSK, a woman's beauty is in her bones, not her skin. Shitsi Ban and this official have different tastes. This one has nothing to say. Xianxu took a step back. This way, please. Even if Ban Heng wasn't very smart, he could tell that Xianxu was saying that his sister was only good-looking. His face changed in anger. Slap. A whip struck Xianxu's body. Xianxu groaned in pain. The woman beside him screamed in fright. In my life, I hate men who beat around the bush the most. Ban Jin lashed out with the whip again. Xianxu was a scholar, so before he could react, the whip had already landed on his body. If you were to point at this young lady and say that other than being beautiful, you have nothing good about you, I would still respect you as a man. But now you're saying some strange words. Who are you pretending to be sanctimonious for? Lord Ban, this official is an official of the imperial court. You're going too far by whipping this official in the middle of the street. Xianxu looked at the people around them. His face was a bit embarrassed. Humph. Ban Han lifted his chin slightly. This lord is this willful. What can you do to me? You vixen, slap. Another whip landed on his body. Although pointing at my nose and cursing makes you look very manly, I still want to whip you. A dignified Tan Huashan dares to insult a woman in the middle of the street. Is this the demeanor of a scholar? Xianxu had never thought that he would be so humiliated, being whipped like a dog in the middle of the street. Tan Huashan is as elegant as jade, but I didn't think that he is also a vulgar person who hurts people with his words. Ban Kuei rode on the back of the horse, ridicule almost engraved on his face. Forget it, just treat it as this lord being blind at that time, to actually agree to your marriage proposal under your persistent pestering. Who would have thought that you were a shameless person who would burn the bridge after crossing the river? Once you became the Tanhua, you revealed your true colors and let me see your lowly self. Xianxu didn't know whether to defend himself or not. His face was red as he looked at the commoners watching the commotion. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and bowed to Ban Han, saying, Lord Ban, please stop before going too far. Was Ban Han crazy? She, a lord, dared to whip the Tanhua that the emperor had personally appointed. Did she still want her reputation? Did she still want to marry? Oh, right, Ban Han suddenly said, you said that I went too far by whipping an official of the court in the middle of the street? Looking at Ban Han riding on horseback with an arrogant attitude, Xianxu had a bad premonition. Don't worry, you won't be an official of the court very soon. Ban Han looked at Xianxu's shocked and scared appearance and laughed out loud. With a shake of the reins, the horse moved forward. Lord Ban! Lord Ban! Xianxu wanted to chase after him, but Ban Han, who was following behind Ban Heng, suddenly turned and glared at him. He raised the whip in his hand. You dare to take another step forward? Xianxu thought of the pain of being whipped and didn't dare to go forward. His heart was anxious and hateful. Were all the people of the Ban family crazy? The next morning, there were imperial censors in court who complained about Ban Han. They said that as the lord of the village, she actually punished an official privately and didn't follow the rules. This was originally a small matter, but when it came from the imperial censors, it became a big matter. The emperor hadn't spoken yet when the imperial censors started arguing among themselves. Fortunately, there hadn't been any major matters in court recently, so everyone started arguing about the Lord whipping the Tanhua. Your Majesty. Just as the argument was getting more and more heated, an unexpected person stood up and said, Your Majesty, I have an opinion on this matter. I wonder if you can listen to me? The imperial censors saw that the one speaking was Xianxia and closed their mouths. In this subject's view, this is not the Lord whipping an official of the court, but a heartless man beaten by a woman who has broken off his engagement. Xianxia raised her hands in a greeting to the crowd. This subject heard that before Shen Tanhua had passed the imperial examinations, he had come many times to Marquis Jingting Fu to ask for a marriage. Marquis Jingting saw his infatuation, and did not mind that his status was not worthy of the lord and agreed to his marriage. Once the fiancé became the imperial scholar, he couldn't wait to break off the engagement. If this isn't ingratitude, then what is? Xianxia said neither quickly nor slowly, Darren, you all have womenfolk in your families. Why don't you put yourself in their shoes? The court instantly quieted down. A moment later, an imperial censor spoke, the lord of the village is unruly, willful, and extravagant. How many men in the world can stand her? Xianxia is so righteous. Why don't you go marry her? Imperial censor Darren, Xia's voice was cold, you have studied for decades. Now, you are standing in the throne room. Is it to laugh at a woman and use a woman's reputation to argue? If this is the gentlemanly demeanor of an imperial censor Darren, Xia raised his hands towards the emperor, Your Majesty, this subject is ashamed to stand with such a person. Your Majesty, this subject feels that Xianxia's words are reasonable. This subject agrees. This imperial censor who was reprimanded by Xia was on the verge of collapsing. His face was as white as paper. He didn't need to raise his head to know what kind of look his colleagues were giving him. Xianxia was a famous gentleman in the capital. He had become the object of his shame. In the future, how would the people of the capital view him? It's over. It's all over. Xianxia didn't even look at him. He only bowed towards the emperor and then retreated. He quietly stood in his original position. One was as elegant as jade with a tall and straight posture. The other was pale and absent-minded. Instantly, the difference between the two was obvious. After the court ended, the emperor had just returned to the palace when a palace maid came to report that the princess royal wanted to see him. The emperor had a lot of feelings for the princess royal. His mother wasn't favored, and his father favored the son of the imperial concubine. If it wasn't for his aunt's support, his position as the crown prince would have been taken away by the imperial concubine's son. In addition, the princess royal wasn't someone who wanted to be repaid. Therefore, over the years, the princess royal had always been very respected in front of the emperor. Now that he heard that the princess royal wanted to see him, he immediately asked the eunuch around him to invite the princess royal in. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the princess royal entered the inner hall, she bent her knees and bowed to the emperor. The emperor was so scared that he hurriedly reached out to support her. Aunt, what are you doing? You and I are aunt and niece, why do you need to be so polite? The princess royal stood up straight. Although she was close to 60 years old, her body was still pretty good. Her dignified manner of a royal princess could be seen in her every move. Today, I came to apologize to you on behalf of my disappointing granddaughter. The princess royal took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She choked with sobs. Back then, I didn't teach her father well, which led to him not being proper in his old age. Even his 2 children are like him. When it came to the sad part, the princess royal was already choked with sobs. She only covered her face with a handkerchief and cried bitterly. Aunt, please don't be sad. The emperor knew in his heart that his aunt married a general who only knew how to fight wars in order to consolidate his father's position as the emperor. It was also because of this layer of affection that his aunt was able to protect him and his mother, allowing him to become a high and mighty emperor. It wasn't his aunt's fault that his cousin had such a playboy appearance now. It was the fault of the Duke of Jingting, that vulgar man, for not teaching his son well. Thinking about how his aunt had sacrificed her entire life for their family, and in her old age, she actually let a small imperial censor accuse her only granddaughter in court, the emperor felt a little upset. Aunt, this matter has nothing to do with your niece. You can only blame Xianyu for being fickle and not being proper. Your Majesty doesn't need to comfort me. It's my Ban family's lack of discipline that made things difficult for your Majesty in court because of her. My niece is a good girl. Who in the palace doesn't say good things when they see her? I also like her very much. It's because I didn't protect her well that she suffered such grievances. In the end, the Princess Royal was personally helped into the carriage by the Emperor. Everyone in the palace could see how deep the relationship between the aunt and niece was. Daning Princess Royal sat in the carriage. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and a cold smile appeared on her face. Born in the imperial family, she knew better than anyone that there were no true feelings in the imperial city, only schemes. Just like when the late emperor schemed against her husband, causing him to live in pain and torment for the rest of his life. Another example was this good nephew of hers. He respected her all the time, but it was only because she was tactful and her child didn't have the ability to interfere with the imperial family's affairs. The late emperor schemed against her husband, so she made sure that his beloved son couldn't become the emperor. This was fair. The day after the imperial censor accuses the Ban Han, an imperial edict was sent to the Jingting marquisate. The gist of the imperial edict was that his niece was very good and he liked her very much. He felt that the village lord wasn't worthy of her status, so he was promoted from the village lord to the commandery lord, with 700 households to live in. At the same time that Ban Han was promoted to commandery lord, Xianxia was removed from her official position because of her lack of morals. Even the imperial censor who accuses the Ban Han was stripped of his position as imperial censor on the grounds of improper conduct. Sister, was there such a scene in the dream? Ban Heng looked at the imperial edict in Ban Han's hand, a commandery lord and a household to live in. This is a treatment that even the eldest legitimate granddaughter of a prince may not necessarily have. Grandmother is amazing. The day before yesterday, after his sister whipped Xianxia, she didn't directly return to the Fu. Instead, she went to the Grand Royal residence to complain. Then, not only did his sister bring back a large box of gemstones, she also brought back a commandery lord with a household to live in. The older, the wiser. I don't remember. Ban Han stuffed the imperial edict into his hands. Take your time to read it. Intelligent and virtuous, pure and beautiful, Ban Heng pointed at the words on the imperial edict and shook his head. Your Majesty really doesn't have it easy, lying through your teeth. Ban Han snatched the imperial edict and placed it on the altar in the main hall. He let this imperial edict lie together with the other imperial edicts. Your Majesty is wise and wise, your eyes are as bright as a torch. Ban Han suddenly remembered that this didn't happen in the dream. Even in the dream, she wouldn't forget such an important matter related to her status. So, because she whipped Xianxia, reality began to change? This doesn't seem right. I don't think it's right either. The father and son of the Ban family looked at each other, then turned to look at the Ying clan. They wanted to get an answer from her. Why are you looking at me? The Ying clan was stunned. I don't know what's going on either. She thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. She could only say to Ban Han, Hua Hua, think about it carefully. You really didn't become a commandery prince in your dream? No. Ban Han shook his head with certainty. If there was such a good thing, I wouldn't forget it. Then, could this dream of yours be fake? Ban Heng suddenly thought of another possibility. Xie Qilan's incident was just a coincidence. In fact, no one had breakfast, so our house wouldn't have been confiscated. Is all of this just your imagination? Warnings and dreams were always based on what people said, so it was hard to tell if they were real or not. Even he knew that when the founding emperors wanted to rebel, they liked to have anything to do with immortals. Even the founding emperors of the Great Yi dynasty did the same thing. Whether immortals really existed or not, in fact, everyone knew that it was just a lie to fool the people. After being asked by Ban Heng, Ban Han was a little uncertain. She stood up and took out a wooden box from the shelf. There was a stack of paper in the box. The words on the paper looked like scribbles. Other than Ban Han himself, no one else knew what she wrote. I was afraid that I would forget the contents of the dream if it was too long, so I wrote down everything that I could remember. Ban Han slapped the stack of paper on the table. You can see if there are any other coincidences. Once or twice is a coincidence, but 3 or 4 times can't be a coincidence, right? Ban Hui picked up the paper and looked at it for a long time. He looked at Ban Han with dull eyes. Daughter, what did you write? Ban Han took the paper and looked at it. Xia Wanyu is going to marry the second prince, but the second prince likes the Cultivation. Why do you only remember trivial things? Ban Hing knew that he couldn't recognize Ban Han's scribbles, so he didn't even look at it. Did anything important happen in the imperial court? I'm so lazy. How could I dream of something important? Ban Han answered righteously. Besides, I'm so busy every day in the dream. How could I have time to care about those boring political things? Even if I asked you to do it, you wouldn't remember. Ban Heng thought about it seriously. If he was the one who had this dream, he might forget it after waking up. He would definitely be worse off than his sister. Then why do you remember so clearly who other people are marrying? Ban Heng couldn't understand. Who asked her to go against me? Ban Heng understood and nodded. With his sister's vengeful personality, she would remember this. The eldest prince and the second prince, who were now adults, were both born of the empress. Perhaps it was because before the emperor ascended the throne, he had suffered enough from the previous emperor's favoritism towards the concubines, so he respected the empress the most. The most important prince was also born of the empress. Unfortunately, the emperor's favoritism towards the two legitimate sons caused them to be used to a smooth-sailing life. Therefore, the crown prince was too indecisive and easily swayed by his emotions. The second prince was arrogant. He always acted like the emperor was the eldest, the crown prince was the second, and he was the third. As for the other court officials, he rarely paid attention to them. These two princes didn't have a good relationship with the Jingting Marquisate, so Ban Han didn't have a good impression of them. Ban Han remembered a scene in the dream very clearly. Xia Wanyu, who had become the imperial concubine, slapped the Cultivation. The second prince not only scolded Xia Wanyu in front of many people, but also personally accompanied the Cultivation to see the imperial physician. The men and women of the imperial family weren't sincere people, but they still maintained a superficial relationship. The second prince's behavior, which didn't give any face to the imperial concubine, was too much. Now, Xia Wanyu and the Cultivation were as close as real sisters. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the future? No, that's not right. Wasn't the Cultivation interested in Xianxia? In the future, her relationship with the second prince was ambiguous, which meant that she wasn't married to Xianxia. Then the question was, who was the woman who married Xianxia? Sigh. Ban Han rested her chin on one hand and sighed. Unfortunately, she wasn't familiar with Xianxia and had never dreamed of him. Therefore, she didn't know who the woman who stole Cultivation's sweetheart was. Let's wait a little longer. The Ying clan patted her daughter's head. If Miss Xia really marries the second prince, then in fact, what could they do? They only had the title of nobility, but no real power. If someone really rebelled against them and became the emperor, the only thing they could do was to be fish on the chopping board. Sister, if only you knew who the rebel was. Ban Han was very depressed. At least we could choose to kill him or suck up to him. If the things in your sister's dreams all came true, then this person is the chosen one. Do you think you can kill him just because you want to? Ban Hui said angrily. Go back to being a playboy, don't trouble your brain. In the autumn of the 21st year of the Great Yi dynasty, the emperor invited a certain woman to be the matchmaker and give the second prince a betrothal gift to the Count of Zhongping's daughter, Xia Wanyu. The Count of Zhongping could only be considered a new noble family. Logically speaking, his daughter wouldn't be able to marry into the second prince's household. The emperor made the decision to marry a wife who didn't have much influence because he was too ambitious. He could dote on the second son, but that didn't mean he liked the second son and wanted to replace the first son. For the Count of Zhongping's household, this wasn't a very good marriage. However, since the emperor invited a first-ranked woman to be the matchmaker, he couldn't and didn't dare to refuse. After learning that Xia Wanyu was really going to marry the second prince, the 4 members of the Ban family were grief-stricken. They hugged each other and cried bitterly in their room. The Great Moon Palace was where the emperors of the Great Yi dynasty lived. It was also where the princes dreamed of living. The second prince, Jiang Luo, knelt in front of Emperor Yunqing. His face was full of unwillingness and resentment, Imperial father, the person this son likes isn't Miss Xia. Why are you forcing this son to marry her? I've seen Miss Xia. She's beautiful and has a generous bearing. Most importantly, she's very kind. She's very compatible with you. Emperor Yunqing lowered his head and wrote. He didn't even look at Jiang Luo. If you can't figure it out, go back and slowly think about it. When you figure it out, I'll let you out of the palace. Imperial father. Jiang Luo looked at Emperor Yunqing in disbelief. Big brother and I are both your sons. Why do you treat me like this? What's so good about that Xiaowanyu? She's not as talented as Miss Shi family. She's not as elegant as Princess Kongning. As for her appearance, Jiang Luo sneered, even Ban Han, that idiot, is better looking than her. Why should I marry such a woman? Since you think Ban Han is better looking than her, then you should marry Ban Han. Emperor Yunqing said impatiently. How can there be so many perfect women in the world? Don't be unsatisfied. Jiang Luo gritted his teeth. He was afraid that if he continued to be stubborn, his imperial father would really force him to marry Ban Han. He could only silently kowtow to Emperor Yunqing and silently retreat. It wasn't that there weren't perfect women in this world. It was just that his imperial father didn't want him to have one. In the grand royal residence, Ban Han's witty words made the princess royal beam with joy. She kept calling her sweetheart and sweetheart, showing her love. Ban Han was eating snacks while complaining, Grandmother, don't believe my sister's words. When she whipped that Xinyu, she didn't show any mercy. She swung the whip vigorously. Even I was intimidated by her. Girls should be tough, the princess royal patted Ban Han's hand. People like us don't need to learn other women's flattery. If anyone provokes you, don't hesitate to tell grandmother. I'll make the decision for you. Ban Han held Princess Royal De Ning's hand and smiled obediently. You don't have to worry about me. My brother and I are fine. As long as you are healthy, I'm not afraid of anything. Good, good, good. The Princess Royal De Ning held Ban Han in her arms and smiled gently and kindly. Even if it's for our Hua Hua, this princess will live a long life. And eternal youth, getting younger and younger. Good, eternal youth. The Princess Royal De Ning smiled and agreed. When the siblings left the princess residence, the Princess Royal De Ning gave them a lot of things, as if she was afraid that her insensible son would wrong the two children. Cough, cough, cough. Watching the siblings riding farther and farther away, the Princess Royal De Ning took out a handkerchief to cover the corner of her mouth. She held the hand of the mammy beside her and let out a long sigh. There was a saying, unexpected encounter, and another saying, when two rivals meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Ban Han was riding on horseback, and Xiaowanyu was getting down from the sedan. Their eyes met, and Ban Han could clearly see the ridicule and smugness in the other's eyes. What was she smugness about? Was it because she could become a prince's wife? What was the use of being a prince's wife? In a few years, the world would no longer belong to the Jiang family. Furthermore, Jiang Luo was such a troublemaker. If it wasn't for his noble status, based on his personality, she wouldn't even want him to be her boy toy. Lord Ban, what a coincidence. Xiaowanyu touched the large pearl on her earlobe and looked at Ban Han with a rosy face. When she saw that Ban Han's earrings were a pair of blood-red gemstones, she withdrew her hand and calmly said, How come I haven't seen you come out to play these past few days? Wrong. Ban Han shook his index finger. I'm not a lord, I'm a Junjun. When Xiaowanyu heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Look at my memory. I actually forgot that you've profited from a disaster and been conferred the title of Junjun. Congratulations, congratulations. She was just a Junjun, and she wasn't the only Junjun in the Great Yu dynasty. What was there to be proud of? Furthermore, when spring came next year and she married the second prince, this little B***tch would have to be obedient no matter how arrogant she was. Disaster? What disaster? She was just mocking her for breaking off the engagement. Ban Han didn't care about this small matter at all, so Xiaowanyu's words didn't affect her at all. Ban Han played with the horsewhip in his hand and carelessly said, Miss Xia is dressed so beautifully today. I wonder if second young Master Xia's eyes have recovered? Ban Han never beat around the bush when arguing with others. As long as someone mocked her in a roundabout way, she would mercilessly mock them back. Furthermore, she would poke them where it hurt and didn't care about the elegance and nobility of a noble. With this unparalleled ability of hers, not many women in the capital dared to provoke her. Xiaowanyu dared to provoke her today because she felt that she was about to become the imperial concubine. No matter how arrogant Ban Han was, he would not dare to offend her. Who knew that she had underestimated Ban Han's courage and stupidity? He actually dared to talk about her second brother's eyes in front of her. This woman was really beautiful on the outside but vicious on the inside. In any case, second brother had once been engaged to her. Now that second brother had only lost an eye, she was gloating over his misfortune. It was really hateful. But no matter how dissatisfied she couldn't express it at this moment. She was the future wife of a prince, so she had to be dignified and generous. Before she married the second prince, she couldn't make any mistakes. She didn't want to end up like Ban Han, who was rejected by the man's side before the wedding and became the laughingstock of the whole city. Thank you for your concern, Junjun. Second brother is fine. Xiaowanyu took a deep breath and forced a smile at Ban Han. Miss Xia, please go upstairs. Our lady is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. A mama came out of the tea house next door. When she saw Ban Han, she bowed to him and said, "Greetings, Junjun Ban." Ban Han recognized that the mama was one of Xianxia's servants. She glanced at the tea house next door, nodded to the mama, and left without looking back. Ban Han, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, deliberately sneered and then followed behind her sister's horse. Xiaowanyu's face was livid as she watched the Ban family's siblings walk away as if they didn't exist. She wanted to pull them down from their horses and give them a good beating. However, she didn't do anything. She just smiled at the mama who came down to pick her up and said, "Thank you for waiting, Sister Shi." She had to endure and endure. Xianxia saw Ban Han, so she sent the mama to pick up Xiaowanyu. She saw Ban Han ride away through the crack in the window, then turned to Princess Kongning and said, "Ban Han is becoming more and more arrogant. She's been spoiled since she was a child. She's been rejected by 3 different men. The rumors outside are so unpleasant." "Of course, she's desperate," Kongning said sarcastically. "Anyway, she can't get married. She can only flaunt her mouth." In terms of relationship, she and Ban Han were distant cousins. However, there was hostility between their family and the Princess Royal, so she and Ban Han didn't have a good relationship. She heard from her mother that the imperial grandfather wanted to depose the crown prince and make her father the crown prince. However, the Princess Royal kept interfering and finally succeeded in making the emperor the emperor. Although her family didn't dare to mention these old grudges from more than 10 years ago, it didn't mean they would forget what the Princess Royal had done. As the two were talking, Xiaowanyu came upstairs. When she saw her 2 best friends, Xiaowanyu's face immediately darkened. "Ban Han, that little b*tch. I really want to tear her mouth off." Thinking of the pair of blood jade earrings Ban Yu was wearing, which set off her snow-white and tender face to the point that it seemed like water could be pinched out, the hatred in Xiaowanyu's heart grew even stronger. Jealousy was an inextinguishable fire that could burn people's reason. "We came today to celebrate your good fortune. What's the point of mentioning such a troublesome person?" Princess Kongning smiled and asked her to sit down. "Next year on this day, we'll call you Princess Consort." "Why are you bringing this up?" Xiaowanyu's cheeks were red with embarrassment. "I think you're here today to make trouble for me. Look at your blushing face. Today, I finally understand what it means to be angry out of humiliation." Xianxia reached out and pinched Xiaowanyu's cheek. "Congratulations to Mimi for marrying such a good man." Looking at Xiaowanyu's shy and happy face, she thought of Xia, who she had secretly liked for many years, and her heart felt a little bitter. She looked up at Kongning and didn't say anything. Don't think she didn't know that Kongning also had feelings for Duke Rong. In the dead of night, Ban Han turned over in bed and fell into a dream. In the dream, she was wearing thin clothes and looked at the table full of delicious food and the man at the table, as if she was stupid. Ban Han knew she was dreaming. She even looked at herself and the person with the blurred face from the perspective of a bystander. This feeling was a little strange. What was even stranger was that she felt grateful to the man at the table. Soon, she saw herself walking out of the house, wearing a thick fur coat. It was snowing heavily outside. She saw noble ladies laughing at her and gesticulating at her, but they didn't dare to do anything to her. Then she saw herself dead, lying in the thick snow. Bright red blood splattered on the white snow, like a big red peony in full bloom. It was extremely beautiful. Ban Han couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Even in death, she died so tragically. The winter wind blew with snow, but Ban Han didn't feel cold in her dream. The wind whimpered like a woman's cry. She stood in front of her body and looked at the arrow in her back. She suddenly realized. Was this the ending of her last dream, so she would be so miserable in the future? Not only would she lose her title, but she would also lose her life? Fortunately, the white fox fur coat she was wearing looked very valuable, so she didn't die too shabbily. Creak, creak. Suddenly, there was a series of footsteps behind her. The sound was hurried and chaotic, as if someone was rushing over. Master, Miss Ban is gone. Master? Who? Banley turned around and saw a man in a black fur coat behind him. The man's figure was tall and straight, and his hands that were exposed outside his sleeves were as white as jade. Even if he couldn't see his face, Banley was sure that this was definitely an extremely beautiful man. She couldn't see the man's face, but she heard the man's voice. What a pity. Ban Han nodded. It was indeed a pity. After all, she was so beautiful. It's rare to see a living person in the capital. Let's give her a proper burial. Ban Han let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that not only was he handsome, but his heart was also beautiful. The man suddenly turned his head and seemed to see her standing beside him. She looked down at the complicated palace dress on her body and proudly straightened her back. Unfortunately, the man didn't see her. Instead, he said in a complicated tone, "Find out who did it. Have someone take good care of her family." Bang! The servant girl on night duty, Rui, heard the noise from inside the room. She was so frightened that she scrambled up from the bed and quickly ran into the inner room. Then she saw Jun sitting dazedly at the table in her undergarments. There was a broken teacup by her feet. Jun, what's wrong? Nothing, I just had a dream. Ban Han suddenly raised her head and smiled at her. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. It's cold outside. This servant will help you to sit on the bed. Rui lit 2 more lamps to make the room brighter. It's still early. Ban Han lay back on the bed and said to Rui, "When did Xianxia sleep last night?" Rui stilled. She was Jun's servant girl and didn't know what happened in Xianxia's yard. She could only shake her head. Ban Han didn't mind and said, "I don't know if there's any good white fox fur at home. I want to use it to make gloves, fur coats, and collars. You only have a few good fire fox furs in your storage, but you don't have any white fox furs." Rui didn't understand why Jun, who usually liked colorful things, would suddenly want white fox furs. However, as a servant, she only needed to satisfy her master's request. "I understand. Go to sleep." Ban Han pulled the quilt up to her chin and closed her eyes. Would a red cloak with a circle of white fox fur look good? Wearing a white fox fur coat with a red palace dress would definitely match her skin well. She could try wearing it in winter. A few days later. Jun, the old maid in charge found Jun Kongning with a sad face. "The fox fur you liked last time has been bought by someone. Who dares to rob me?" Jun Kongning raised her eyebrows. "Didn't the buyer know that I wanted it?" Seeing that the commandery princess was so angry, the old maid felt even more bitter. "It's commandery princess Ban. I heard that Jingting Marquisate was buying white fox skins all over the capital because commandery princess Ban said she needed white fox skins." Kong Ning was so angry that she almost spat out blood. Jingting Marquisate again, couldn't that little be *tch Ban Han stop? As a commandery princess, she had to be careful in everything and pay attention to everything in order not to arouse the emperor's suspicion. She didn't dare to be ostentatious in eating, wearing, living, and traveling for fear that the emperor would find trouble with her family. Her status was obviously higher than Ban Han's, but in the palace, Ban Han was more respected. Even outside the palace, those people respected Ban Han more than they did her, the commandery princess. Seeing that Kong Ning was so angry that her face turned pale, the old maid felt distressed and helpless. She had to persuade her, commandery princess, that commandery princess Ban is not a stingy person. People like us don't need to lower ourselves to her level. Kong Ning angrily smashed the teacup in her hand on the ground and said harshly, "I'll pay back the shame of today double in the future." She originally thought that Ban Han would learn to keep a low profile after her engagement was broken several times. She didn't expect that she wouldn't be taught a lesson and still did things her own way. She didn't understand. As a woman, Ban Han was disliked by men several times. Didn't she have any sense of shame? It's only been a few months, and you're selling out white fox skins? Wang Ada looked at the skins presented by the merchants and shook his head. These skins are all mixed in color. Although our duke isn't a picky person, he can't wear fox skins with mixed colors when he goes out. The store manager had expected that the furs he had sent over this time would not satisfy the buyer of Count Chang'an's estate, so he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he smiled apologetically and said, "Manager Wang, this is indeed the best furs in our store. This lowly one does not dare to deceive you." "The best?" Wang Ada sneered, "Do you think I've never seen good things? Steward Wang, you don't know that there were 2 of the best hides in our shop this year. But just 2 days ago, the steward of Great Elder Princess's mansion came to collect the hides in our shop in person. As a businessman, we didn't dare to offend these masters, so we had to let the steward take away the 2 best hides." "The Grand Royal Residence?" Wang Ada was stunned. The Princess Royal was so young. How could she wear such fresh colors? "Yes, it is the housekeeper of the Grand Royal Residence. But I heard that Great Elder Princess bought these furs for her granddaughter. As for whether it is true or not, I don't know." The shopkeeper didn't dare to gossip about the matters of the royal family, so he didn't say another word after telling Wang Ada the news. Hearing this, Wang Ada's expression became much better. "I understand. You can go now." "Yes." Seeing that the shopkeeper's expression wasn't ugly, the royal princess royal residence let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chang'an's residence was a reasonable place. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot today. Wang Ada told the steward about this matter, and the steward passed it to the housekeeper. However, the meaning of this matter changed as time passed. "You said that commandery Princess Ban took away the things that our shopkeeper wanted?" Xianxia was painting when she heard the housekeeper's report. She smiled faintly. "The little girl likes these white fluffy things. If she wants to buy them, then let her." "Yes." The housekeeper stood in front of Xianxia, not daring to breathe loudly. "That's right." Xianxia slowly put down her brush and looked up at the housekeeper. "The mandarin oranges we bought last time weren't to my taste. Dispose of them." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed slightly. Xianxia put her hands behind her back and looked at the painting. It was an old man riding a red-crowned crane and holding a peach of immortality. "Sister, why did you buy so many white fox skins? Are you building a nest or something?" For the past few days, Ban Heng had been seeing people sending in white fox skins every day. However, some of these skins were complete, while others were flawed. The prices were different. "I used them to make clothes, cloaks, gauntlets, and hair accessories. I was worried that these skins wouldn't be enough." Ban Han flipped through the small booklet in her hand, which recorded all the items in her small storage room. "If there's any left, I'll make a scarf for you. You lost so much silver, and you want to make a scarf for me? You're so generous." Ban Heng reached for the dessert on the table to eat. "In a few days, His Majesty will go hunting in the western suburbs. Do you want to go?" "Yes, why wouldn't I go?" Ban Han was slightly excited. "For this autumn hunt, I specially prepared several sets of clothes. For example, one of the sets of riding clothes took several embroiderers almost a month to make. It was so that she could appear in this year's autumn hunt. If she didn't go, wouldn't it be a waste of the riding clothes she asked the embroiderers to prepare?" Ban Heng looked at Ban Han sympathetically. With his sister's ability, she was not good at music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Only when hunting could she compete with the other noble ladies. "Hua hua." Yin Clan walked in. Seeing that both sister and brother were there, he put the box in his hand in front of Ban Han. This hairpin was given to me by your grandmother. I haven't worn it for many years. When you saw it when you were young, you asked me for it. At that time, I was worried that you wouldn't know how to use it properly and break it, so I didn't give it to you." Mrs. Yin opened the box and took out the pearl hairpin. It was a clear and transparent hairpin, and the head of the hairpin was made with some unknown method. It was a bright red color, as if there were several cinnabar fruits on top of an icicle, bright and clear, and red like fire. "I thought that when winter came, you would look good wearing a white fox fur coat and this hairpin." Yin Clan put the hairpin in Ban Han's hair and clapped his hands in satisfaction. "My daughter is indeed the most beautiful in the entire capital." Although a mother would always think that her child was the best, this hairpin really suited Ban Han's flower-like face. "Thank you, mother." Ban Han pulled on Yin Clan's arm and shook it. She acted like a spoiled child on Yin Clan. "You." Yin Clan tapped her forehead and couldn't help but laugh. "If your grandmother didn't pass away early, how could I marry your father? What's wrong with marrying me?" Ban Hui had just walked to the door when he heard his wife's words. He angrily walked to Ban Han's side and sat down. His face was full of grievances. "We already have 2 children, but you still dislike me." Yin Clan didn't even look at his grievances. "Whether I dislike you or not, don't you know? Ban Hui used to be a famous playboy in the capital. Who would want to marry their daughter to him? Only her mother died early, her father was heartless, and her stepmother was a woman with a Buddha's mouth but a snake's heart. In the end, she married Ban Hui. Her life after marriage wasn't as difficult as she imagined. Although Ban Hui was a playboy, he didn't have bad habits like gambling. In fact, he was a bit lazy and liked to play around, but he didn't seem like a playboy in other aspects." "Want some?" Ban Heng picked up a piece of red date cake from the plate and handed it to Ban Yu. He didn't even look at his parents who were saying, "Are you feeling wronged or am I feeling wronged?" and lazily said, "I specially asked around. Many young talents are going to these autumn hunts. Go and see if there's anyone you like." Ban Han felt that the red date cake was a bit greasy, so he threw it back to Ban Heng. "You usually spend a lot of time outside. Which man in the capital has a tall figure, outstanding temperament, good-looking hands, and likes to wear black clothes?" The man in her dreams always seemed to wear black clothes with dark patterns. At first glance, people would think that he was very luxurious. Black clothes? Ban Heng didn't mind that the red date cake was thrown back by Ban Han. He threw it into his mouth and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. "There are tall figures, outstanding temperament, and good-looking hands. But I didn't pay attention. There's really no one who fits these 3 criteria and likes to wear black clothes. Why would he pay attention to whether other men's hands were good-looking or not? Really?" Ban Han held his face. "Think about it again. In the capital, there are always gentlemen who are good-looking. Who doesn't wear light-colored clothes? Why wear black or gray? How can they pretend to be gentlemen?" Ban Heng said angrily. "It's the same as how those talented women in the capital don't dress as gorgeously as you. Do you understand?" Ban Han rolled his eyes. "What's wrong with me dressing gorgeously? I'm beautiful." Ban Heng looked at Ban Han a few times. He had to admit that his sister was really beautiful. But for the young masters of aristocratic families who were good at acting, even if they really had some feelings for his sister, in order to show that they were gentlemen who didn't indulge in beauty and only valued the inner qualities of women, they would only pretend to be more upright and wouldn't even look at his sister. But only they knew how many times they secretly looked at her in their hearts. He was a man himself. Even though he wasn't a gentleman, he still understood the deep-rooted bad habits of men. But Ban Heng would never tell her about such dirty things. His sister wasn't smart. Being a simple Junjun was enough. It wasn't suitable for her to know about those dirty things. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You are the most beautiful in the entire day." Ban Heng nodded perfunctorily. "No matter what other people wear, they can't compare to you. Good boy." Ban Han patted his head and said with a smile, "You should have said that earlier." Recently, she didn't mention her dream much to her family. Her family also mentioned it less. It was as if they were determined to forget what might happen in 5 years and choose to live happily in the present. No matter what, she knew that her family would live well in the future. She was satisfied. At the end of September, it was the time when the leaves fell and the grass withered. The Emperor Yunqing started the annual autumn hunt. Even though the Jingting Marquisate didn't have much power, their family had a high status. They were also related to the imperial family, so they would always have a place in this kind of event. On this day, Ban Han woke up early. She washed her face and put on makeup. She looked in the mirror and carefully drew her makeup. Even though her hair was tied into a man's bun, she wore a woman's gold leaf crown. As long as she moved, it would gently sway with her steps. Ban Heng had already walked around Ban Han's courtyard several times. When he heard Ban Han's footsteps behind him, he said happily, "You finally came out. If you didn't leave now, we would be late." When he saw Ban Han's makeup, he instantly froze. "Io, my dear sister, it made those men lose their mood to hunt." Ban Heng had long known that his sister had prepared a bunch of things for this autumn hunt, such as headgear, riding gear, boots, and so on. He had never understood why his sister could make such a big deal out of it when it was just a hunting trip. But seeing his sister's fiery red dress, Ban Heng proudly puffed out his chest. In the entire Jing city, only his sister could suppress such a bright red. Having such a beautiful sister, he had developed a good habit from a young age, and that was to view beauty as fleeting clouds. In any case, they weren't as beautiful as his sister. The siblings walked to the main courtyard. The Ying clan was waiting for them there. Seeing them come out, she stuffed the fortune pouch that she had begged for a few days ago into the siblings' hands. "Swords have no eyes, you two have to be careful." "Don't worry, mother, I will take good care of Hengdi." Ban Han took the fortune pouch, hung it around his neck, and carefully stuffed it into his clothes. "You really don't want to go? You two go, I don't like riding and shooting arrows. If you go, you can only sit in the tent. It's not as comfortable as staying in the Marquis Fu to have someone to serve you." The Ying clan smiled and touched the golden leaf crown on Ban Han's head. "This is beautiful, it's perfect for you." Ban Han smiled at the Ying clan, and bowed to her in a manly manner. "Mother, wait for me to hunt a few good leather hides for you to use as cushions. Winter is coming, and I was thinking that the cushions at home weren't soft enough." The Ying clan smiled. "Let's go quickly, otherwise it will be late." The siblings bid farewell to their mother, and followed Ban Hui out the door. It was interesting. Even though Ban Hui was the descendant of a great general, he wasn't good at riding and shooting. Usually, he could ride a horse and trot, but it was difficult for him to shoot an arrow. Fortunately, he was open-minded. No matter how others said that he was a disgraceful son of a general, he wouldn't show off because of it. He didn't know where he got his good attitude from. There was a large royal hunting ground in the western suburbs of the capital. There were all kinds of animals there. Even animals that were not supposed to live in the capital would obediently appear on the hunting ground when the emperor hunted. This year's weather is favorable, the grass is plump, and the horses are strong. It will definitely be a bumper harvest. Emperor Yunqing turned his head and said to his two sons behind him, "What is the price of grain this year?" The crown prince's cheeks were red. How could he know the price of food? Recently, his favorite concubine had given birth to a pair of twins. He was so happy that he didn't know north, south, east, west. How could he care about these things? "Father Emperor, why don't you ask your son this kind of question? Why don't you ask those officials?" Second prince was very straightforward and said in a strange tone, "Something that even Big Brother doesn't know, your son definitely doesn't know." Ever since the emperor had wanted him to marry the daughter of the Count of Zhongping, there had been animosity between him and the crown prince. He had even become unscrupulous in front of the emperor. When the Emperor Yunqing saw that one of his sons was mediocre and the other refused to be disciplined, he felt that if he looked at them any longer, he would kick them off his horse. "Junpa, you speak." His two sons were troublesome. The emperor could only find some psychological balance in his favored officials. "Your Majesty, the price of grain in the capital right now is 6 won per liter for white rice, 4 won per liter for brown rice." Xianxia urged his horse forward a few steps. "The price is slightly cheaper than 2 months ago." And Emperor Yunqing nodded in satisfaction. Zhen is comforted to have an official like Junpa. Hearing this, the crown prince's face was so red it was almost dripping blood. Second prince glared at Xianxia with displeasure. It was a pity that Xianxia didn't even look at him. This made him even angrier. Coincidentally, at this time, the people from the Count of Zhongping's fu arrived. Second prince looked at Xia Wanyu on horseback and thought with annoyance that such a mediocre woman was going to marry him as a Wangfei. It really made him unhappy. Xia Wanyu didn't know that her future husband was annoyed with her. When she thought about how she would meet second prince at the hunting grounds today, she didn't sleep well the entire night. She relied on thick makeup to hide the tiredness on her face. If she could raise her head and look at second prince's expression, she would know that the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with might not be the right person for her. Sister Xia, Xianxia was wearing a plain white riding outfit and a gauze hat. When she got close to Xia Wanyu, she lifted the gauze on her hat and revealed her face. "You're one step ahead of me." Xia Wanyu bowed to her father, the Count of Zhongping, and then rode her horse in front of Xianxia. She smiled at her and said, "I was worried that you wouldn't come today." Xianxia looked in the direction of Xianxia. Xianxia was talking to His Majesty and didn't notice her arrival. She was a bit disappointed. She turned to Xia Wanyu and said, "Second prince is really handsome." "You're doing it again." Xia Wanyu's cheeks were red. "If you keep making trouble, I'm going to ignore you." Okay. I won't make trouble." Xianxia kept looking at Xianxia out of the corner of her eye. Other than talking to His Majesty, Xianxia was talking to other officials. She didn't even look at them once. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of a horse's hooves came from behind. Xianxia looked back and saw a beautiful horse carrying a woman in red galloping towards them. Although the woman was still some distance away from her, Xianxia's intuition told her that this woman would definitely attract the attention of many people present. As the horse came closer, Xianxia recognized who it was. Ban Han. It was her. It really was her. She looked at the beautiful and delicate crown with golden leaves on Ban Han's hair and turned her head to look at Xianxia. However, this one glance made her heart feel as if it was being pricked by needles, and it was extremely painful. "Oh, the girl from the Ban family is here." Hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, the emperor wondered who was riding the horse. He looked up and the smile on his face suddenly became wider. "I knew it. Except for this girl, not many people would dare to do this in front of me." Xianxia followed Emperor Yunqing's line of sight and looked over. White and red clothes, with great beauty and a golden crown. On the golden ground, they looked particularly dazzling. "Hiya!" Seeing the emperor and his entourage, Ban Han whipped the horse and sped up to the emperor. She jumped off the horse and saluted to the emperor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Get up, get up." Emperor Yunqing smiled and looked behind her. "Where are your father and brother? Their horsemanship is not as good as mine." "I was anxious to see Your Majesty, so I came here first." Ban Han smiled and took a step forward. "I haven't seen Your Majesty for a few days. Your Majesty looks more handsome." "Girl, you are used to talking nonsense." Emperor Yunqing looked at the lively girl in front of him and the smile on his face deepened. "I'm old. I can't compare with you young people. Your Majesty, you are the ruler of the world, a wise ruler. How can you compare with a little girl like me?" Ban Han knew how to flatter the emperor from a young age. Even though she was only the emperor's niece, in front of the emperor, she had more face than the other princes and princesses. The number of times the emperor smiled at her was more than the number of times the daughters of the concubines. "Ha ha ha ha," the emperor laughed loudly. Good. I'll give this horsewhip to you, a little girl. I hope you can bring back good things." He looked at the lively and beautiful girl in front of him and felt it was a pity. If she wasn't his niece, he would definitely take her into the palace and make her a favorite concubine. He would give her the most beautiful jewels, the most beautiful cloth, and raise her well. Fortunately, Emperor Yunqing's moral integrity was still acceptable. His love for Ban Han was maintained at the level of uncle and nephew. He was also a very clear-headed father. Even though he favored Ban Han, he would never let his son marry a woman like this. It was okay to spoil this kind of girl as a junior, but if he married her and made her his daughter-in-law, it would be a bit troublesome. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ban Han took the horsewhip and swung it in her hand. Your Majesty's whip is still the best. After she finished speaking, she took the whip from her waist and threw it to the side in disgust. Then she took the horsewhip that Emperor Yunqing gave her and tied it to her waist. When this subject's daughter hunts something good, I'll give it to you. Jiang Luo's eyes fell on Ban Han's white and tender earlobes and wrists. Then he quickly moved his eyes away and raised his eyebrows in disdain. After so many years, Ban Han's flattery skills were still exaggerated and crude. But his father, the emperor, liked to eat this. He liked to give her things when he had nothing to do. This made her more and more undisciplined and arrogant. Thinking about how Ban Han had also made things difficult for the woman he liked, Jiang Luo became even more picky with her. No wonder no man dared to marry her. This kind of woman, his eyes swept over Ban Han's tender and smooth face. He wouldn't want this kind of beautiful woman even if she was given to him. This subject greets Your Majesty. The Ban family's father and son finally caught up. Ban Huai didn't say anything and directly asked Emperor Yunqing for forgiveness. This subject's daughter is rude. This subject didn't discipline her well enough. Your Majesty, please forgive this subject. Forgive what? Emperor Yunqing's smile didn't disappear. I think your daughter is very good. Don't restrain her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ban Huai took advantage of the situation and stood up straight without hesitation. He tactfully dragged his son and blended into the crowd of officials. Your Majesty, this subject's daughter will also take her leave. Ban Han touched the horsewhip at her waist and looked like she couldn't wait to show it off. Go, go. Emperor Yunqing saw through her intentions and waved his hand to let her go play by herself. He was an elder, an emperor, and a man. When he saw that the beautiful and delicate junior liked what he gave her and was so happy that she wanted to show it off to others, her straightforwardness was very pleasing to him. With Ban Han's interruption, the emperor forgot about the displeasure the crown prince and second prince had caused him. He looked at the sky and said to the people behind him, "Get ready to start." Before the start of the hunt, there would be people from the Ministry of Rites setting up an altar to pray to the heavens that everyone would be able to return safely with their harvest. This custom, which had been passed down from ancient times, had become a formality for the royal family before the hunt. However, this was related to the safety of the royal family and the court officials, so no one dared to be careless. Isn't it just a whip? Look at how frivolous she is. Xiaowanyu saw some short-sighted noblewomen surrounding Ban Han and flattering her. He felt very sick of it. He turned to Xianxia and said, "How did the Jingting Marquisate raise such a daughter?" Xianxia sneered and said, "An idiot will always be an idiot. How can she act like this in front of so many people? How vulgar." Xiaowanyu looked at Xianxia in surprise. Although Xianxia didn't like Ban Han's behavior before, he had never used such a sharp tone to talk to her. Today was the first time. Xianxia also realized that he was a little overboard, so he forced a smile and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to rest. There's no need to fight with those stinky men for the prey." Okay. Xiaowanyu nodded and didn't take Xianxia's strange behavior to heart. The guards led the way. After the Emperor Yunqing hunted down a prey, the hunt officially began. Your Highness. A guard came over on his horse with a bloody rabbit in his hand. Ban Han had just hunted it. Its skin is injured, so it can only be used for meat. Ban Han shook her head regretfully. She patted the horse under her, "Keep looking. Go." Shoo. When they reached a dense forest, Ban Han pulled on the reins to make the horse stop. She touched the horse's neck and said to the guard behind her, "Don't make a sound." In the grass, a white fox's tail appeared. Banley placed an arrow on the bowstring, took aim, and pulled the bowstring to shoot. Whoosh! Just as Ban Han's arrow hit the white fox's hind leg, another arrow came and hit the white fox's other leg. She turned around and saw the second prince appear behind her with a few guards. He must have been the one who shot the arrow. Cousin. The second prince lazily looked at Ban Han. He turned his head and asked the guard next to him to go and pick up the prey. Your Highness. Ban Han noticed the second prince's movements. I hunted the white fox first. Oh. The second prince threw the bow in his hand to the guard next to him. He squeezed the horse's belly with his legs and moved closer to Ban Han. But this white fox's leg also has my arrow feather mark. Is that so? Ban Han jumped off the horse and took the white fox from the second prince's guard. She reached out and pulled the arrow from the second prince's hand. Then she handed the white fox to her guard. So it's gone? You. The second prince was so angry that his hand trembled. He pointed at a guard and said, You, go and take the fox back for me. Ban Han glanced at the guard and then covered her face with her hands. Woo, the second prince is bullying a girl. He wants to take my fox. Just at this time, the sound of horse hooves came from not far away. Maybe it was because they heard a girl crying, so they rushed over. Xianxia and a few other noblemen were preparing to hunt 2 rabbits when an earth-shattering cry was heard. The rabbits ran away, but they could not sit back and do nothing. When the Chongqing of Gojoseon heard that the crying sound was not far from them, he said, Let's go and take a look. The Chongqing of Gojoseon was the late emperor's nephew, which meant that he was the current emperor's younger cousin. He held the title of Duke of Gojoseon. He was young and had high seniority, so his words carried a lot of weight in this group of people. When everyone got closer, they saw a girl in red squatting on the ground, crying sadly. The second prince was riding on his horse and yelling at the girl. It seemed that the second prince was bullying the girl. The women who could come here to participate in the hunt all had extraordinary statuses. Even if the second prince had a noble status, he could not yell at a girl like this. He had gone too far. Xianxia immediately recognized the girl sitting on the ground as Ban Han. He looked at the second prince who was still yelling and frowned. The second prince had lived for 20 years, but he had never met such a rude and unreasonable woman. He did not do anything to her, but her crying could be heard throughout the forest. He was anxious and angry, so he could not help but yell at Ban Han. However, Ban Han did not stop crying. Instead, she cried even harder. Ban Han, you better stop. If you cry again, do you believe that I will punish you? Woo. You. Your Highness, Xianxia got off his horse and walked to the second prince's horse. He bowed to him. Ban Junjun is just a girl. You are a magnanimous person. There is no need to lower yourself to her level. In public, you are a prince, and she is a Junjun. In private, you are the older cousin, and Ban Junjun is your younger cousin. It is not good for you to fight like this. What do you mean? The second prince was so angry that he frowned. Am I the kind of man who bullies a woman for no reason? Xianxia bowed again. Your Highness, please calm down. This humble servant does not dare. The second prince looked at Xianxia's gentle face and felt that this person was not pleasing to the eye. Although he said that he did not dare, his eyes showed that he did not care about the second prince. The second prince felt that he was not angry at all. Instead, he was furious. He pointed at Ban Han. Ban Han, tell me, did I bully you? Ban Yu secretly glanced at Xianxia, who was standing in front of her, through the gaps between her fingers. She rubbed her eyes and hid 2 steps behind Xianxia with a pair of red eyes. She shook her head with an expression that said, I'm very wronged, but I can only endure it. Luo, the Chongqing of Gojoseon could not stand it anymore and said, Don't make trouble. Hua is your younger cousin. You can't bully her. The second prince felt that he could not explain himself. Uncle, why would I bully her? Who knows why she is crying and making trouble? The Chongqing of Gojoseon was 23 years old this year. Because his father was the brother of the late emperor, he was very close to the current emperor. Although he was very young, his seniority was high. Not to mention the second prince, even the crown prince had to give him some face. Ban Jin didn't care how aggrieved Jiang Luo was. Ever since she was young, every time she entered the palace, Jiang Luo would bully her. But since she was young, she understood a principle. A crying child would get milk, so she didn't suffer much. Later, when she grew up, most of the princes in the palace were adults. She met the princes less and less often. Other than on important occasions, it was very difficult for her to meet the second prince. Who knew that after 4 or 5 years of not interacting with him, he would come to snatch something from her? He did not ask around. Who in the capital did not know that Ban Han was not stingy with her reputation? Xianxia saw that Ban Han did not say anything. He thought that she was frightened by the second prince, and turned his head to look at her. He was half a head taller than Ban Han. Ban Han also had her head lowered, so Xianxia could only see the golden crown on her head. He did not know how this golden crown was made. The golden leaves were vivid and lifelike, and they were as thin as cicadas' wings. When the wind blew, they gently trembled. There was a kind of luxurious beauty. At this moment, Ban Han, who originally had her head lowered, looked up. A pair of large eyes fell into Xia's line of sight. Swish. The golden leaves on Ban Han's head trembled even more. She blinked and gave Xia a grateful smile. Xia thought that Commandery Prince Ban looked quite likable when he smiled. His eyes were curved like the crescent moon in the sky. Cousin, the Chongqing of Gojoseon had always been very tolerant of beautiful girls, so he smiled at Ban Han and said, come and hunt with us. Thank you, uncle. Ban Han bowed to the Chongqing of Gojoseon, and then pretended to look worriedly at the second prince. Her expression was slightly exaggerated. Don't be afraid. Your cousin is just a bit straightforward. He doesn't have any bad intentions. The Chongqing of Gojoseon glared at the second prince, indicating that he should not speak and scare Ban Han. What did you just hunt? Just a fox. Ban Han touched the whip at her waist. His Majesty gave me a horsewhip, so I wanted to hunt a pretty little thing to give to His Majesty. Speaking of this, her beautiful large eyes looked at the second prince, and she felt wronged again. The nobles who came with the Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at the second prince strangely. He even stole a girl's prey. This second prince was really unique. Although Ban Han was a bit reckless, she was still the granddaughter of the Princess Royal. If it wasn't for the Princess Royal's protection, the emperor might not have been able to ascend the throne. Now that the Princess Royal was still alive, the second prince was bullying her only granddaughter. So unkind. The second prince hadn't been so aggrieved in a long time. This woman was shameless and unreasonable. He really didn't know how the Marquis of Jingting taught her. She was part of the royal bloodline. How could she be so undignified? And the way the other nobles looked at him. Although they didn't say a word, the second prince felt that they already despised him in their hearts. So angry, Ban Han, that shameless *tch. Other girls are admiring the scenery and composing poems, but you came here to hunt. Swords have no eyes. What if you get hurt? The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at the prey on the back of Ban Han's guard. Oh, you've got a lot of prey. I don't like to compose poems. I won't join them. As they spoke, Ban Han shot a bird with his bow. The Chongqing of Gojoseon saw this and shook his head. No wonder she couldn't find a suitable husband with such a beautiful face. Most of the men in the world preferred gentle women. It was really difficult to deal with someone like his Wan. Men with high statuses were unwilling to marry her, but men with low statuses were not worthy of her. It was really troublesome to be neither high nor low. If she restrained her temper, she could marry into the royal family. Unfortunately, with her impetuous temperament, she probably wasn't suitable to stay in the royal family. Aunt probably couldn't bear to let her go. Looking at the prey the guard brought back, the fur on the belly was stained with blood. When young girls saw cute animals, they couldn't bear to hurt them. However, when Hua saw a fox, she thought of its fur. When she saw a pheasant, she thought of its tail feathers. When she saw a rabbit, she thought of roasted rabbit meat. The Jingting Marquisate really didn't know how to teach children. What had they taught such a beautiful girl to be like? Whoosh! An arrow suddenly flew out and pierced the neck of a white-furred deer. Ban Han suddenly turned around and saw Xianxua's bow that he hadn't had time to put away. Good archery. She thought that a gentleman like Xianxua didn't like to hunt. After all, it was stained with blood. You flatter me, Junjun. Xianxia handed the bow to the guard and smiled faintly. It was just a coincidence. Ah. Ban Han suddenly clapped her hands. Hurry and have someone bring something to collect the deer blood. Don't waste it. It's very nutritious. Xianxia smiled and said to the guard behind her, "What are you waiting for? Do as Junjun says." "Yes." The guard immediately dismounted and took a silver pot to collect the deer blood. It was a happy thing that others were willing to listen to their good advice. Therefore, Ban Han gave Xianxia a big smile. This smile made the noblemen a little dazed and their hearts skipped a beat. It's almost noon. Xia Wanyu stood on her tiptoes and looked in the direction of the forest. Those people who went out to hunt should be back soon. Just as she was thinking this, a group of people walked out of the forest. The one at the front was the Chongqing of Gojoseon, accompanied by a man and a woman. Xia Wanyu immediately recognized that the elegant man was Chenonbua, and the woman, Ban Han. The woman walking side by side with Chenonbua was Ban Han. Chenonbua was such a handsome and elegant gentleman. How could he appear in the same place as Ban Han? Xia Wanyu was stunned. After a while, she came back to her senses. She turned her head and looked at her friend, Xianxia, worriedly. As expected, Xianxia's expression was very bad. Feixian, Xia Wanyu grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, "Don't think too much. Maybe they just happened to meet and came back together." Xianxia forced a smile and said, "Why should I care who Chenonbua is close to?" Xia Wanyu knew that she was upset. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry. I'll always have a chance to make her feel bad." "Wanyu, thank you. But don't do this. What if you cause trouble and affect your good impression in front of His Majesty and the second prince?" Xianxian hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Don't be impulsive." Xia Wanyu suddenly remembered that she was the future daughter-in-law of the imperial family. She should be dignified. If she went to make trouble for Ban Han, it wouldn't do her any good. Thinking of this, she gave up the idea of making trouble for Ban Han. It turned out that she was such a selfish person. The more Xia Wanyu thought about it, the guiltier she felt. She looked away and didn't dare to look into Xianxian's eyes. Xianxian pretended that she didn't see Xia Wanyu's avoidance. She grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. His Majesty is going to hold a barbecue feast. We can't be late." "Okay." Looking at her friend, Xia Wanyu felt even more guilty. She had said that she would send the prey to His Majesty, so she had to do it. Ban Han had always been a woman who kept her word. Emperor Yunqing's tent was in the middle of the tent. It was black and had a soaring golden dragon embroidered on it. This was the emperor's tent. Chongqing of Gojoseon stood outside the tent with Ban Han and the others, waiting for Emperor Yunqing's summons. Emperor Yunqing had also just returned from hunting. After changing into a set of dry robes, he heard that the Chongqing of Gojoseon and a few of his juniors had arrived. He immediately summoned them in. After a round of greetings, Emperor Yunqing saw that Ban Han was still holding a live fox in his hand. He smiled and said, "Hua Hua, what are you doing with this fox?" "Your Majesty, I'm here to present you with a gift." Ban Han widened his eyes. "Didn't we agree before we left that we would give you the good stuff we hunted?" Emperor Yunqing was stunned for a moment. He thought that this little girl was just joking and didn't take her words to heart. Who knew that she actually hunted? "Something good?" "Wangda, put away the game that Junjun gave me. I think the skin is pretty good. When the weather gets cold, I'll use it to make a scarf." Emperor Yunqing was very happy. He teased, "You went out for so long today, and you only hunted this fox?" "I hunted some other things, but they were all gray rabbits or small sparrows. This subject's daughter is too embarrassed to dirty your eyes with them." Ban Han was a bit embarrassed. "This white fox is barely worthy of being presented to you. You're such a young girl. It's not bad that you hunted so many things." Emperor Yunqing laughed and comforted Ban Han. He also rewarded her with a fat rabbit and a gene of venison. These were all hunted by Emperor Yunqing himself. They were very meaningful. Chongqing of Gojoseon, Chenonbua, and the others also received rewards. Emperor Yunqing wanted to speak with Chongqing of Gojoseon, so Ban Han and the others all left. Chenonbua. Ban Han held the bundled venison and rabbit in her hands. She didn't want anyone else to interfere. She tilted her head and looked at Xianxia. "Thank you for just now. Junjun Ban, you're too kind." Xianxia saw how happy she was holding the things. "I just happened to pass by. If it wasn't for me today, there would be someone else willing to stand up for Junjun. Even so, the person who stood in front of me today was you. Ban Han thought for a moment. She took a pheasant and a gray rabbit from the imperial bodyguard. Thank you. Looking at the pheasant that was still dripping with blood, Xianxia reached out and took it. She smiled and said, "Thank you. I just happened to be unlucky today. I didn't hunt a single pheasant." "You're welcome." Ban Han generously waved her hand. Then she took another pheasant and handed it to Xianxia. "Here, take it." Looking at the bloody pheasant, Xianxia still smiled and took it. "I'm going to find father and Didi. Goodbye." Ban Han held the things that the emperor had given her. She could only give Xianxia a strange salute. Then she turned and ran in the direction of Ban Hui and Ban Heng. "Uncle, let this little one take it." Xia's bodyguard looked at the pheasant that was still stubbornly bent with blood dripping from its belly. He felt that Ban Junjun was a good girl. It was too improper for her to carry such a dirty thing with her bare hands. "No need." Xia's smile was a bit strange. "This is the first time a little girl comforted me with game." Because he didn't hunt a pheasant, she gave him her own pheasant. She didn't think that as a man, he would be embarrassed if a woman gave him game as a gift. "Sister, the rabbit you brought back is so fat. It will be delicious when roasted later." Ban Heng saw the fat rabbit in Ban Han's hand and immediately ordered the bodyguard to deal with it. "I also brought a jar of chili sauce from the barbarian land. It will be delicious when roasted later." "I didn't hunt this rabbit. His Majesty gave it to me." Ban Han stuffed the venison into the bodyguard's hands and told him to deal with it. "I gave a portion of what I hunted to my mother. It's not enough." Ban Heng leaned over to Ban Han's ear and whispered, "Flatterer. Don't eat it later if you have the ability." Ban Han rolled his eyes at him. Ban Heng immediately changed his words. "Sister, I'm your younger brother. If you weren't my younger brother, you wouldn't be alive today with such a mouth." Ban Han glared at him. "Where is the thing you hunted?" Ban Heng was speechless. He obviously knew that his riding and archery skills were not good, yet he still asked him. The female bodyguard brought water. After Ban Han washed the blood off his hands, another female bodyguard brought lemonade. Ban Han soaked his hands in the lemonade for a while and then took them out. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "Try not to drink later. The imperial doctor said that drinking too early is not good for the body." Ban Heng nodded. "Don't worry. If I don't drink, no one will dare to force me to drink." Ban Han thought for a while and nodded. "That's true. It was said that more than 10 years ago, someone forced her father to drink. After her father got drunk, he began to act crazily. He smashed whatever he could get his hands on and chopped whatever he saw. Since then, no one dared to force her father to drink." Ban Han once suspected that her father was pretending to be crazy and deliberately tormenting people. However, based on her father's temperament, he would have bragged about such a proud story over and over again. However, he never mentioned it until now. It could be seen that he was really acting crazily because he was drunk. The autumn hunt was originally an entertainment activity for the emperor, the nobles, and the ministers, so after noon, many grills were set up in the middle of the open space. Some were for the nobles to grill themselves, and some were for the servants to grill before serving to the nobles. Ban Hui didn't have any real power, but because his birth mother was a princess royal, the Ban family's grill was relatively close to the emperor. The Count of Xianxia was the future in-laws of the imperial family, so his family's grill was placed below the Ban family's grill. Everyone in the imperial court knew that these two families didn't get along. Now that the two families' grills were placed together, people couldn't help but suspect that the eunuch who arranged the grills didn't do a good job. No matter what the reason was, the emperor was already sitting at the head of the table. If the people below him were to switch places, for the emperor, it wouldn't be very pleasant. The Count of Xianxia and Ban Hui looked at each other with disgust. Ban Hui said to the guard, "Move the meat to the right. Don't spoil the taste." The Count of Xianxia sneered, with an expression that said, "I won't argue with you." Ban Hui felt satisfied when he saw that the Count of Xianxia was obviously very angry, but pretended not to care. As a female, Ban Han didn't sit with them. Instead, she sat on the other side with the empress, the princesses, and the others. She had the best relationship with Princess Enlu, who was the daughter of the empress. The other princesses only had some feelings for her, and some didn't even have any feelings for her. It was no wonder. They were princesses, but in front of their father, they didn't have as much face as a female cousin. This made it difficult for them to have a good impression of Ban Han. However, these princesses were all smart people. They knew that Fu Huang respected the empress the most and valued the legitimate children the most. So even though they were jealous of Ban Han, they were very friendly on the surface. So spicy, Princess Enlu drank several mouthfuls of water to suppress the spiciness on the tip of her tongue. I can't stand this. Ban Han placed a skewer of roasted rabbit meat in front of her. Try this. Princess Enlu picked up the roasted meat and placed it on the plate. Using her chopsticks, she tasted it. The roasted meat still had a spicy taste, but it was more fragrant. The empress looked at Ban Han, who was happily chatting with Enlu, and then looked at Xianxia and Xiaowanyu, who were sitting on the other side. As a mother, she naturally understood her son's thoughts. Xianxia was born in a noble family and had a grandfather who was the right prime minister. Her status was higher than Xiaowanyu's, but the emperor wasn't willing to let Laoer marry Xianxia. No matter what she said, it was useless. When it was announced that Ban Han and Xinyu's engagement was cancelled, she was worried that the emperor would let Laoer marry Ban Han. Fortunately, the emperor wasn't muddle-headed and didn't plan on marrying an imperial daughter-in-law. In the empress' eyes, Ban Han was very likable, but that was it. Empress, His Majesty just roasted rabbit meat himself and had this servant bring it over to let you have a taste of His Majesty's cooking. Wang De came over with a plate with several skewers of meat on it. Ban Han took a look and saw that the meat was red and black. The appearance was too horrible to look at. It seemed that Wang De wasn't lying. Only His Majesty would send this kind of thing to the empress. The empress looked at this disgusting thing and wanted to reject it in her heart. But there were so many people outside, so she had to give the emperor face. So not only did she eat 2 skewers of meat, she also praised the emperor's cooking. Junjun Ban, Princess Kongming said to Ban Han, it seems that you're really looking forward to this autumn hunt. You even brought chili sauce from the barbarian land. Ban Han looked at the chili sauce in front of him and said after a while, oh. So what was the point? I heard that these barbarians eat raw meat and drink blood. They are very barbaric and are eyeing our prosperous land covetously. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for the Jingting Marquisate to have dealings with the barbarians? Kongming stood up and curtsied to Ban Han as an equal. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I just hope that you can be more careful. Ban Han tilted his head and looked at Kongming in confusion. He didn't return her salute. Dealings? Kongming saw that Ban Han was still sitting steadily and smiled. Yes, people like us shouldn't have dealings with these kinds of people. That's right. People like us only need to ask for food and someone will bring it to us. Don't tell me that we need to deal with someone just for a mouthful of food? Ban Yu looked baffled. Princess Kongming, what are you thinking about? Hua Hua is right. You little girls don't need to worry about these things. The empress smiled. Kongming, you little girl, everything is good, but your mind is too deep. The empress' words were like a slap to Kongming's face. An unmarried little girl was being criticized by the mother of the country for being too deep. It wasn't a compliment. Kongming's heart was bleeding with hatred, but she still bowed to the empress. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your advice. What the empress disliked the most was her forbearance because it reminded her of the days when she was the crown princess but wasn't valued by the previous emperor. Kongming's mother was more respected by the empress dowager. As the crown princess, her words didn't carry as much weight as a Wang Fei. She always remembered this shame in her heart. Kongming was the child of this couple. The empress couldn't like her. Kongming was usually obedient in front of her, but in the empress dowager's eyes, it was all an act, just like her mother, who was good at acting. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Princess Annal felt that Kongming was a little boring. She whispered to Ban Han, she can talk so much about eating. Isn't she tired? Do you think she wants to eat chili sauce but is too shy to ask me? Ban Han brushed a thin layer of chili oil on the skewers and hid the chili sauce between the two of them. I only have half a jar, and I snatched it from Ban Heng. Did you bully him again? Princess Annal couldn't help but laugh. Other older sisters all treat their younger brothers like the apple of their eye, unlike you. Also, what was wrong with this girl's brain? How could she think that Princess Kong Ning was making things difficult for her just because of some chili sauce? Ban Han said, I'm just a weak little girl. He should give in to me. When Enlu heard this, he was both envious and sad. Although Imperial Father doted on her, she could never surpass the Crown Prince and second brother. Even the man she married was not chosen by herself. If it wasn't for this man seeking death and having a mistress, she wouldn't be able to live as freely as she was now. After the barbecue, Emperor Yunqing sent someone over. He said that he had built a shooting range outside for the Empress and the other noble ladies to watch the warriors compete. When the Empress heard this, she smiled and said, Okay, we'll go now. After the group washed their hands and rinsed their mouths, they followed the Empress to the shooting range outside. In just a short 2 hours, there was a row of targets for the archery competition in the original open space. Ban Han saw that Ban Heng was with a few of his disreputable friends, so he didn't go over to find him. Royal Prince Ban, Kong Ning took the opportunity to walk in front of Ban Han. I misspoke just now. Please don't take it to heart. When Ban Han saw her wronged and pitiful appearance, he raised his eyebrows. What are you talking about? It's. Princess Kong Ning's cheeks were red, and she seemed to find it difficult to speak. Ban Han, you should know your place. A little girl wearing a blue riding suit walked to Kong Ning's side. Her Royal Highness has a good temper and won't lower herself to your level. But you're just a small royal prince. Can you accept the royal princess's gift? And who are you? Ban Han glanced at the little girl lightly. I didn't ask her to give me this gift. Why can't I accept it? She didn't know what was going on. These unmarried noble ladies liked to play the game of retreating in order to advance. They pretended to be wronged so that others would sympathize with them. She didn't know what it meant. Was the sympathy and pity of others so important that they had to bend their backs and do things they didn't want to do? If she were Kong Ning, she would never bow to a royal prince. Even if others said that she was a bully, she wouldn't bend her back. The girl in blue was Li Xiaoru, who was ridiculed by Ban Han last time when Princess Annal held the chrysanthemum and crab feast. He had never paid attention to her. Since that incident, Li Xiaoru had been ridiculed for a long time. So when she saw that Ban Han dared to accept Princess Kong Ning's gift, she couldn't help but jump out. Royal Prince Ban, as expected, you have short memories. I'm Li Xiaoru, who was ridiculed by you for having an ordinary appearance. Li Xiaoru sneered. What? You don't remember me? Ban Han gave her a knowing look. Miss Li, you really have great foresight. Pfft. Ban Han turned his head and saw a well-dressed young man standing not far away. He looked a bit similar to Kong Ning. He should be the heir apparent of the Prince Hui mansion, Kong Ning's twin brother, Jiang Yuchen. Didn't he go out to study 3 years ago? Why did he come back now? Brother. When Kong Ning saw Jiang Yuchen, she looked even more wronged. She walked in front of Jiang Yuchen and lowered her head without saying a word. Ban Han frowned. Was she going to ask her brother for help? She reached out to pull out the horsewhip at her waist and saluted Jiang Yuchen. Greetings, heir apparent. Jiang Yuchen saw that the whip in Ban Han's hand didn't look like an ordinary thing. The handle was wrapped in gold and black silk. He guessed that this horsewhip was probably used by the emperor. But he didn't know how it ended up in this girl's hands. No matter what the reason was, this girl should be very respected in front of the emperor. Otherwise, with his sister's personality, she wouldn't be so patient with her. No one knew his sister's personality better than Jiang Yuchen. But what this girl said just now was quite interesting. He rarely saw people speak and act so straightforwardly. She didn't give people a way out. Miss, you're too polite. I don't know what my sister has done wrong to offend you. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive me. Jiang Yuchen saluted Ban Han. Ban Han felt that the brother and sister of the Prince Hui mansion were a bit strange. They liked to salute people for no reason. They were simply looking for trouble. What are you doing? Ban Han saw a girl dressed in blue glaring at his sister from afar. He was worried that his sister would be bullied, so he rushed over with a few bodyguards and blocked Ban Han behind him. When he saw who it was, he said in a strange tone, "Oh, isn't this His Highness Prince Hui's heir apparent? Didn't you say that the capital was noisy and tacky, so you went to travel around to study? Why are you back now?" 8 years ago, Ban Han followed his grandmother to visit a minister's home. He was young and playful, so he hid in the rockery and waited for others to come find him. Who would have thought that he would hear Jiang Yuchen badmouthing his father to the servants? He had been a devil incarnate since he was young. How could he tolerate others badmouthing his father? He immediately shouted this matter out. Because of this, the matter became a big deal. Not only did His Majesty issue an imperial edict to reprimand Prince Hui for not teaching his son well, but he also said that Jiang Yuchen had no respect for his elders and went against the principles of a gentleman. After this matter, he almost lost his position as heir. In the end, his grandmother was soft-hearted and spoke a few good words for him in front of His Majesty. Only then did His Majesty withdraw the edict to remove Jiang Yuchen from his position as heir. Since then, Jiang Yuchen rarely appeared in front of others. 4 years ago, he left the capital to study. Before he left, he said that the capital was filthy and not a peaceful place. It was clear that one shouldn't speak too confidently. After only a few years, he came back with his tail between his legs. "Ban Heng, shut up." When Kong Ming heard this, he remembered that the things his brother had encountered were all caused by Ban Heng. His hatred for the Ban family grew even stronger. "Why are you yelling at my brother?" Hearing Kong Ming yelling and glaring at his brother, Ban Han was unhappy. He pulled his stupid brother to his side. "Princess Kong Ming, this is my Ban family's heir, not your family's servant. You don't have the right to be angry at him." Kong Ming's anger was also provoked by Ban Han. "He's just a marquis heir. In front of my brother, he has to be obedient and salute. What's there to be arrogant about? Junpo, why are they quarreling over there?" Emperor Yunqing heard the faint sounds of arguing not far away. One of the voices sounded like Ban Han, so he called Xianxia over and whispered to him, "Take some people over there and have a look." Junpo was so handsome. When those young girls saw him, they would restrain their anger. "Ban Han, don't think that I don't dare to do anything to you. I'm so scared." "What, you're finally not calling me Ban Jinjin anymore? Can't keep up the pretense?" Ban Han rolled his eyes at Kong Ming. "My family didn't raise a gentleman who would slander his elders behind his back. We also didn't raise a gentleman who wouldn't let go of the position of heir and pretend to be virtuous and say that the capital is a filthy place. Back then, if it weren't for someone's mother crying and begging in front of my grandmother and barely keeping the position of heir, would you have the right to yell at my younger brother?" No matter how stupid her younger brother was, he was still Ban Han's younger brother. Who did Kong Ming think she was that she dared to yell at the Ban family? Even if the Ban family was going to decline, it would happen 5 years later, not now. Yes, our family is full of hypocrites, unlike someone who brags about her beauty and has had her engagement broken off several times. Who in the capital doesn't know that someone is a jinx to her husband and can't get married? Let's see which promising man in the capital is willing to marry you. Ban Han poked at Kong Ming's sore spot and she began to speak without thinking. "When your younger brother marries a new wife, will you still have a place to be arrogant in Jingting Marquisate? Only your brother can do this kind of thing. Don't think that all men in the world are hypocrites like your family," Ban Heng spat. "My sister can be arrogant as she wants in the future. Our whole family will be happy to spoil her. What does it have to do with you? Besides, my sister is beautiful, 10 times more beautiful than you. It's useless for you to be jealous." Kong Ming's thoughts were truly vicious. She actually dared to sow discord between him and his sister. Was he the kind of person who would forget about his sister once he got a wife? Kong Ming didn't expect that Ban Han, a man, would interrupt her when she was arguing with Ban Heng. She was so angry that she forgot to blink. Was this the upbringing of Jingting Marquisate? Was this the demeanor of the heir of Jingting Marquisate? "Ban Shitzi, it's a small matter between women. As a man, isn't it inappropriate for you to intervene?" Jiang Yuchen frowned and looked displeased. "What's wrong with that? I'm here anyway. No one can bully my sister. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Ban Heng snorted. He didn't have a good reputation anyway, so it didn't matter if people said bad things about him. If a man still wanted to maintain his so-called gentlemanly demeanor while watching his own family being bullied, then there would be something wrong with his brain. The Ban family siblings were like copper peas that couldn't be steamed or beaten to a pulp. The Ban family is really well educated. He insulted the descendants of the royal family and bullied a weak woman as a man. It's really amazing. Kong Ning was so angry that she laughed. Brother, a gentleman like you shouldn't be like this. She looked at Ban Heng with disdain. Don't bother with this kind of person. A gentleman? Ban Han said sarcastically, what kind of gentleman is he? Chang'anbua never boasted of being a gentleman, but who in the capital doesn't know that he is? With your family's hypocrisy, you still have the nerve to call yourself a gentleman? Bah! Ban Heng, who was standing by the side, spat on the ground. He used his actions to express his disdain for the siblings from the Prince Hui's mansion. The Prince Hui mansion siblings were obviously older than the Jingting Marquisate siblings, and their methods of doing things were better than the Jingting Marquisate siblings. But at this moment, Xianxia felt that the Prince Hui mansion siblings were being bullied by the Ban family siblings. Wang De, who had accompanied Chang'anbua, saw that he stood to the side and didn't continue to walk forward. He also maintained a smile and stood behind Chang'anbua. As His Majesty's trusted eunuch, he had never seen any noble ladies quarrel so straightforwardly. Seeing that the Jingting Marquisate siblings didn't seem to be at a disadvantage, he felt relieved. Everyone in the Great Moon Palace knew who was more important in the Emperor's heart, Princess Kong Ning and Commandery Prince Ban. You two are really inhumane. Kong Ning was so angry that her eyes turned red. You've gone too far. You and your brother bullied us because of your high status. Not only did you two bully us, but you also turned the tables on us. Ban Han looked at Princess Kong Ning in disbelief. Can you still be reasonable? Reasonable? The most unreasonable people were this pair of brother and sister. Kong Ning turned to look at Li Xiaoru. Miss Li, you saw what happened. Say something fair. Who is the bully? I. Li Xiaoru looked at Ban Han cautiously. Then she remembered that when Ban Han taunted her, Jiang Yuchen laughed at her. Her body swayed, and she fell down weakly with her eyes closed. What was more coincidental was that she just happened to avoid 2 stones and fell on the thick grass. She fainted in such a timely manner. She almost told Princess Kong Ning that she was afraid of Ban Han and didn't dare to provoke her again. At this time, Xianxia, who had been standing aside for a while, was finally willing to stand up. He coughed dryly and said to the guard behind him, go and call 2 nannies to help Miss Li to the tent to rest. Chang'anbua. Jiang Yuchen looked at the man in front of him and remembered that Ban Han just said that he was not as good as Xianxia. His expression didn't look good. Chang'anbua. Kong Ning looked at Xianxia helplessly and bowed to him. Xianxia returned the salute and turned to look at the Ban family siblings. He smiled and said, Commandery Prince Ban, Heir Ban, what's wrong? Ban Heng looked at Ban Han and remembered the embarrassment of being discovered by Xianxia when he buried the silver a month ago. He silently returned the salute. Chang'anbua. Ban Han bowed to Chang'anbua and said, why are you and Wang Gongong here? Wang De bowed to Ban Han. Finally, someone noticed him. Xianxia looked at the siblings in the Prince Hui mansion and naturally took a step towards Ban Han. His Majesty heard some noise here, so he asked me to come and see. Chang'anbua, Ban Han, Xianxia looked at Kong Ning with a smile and gently interrupted her. Princess Kong Ning, Commandery Prince Ban and Heir Ban are the grandchildren of Her Highness the Princess Royal. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to say that they're not human. Kong Ning panicked. Did Chang'anbua see her scolding people just now? She was clearly not like this normally, and she would not say such vulgar and rude words. This was all Ban Yu and Ban Heng's fault. If the siblings did not provoke her, how could she be angered to the point of losing her self-control? Heir Ban and Princess Kong Ning are older than Commandery Prince Ban. I wonder if you can let go of your prejudice for my sake. Xiao's smile became more perfect. But there are some words that shouldn't be said in the future. You're all His Majesty's favorite juniors. If His Majesty heard these words, wouldn't he be worried and sad? Jiang Yuchen sneered in his heart. Rongxia's words were polite, but it was obvious that she was protecting Jingting Marquisate and her brother. They were both His Majesty's favorite juniors. She was just mocking their awkward position in the Prince Hui mansion. He was truly the emperor's good dog, serving dishes according to the dish. Since Jing'anbua has said so, my sister and I aren't calculative people. Jiang Yuchen's tone was a bit stiff. We also hope that Commandery Prince Ban will behave himself in the future. Wang De, who was standing next to them, raised his eyelids. This Prince Hui's heir really didn't know what was good for him. There was no point in continuing this conversation. Ban Han was naturally unhappy when he heard this. When he was about to mock back, Rongxia spoke first. The ancients said that there are 3 ways to be a gentleman. I'm incompetent. A benevolent person doesn't worry. A wise person doesn't have doubts. A brave person doesn't fear. Rongxia put her hands behind her back and said with a faint smile, Your Highness, what do you think? What do you mean, Chenanbua? Just now, I heard Heir Apparent and Princess Kong Ning talking about gentlemen, so I was inspired. Rongxia turned and bowed to Ban Han. A gentleman should not worry, be afraid, and not be confused. I'm just an ordinary person among the common people. I don't deserve Commandery Princess Ban's praise. Rongxia, who was highly praised and even praised by His Majesty himself, said that he was not a gentleman. But the Prince Hui Mansion's heir apparent, who once disrespected his elders, called himself a gentleman. It was ironic. Ban Han could tell that Ching'anbua was mocking Jiang Yuchen. He covered his mouth and laughed quietly. He turned and saw Kong Ning's angry eyes. She rolled her eyes and turned back. Rongxia didn't want to talk nonsense with Jiang Yuchen. Seeing that Jiang Yuchen was speechless, he turned to Ban Han and said, Commandery Princess Ban, Princess Kong Ning, please come this way. Thank you, Chenanbua. Kong Ning suppressed her anger and forced a smile to Rongxia. Rongxia nodded slightly to her. Wang De looked at Princess Kong Ning. She was different from Commandery Princess Ban. If Ching'anbua treated Commandery Princess Ban's younger brother like this, Commandery Princess Ban would definitely explode with Ching'anbua. How could she still smile? A young girl's mind was so deep. How would she live after she got married? Seeing them come over, Emperor Yunqing didn't ask what happened. He just waved to Rongxia and Ban Han. You young people are so playful. Come and see. Who will win? As for Kong Ning and Jiang Yuchen, he seemed to have forgotten about them. He didn't even look at them. The current emperor was narrow-minded and liked to vent his anger. Therefore, Prince Hui and his family had always lived with their heads down in front of him. Ban Han even suspected that if it weren't for the fact that the previous emperor's posthumous edict had instructed His Majesty to take good care of his younger brother, he would have killed this family long ago. Your Majesty, I don't think so. Ban Han looked at the knights in uniform and shook his head. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Yunqing liked this kind of personality of hers where she expressed her thoughts without knowing anything. Then you can pick one. A eunuch came over with a tray. On the tray was a list of names of the warriors. Ban Jin took a look and picked out a person to sign. So soon? Emperor Yunqing looked at Ban Han in surprise. Didn't he say that he didn't know who to choose? His name is the most auspicious. It's definitely the right choice. Ban Han smiled as he showed Emperor Yunqing the name. Then he threw the name into a jade bottle not far from her. Gao Wangxing. Emperor Yunqing immediately laughed. This name was a bit tacky, but it was indeed auspicious. Junpa, Little Hung, you two come and choose one. Emperor Yunqing was in a good mood. He waved his hand and let Ban Han and Rongxia choose. Your Majesty, you know me. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid of using my brain. Ban Han also chose Gao Wangxing's name and threw it into the jade bottle. I believe in Commandery Prince Ban's judgment. Rongxia smiled. He picked up Gao Wangxing's name and put it into the bottle. Emperor Yunqing was very satisfied with Rongxia. He knew who he liked and who he didn't like. His words and actions were elegant, but he wasn't aloof. He only made people feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. When he thought of the ministers in the court who didn't necessarily have great ability, but each of them had a louder voice than the other. They quarreled over trivial matters. He wished that everyone in the court could be like Xianxia. Then he would have a lot of peace. Ban Han turned his head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia also turned to look at him. She gave him a friendly smile. This feeling of others believing in her when even she didn't believe in her own eyes was too good. Kong Ming looked at Xianxia smiling gently at Ban Han. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. However, she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on her face. Even if the emperor didn't care about them, she could only stand to the side and maintain a smile. Mimi, Jiang Yuchen walked in front of her with a guilty expression. I've wronged you. Kong Ming shook her head. She bit her lip and didn't say anything. She didn't feel wronged. At least she ate and dressed well. Her brother had been wandering outside for many years. He had suffered a lot. At this moment, the field suddenly burst into applause and cheers. Kong Ming heard the eunuch in the shooting range ring the bell. The archery competition is over. The winner is Gao Wangxing. Kong Ming smiled bitterly. Some people were born with good luck. Even if they said something casually, it would come true. But why? Why was God so unfair? You are Gao Wangxing? Emperor Yunqing looked at the archer bowing in front of him. This person was short and thin. He didn't look good. He even looked very timid in front of him. He didn't look like a godly archer who could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. However, he still won against the others and became the final victor. Please excuse me. I am him. Miss Ban, you have good taste. Out of so many people, you chose him. Emperor Yunqing pointed at Xianxia and Ban Heng. It's clear that you have good taste. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise. Ban Heng smiled brightly. This year is almost over. Your Majesty, you are the first person to praise me. Emperor Yunqing was amused by Ban Heng's words. He had heard about how foppish his nephew was. But although this child was foppish, he wasn't ridiculous. So as long as he didn't cause any trouble, he would turn a blind eye and pretend he didn't know anything. Ban Heng's words not only amused Emperor Yunqing, but also made the empress and the princesses laugh. In other people's eyes, Ban Heng was deliberately teasing Emperor Yunqing. But Ban Han knew that her brother was sincerely grateful to His Majesty. The shooting range was lively, but the tent was quiet. Li Xiaoru was sitting on the bed in a daze, hugging her quilt. She didn't even notice Xianxia coming in. Xiaoru. Xianxia waved his hand in front of her face. I heard from your servant that you fainted. What happened? Li Xiaoru wanted to tell him what had just happened, but the words were already on the tip of her tongue. However, she immediately thought of Ban Li's difficult character and swallowed her words. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy. Xianxia's eyes swept over her face. He smiled and said, then you have to be careful. Don't ride the horse. Hearing Xianxia's careful advice, Li Xiaoru felt a little guilty. By the way, Princess Kong Ming and Ban Han just had a dispute. Qing'anbo went to mediate. Why would Qing'anbo care about this kind of thing? Xianxia's smile was a little stiff. He gently covered Li Xiaoru with the quilt. Lie down for a while. My bodyguard hunted 2 pheasants. I've already asked someone to stew one. I'll bring it to you later. How could I trouble you? Although we're not sisters, we're as close as sisters. If you say something like that again, you'll be an outsider. Xianxia said as if he didn't mean it. Even Qing'anbo can mediate between 2 unfamiliar women. Can't I worry about you, my good sister? How could it be the same? Qing'anbo was with His Majesty's personal attendant, Wang De. Li Xiaoru said with slight contempt. If it weren't for His Majesty, how could Qing'anbo meddle in the affairs of 2 women? Maybe Qing'anbo saw Ban Han's beauty and saved her like a hero. Xianxia's smile deepened. He joked with her in a relaxed tone. As the saying goes, a gentle and fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. She's not a gentle and fair lady. Thinking of Ban Han's mouth, Li Xiaoru swallowed the rest of her words. She just flattered Xianxia. You're more like a gentle and fair lady. Xianxia blushed and hurried out of the tent. After a day of hunting, Ban Heng accompanied Ban Han back to her tent. Sister, why do I feel that Chingambua is helping us today? Although he didn't study much, he wasn't stupid. He knew that Chingambua was obviously taking sides. Of course he's helping us. Ban Han stretched out 3 fingers. I gave him 2 pheasants and a fat rabbit. Speaking of this, Ban Han felt that she had foresight. She raised her chin proudly. Ban Heng thought that Chingambua was really easy to bribe. 2 pheasants and a wild rabbit were all he needed. Heir Ban, Commandery Princess Ban. 2 blue-clothed guards walked over, each of them holding a tray with venison and deer blood on it. We're Chingambua's guards. Our master ordered us to deliver these things. We hope you can accept them. Ban Heng was stunned for a moment. He asked the guards standing beside the tent to take the tray and said, "Thank you. Please thank Chingambua on behalf of my sister and me." "Heir, you're too kind." The 2 guards bowed and left. It was obvious that Chingambua was a good ruler and had strict rules. "Sister," Ban Heng pointed at the venison. "Is this a gift in return?" Venison was much more expensive than rabbit and pheasant. Was this a profit for their family? After the 2 guards went back, they reported what had happened to Xianxia, including the conversation between the Ban family's sister and brother that they had coincidentally overheard. "You think I'll help you because you gave me game?" Xianxia chuckled. His laughter seemed to have a deeper meaning. He opened the lid of the soup bowl in front of him. A stream of steam rose from the soup bowl. The rich aroma of pheasant meat quickly filled the tent. The pheasant meat was tender and chewy. It wasn't fat or greasy. The soup was delicious and the meat was also delicious. In the grand royal residence of Daning, the Princess Royal put down the bowl and wiped the medicine from the corner of her mouth. After rinsing her mouth, she said, "Did the Ying clan send something over again?" "Isn't that so?" "She's too filial. Usually, when she gets something new, she likes to send it here." This old servant tried to persuade her, but she wasn't willing to listen. The Princess Royal's most respected servant, Chang Mama, said with a smile, "This servant can't do anything about it. Why don't you go and persuade her?" The Princess Royal stared at Chang Mama with a smile. "Look at your mouth, Your Highness." The housekeeper walked in with a smile on his face. "Junjun and Shitzi sent someone to send something over." The Princess Royal looked at the things that the guards brought in. There were some pheasants, hares, birds, and other things. These things weren't rare, but what was rare was the sister and brother's sincerity. The Princess Royal smiled and let the people put these things away. She turned to Chang Mama and said, "It seems that they had a lot of fun at the hunting ground. Young people all like to be lively." Chang Mama thought for a moment and added, "Junjun is becoming more and more doting. During this time, she came here to see you every few days. It can be seen that she relies on you, her grandmother, from the bottom of her heart. Although this child is a little arrogant, her nature is very good. If..." The Princess Royal paused. "In the future, you can go to Huahua to serve. I only have one granddaughter. With you by her side, I can feel more at ease." "Your Highness." Chang Mama looked at the Princess Royal in horror. "What do you want this old servant to do?" She entered the palace at the age of 9. At the age of 13, she was assigned to the Grand Royal Residence by the Department of Household Affairs to serve. At the age of 20, she combed her own hair. She had served in the princess residence for a full 30 years. When she was in the princess residence, Marquis was only about 10 years old, and the prince consort was still there. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. The beautiful Princess Royal became the most respected Princess Royal in the Great Khas dynasty. Her grandchildren also reached the age to talk about marriage. As she watched the Princess Royal grow old bit by bit, she couldn't wait for time to slow down a little more. "You silly girl, in order to serve me in this lifetime, you didn't marry, and you don't have any descendants. After I die, what will you do?" The Princess Royal coughed a few times. "Huahua is the most considerate to the people around her. You've seen a lot of ups and downs in the capital with me. Only by following Huahua can I be at ease with her and you." "Your Highness," Chang Mama almost choked with sobs, "today, he owes you. Born in the royal family, we only care about winning and losing, not about what we owe." The Princess Royal smiled sarcastically. "I already have a good ending. My poor sisters, decades ago, during the struggle for the throne, the princes either died, were imprisoned, or went crazy. Several princesses of golden branches and jade leaves were married. But in the end, they died without knowing why. Among her sisters, she was the only one who lived to this day, the most honorable princess royal in the imperial court. Unfortunately, under the name of the princess royal, there were too many shameful things, too much hatred and helplessness. She was already over 60 years old, and she didn't want to remember it. Tonight, we'll stew pheasant soup. The princess royal smiled faintly. Our family's Huahua personally hunted the pheasant, it must taste good. Yes. Chang Mama wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, bowed to the princess royal, and left with a straight back. The emperor and the courtiers had already stayed in the imperial hunting ground in the suburbs of the capital for 3 days. The emperor had enjoyed himself to the fullest, so naturally, it was time for him to go home. Commandery Princess Ban is indeed the descendant of a general. Among the women, you hunted the most game. The Emperor Yunqing looked at Ban Han and didn't hide his love for the Ban family. Tell me, is there anything you want? Ban Han shook her head honestly. Your Majesty, I don't lack anything right now. When I see you, I think of my uncle, who bravely killed the enemy on the battlefield. Yunqing sighed. When I was young, he taught me archery. I didn't expect, the prince consort of the Princess Royal was a famous general in the Great Yi dynasty. Or rather, the generals of several generations of the Ban family had made great contributions to the Jiang family. Unfortunately, the courtiers present glanced at Ban Huai. The reputation of the Ban family for several generations was ruined when it came to Ban Huai. Ban Huai felt that someone was looking at him, so he straightened his back. What are you looking at? It's useless to be jealous. I just have a great father who is destined to be remembered forever. When the courtiers saw that Ban Huai wasn't ashamed at all, and even had a proud look on his face, they all shook their heads in their hearts. Rotten wood can't be carved. The Ban family is finished. Your Majesty, this subject's daughter's archery was also taught by my grandfather. Ban Yu gave a big smile. Grandfather said, if I was born a man, I would definitely be a valiant general under your Majesty. Emperor Yunqing looked at the delicate little girl in front of him. He really couldn't connect her with the fierce general with a face full of whiskers. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this scene was funny. He couldn't help but laugh. Good, good, good. Women are really not inferior to men. General Ban taught you well. Everyone present was speechless. A good little girl was taught to be unruly and willful. She said that she would use a whip to whip people, but she definitely didn't use a stick. She didn't have the gentle aura of a woman at all. It was a waste of the good face that her parents gave her. Was His Majesty praising or insulting her? Regardless of whether or not the emperor had 2 meanings, Ban Han smiled happily after being praised. She graciously bowed to Emperor Yunqing. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I don't deserve it. My aunt is someone I respect. General Ban is someone I respect. You are their only granddaughter. Every time I think about how I didn't take good care of you, I feel ashamed. Emperor Yunqing sighed again. I even heard that someone insulted you because your title wasn't high enough. After I heard about this, I don't know how I will face my aunt in the future. When the courtiers heard this, they felt that something was wrong. This Jinjin Ban even beat up the Tanhua of the imperial court. Who would dare to offend her? Wang De stood next to Emperor Yunqing. His expression didn't change from beginning to end. As His Majesty's personal attendant, he naturally had to tell His Majesty everything he saw. He couldn't delete anything, and naturally, he couldn't add any details. Princess Kong Ning, who was standing among the women, felt her cheeks burning when she heard Emperor Yunqing's words. Every word that His Majesty said was like a slap to her face. She swayed and almost sat on the ground. Junju, Xianxia, who was by her side, supported her. Are you all right? Kong Ning forced a smile and shook her head. Xianxia let go of her and smiled. That's good. She looked at Ban Han, who was standing in front of the throne. She adjusted her sleeves and slowly looked away. Your Majesty. Ban Han hesitated. No one bullied me. Don't be sad. 5 years later, even if someone bullied her, no one would be able to save her. Good child, Emperor Yunqing smiled in relief. Although you are only my niece, in my heart, you are no different from my daughter. When the Count of Zhongping heard Emperor Yunqing's words, his face became uncomfortable. The bad debt between his family and the Ban family was still a topic of conversation in the capital. No wonder the Xie family hadn't been put in an important position in court for the past 2 years. He was afraid that the emperor was angry with them. He really didn't understand why his obedient son would elope with a prostitute, causing the Xie family and the Ban family to become enemies. Even now, the Count of Zhongping was still thinking about whether it would be better to marry a shrewish and extravagant daughter-in-law, or if it would be better to have his son's reputation ruined, his eyes disabled, the Xie family and the Ban family become enemies, and the emperor didn't put him in an important position. Probably, it would be better to marry an unruly and willful daughter-in-law. At least this daughter-in-law had a respectable grandmother and was doted on by the emperor. For a family like his, which didn't have a strong foundation, this was definitely a good thing. He only hated his son for not living up to his expectations. Now, there was no use in regretting. I am guilty. I want to make it up to you. The courtiers looked at the emperor expressionlessly. He had so many tricks up his sleeves. Wasn't he just trying to promote this unruly Ban Junjun? It was just a woman's title. It wouldn't affect the court whether it was higher or lower. Their hearts didn't waver. Ban Han tilted his head. The emperor wanted to make it up to her? Could it be that he wanted to find her a handsome husband? My uncle was a pillar of the country when he was alive. My aunt treated me like her own son. Her granddaughter is like half a daughter to me. I think that if she isn't a Junjun, she doesn't deserve to be half a countess. Emperor Yunqing knocked on the armrest of the throne. Marquis Jingting's daughter has the style of her grandmother. She is half a daughter to me. She should be given the title of Junjun and the title of Fuel. Ban Han was stunned for a while. Then he remembered to thank the Emperor Yunqing for his kindness. However, the emperor said that other than the title of Junjun, no other titles were worthy of her. Then, were her previous titles of Lord Xiang and Junjun used to humiliate her? Since the title has already been raised, the land should also be raised. The empress had always been respected by the emperor, so she could speak in this kind of non-political situation. Why don't we raise the land to 1,200 families, what do you think? The empress's words are reasonable, Emperor Yunqing immediately agreed. The importance that the emperor and empress placed on Ban Han made countless people look askance. The current emperor had always been stingy with the titles of nobility. The legitimate daughters of the county kings in the court were at most county princesses or county lords. There were even some members of the imperial family who did not even have a title of nobility. They relied on the annual distribution of silver, grain, and cloth from the Department of Internal Affairs to get by. Even though the courtiers felt that the emperor and empress spoiled the Princess Royal's granddaughter so much, on the other hand, they felt a faint sense of security. The reason why the emperor cared so much about the Ban family was because the Princess Royal had helped him before. Following an emperor who remembered old times always made people feel at ease. Who would want to follow an emperor who burned the bridge after crossing the river and put away the bow after the birds were gone? The emperor's benevolence would be recorded in the history books in the future. After participating in the hunt, Ban Han's title and land had increased. This was a good thing. So the next day after returning home, the 4 members of the Ban family all ran to the Grand Royal residence to tell the Princess Royal about this matter. His Majesty has been in a good mood recently, to actually raise my rank twice in a row. Ban Han stood beside the Princess Royal and personally made tea for the Princess Royal. Even my land has been raised. It's a good thing that your rank has been raised. The Princess Royal took the tea her granddaughter made and said with a smile, "Why do you keep coming to my place? Is it because my desserts are better than the Hofu? Granddaughter misses you, so I came to see you." Ban Han hugged the Princess Royal's arm. "How about you come to the Hofu for a few days? I don't dare to live with you 2 naughty monkeys. I'm sure there won't be a moment of peace." The Princess Royal refused without thinking. The servants in the princess residence are very dedicated. If your family misses me, you can come and see me. We're not far from each other. 9 years ago, after her husband passed away due to illness, she lived alone in the Grand Royal residence in the name of remembering her late husband. She couldn't bear to part with her son, but she had no choice. The current emperor was a contradictory person. He always hoped that others would treat him well, but at the same time, he was suspicious of others, yet he wanted the world to praise him for his benevolence. She had watched that child grow up. He thought that no one could understand his thoughts, but he didn't know that she had experienced 2 generations of emperors, so how could she not have the ability to read people? Mother. The Ying clan respected the Princess Royal wholeheartedly. When she first married Ban Huai, she had always held a grudge against him because of the rumors. In addition, her maternal family didn't care much about her, and she had a respectable mother-in-law. At that time, she really thought that there was no hope for her in this life. Who knew that although her mother-in-law was respectable, she was very good to her. Although her father-in-law was a military general, he was also a very reasonable and generous person. After her birth mother passed away and she married into the grand royal residence, she gradually felt the joy of life. The year her father-in-law passed away, she saw her mother-in-law sad for the first time. Not long after, her mother-in-law let them move into the Hofu, and her mother-in-law lived alone in the grand royal residence. She always felt that there was something else behind the events of that year. But she didn't dare to mention it, or even think about it. After her daughter's strange dream, she felt a sense of relief, as though the dust had settled. The title of nobility wasn't important. As long as the family was well, the days ahead wouldn't be so difficult. But her mother-in-law didn't appear in her daughter's dream, but her daughter had been running over here recently. The Ying clan had a faint feeling that something bad was going on. Daughter-in-law, you've been worrying about Shui Qing and the 2 children all these years. You've been tired. The Princess Royal held the Ying clan's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. If it weren't for me, you would have been able to marry a better man than Shui Qing. Mother, I'm your biological son, your biological son. Ban Huai looked helplessly at the Princess Royal. Other mothers were protective of their sons. Why was it that when it came to him, he was the outsider? If you weren't my son, you wouldn't be able to marry such a good woman like Ling Hui. The Princess Royal glared at her son. We're talking. Why are you, a man, interrupting? Ban Huai gloated at his father's misfortune. As one of the 2 men with the lowest status in the Ban family, his father still couldn't see the reality? Mother, how can you say that? Marquis treated me very well. There are many good men in the world, but how many of them care about what I like to eat and what I use? The Ying clan felt even more uneasy. My birth mother died early. You treat me like your own daughter. In my heart, you're not my mother-in-law, but my mother. Please don't say such things in the future. It makes me sad. I don't have a daughter. After you marry into the family, you'll be my daughter. The Princess Royal smiled gently. Even if I did have a daughter, I'm afraid she wouldn't be as good as you. Well, I won't say these things to make you sad. The Princess Royal pulled the Ying clan's hand and stood up. Let's go and have lunch. Recently, 2 new cooks came. Their skills are excellent. You should try it. Okay. The Ying clan smiled. Looking at the Princess Royal's rosy cheeks, he felt that he was thinking too much. The 4 members of the Ban family stayed in Great Elder Princess's mansion for 2 days before returning home with all kinds of bags. Ban Han and the Ying clan sat in the same carriage. Ban Han saw that his mother was a little absent-minded. Even her sitting posture was a lot more honest. Hua hua. The Ying clan suddenly opened his mouth. Why have you been going to the Grand Royal Residence so often recently? Ah? Ban Han froze for a moment, then shook his head honestly. I don't know. I just miss my grandmother. Then, if you have nothing to do, you should come here more often. The Ying clan smiled. Your grandmother is lonely in the princess residence. If you come, she'll be very happy. The courtyard where they lived was always clean and tidy, as if they had never left in the past 9 years. In the past, the Princess Royal residence was very lively. Father-in-law liked to teach Huahua martial arts, and the 3 of them always made her grandmother laugh to her heart's content. Now that father-in-law had passed away, the 4 of them had moved out. Only her grandmother was left alone in the spacious and lonely princess residence. Okay. Ban Han immediately nodded. I'll bring little brother Heng along. Good child. The Ying clan smiled and didn't say anything else. Ever since her daughter had that strange dream, she was worried that her daughter wouldn't be able to take it. So now, she didn't want to restrict her from learning the rules. If she could live happily, then she would live happily. I'm innocent. When the Ban family's carriage moved to the side of the road, a middle-aged woman wearing mourning clothes and a mourning handkerchief suddenly rushed out. Behind her were two small and pitiful children, crying and kneeling in a ball. What's going on? Ban Hui lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw the woman and two children kneeling in front of his carriage, crying out their innocence and kowtowing. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The Marquis Fu's guards blocked in front of the carriage, preventing the three suspicious people from approaching the carriage. Darren, this commoner's wife has been wronged. Darren, please help this commoner's wife get justice. She held up the paper in her hands. On it was written a large innocent character. It was unknown whether this character was written in human blood or animal blood. It looked a bit horrifying. Ban Hui couldn't help but sit back. What's going on here? Lord, please save this commoner's husband. The county magistrate of the same. County treats people's lives like grass, officials protect each other. This commoner's husband died unjustly. Ban Hui dryly coughed and called for the attendant beside him. Where is Tong County? Marquis, Tong County is in Shui Province, the attendant said in a small voice. The provincial governor of Shui Province is Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong. Ban Hui narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Isn't that the second son of the Zhao family? The attendant, it is the second son of the Zhao family. Speaking of which, their family and the Zhao family had quite a relationship. The one who had been betrothed to Huahua was the third son of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, after the third son of the Zhao family died young, this marriage was naturally not mentioned again. In these years, the Ban family and the Zhao family still had dealings, but their relationship was not as good as before. Darren. The middle-aged woman saw that Ban Hui didn't pay attention to her and cried even more miserably. Darren, I beg you to be merciful and help a bunch of commoners. Wait. Ban Hui felt a headache coming on because of this woman's crying. If you have any grievances, you should go to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. The middle-aged woman was stunned. She didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even say any polite words and directly refuse her. I'm just an idle marquis. I have no real power and my words have no weight. Even if I take you to the yamen, no one will bother to pay attention to me. Ban Hui waved his hand. Instead of wasting your time here, why don't you go to the Supreme Court and sound the drum of grievances? After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the middle-aged woman to react. He had the guards carry the three people to the side and swaggered away in a carriage. The woman who cried for grievances, the surrounding commoners, this was the first time they heard a noble say that he had no real power and that his words had no weight. Ban Han lifted the curtain and looked at the middle-aged woman who was being carried to the side by the guards. She looked like she hadn't reacted yet, and he felt that something wasn't right. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the person who cried for grievances. Ban Han thought for a while. I think she's a bit strange. Of course she's strange. The Ying clan member sneered. A woman who cries for justice for her late husband must have eaten and drunk in order to rush to the capital. Two children who have lost their father must be panicked and sad. Do you think they fit these criteria? Ban Han put down the curtain. Then she's lying to us? What she did isn't important. The Ying clan member's expression was very calm. What's important is that we know what she's doing. Oh. Ban Han had a look of enlightenment on his face. He lifted the curtain again and saw someone riding a horse coming over from the opposite side. This person's face was like a good woman's. His hair was tied up with a jade crown and he wore a black robe. The corners of his robe were flowing with light. It turned out that an embroiderer had secretly embroidered auspicious clouds on the corners of his robe. Sister. Ban Heng ran all the way to Ban Yu's courtyard, interrupting the female storyteller who was in the middle of her story. He took the tea poured by the maidservant and drank a few mouthfuls before saying, I have found the person. Ban Han waved her hand to let all the unrelated people leave. She slammed her hands on the tea table and asked, Who is it? The eldest son of the Count of Zhongping, Xie Zhongjin. Ban Heng drank a whole cup of tea before she could catch her breath. He was the top scorer 3 years ago, but he went to work in other places. After Xianxia broke one of his eyes, he was transferred back to the capital. He just arrived in the capital yesterday. Sister, why did you ask me to investigate him? Ban Heng sat down on the chair and suddenly looked at Ban Yu with a suspicious gaze. You didn't see that he was good-looking and did that, right? Can't you think of something normal? Ban Han slapped away Ban Heng's hand that was about to take the dessert. In your heart, is this how you think of your sister? Ban Heng was confused. If it wasn't like this, then what was it? Ban Han felt her hands itch and almost slapped Ban Heng's silly face. But she couldn't help it. Seeing that he was sweating from running, she threw the handkerchief in his hand. What do you think is the possibility of the Count of Zhongping's family rebelling? Sister, what do you think the Count of Zhongping's family is capable of rebelling? Ban Heng's eyes widened. I know you don't like this family, but it's an insult to the family to put the blame on them. What you said makes sense. Ban Han peeled the melon seeds, threw away the shells, and put the seeds in a small silver bowl. There are so many men in black in the world. It might not be him. Maybe people from other places raised their banners and rebelled. Ban Heng suddenly paused. That's not right. How big of a problem would it cause the four powers to raise their banners and rebel? The new emperor has ascended the throne. His position is unstable, and the people are filled with resentment. The Ying clan walked into the courtyard and sat opposite the siblings. The Jiang clan's current world is not as stable as they thought. The current emperor was extravagant and loved to achieve great things. He even condoned the empress's family to sell official positions and titles. There had been discontent among the people for a long time, but the officials in the court suppressed these rumors. But even if he could suppress it for a while, could he suppress it forever? Mother, do you think we should tell grandmother about sister's dream? Ban Heng scratched his head. Since our brains aren't working well, why don't we let grandmother think of a way? No. The Ying clan immediately objected. You can't tell your grandmother about this. Why? Ban Heng didn't understand. If we can't solve it, who else can we pass it to if not grandmother? Your grandmother is not only your grandmother, she is also the princess royal of the Jiang clan. She is old. If she knows that the Jiang clan's dynasty will be overthrown, how do you think she will accept it? The Ying clan said angrily. You should pay your respects to your grandmother and spend more time with her. You don't have to worry about other things. Ban Heng nodded obediently. I'll remember. He casually poured the melon seeds from the silver bowl on the table into his mouth. Ban Heng. When Ban Han saw that the melon seeds he peeled were gone, he almost smashed the plate of snacks on Ban Heng's head. You're a big man, how dare you steal my melon seeds? I'm your younger brother, not a big man. Ban Heng jumped up from the chair. Besides, what's wrong with peeling melon seeds for me? In the future, I will marry a wife who peels melon seeds for me. Bah. In your dreams. Ban Han put his hands on his hips. If I had a husband like you, I would definitely whip you every day. Then what kind of husband do you want to have? Someone who peels melon seeds for you? Ban Heng jumped away. You're dreaming. The Ying clan looked at the quarreling children and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. They had servants at home, but they didn't use them. They often quarreled over such trivial matters. They really didn't know which family they took after. On the street, Ban Hui was wandering around with his bodyguards. This bracelet looks good, so I'll buy it for my wife. This hairpin looks beautiful, so I'll buy it for my daughter. These books are well written, so I'll buy them for my son. Recently, he spent a lot of time buying things, but he didn't use his power to pressure people. He gave as much money as he should, and he didn't bully the merchants. Therefore, Marquis was very popular with the shopkeepers and waiters on the Day Dynasty's luxury goods street. They really wanted him to come every day. Marquis, this glazed lamp just arrived this year. Although it's not as exquisite as the ones in the palace, it's still somewhat elegant. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced a starry glazed lamp to Ban Hui. When lit at night, it's like stars falling to the ground. Your family's womenfolk will definitely like it. Ban Hui looked at the glazed lamp. The workmanship was quite good, so he asked, "How much is it?" "Marquis, you're a regular customer. I wouldn't dare to ask for a high price from you." The shopkeeper looked around and whispered, "Others would definitely ask for 1,000 taels. If it's you, I'll ask for 688 taels. It's also good luck." "Okay, later you can arrange for someone to send it to my foo." Ban Hui nodded. He turned his head and saw a painting of Magu's birthday hanging on the wall. He remembered that his mother had always liked calligraphy, paintings, and antiques, so he asked, "How much is this painting?" "Marquis, this painting has already been bought by someone. Do you want to look at other paintings?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "I'll have someone go get the paintings and let you take your time to choose." "Then forget it." Ban Hui felt that it was a pity. This painting had a good meaning, so it was perfect to give it to his mother. "If Marquis wants it, I'll give this painting to you." A man walked in from outside. "As long as Marquis doesn't dislike it." Ban Hui turned his head and saw who it was, Duke Rong. Xianxia gave Ban Hui a junior's bow, then turned his head and said to Tang Shui, "Pack the painting and give it to Ban Marquis." "How can I do that? Since this painting was chosen by Duke Rong, how can I take it from him?" Although Ban Hui was older than Xianxia and had a higher rank than Xianxia, he wasn't someone who was willing to take advantage of the younger generation. "Marquis is too polite." Xianxia gave him a junior's bow again. "This painting was chosen by you, so it's fate. If you refuse, then you're looking down on me." In terms of eloquence, even 10 Ban Hui couldn't compare to half of Xianxia. So in the end, Ban Hui still accepted the painting. In any case, he still remembered that he couldn't take benefits for free, so he decided to treat this generous, polite, and handsome junior to a meal at Wanyue restaurant, the most expensive restaurant in the capital. Not only did Xianxia not dislike him for being an idle marquis, but he also treated him with great respect. This changed Ban Hui's impression of him from a very powerful young duke to a very likable young man. In the end, his favorable impression of him reached the point where he felt that this kid was too much to his liking, and that his son was trash. The waiter of Wanyue restaurant was also very familiar with Ban Hui. When he saw him, he warmly invited the two to sit upstairs. When Ban Hui went up the stairs, he asked the waiter who was leading the way, "I remember that your wife is about to give birth." "Marquis, my wife has already given birth. Unfortunately, it's a girl." The waiter didn't have much joy on his face. "Thank you for asking. A girl is also good." Ban Hui rummaged in his pocket and took out 2 peanut-sized silver gourds and handed them to the waiter. "Give this to your girl as a pillow. May she live a long life and be free from illness and misfortune." "Marquis, I don't dare to take it, it's okay. I'm giving it to the younger generation anyway." Ban Hui had a look of "I'm rich and can do whatever I want. Take it." Thank you, Marquis." The waiter took the 2 silver gourds with a face full of gratitude. Xianxia looked at the interaction between Ban Hui and the waiter, and the smile on his face deepened. After the two sat down in the private room, Xianxia said, "Marquis is really kind." "It's not that I'm kind." Ban Hui shook his head and took a sip of tea. "If I didn't ask, that girl might not have lived. For nobles like them, raising an extra daughter was not a big deal. But for ordinary people, especially those who had a daughter, this daughter was superfluous." In his early years, when he idled around the countryside to play, he once saw an old woman throw her dead granddaughter off a bridge, just to let her be trampled on by thousands of people. That way, no other daughter would dare to reincarnate into her family. After that incident, he went back and was so frightened that he fell ill. He only recovered after drinking several tranquilizers. Xianxia did not expect Ban Hui to say such a thing, and was stunned for a moment. "It seems that Marquis is still kind." Ban Hui waved his hand and did not want to talk about it anymore. After a while, the dishes were served. Ban Hui only drank a few mouthfuls of wine before he started talking nonsense with Xianxia. It was rare for Xianxia to be able to continue the conversation. He was indeed the world-renowned young master Rong. Those bastards from the Count of Zhongping's residence want the eldest son to work in the Ministry of Revenue. In their dreams. Ban Hui slammed the wine bottle on the table. "They bullied my daughter, and they want to pretend that nothing happened? No way. There's no window. Xianxia remembered the rumors in the capital. Ban Marquis doted on his eldest daughter the most. When the second son of the Count of Zhongping eloped with a prostitute, Ban Marquis immediately went to the Count of Zhongping's residence to break off the engagement. He even smashed up the residence of the Count of Zhongping, and even changed the main door. Later, when Xie Qilin was found, he was beaten up countless times. The Count of Zhongping complained to the emperor, saying that the Marquis of Jingting's family did it. Unfortunately, there was no evidence, and the emperor was biased towards Jingting Marquis, so the matter was left unsettled. This junior also thinks that the eldest son of the Xie family is not suitable to work in the Ministry of Revenue. Chenambua filled Ban Huai's cup with wine. Where do you think he should work? Work my ass. It's better for him to stay at home. Ban Huai scolded drunkenly. Let him take his father home and drink milk. Although Ban Huai did not learn the military skills of his father, he did learn a lot about scolding people. After the argument between Ban Han and Ban Heng, she used the excuse of exercising his body to drag him to go shopping with her. The siblings had just walked to the door when they heard a commotion outside. They didn't know what was going on. The two walked to the door and saw two manservants helping their father out of the carriage. Their father looked drunk. It was obvious that he had gone to drink. Sister, did mother leave? Ban Heng looked behind the door. If mother saw her father like this, she didn't know if mother would be angry. No, mother just said she was going to take a nap. Ban Han looked sympathetically at Ban Heng. Just as she was about to go forward with Ban Heng to help Ban Huai, another person came out of the carriage. Junju, Shitzi, Xianxia straightened her clothes and apologized to the siblings. Just now, this one was eating with Marquis and accidentally let him drink a few more cups of wine. I'm really sorry. Thank you for bringing my father back, boy. Ban Han felt that this matter couldn't be blamed on Xianxia. She knew how bad her father's alcohol tolerance was. The only thing she didn't expect was that her father would get together with Boy Rong. It was like a cat playing with a swan. No matter how she looked at it, it was awkward. My father is not good at drinking. If he has offended you in any way, boy, please don't take it to heart. Juanju's words are too serious. Marquis didn't offend you in any way. Xianxia saw that Ban Huai had already been helped into the sedan by the manservants and said, Marquis has been safely brought back. This one will take my leave. Boy, why don't you stay and have some refreshments before you leave? Ban Heng walked over and bowed to Xianxia. Boy, please. How could I disturb you again, Boy Rong? Ban Huai, who was sitting in the sedan, stuck his head out of the window and said drunkenly, You are my friend for sure. Ahem, Ban Heng coughed dryly. Uncle, there's no need to be polite, please. Ban Han silently covered his face and turned his head to signal the servants to carry her father into the inner courtyard as soon as possible. As for the rest, he would leave it to her mother to worry about. Then I'll have to be thick-skinned and disturb you. Xianxia followed the siblings into the house. This was his first time entering the Ban family. The inside of the Ban family was similar to what he had imagined, but there were many differences. The mansion was luxurious and exquisite, with famous flowers and strange trees, and richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters. If one wanted to enter the second gate, they had to pass through a 9-turn bridge. Under the bridge was a clear lake, and the golden koi fish were leisurely wagging their tails, looking fat and lazy. However, the servants of the Ban family were more disciplined than he had imagined. They weren't like some of the families that were related to the imperial family. Although they were rich, they couldn't even manage their servants well. This must be the work of the Marchioness. It was rumored that the eldest princess had liked the Marchioness of Jingting very much, so she had specially asked for her son's hand in marriage. Fortunately, although the Marchioness of Jingting had accomplished nothing and was idle, she was very good to her wife. Even he had heard people say how beautiful and clever the Marchioness of Jingting had been when she was young. He looked at the Ban family siblings. Perhaps this pair of siblings' temperaments were more like the Marchioness of Jingting. The three people sat down in the viewing pavilion in the middle of the lake. Ban Heng was the most impatient to talk to people of culture, but after a few words with Xianxia, he and Xianxia became brothers. There was no other reason other than that this person's words were too pleasing to his taste. Although he had great literary talent, he didn't put on airs in front of him. His temperament was also more pleasing to his taste than those famous scholars. He finally understood why his father could sit together and eat and drink with this person. I only hate that I didn't get to know Brother Rong sooner. Ban Heng raised his teacup. Come, I'll use tea in place of wine to toast Brother Rong. Brother Ban is too polite. Xianxia raised her teacup and clinked her cup with Ban Heng's. She tilted her head back and drank the tea in one gulp. Refreshing. I hate those stupid rules about drinking tea the most, Ban Heng said. When you're thirsty, you drink in big gulps. When you're not thirsty, you can slowly savor it. There aren't so many stupid rules. Brother Ban is refreshing. I'm not as good as you. Xiao raised the teapot and poured tea for the two. She turned her head and saw Ban Han holding her chin with one hand and not speaking. She poured away the cold tea in her cup and filled it with warm tea. Why isn't Junju speaking? What do you want to say? Ban Han blinked and waved her hand. I'm not interested in the topic of you men. Xia couldn't help but laugh. What is Junju interested in? Jewelry. The more beautiful things are, the more I like them, Ban Han sighed, her face full of emotion. Life is short. Thinking that there are so many beautiful jewelry in the world that don't belong to me, I feel distressed. Cough 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 cough. Ban Heng coughed several times. My dear sister, you should be more careful. How bad is your reputation? You still dare to say that you like such tacky things like jewelry. Can't you pretend to be more elegant? Ban Han rolled her eyes at him. A person who said something like a cow chewing on peonies so confidently had no right to dislike her. Xia pretended not to see the small look between the brother and sister. Instead, she smiled and said, Junju is so beautiful that only the most beautiful jewelry in the world is worthy of you. Ban Han's eyes instantly turned into crescents. In this world, only beautiful men with a sweet mouth were likable. Uncle Rong, this dessert tastes good. Try it. Ban Han placed a light green dessert in front of her and pushed it in front of Xia. This dessert looked simple, but in reality, it took a lot of energy to make. A plate of desserts cost nearly 100 taels of silver. But because she liked them, the Fu would specially make these desserts several times a month. Thank you. Xia used silver chopsticks to pick up a dessert and put it in her mouth. The dessert was very light, with a faint tea aroma and the taste of spring grass. Xia couldn't describe this taste, but it was very good. It's very delicious. Xia drank a mouthful of tea and wiped the corners of her mouth. Your Fu's chef is very skilled. Ban Han saw that there were 4 desserts left on the plate. She used her chopsticks to pick up one and pushed the plate in front of Xia. Eat more if you like. Xia saw the reluctance in Ban Han's eyes. Then, she took her chopsticks and slowly ate the 3 desserts with great enjoyment. Ban Han's mood was very complicated. She was happy that the things she liked were liked by others, but her monthly supply of desserts was limited. She felt a bit of pain in her heart when she let others eat 4 desserts. She touched her chin. Was this the pain and happiness described in the novel? Xia stayed at Jingting Marquisate for more than 2 hours. When he returned to his Fu, his face was still smiling. Uncle, did something good happen to you today? His personal servant brought hot water to help him wash his hands and wipe his face. I haven't seen you so happy in a long time. Is it a good thing to steal desserts from a little girl? Xia wiped his hands clean, took a book and lay on the soft couch. Go tell the kitchen to prepare less desserts for dinner. Yes. The servant was suspicious. What was wrong with their uncle? He even stole desserts from a little girl. What if this got out? The rules of the day court assembly were 3 days of small court assembly and 5 days of large court assembly. People like the Marquis of Jingting, who took an idle job and didn't even want to go to the roll call, could only go to court assembly and appear in the crowd to make up the number of people. However, today's imperial court assembly was exceptionally spirited. Not only was his hair combed neatly, even his back was straight. He walked into the crowd. When he saw the Count of Zhongping, he threw him a disdainful look, then turned to stand with the other idle marquis. The Count of Zhongping was glanced at by the Marquis of Jingting, but he couldn't look back, let alone hit him. He was extremely sullen. Not long after, he saw Ban Huai talking to a few locusts in the court. From time to time, they would look in his direction. The Count of Zhongping was even angrier. What right did these locusts, who didn't work and were idle all day, have to speak ill of him? Hey, did you hear? Lord Wang's concubine gave birth to a son for him. He's already in his 50s, but he still doesn't take care of his body. TSK. That's nothing. That imperial censor Li, who usually speaks righteously, even went to a brothel 2 days ago. My servant saw him clearly. Why did your servant go to that brothel? The wine in 100 Flowers Park is delicious. Can't I have the servant buy me a few jars? Shui Qing, I heard that you recently got a lot of good things. Doesn't your wife care about you anymore? My wife is the most gentle. When has she ever cared about me? The idle marquis were gossiping, but from the Count of Zhongping's point of view, they were talking and laughing. They were speaking ill of him. He clenched the wooden tablet in his hand tightly, worried that he couldn't help but rush over and hit Ban Huai. Silence. A eunuch walked in, clapped his hands, and said, "Everyone, His Majesty has arrived." The hall suddenly quieted down. The court officials lined up in order. There was no longer any of the idleness from before. Halfway through the court meeting, Wang De, who was standing next to the emperor, said, "If there's something to report, we'll report. If there's nothing, we'll end the meeting." Ban Huai took a step forward, but someone else moved faster than him. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The one who stood up was Imperial Censor Li, who had gone to the brothel a few days ago. "I want to report that the eldest son of the Count of Zhongping, Xia Zhongjin, during his tenure in Pingzhou, had engaged in malpractice for personal gain. He condoned his subordinates to prey on the common people. He has no virtue as an official and is truly a parasite of the court." Ban Huai originally didn't like Imperial Censor Li. He felt that he had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and had a mean appearance. Now that he heard that he was involved in the Xia family, he felt that his sharp chin was wise and far-sighted. Those ugly cheeks were also wise. Even his entire person was pleasing to the eye. "Your Majesty, I have also heard of this matter. As an official of the great cause, I beg your Majesty to thoroughly investigate this matter." This time, the one who stood up was the court's left Prime Minister, Yan Hui. Although His Majesty trusted Prime Minister Shi more, even Yan Hui stood up for this matter. He was afraid that he would have to investigate even if he didn't want to. Ban Huai rubbed his hands, barely suppressing the excitement in his heart. This was really a good show. It was lively and exciting. "Your Majesty, although my son is not talented, he is devoted to the people. He would never do such a thing that would be reviled by the world. Your Majesty, please understand. In your dreams. How many people in the world know the name of your Xia family?" Ban Huai said sarcastically, "Even if you want the world to curse you, you don't have the ability." Ban Shuiqing. The Count of Zhongping couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't be unreasonable. I'm just speaking the truth." "Count of Zhongping, there's no need to be so angry." Ban Huai sighed, "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you over such a small matter. The Xie family's eldest son is famous throughout the world. There's no one in the world who doesn't know him. Is that right? You. The Count of Zhongping felt that Ban Huai's every word and expression was humiliating his Xie family. In a fit of anger, he raised his board and rushed forward. "Count of Zhongping, you can't do that." One of the civil officials shouted, and the imperial court was thrown into chaos. One of them moved quickly and stood in front of Ban Huai. However, this person's arm was hit heavily. "You dare to fight in the imperial court under the feet of the emperor? Do you have any respect for His Majesty?" Ban Huai hurriedly pulled Count Qing'an, who was in front of him, back to prevent Count Zhongping from going crazy and hurting people. The general standing to the side stepped forward and twisted the Count of Zhongping's arm, pressing him to the ground. "Count of Zhongping, I'm sorry to offend you." The general glanced at Ban Huai and the Count of Zhongping, then returned to his original position with a straight face. "Chenanbua, is your arm okay?" When Ban Huai saw that the Count of Zhongping was lying on the ground, he turned to look at Rongxia with guilt and gratitude. "I'm really sorry for dragging you into this." "Marquis is exaggerating." Rongxia glanced at the Count of Zhongping and bowed to him. "Count of Zhongping, you and the Marquis of Jingting are officials of the same court. If there is any misunderstanding, please speak up. If you get angry, I'm afraid you'll hurt your body and mind. Humph. Emperor Yunqing, who was sitting at the head of the table, slapped the throne with a sullen face. In my opinion, he is angry out of humiliation and doesn't take me seriously. Your Majesty, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that Marquis Jingting has gone too far, finding trouble with me all day long. I really couldn't stand it, so I made such a big mistake in a moment of impulse. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. After being thrown to the ground by the general, the Count of Zhongping had already woken up. When he heard that the emperor was angry, he regretted it and hated Ban Hui even more. Emperor Yunqing knew about the grudges between the two families. In his opinion, Ban Han was a likable junior. Although he wouldn't let his son marry her, that didn't mean he would disrespect Ban Han. Who was Ban Han? She was his niece, the granddaughter of the Princess Royal. She was related to the imperial family. Marrying the second son of the Xia family was considered marrying below her status. Who knew that the second son of the Xia family would elope with a prostitute? This wasn't just a slap to Ban Han's face, it was also a slap to his face. Everyone in the imperial court knew that he doted on Ban Han, but the junior he doted on ran away from the marriage. Was he looking down on him, or was he mocking him for having no taste for spoiling a young girl who ran away from the marriage? As Ban Han's father, so what if Ban Hui mocked him? When his son ran away from the marriage, he wasn't this agitated. Now, after hearing a few words of gossip, he wanted to beat up Marquis, who had a higher rank than him, in front of the imperial court. He was looking down on the imperial court. Emperor Yunqing wasn't happy and was in a bad mood. Therefore, everything the Count of Zhongping said was nonsense in his mind. He didn't even look at the Count of Zhongping. He said to Left Prime Minister Yan Hui, "Since this is the case, you will investigate this thoroughly. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice will assist you. Before the case is solved, Xie Zhongjin will be temporarily locked up in the imperial prison. No one is allowed to visit him." Your Majesty. The Count of Zhongping knelt down in the great hall. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, my son has been wronged. Whether he has been wronged or not, we will only know after the case is solved." Emperor Yunqing stood up impatiently, "Court is dismissed." "Farewell, Your Majesty." The Count of Zhongping knelt down in confusion. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have sent his eldest son back to the capital. His second son lost an eye, and his eldest son was locked up in the imperial prison. What kind of evil did the Xia family provoke? "Count of Zhongping, why aren't you leaving yet?" The Count of Zhongping got up from the ground. He looked at the general who was talking to him and walked out of the great hall in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered something. He turned around and looked at the general. "If I remember correctly, General Chao seems to be an old subordinate of the Duke of Jingting?" General Chao touched the stubble on his chin. "In the early years, I was indeed an old subordinate of the Princess Royal's prince consort." "Count of Zhongping, why are you asking this? I thought you generals were disappointed that the Duke of Jingting had such a descendant." "I didn't expect." The Count of Zhongping shook his head. "You generals are loyal and affectionate." General Chao looked at the Count of Zhongping in confusion. "What are you talking about?" The Count of Zhongping looked at him and couldn't help but frown. Was he thinking too much? "Count Rong, be careful of the stairs." Ban Hui escorted Rongxia all the way back to Qing'anbua's residence. He only let out a long sigh of relief when the imperial physician who specialized in bruises arrived. "Marquis, I didn't suffer any injuries." Rongxia rolled up his sleeves. There was a large bruise on his sleeves, which looked a bit scary. "Such a large bruise, how can you say you didn't suffer any injuries?" Ban Hui turned to look at the imperial physician. "Imperial physician, can you take a look and see if there are any injuries to his bones?" It was rumored that Count Rong was good at painting and calligraphy. He could even write with two hands at the same time. If his hands were injured, how could he live with his conscience? "Ban Marquis, don't worry. Count Rong only suffered some superficial injuries. He will be fine after a few days of applying some ointment." The imperial physician was a bit surprised. How could such a talented person like Count Rong get together with an old foppish man like Ban Marquis? Could it be? He looked at Ban Hui. The daughter of the Ban family was beautiful. Could it be that these two families were going to be married? But even though the Princess Ban was beautiful, wasn't it a bit inappropriate for her to be with Count Rong? At this time, in the Jingting Marquisate, Ban Han was urging Ban Heng to practice his martial arts. Ban Heng was complaining, but he didn't dare to sit on the ground. He was afraid of the whip in his sister's hand. Sister, is the quarter hour up yet? It's still early. Ban Han stared at the bowl on top of his head. Don't shake it. If you shake it again, the bowl will overflow. Be careful or I'll whip you. Ban Heng gritted his teeth and said, Sister, I'm the sister of the most beautiful woman in Day. Can you let me rest a bit? Just a bit. Ban Han faintly looked at Ban Heng. Heng Di, if you don't exercise properly, when your parents grow old in the future, how will you protect them? You're not good at poetry. You can't be a scholar in the future. Ban Heng's knees went soft. You're not good at painting. You can't sell paintings. Ban Heng's knees went soft again. You're not good at arithmetic. You can't be an accountant. Ban Heng's knees couldn't get any softer. You're not good at horseback archery. You can't be a hunter. Ban Heng was about to kneel down in front of his sister. You're not good at physical work. You can't tell the difference between grain and soil. The only thing you can do is to exercise your strength. You can rely on your strength to make a living. Even if you won't be so poor in the future, at least you'll have a good body. That's the only way to make the bad guys not dare to touch you. Ban Heng finally knelt down with a plop sound. Sister. I was wrong. Ban Han took out a handkerchief to wipe the water off his face. She patted his head with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. Go change into dry clothes. Then come back and continue. Yes. Ban Heng weakly got up from the ground. He looked at the broken bowl on the ground and began to calculate in his mind. In a few years, how many bags of goods would he have to carry at the docks to buy such a fine porcelain bowl? That afternoon, he went to the housekeeper and inquired. The bowl he broke was produced by the official kiln. The price of a bowl was about 20 taels. It was enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary farmer's family for a year. A worker at the docks could get 5 copper coins for carrying a bag of goods. This was if he was lucky and met a kind foreman. 1 tael of silver was 1,000 copper coins. 20 taels of silver was 20,000 copper coins. So he had to carry 5,000 bags of goods to buy the bowl he was using now? Sister. Ban Heng rushed into Ban Han's courtyard, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Let's go bury the silver. What are you yelling about? What are you doing? Ban Han was lying on the soft couch, letting a servant girl massage her head. Ban Heng rushed in crying and howling. The servant girl was so scared that she pulled out a few strands of Ban Han's hair. Junju, the young servant girl, was so scared that her face turned white. She looked at Ban Han in panic, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. You can all leave. Ban Han turned to look at the young servant girl. It's fine, it's not your fault. Thank you, Junju. The young servant girl followed the others out, her hands shaking. She looked down at the strands of hair in her hand and felt that her Junju was beautiful and kind, without a single flaw. Yuju, you've served Junju for 2 years, how can you still be so timid? The young servant girl who was close to her took her wrist and laughed quietly. It seems that Junju will quarrel with Shitzi again. Don't talk nonsense. How can we servants talk about our master's matters in private? Yuju hurriedly pulled her wrist. If the steward hears, he will deduct your monthly salary. The young servant girl quickly shut her mouth and looked around. She was relieved when she didn't see the steward. In the courtyard, Ban Han sat up straight on the chaise lounge and pushed her loose hair behind her back. Last time, after Duke Roan found out, didn't you say that you would never do such a stupid thing again? It's not like Duke Roan found out every time, Ban Heng said shamelessly. I sometimes take my words seriously, don't take it to heart. Sister, let's go bury the silver tomorrow morning, okay? Go by yourself. Ban Han lay back on the chaise lounge. It's so cold in the morning, I don't want to get out of bed. Then. Let's go tonight. Tomorrow night, we'll stay at the villa in the suburbs and not return to the city, Ban Heng thought. It's not safe to go out at night. We'll go in the evening. If we can't make it in time for the curfew, we'll stay at the villa for the night. What do you think? Ban Ti was silent for a moment. Go and call in the servant girl who is guarding outside. What do you want them to do? Ban Heng was puzzled. Are you going to comb my hair if I don't ask them to? Ban Han stood up. I'll tell my mother later. All right. Ban Heng nodded happily and turned to call the maidservants in. Big sister, I'll go and tidy up. Ban Han ignored him and just sat on the soft couch. Looking at the white jade bracelet on his wrist, she sighed. She was worried that with her brother's brain, he would forget where he buried the bracelet 5 years later. The maids filed in and helped Ban Han comb his hair and change his clothes. Dresses that took the embroiderers more than a month to make, hairpins, jade pendants, bracelets, and pearls that ordinary people could not afford in their entire lives, were placed in the corner of the box like discarded stones, waiting for the owner's occasional visit. Ban Li used the tip of her finger to lightly touch her lips and pursed her lips. When she saw that her lips had become beautiful and moist, she stood up in satisfaction and walked towards the main courtyard. Although Ban Huai felt guilty for implicating Xianxia and causing him to be injured, Ban Huai was still in a good mood. He walked through the second door and saw his beautiful daughter. The smile on his face suddenly became brighter. Hua Hua. Father, Ban Han bowed to Ban Huai and trotted to him. You're smiling so happily. What happened? Ban Huai had never been able to hide anything from his daughter, so he recounted everything that had happened at court to Ban Huai. In the end, he even sighed with emotion. Bo is truly a kind and honest person. You're saying that Xie Chengjin was sent to prison? Ban Han's mood was a bit complicated. Could it be that Xie Chengjin would be the one to rebel in the future? But where did he get the ability to rebel? Among the literati, his reputation was not as good as Duke Rong's. Among the generals, he didn't have much prestige. He couldn't imitate his predecessors and create miracles, say that he was the chosen one, and trick the people into fighting with him, right? Ban Huai saw that his daughter didn't speak for a long time. He looked at her in confusion. Good girl, why aren't you saying anything? Father, do you think we should kill him? Ban Han looked at Ban Huai faintly. Her voice was light and sounded a bit scary. Kill who? Ban Huai was shocked by his daughter's words. Good girl, do you have a grudge against Xie Chengjin? No, Ban Han whispered. I'm just worried that he's that person. No way, Ban Huai couldn't believe it. With Xie Jinka's character, how could he raise a son who can do great things? Ban Han was speechless. She knocked on her head. It's all my fault. I can't remember things. It's okay. Your father can't remember things either. You take after me. Ban Huai patted Ban Han's head comfortingly. Let's go. We'll go find your mother. Father, you're back? Ban Heng saw Ban Huai come in and stood up from the chair. Mother was worried about you. It's so late. Hey, something happened at the imperial court today. Ban Huai told his wife and son what happened at the imperial court. It's my fault. I wasn't careful enough. Xianxia was implicated. Madam, what should we send as a thank you gift? Yin Clan thought carefully and said, don't worry. Leave it to me. In Xianxia's residence, Xianxia looked at his bruised arm. He pulled down his sleeve to cover the strong smell of medicine and wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. He said to the guard in blue standing in front of him, tomorrow's autumn is just right. It's a good time to climb the mountain. Yes. Xianxia picked up the book on the table. Before he could read a page, the housekeeper rushed over. Uncle, Jingting Marquisate sent a thank you gift. A thank you gift? Xianxia didn't expect the people from Jingting Marquisate to be so polite. He put down the book and took the gift list. There were all kinds of tonics, several boxes of good wound medicine, and a box of green lotus imperial Longjing cake. The housekeeper took a box of food from the servant behind him. With a subtle expression, he said, the people from Jingting Marquisate sent the gift said that the things in this box can't be kept for long. Let me have a look. The housekeeper brought the box of food to Xianxia. Xianxia opened the lid of the box. There was a lotus leaf green porcelain cup inside. There were 12 light green pastries neatly placed in the cup. The pastries were light green and sparkling. They were soft and very cute. They seemed to exude a faint fragrance. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the 12 pastries. He said to the housekeeper, "Go and thank the people who sent the gift personally. Don't neglect them." Yes. The housekeeper felt that the people from Jingting Marquisate were a little out of line. Who would send these small pastries as a gift? If they met someone who was narrow-minded, they would think that they were looking down on them. They couldn't even afford a plate of pastries. The pastries this time tasted the same as last time. However, Xianxia felt that the pastries were not as delicious as last time. Perhaps it was because no one pretended to be generous and looked at him. After eating 2 pieces, Xianxia put down her chopsticks and turned back to continue reading. The next morning, Banheng woke up early. He collected some silver and small things that were valuable but did not take up much space. He put them into the sandbags that were disguised. Thanks to his elder sister's daily work, he felt that he could finally carry 2 sandbags that weighed dozens of caddies up the mountain in one go. Carrying a sandbag now could reduce the number of sandbags he had to carry in the future. He could handle it. Junju, this morning, Shitsi came several times to ask if you had woken up. Rui helped Banhan wash up. She couldn't help but ask, should newbie send someone to tell Shitsi now? No need. Banhan wiped his hands clean. His temper needs to be polished. Yes. Rui smiled and responded. She let the other Yahuan take the water out. What do you want to comb your hair today? I'm going out today. Tonight, I'm going to spend the night with father at the estate. You and Ji Xiang can help me tidy up. Banhan sat in front of the copper mirror and looked at his face in the mirror. It was autumn. It was best to paint the flower ornament on the forehead red. After lunch, Ban Hui took Ban Heng and Ban Han out with the excuse that he was taking his children to play at the estate in the suburbs. Ban Han was riding on horseback. When he passed by a clothing store, he met a man who was walking out of the store. This man was very outstanding. He was tall and slender, wearing brocade clothing. His hair was tied up with a jade crown. He looked dignified and spirited. The only fly in the ointment was that the man wore a silver mask that covered the left half of his face. Seeing Ban Han, the man stopped walking. His expression was hesitant, guilty, and somewhat evasive. An outstanding man wearing a mask was always conspicuous in a crowd. He saw Ban Han and Ban Han naturally saw him. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't have anything to say. 2 years ago, they were about to get married. However, Xie Qilin ran away from the marriage for a prostitute, causing her to be ridiculed by the world. This was the biggest humiliation in Ban Han's life. Oh, how did she scold him at the time? She said, I'm so beautiful. Is this man blind to elope with a prostitute? It seems like she was right 2 years ago. This man was indeed blind. Jia. Ban Han rode on horseback and looked down at the man. Then, he rode away without hesitation. At the time, he was so affectionate. In the end, why did he abandon that poor prostitute for glory and wealth? Because he couldn't bear the world's curses and couldn't bear the luxurious life without a group of servants? That poor prostitute. She thought that she had found someone to rely on for her entire life. Who would have thought that she had only found an irresponsible trash? Therefore, for most men in the world, they could be the world's most valiant hero under the moonlight. However, they could only be heroes under the moonlight. Xie Qilin stood there in a daze. He looked at the purple-clothed woman on the white horse. He stroked the silver mask on his face and closed his eyes. The sun was setting in the west, and night was about to fall. The Ban family of 3 climbed up the mountain with several loyal servants. This mountain was not far from the villa, but because this place had been haunted in recent years, no one dared to come here in the evening. Sister, do you think? Ban Heng moved to Ban Han's side and whispered, is there really something unclean here? The mountain was lush with vegetation, and there were many fallen leaves on the ground, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. Sister, I think it's getting cold here. Ban Heng hugged his shoulders and grabbed Ban Han's sleeve. How about we come back tomorrow at noon? It's almost night, it's definitely going to get cold. Ban Han looked around. Because there were many trees, the forest looked a bit gloomy. From time to time, there were a few birds of unknown species chirping. Go this way. Ban Han looked at his brother who was hiding behind him, and his father who was looking around from time to time. He pulled his sleeve out of Ban Heng's hand and said to Ban Heng, "Walk carefully." Ban Heng felt very uneasy if he didn't have something in his hand. Finally, he moved to Ban Huai's side and grabbed his sleeve. The father and son looked at each other and grabbed each other's sleeves. "Father, Brother Heng, write down the place." After finding the place, Ban Han instructed Ban Heng to dig a hole. "When we go back, I'll draw a map for you. If you can't remember it in the future, you can follow the map to find it." "Don't we still have you if we can't remember it?" Ban Heng dug for a long time, but only managed to dig a shallow hole less than 10 inches deep. "If we don't have money, we'll live a hard life together. If we have money, we'll spend it together. It's enough as long as there's one person to remember it. Why should I and father waste our energy? What if I can't remember it?" Ban Han saw that Ban Heng couldn't dig much, so he pulled him away with a face full of disgust. "Move aside, let me do it." Ban Heng was happy to be lazy. He moved aside and said, "How about we bury a few more places? There must be a place that we can remember. Besides, with your drawing skills, even if I were to look at the picture, I wouldn't be able to find it." "What's wrong with my drawing skills?" Ban Han looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You can draw if you're so good." "I can't do it either." "If you can't do it, then shut up. You're a man with so much to say. Where are you going to find a wife?" Ban Han shook off the dirt on her body and threw a palm-sized box into the hole. Then, she sprinkled a layer of soil and buried a few pieces of gravel. Finally, she filled up the hole with layers of soil and stones. She even dug out a piece of grass and stepped on it. "Sis, aren't they all buried inside?" Ban Heng followed behind Ban Han and watched her dig another hole. "You're working too hard. Haven't you heard of the saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows?" Ban Han took a few breaths. "Either you shut up now, or you dig." Ban Heng silently took out a small hoe and ran to a place 10 steps away to dig by himself. However, not long after, the hoe dug into a huge rock, and the rebound made him sit on the ground. Sigh. Ban Huai, who was digging in another corner, saw this and shook his head. "Our Ban family is getting worse with each generation." Ban Heng silently wiped his face. In their family, only their grandmother had the right to say such words. "Father." As a man, it was good to have some confidence. The sky gradually darkened. Ban Heng and Ban Huai finally finished digging a hole. They each buried a box of jewelry and a box of gold bars. When they turned around, they saw that Ban Han had already buried the remaining 2 boxes. "With such a daughter, I have nothing more to ask for," Ban Huai said proudly. "In our family, your sister is the one who takes after your grandfather the most." 10 years ago, when his grandfather passed away, Ban Heng was only 5 years old. In his memory, his grandfather was a very kind old man. Sometimes, he would put him on his neck and ride on his horse. Then, he would take him shopping and buy him a lot of new toys. However, what left the deepest impression on him was that his grandfather liked to take his sister to practice martial arts and take her to ride a pony outside. "Okay." Ban Han moved the last stone and patted the dirt off his palms. "It's already dark. Let's go down the mountain." The father and son of the Ban family looked at the dark top of the mountain. They quickly packed up their things and wished they could grow a pair of wings and fly down the mountain. "Sis, do you hear footsteps?" Suddenly, Ban Heng stopped what he was doing and looked around in panic. "Listen carefully. Let's go quickly." Ban Han picked up the small hoe on the ground. "What are you waiting for?" It was written in novels that people who heard the slightest sound and looked around curiously usually died early. The 3 members of the Ban family hurriedly walked out. Ban Han ran a few steps and remembered the sandbags they threw on the ground. He turned around and looked. At this time, several people were walking out of the forest. "Who's there?" The other person's voice was stern. Ban Han even heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed. "Who's trying to scare this princess?" Ban Han clenched the hoe in his hand. "Come out." The night wind blew, making people's palms cold. Ban Heng and Ban Huai ran back to Ban Han's side. Ban Hui shielded his children behind him. The loyal guards of the Ban family also unsheathed their swords, guarding against any sudden attack. They didn't know why, but after Ban Han called herself a princess, there was no more movement from the other side. Someone seemed to have heard Ban Han's swords being unsheathed. He walked out and said in a very polite tone, "Excuse me, are you Princess Ban?" "I'm Du Jiao, a guard of Chimambua's mansion." "Please don't be alarmed, princess. We're just passing by." Perhaps to gain Ban Han's trust, the guard took off his sword and walked closer to the Ban family. "Please forgive us for disturbing you, princess." "So it's Duke Rong's guard." Ban Han patted his chest. "I thought it was really haunted." Du Jiao cupped his fist and said, "Princess, don't be afraid. We can escort you down the mountain." "How can we do that?" Ban Han looked around. There was a trace of fear on his face, but he still refused Du Jiao's kindness. "Father and I also brought guards. How can we trouble you?" "So Ban Marquis is also here." Du Jiao hurriedly bowed to Ban Hui. "We were just about to go down the mountain. Marquis and Princess, there's no need to be so courteous. The more the merrier." That's fine." Ban Han smiled embarrassedly. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Du Jiao showed a simple and honest smile. "Princess, you're too kind." After Ban Han and the others left, the mountain forest returned to its original silence. Rongxia walked out from the shadows. He pulled on his dark cloak and had a complicated expression on his face. "How long did they stay here?" "Count, this subordinate is incompetent. I didn't know when the Princess Ban appeared here." "It's not your fault." Rongxia walked around the place where Ban Han had been standing. "Other families do things in a logical manner. Only the Ban family does whatever they want. Their actions are illogical." An hour later, Du Jiao came back with his guards. "Count." Du Jiao's expression was complicated. "This subordinate has found out why the Ban family appeared here." Rongxia walked to a stone and lifted his chin slightly. "Speak." "Ban Shitzi heard that this place is haunted, so he dragged the princess here to bury the treasure. He said he was waiting for a fated person. Ban Marquis found it interesting, so he came with us." Du Jiao felt that this reason was too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he felt that even if he wanted to lie, he wouldn't tell such a lie. Rongxia pointed at a stone beside his hand. "Dig up the bottom and take a look." "Duke, there's nothing strange here." "Duke. There's a box here." A guard handed the wooden box to Du Jiao. Du Jiao examined it for a moment. After feeling that it might really be a normal box, he carefully opened the wooden box. A thick layer of glittering gold pancakes were neatly stacked. Various colored gems were scattered in the corners. Du Jiao couldn't help but blink a few times. Duke, they really came to bury the treasure." Du Jiao had never felt so absurd. Did the people of Jingting Marquisate have nothing better to do? They had nowhere to spend their money, so they came to the deep mountains to bury treasures. Rongxia looked at the box of gold and gems. He didn't know what words to use to describe it. His jade-like face was dazed for a moment. "Duke, it seems that they really didn't lie. They must have accidentally stumbled into this place." Du Jiao thought for a moment. "Perhaps it's because you bumped into Ban Shitzi burying the treasures the last time and they didn't succeed, so they changed the place this time." But he didn't expect to meet them again. He heard that when the Princess Royal married the Duke of Jingting, she made a grand wedding and attracted the attention of the entire city. With such a wealthy mother, it wasn't strange for the Marquis of Jingting to live a little extravagantly. But to have nothing better to do and come out to bury treasures, that was really a wastrel. He heard that some merchants in the south would throw gold and silver leaves into the water when the tide was high to attract the people to jump into the water to fish for them. Many people drowned because of the gold and silver. Compared to those merchants, the Marquis of Jingting's way of thinking paid attention to cause and effect. His methods were much cleaner. No matter how he thought about it, he still didn't quite understand the thoughts of these nobles. "Put it away." Rongxia put his hands behind his back. "Since it belongs to the fated one, I'm also the fated one." Du Jiao looked at the Duke's expression. After confirming that he wasn't joking, his expression became subtle. Duke, there are still traces of the soil in a few places that have been moved. The guard looked around. The person who was digging was too poor at concealment. It was easy to see where the earth had been moved. There's no need to look. Xianxia reached out and took out a piece of gold cake from the wooden box. The gold cake was of good quality. Just one of it was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 years. Clean this place up. Don't let anyone find out that the soil has been turned over. Yes. Xianxia put the gold back into the wooden box and reached out to take the wooden box from Duzhou. The box did not look big, but it was quite heavy. Seeing the Earl in such a good mood, Duzhou felt that it wasn't very kind of him to do this. But then he thought about it. Anyway, the Ban family buried the gold and waited for the fated person. Since the Earl found the gold, then the Earl was the fated person. That's right, there's nothing wrong with that. Their master is definitely not shameless. In the Ban family's manner, the 3 members of the Ban family sat around a round table drinking tea. You really scared me to death just now. Ban Heng held the teacup with a pitiful face. Sister, you used me to lie again. I'm sorry. Every time it was her brother who took the blame, Ban Han felt a little guilty. She put her hands together and looked at Ban Heng apologetically. But I was too nervous at the time. That's all I could think of. Don't be angry with me, okay? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I'm a dandy. It doesn't matter. Ban Heng was most afraid of his sister looking at him pitifully. As long as she looked at him like that, he had no position to speak of. Brother Heng, thank you. Ban Han poured Ban Heng a cup of tea. I'm just worried about one thing. After Qinganbua finds out about this, will he dig up the gold and take it to his own house? How could that be? Ban Heng waved his hand. Earl Rong is not that kind of person. That's right. Ban Hui nodded. Earl Rong is a gentleman. How could he do such a thing? Ban Han rubbed his nose. It seemed that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. A person like Earl Rong didn't lack money. How could he be interested in the gold they buried? It's late. Go back to your rooms and sleep. I'll take you back tomorrow. Ban Hui pulled at the back of his clothes. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat and stuck to his back. It was very uncomfortable. Early in the morning, the entire land was covered in a thick fog. Ban Han tied her cloak and mounted her horse. She said to her father and brother, "It's very foggy today. Don't ride too fast. Don't scare the horses." Ban Hui and Ban Heng nodded obediently. When it came to horsemanship, the father and son could only listen to Ban Han. The family of 3 didn't walk for long on the official road with the guards when they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Ban Hui was afraid that someone would take advantage of the foggy weather to do something bad, so she sent a guard to check behind them. After a while, the guard came back with a man on a horse. The 3 members of the Ban family recognized him. It was Qinganbua's guard, Duzhou, who insisted on sending them back last night. Guard Du Ban Han looked behind Duzhou. What a coincidence. Greetings to Marquis, Princess, and heir. Duzhou dismounted from his horse and saluted the 3 people. We're outside, so there's no need to be so formal. Ban Han looked at Duzhou with a smile. You're also returning to the city? Princess, we're escorting Earl Rong back to the city. Duzhou looked at the girl sitting on the horse with a smile. Even if he wasn't a lecherous person, he couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. What a beautiful girl. He was a boorish man. He only felt that if any man in the world was lucky enough to marry such a beautiful woman, even if he had to wait on his wife every day, he would still be willing. He really didn't understand why such a stunning beauty would have her engagement broken off. So Earl Rong is also here. Ban Han looked up and saw a group of people walking out of the fog. The person in the lead was Xianxia, who was riding a white horse and wearing a light crescent moon-colored brocade robe. The 2 people's eyes met, and Ban Han gave the other person a bright smile. Xianxia wanted to dismount from his horse and salute Ban Hui, but he was stopped by Ban Hui. Xianxia noticed that the order in which the 3 members of the Ban family rode their horses was a bit strange. As a woman, Ban Han was riding in the front, but Ban Hui and Ban Heng were following behind. It was really a bit out of line. But he wasn't a busybody. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ban Hui, he said, "Last night, my guards disturbed your mood. This one apologizes on their behalf." Ahem. Ban Hui coughed dryly. It was embarrassing to mention this kind of thing, so there was no need to apologize. "Earl Rong, what kind of mood is this?" Ban Han controlled the horse's speed. "We were just bored and wanted to have some fun. Please don't laugh at us. Buddhists pay attention to karma. Today, you sowed good karma. Tomorrow, someone will receive help because of your actions today. That is good karma. This is naturally an elegant matter." Xianxia cupped his fist towards Ban Han. Good karma begets good karma. Good intentions beget good karma. The person who receives the treasure will definitely thank you. Ban Han opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word to refute. Scholars were really good at talking. They could make such a ridiculous thing sound so philosophical. Even she almost believed it. This was the power of knowledge. She turned her head and glanced at Ban Heng. She looked at him, then looked at herself. Wasn't she ashamed? Ban Heng turned his head. Non-violent and uncooperative, he looked like he didn't understand and couldn't see. Junju. Xianxia urged his horse to stay half a horse's length away from Ban Han. "I heard that you like white fox fur." Ban Han turned her head to look at Xianxia. Good-looking people were always pleasing to the eye. This one has a few pieces of fox fur that are in good condition. If Junju doesn't mind, I can have the servants send them to you today. Xianxia smiled. Fox fur suits a beauty. That's a stunning beauty. The morning wind blew. The white mist dampened Ban Han's eyelashes. She blinked. "I really do like these things. But I can't accept something that I didn't do anything for." "How can I accept something from Uncle Bo?" "Just take it as a thank you gift for the plate of pastries 2 days ago." Xianxia was still half a horse's length away from Ban Han. "Your Fu's pastries are very delicious. My Fu's chef can't make them as delicious as they are." "You mean that you want me to exchange the pastries recipe for the fox fur?" Ban Han suddenly understood and said generously, "Don't worry. When I return to the Fu, I'll have the servants send the recipe to you." The smile on Xia's face froze. Then she smiled and said, "Thank you, Junju." On the other side, Ban Heng rode his horse to Ban Hui's side and gave Ban Hui a meaningful look. Could it be that Uncle Rong was interested in his sister? Ban Hui shook his head. That was unlikely. Even though Hua was his daughter, he had to have a conscience. Putting his daughter together with Rong Junpo was indeed inappropriate. Junju is very imposing when she draws the bow and shoots. If you were a man, you would definitely become a great general. That's not possible. Ban Han shook her head very honestly. Why? Xianxia didn't see the slightest hint of modesty on Ban Han's face. It's so hard in the military camp. If I were a man, I would be the heir of the Marquis Fu. I would be surrounded by beautiful maids and have a high pillow. If I don't live such a comfortable life, why would I go to the military camp to suffer? Ban Han cupped her face with one hand. Her tender cheeks looked very cute. All the soldiers who are willing to go to the battlefield are great, but I don't want to be like them. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Looking at the delicate and naive woman in front of her, she smiled and said, Junju is very calm. Life is only a few decades. Do whatever you want. Ban Han smiled and said, who knows when you won't have the chance to open your eyes again. Xianxia still smiled. Junju is very insightful. It was a pity that all living things were suffering. How many people could see through it? How many people could be so unscrupulous? The sun finally broke free from the thick fog. Sunlight shone on the ground. Even though it wasn't very hot, it was enough to disperse the endless fog. Ban Han held her horsewhip and pointed forward. We've arrived at the city gate. At this time, at the city gate, a luxurious carriage was heading out. Ban Han recognized the insignia on the carriage. It was the insignia of the Shi family. Thinking of the Xianxia's secret love for Xianxia, Ban Han couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia acted as if she didn't see the carriage at the city gate. She only smiled at her and turned her head to look into the distance. As the sun rose from the east and the morning mist gradually dispersed, It was a pleasant thing to be able to see one's sweetheart. The prerequisite was that there was no one around her whom one disliked. Xianxia had never realized that she disliked Ban Han so much. They didn't have much interaction, but why did Ban Han approach Earl Rong again and again? Earl Rong observed mourning for his mother for 3 years, and then for his father for another 3 years. Later, his only brother died of illness, leaving him alone in Qing'anbu's mansion. His Majesty liked his talent and pitied him for losing his family at such a young age. Therefore, he didn't demote him and let him inherit the title of Earl. Xianxia's heart ached for Uncle Cheng's past. Although he was usually elegant and graceful, his words and actions were like a spring breeze, but after encountering so many sad things, how could he not be sad at all? Uncle Rong just used a smile to cover it up. She often thought that if she could live with Duke Rong, how wonderful it would be. But now, it wasn't so wonderful. She looked at the man and woman on horseback not far away expressionlessly. Although there was half a horse's length between them, in Xianxia's eyes, this distance was enough to make her feel uneasy. "Stop the carriage." She lifted the curtain and got off the carriage with the help of her maid. She didn't believe that Earl Rong couldn't see her when she was standing there. A beauty looked even more beautiful in the haze. Ban Han looked at the delicate Xianxia standing there and couldn't help but stop the horse so that she could admire the beauty for a while. Seeing her stop, Xianxia asked with a smile, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly stop?" "I'm admiring the scenery." Ban Han blinked. "Graceful and graceful, like an immortal." Xianxia followed her gaze and saw Xianxia standing under a tree. She was wearing a light green dress and a plain silver cloak. She looked beautiful beyond her clothes. "Where's the beautiful scenery in the white fog?" Xianxia looked away and smiled faintly. "Your Highness, are you playing with me?" Ban Han looked at Xianxia in surprise. Did she really look down on Xianxia? But the man in front of her had a gentle smile. Even the most picky woman in the world couldn't find any fault with him. She smiled. "Your Highness, you're really interesting." Xianxia, who had fascinated the second prince, was no different from a white fog in Xia's eyes. This was really interesting, really interesting. Xianxia and her maid came over. Your Highness, Princess Ban." Ban Li felt that the way Xianxia looked at her wasn't like what a coincidence at all, but more like why are you here, you hindrance. However, she was never someone who cared about these things, so after nodding slightly to Xianxia, she didn't say anything. She didn't want to say anything to another woman in front of a handsome man. She had no interest in showing her sisterly love to another woman. If she had time, she'd rather take a few more glances at the handsome man. A handsome man was always worth taking a few more glances. "Monsieur." Xianxia saluted Xianxia on horseback. "Where are you going, monsieur?" Xianxia returned Xia's salute. "Today, my elder brother accompanied me to worship Buddha. I didn't expect to meet you here." She paused and glanced at Ban Han. "Did you and your Highness go out to play?" Ban Han turned to Xianxia and said, "Your Highness, we won't disturb your chat with monsieur. We'll leave first. Goodbye. I just happened to meet Princess Ban." Xianxia patted her horse. "Monsieur, goodbye." Xianxia forced a smile. "Take care." She looked at Xia's back as she left with Ban Han. She squeezed her handkerchief tightly and forced the smile on her face to remain as gentle as a flower. "Your Highness." A man in black riding on a tall horse clasped his hands in greeting to Xianxia. His eyes fell on Ban Han. "Princess Ban." Ban Han looked at the man, tilted her head and thought for a while. "Young master sure? Was it popular to wear black brocade robes in the capital recently?" Xiechongnan was not enough, and now there was Shijin. Shijin's tense face relaxed a little. "That's me." "Greetings, Princess Ban. Didn't you go to the Northwest military camp?" Ban Han remembered Shijin because he was the best at riding and shooting among the aristocrats. Some people even praised him for having the aura of a quiet pavilion. Therefore, Ban Han remembered him. Of course, the aura of a quiet pavilion did not refer to her father, but her grandfather, the Duke of Jingting. "My mother is ill. As her son, how could I let her worry about me?" Shurjin clasped his hands in the direction of the imperial palace. Fortunately, His Majesty took pity on me and made me the minister of the guard office. I was able to reunite with my family. No wonder Xianxia went to worship Buddha. It turned out that Mrs. Shi was ill. I see. Ban Han did not return the salute. I wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you, Your Highness. Shurjin saw the father and son of the Ban family slowly coming over and bowed to them again. The Shi family and the Ban family were the legendary comparison group. The former was a model of devoted service to the imperial court, while the latter was a nobleman who idled around and played with cats and dogs. Therefore, the two families did not have much interaction with each other. Ban Hui had a job in the imperial court, but it was an idle job with a salary. Ban Heng did not even have an idle job. Therefore, the three of them did not have much to say to each other. After greeting each other, they just stared at each other. Shurjin could not help but look at Ban Han. She was wearing a light yellow riding outfit and an apricot yellow cloak. Her hair was combed into a man's bun, but it was tied up with an extremely gorgeous golden crown. A bright red five-petaled flower was drawn on her forehead. She looked very lively. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Your Highness is even more charming than before. After saying this, he suddenly realized that it was a bit abrupt. He immediately changed the topic. The morning fog is cold. Please return to your residence early. I will take my leave. Lord Shi is so kind. Xianxia smiled and clasped his hands in front of Shurjin. Lord Shi, please. Marquis Jingting, Xianxia, Princess, and Heir Apparent, please. Shurjin rode his horse back half a step, indicating that the other party should pass first. Seeing this, Xiaoxia's smile did not change. Lord Shi, I will take my leave. He turned his head and looked at Ban Han. Princess, let's go. Ban Han nodded and smiled at Shurjin. She squeezed the horse's belly with her legs and the horse started to trot. Brother. Xianxia sat in the carriage. He lifted the curtain and looked at Shurjin, who was riding beside him. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you very close to Princess Ban? His brother had always been a man of few words. Just now, he had said a few words to Ban Han. Could it be that all men in the world would not be like themselves when they saw a beautiful woman? His brother was like this. Even Earl Rong was like this. Shurjin shook his head slightly. I saw that she was the same age as you. I thought that we would have a lot of time together in the future, so I said a few words. Xianxia wanted to say that he did not like that woman Ban Han at all and would not have any contact with her. However, he was afraid that if he said this, his brother would think that he was being impolite. Therefore, he swallowed his words. There was some distance between Xianxia's mansion and the Jingting Marquisate. Therefore, after traveling together for a while, they went back to their respective manors. That day, just after lunch, Ban Jin heard a servant report that someone from Count Chang'an's residence had come up, and they had even brought a lot of things over. Ban Han rushed over to take a look and found that there were several boxes of high-quality leather in the courtyard. There was fire fox leather and white fox leather. Every piece of leather was in perfect condition and did not have a single blemish. Sister, these leather are good things that can't be bought with money. Ban Heng moved closer to Ban Han. Xianxia is too generous. Yes. Even Xianxia is so generous. When will you buy me something valuable? Ban Han rolled her eyes at Ban Heng. You are my younger brother. If I wasn't your younger brother, would you give me money to spend? Ban Heng smiled bashfully. Then I don't have money. As the heir of the Marquisate Manor, he usually went out with a few friends. Sometimes, he even had to go to his sister's place to ask for money. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. Ban Han opened the small box at the top. Inside, there was a set of ruby jewelry. She picked up the note in the box and read it. Then, she put the box away. Sister, Xianxia is so generous. I feel a bit uneasy. Ban Heng looked at the box of ruby jewelry and felt that something was wrong. Xianxia used the excuse of giving him a gift, but all the things he gave were for his sister. Wasn't this a bit? Do you know who this set of jewelry was originally intended for? Who? Ban Han put the note in Ban Heng's hand. See for yourself. After reading it, Ban Heng sighed. Chunanboy didn't have it easy. He lost his mother when he was 15, his father and brother when he was 19, and his sister-in-law also remarried. This set of head ornaments was originally intended for his brother and sister-in-law. However, after his father and brother passed away, his sister-in-law returned to her parents' home and remarried, so this set of head ornaments was left behind. It was said to be a good match for a beautiful woman. He probably didn't want to see these sad things, so he sent it along with these fox skins. Before dinner, Xianxia received a return gift from the Jingting Marquisate. There was a recipe for desserts, 2 boxes of desserts, and a box of books. It was said that the lost manuscript of the Chronicles of the East Sea was copied by a very famous scholar 100 years ago. It was the only copy of Daily Notes to the West that had been lost for a long time. It was said that reading the complete book was the only copy of the Chronicles of the North that had traveled thousands of miles. An Nank dream? The Nank dream that all the scholars in the world dreamed of reading? Holding these 4 books, Xianxia felt as if she was holding a mountain of gold. Did those civil officials in the imperial court who looked down on Marquis Jingting know that the Jingting Marquisate had such a rich collection of books? Count, the kitchen steward stood in front of Xianxia with a bitter face. I'm afraid we can't make that dessert in a short time. N? Xianxia was reading Journey to the North. Hearing the steward's words, he looked up at him. Why? To make this dessert, you need to soak the Longjing noodles in dust-free snow water and use rose honey for seasoning. The utensils need to be specially made, and the steamer needs to be made from newly grown Xiangfei bamboo. The water used to steam the dessert needs to be added with half a ladle of morning dew. When the dessert is about to be taken out of the pot, you need to burn a small piece of sandalwood. To make this dessert, you need to spend a lot of money and effort, but I'm afraid you can't gather everything in a short time. The kitchen steward secretly complained in his heart. The Count had never cared much about food. This time, it was rare for the kitchen to make a dessert, but they couldn't make it. He really didn't have the face to stand in front of the Count. She didn't know where this dessert recipe came from. She wasn't eating desserts, but shining silver. It's so complicated. Xianxia somewhat understood why Ban Han was so reluctant to make a dessert. Such a time-consuming thing, Jingting Marquisate probably didn't make it every day. In that case, let's put it down first. He paused, then said, gather everything first, then slowly think about it. Seeing that the Count didn't want them to make it immediately, the steward sighed in relief. From last night until today, the people in the kitchen had thought of all kinds of methods, but the taste was not the same. It seemed that those expensive things couldn't be saved. The steward even suspected that the person who gave this recipe had ulterior motives and wanted to lead the Count astray. After the steward left, Xianxia closed the Journey to the North in his hands. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with these 4 books. In fact, he could spread the handwritten copies and win the praise of all the scholars in the world, but benefits were easy to get, but sincerity was hard to find. He didn't want to let down a simple-minded family like Jingting Marquisate. Xianxia smoothed out the curled corner of the book. Since Jingting Marquisate hadn't told the public about the existence of these books, then he could only pretend he didn't know. This Yanru's house of gold, just let it lie here quietly. The members of the Ban family who sent out a golden house were very busy. Because the birthday of great elder Princess Daning was coming, the members of the Ban family were busy checking the guest list, the various dishes of the banquet, and the various suitable theatrical troupes and acrobatic troupes sent by the steward below. They didn't want to see those who didn't have auspicious appearances, they didn't want to see those who had negative rumors. After careful selection, they didn't want to see those who had the opposite attributes. These stewards had already gone through the selection process, but they still had to go through it again. The Princess Royal didn't want them to be so busy, but the 4 members of the Ban family didn't feel the same way. As long as the items didn't exceed the regulations, they didn't care about money. They spent what they needed and used what they needed. This made many old ladies in the capital very jealous. As they got older, everyone wanted their family to value them. They made it very lively, but on the surface, they still had to teach the younger generation not to be extravagant and not to be too ostentatious. So they envied the Princess Royal, but they also felt that the Ban family was a bit too much. It was just a birthday celebration. It was a bit too much to make such a big fuss. But no matter what other people thought, the Ban family was very happy. They went to the Grand Royal residence 3 or 4 times a day, making the Princess Royal smile all day long. The entire residence was immersed in laughter. I use the best crab meat. If I run out of good tea, I'll go to the emperor to ask for more. Ban Huai was very straightforward and thick-skinned. He often went to the emperor to ask for good tea. He even went to the palace to ask for the Yuqian Longjing tea, which was used to make snacks at home. So this tea was also called Yuqian Longjing tea. Yes, it's a waste not to take it. The Ying clan marked the back of the tea with 12 tails. He wants fame, we want money. If we don't take it, he might not be happy. 12 tails? Ban Heng looked at it. Mother, you need so much tea. Are you going to use it to cook tea eggs? It's good that I didn't ask for half a gene of tea. The Ying clan gave the list to Ban Han. You go with your father. When it came to pleasing people, her daughter was better than her husband. The emperor was a person who liked grandiose achievements. He liked it when people flattered him. Ban Han looked at the list. Other than 12 taels of Yuqian Longjing tea, there was also incense, imperial cooking, and so on. She put the list in her pocket. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Ban Huai saw that it was still early, so he said to Ban Han, good girl, let's pack up and go to the palace. 3 hours after lunch, the Emperor Yunqing usually listened to music, drank tea, and walked leisurely. When he heard the eunuch report that the Marquis of Jingting and Princess Fuel were asking for an audience, he touched his beard and guessed the purpose of their visit. Enter. After the father and daughter entered the hall, they respectfully bowed and sat down. Sure enough, after a few words, Ban Huai began to complain that he was poor. The general idea was that he was incompetent as a son. He couldn't even prepare good things for his mother's birthday. He begged the emperor to give him a lucrative position. He wanted to work hard and strive to make his mother proud next year. Emperor Yunqing almost splashed the tea in his hand onto Ban Huai's face. He wanted a real job, and one that was relatively lucrative. Other than his good cousin, who else would dare to say this in front of him? Shui Qing'a, Aunt is old now. I know that you have always been filial. Instead of a real job, why don't you spend more time with Aunt? If you need anything, just tell me. I, as your cousin, will help you find a way. Emperor Yunqing looked at Ban Huai with a sincere face. Aunt is my elder. I also want her to have a grand birthday. Ban Han immediately clapped her hands and said, Father, daughter thinks that the emperor is right. Why do you have to work so hard? We still have the emperor. After speaking, she stood up and bowed to the emperor. This subject thanks the emperor for his grace. You little girl, we are family. Why are you thanking me? Emperor Yunqing enjoyed the younger generation's admiring and trusting gaze. He waved his hand and rewarded Ban Han with a pile of things that the subordinate countries had previously offered. Outside the Great Moon Palace, Crown Prince Jiangzhang walked to the door and saw Wang De standing outside. Steward Wang, I have something to ask to see father. Please pass on the message. Newbie greets your highness the Crown Prince. Wang De saw the Crown Prince and explained after bowing. Right now, the Marquis of Jingting and Princess Fuel are in audience with the emperor. Cousin is also here? The Crown Prince quite liked Ban Han. Because Ban Han was too cute when she was young, he was picky about the younger sisters in the palace. This princess's eyes weren't as pretty as Ban Han's cousin, and that princess's skin wasn't as soft as his cousin's. Fortunately, he had a kind personality and never showed it. He also treated all the princesses of the concubines equally. That was why he didn't create a wave of hatred for Ban Han in the palace. Yes. Wang De didn't dare to speak carelessly. The people in the palace were the best at making groundless accusations. If the Crown Prince casually asked a question and in a few days, it became that the Crown Prince was interested in Princess Fuel, then it would be terrible. The Crown Princess was the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the right Prime Minister. She was dignified and virtuous, and had the style of the future mother of the nation. Princess Fuel's status was noble, and she was the granddaughter of the Princess Royal. Naturally, she wouldn't be the Crown Prince's Safei. If something were to happen, the crown prince and Princess Fuel would be fine, but the servants present wouldn't be able to keep their lives. Just as he was thinking this, the Ban family father and daughter walked out. Seeing Princess Fuel's smiling face, Wang De knew that the emperor must have rewarded this Junju again. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ban Han saw the Crown Prince and curtsied. Uncle and cousin don't need to be so courteous, the Crown Prince helped them up. Last autumn hunt, I didn't have much time to talk with uncle and cousin. If cousin has time, come to the Eastern Palace and sit for a while. Ban Han smiled and agreed, but in his heart, he didn't agree. She would be crazy to go to the Eastern Palace. Those women in the Eastern Palace were guarding against her like she was a thief. He didn't know what was wrong with them. The Crown Prince was in a hurry to see the emperor, so after a few words, the two sides bid each other farewell. Then, Ban Han saw someone he didn't like. The second Prince Jiang Luo. Ban Han. As soon as Jiang Luo saw Ban Han, he felt uncomfortable all over. Last time when they were hunting in the suburbs of the capital, Ban Han had pretended to be crazy and caused him to suffer a loss. He hadn't been able to swallow this anger. Now that he saw Ban Han's smiling face, he felt the anger in his chest rise. Your Highness, Ban Hui saw that Jiang Luo's expression wasn't quite right. He stood in front of Ban Han and bowed to Jiang Luo. Marquis of Jingting, Jiang Luo sneered and looked at Ban Hui with disdain. I heard that when the Duke of Jingting was alive, his archery skills could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. This prince is very much looking forward to it. I don't know if the Marquis of Jingting could give me a few pointers. The palace servants all around fell silent. Who in the court didn't know that the Marquis of Jingting wasn't good at horseback archery? His Highness, the second prince, was almost openly mocking the Marquis of Jingting for being incompetent. They only hated themselves for having ears and for being here to serve today. Don't make fun of me, second prince. Who in the capital doesn't know that I can't carry a shoulder, can't use my hands, and can't use either literature or martial arts? If you want me to teach you how to eat, drink, and play, it's fine, but I'll skip archery. Ban Hui had lived to this age and had heard ridicule from others. He had even heard words even harsher than the second prince's. Therefore, the second prince's ridicule didn't affect him at all. However, if your Highness really likes archery, my daughter has the style of my father. You can ask her instead of me. Other people modestly called his son my son, but Ban Hui took a different approach and called his daughter my daughter. He was just short of bluntly saying that although his daughter was a girl, she was more than enough to teach him, a prince, archery. The second prince sneered, Princess Fuel is naturally not inferior to men. She can make all the men in the world feel ashamed of their inferiority and retreat. He was using the fact that Ban Han's engagement was broken off. But was Ban Han the type to suffer losses? In fact, Ban Yu admired the second prince quite a bit. Every time he suffered at her hands, he would not learn his lesson. Instead, he would run to her and talk bad. This time, it was even worse. He even mocked her father. How could she tolerate this? Of course, she couldn't tolerate it. Your Highness, I know that you don't like me. I have no objection to you mocking me. But why did you insult my father? Ban Yu grabbed the second prince's sleeve. Her voice was trembling, her expression was aggrieved, and her eyes were red. As the saying goes, if the monarch is humiliated, the minister will die. If the father humiliates the son, it means that I am guilty. I will admit my guilt. Why do you treat my father like this? He was surprised. Ban Han looked so charming. How could she be so strong? What did she eat to grow up? I don't want to talk to you. You come with me to His Majesty. Ban Han pulled. The second prince staggered and was dragged into the palace by Ban Han. Good girl, don't. Ban Hui seemed to have just reacted. He turned around and tried to grab Ban Yu, but he suddenly lost his footing and fell to the ground. By the time the palace servants helped him up, there was no sign of Princess Fu Lu and the second prince. They had already been dragged into the palace. Jiang Luo didn't react until Ban Han dragged him into the palace. He scolded in a low voice, Ban Han, you're crazy. After saying that, he pushed Ban Ti with his hand, causing Ban Ti to stagger backwards. After knocking over a fine porcelain long-necked vase, Ban Ti fell to the ground. No, he didn't use so much strength. He looked up. Sure enough, he saw that his father and his benevolent elder brother didn't look right. Cousin. The crown prince was stunned. He wanted to help Ban Han up, but he remembered that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Fortunately, the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace were smart. They hurried forward to help Ban Han up. They even cleaned up the broken porcelain on the ground. Ban Han's skin was soft. A light scratch from a nail could leave a red mark. Her arm knocked over the vase. Her left arm suddenly became red and swollen. It looked very scary. The emperor and the crown prince didn't want to stare at the girl's arm. But just a glance was enough to make them feel that the injury was scary. What are you waiting for? Go get the imperial physician. Emperor Yunqing glared at the eunuchs in the room. He didn't even look at Jiang Luo. Little girl, sit down first. Don't move your arm. It won't be good if you hurt your bones. Men, especially adult men with high status, had always been reluctant to see beautiful girls get hurt. It had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women. It had to do with their inner thoughts of dominating. Father, elder brother, she bumped into the vase herself. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Luo felt that there was something wrong with the way everyone in the hall looked at him. Even though these palace maids and eunuchs all kept their heads lowered, he could still feel that their attitudes toward him were completely different from their attitudes toward his older brother. Shut up. No matter how much Emperor Yunqing favored his son, he couldn't accept his son's violent personality. If it was just a palace maid, it would be fine. But this was his cousin, his grandaunt's granddaughter. He personally conferred the title of Commandery Princess. She was injured in the Great Moon Palace, and the one who hurt her was his son. If this spread out, how would the courtiers view the imperial family? How would the scholars judge him? Emperor Yunqing already felt guilty toward the Princess Royal. In addition, the Princess Royal had never made any excessive demands of him. Although his cousin Ban Hui was foppish, he hadn't caused him any big trouble. As for Ban Han, his niece, he really liked her. Seeing her injured like this, his heart ached. Imperial father, she. The second prince's entire body was covered in blood and he couldn't speak clearly. Everyone saw that he had pushed Banyu. Please believe this son. This son really didn't push her so hard. She bumped into it herself. Second brother. The crown prince saw that Ban Han had lowered his head and was trying hard not to cry. He spoke to Jiang Luo sternly. Cousin is a woman. How can you treat her like this? How? She pushed me? Jiang Luo almost couldn't breathe. He snorted. Don't put on airs in front of me. I don't need you to educate me. Emperor Yunqing was about to get angry when Ban Hui ran in from outside. Your Majesty. After Ban Hui entered, he lowered his head and apologized to Emperor Yunqing. Your Majesty, I didn't teach my daughter well. I let her disturb your Majesty. Please forgive me. Seeing Ban Hui's panicked and guilty expression, Emperor Yunqing and the crown prince were a bit embarrassed. Their family had pushed a delicate little girl, and her father had come in to apologize. This was really, Emperor Yunqing hadn't been so embarrassed in a long time. He turned his head and saw Ban Han looking at him with wide eyes. His embarrassment turned into anger and he rushed at Jiang Luo. Where did all the etiquette and morals you learned all these years go? Why aren't you apologizing to Hua Hua? If he could swear at this moment, Jiang Luo would definitely swear. But obviously, he couldn't. He could only straighten his neck and stare fiercely at Ban Han without saying a word. Io, my good girl, what happened to your hand? Ban Hui saw that Ban Han's wrist was red and bruised. His voice changed. Does it hurt? Did you hurt your bones? Emperor Yunqing glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince walked over to Ban Hui, who was circling around his cousin. Marquis, it's my fault. I didn't stop my second brother. Second prince? Ban Hui turned his head and stared at Jiang Luo. His expression kept changing. Finally, his shoulders slumped. He said to Emperor Yunqing, Your Majesty, I'm incompetent. I've been incompetent since I was young. I brought shame to the royal family. The second prince doesn't like me and my daughter. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with the second prince. My daughter wasn't careful when she was walking and bumped her arm. I'll take her back for treatment. Emperor Yunqing knew that Ban Huai said this to protect his second son's reputation. He couldn't help but remember when he was young. One year, he accidentally broke something that his father liked. At that time, his father already had the intention of dethroning the crown prince, so he was very afraid. He didn't expect his cousin, Ban Huai, to take the blame for him. Later, he thanked Ban Huai. Ban Huai said that it was fine if he was reprimanded, as long as he, the crown prince, was fine. So many years had passed. Ban Huai never mentioned the past, and he gradually forgot about it. But today, when he heard Ban Huai say this, he suddenly remembered that afternoon when Ban Huai took the blame for him. "Cousin, you don't blame him, but I have to punish him," Emperor Yunqing said to the second prince with a heavy expression. "Since you didn't learn proper etiquette, go back to the palace and copy books. Don't leave the palace before the new year." As an adult prince, he had to copy books and learn proper etiquette. For a prince, this was a slap to his face. The second prince almost went crazy with anger. Between him and Ban Han, who was his father's child. The Ban family father and daughter left the palace under the guilty gazes of the emperor and the crown prince. When they returned to the Ban family, Ban Han shook his arm, sweeping away the grievance and pity from before. He drank the tea that Ban Heng had personally poured for him and said, "If Jiang Luo wasn't a prince, I would have found someone to put a gunny sack over his head and beat him to death." The Ying clan brought over a box of ointment. As he applied the ointment for Ban Han, he said, "Your arm is already bruised, and you're still thinking about this?" He didn't know who this girl got her skin from. It was white and tender, and a light touch would leave a mark. If she was pampered like this, it would be fine. But what would happen after 5 years? That's not right. Father, sister, you two made such a scene. Why are you still helping Jiang Luo cover it up? Ban Heng looked at Ban Yu in confusion. With his sister's personality of taking revenge, if she couldn't take revenge, she would hold a grudge for the rest of her life. She didn't seem like someone who would repay evil with good. There are no secrets in the palace. The Ying clan put down the ointment and sneered, "Unless we kill everyone in the Great Moon Palace, this matter will spread out sooner or later." The second prince had been making more and more trouble recently. Those who supported the crown prince couldn't sit still. How could they miss such a good opportunity to use against him? In the face of power, what did the brothers of the imperial family count for? Ban Heng sucked in a breath of cold air. "Then the emperor won't suspect that we did it, right? Didn't we just say that your sister accidentally fell when we asked the imperial doctor to treat her?" The Ying clan said calmly, "Since it was an accident on our side, the rest has nothing to do with us." In the mansion of Qinganbua, the steward changed a cup of tea for Xianxia. Thinking that the earl had been reading for a long time, the steward said, "Earl, I just heard a rumor about the second prince outside." "What rumor?" Xianxia didn't raise his head. This prince had always been restless, so it wasn't strange for him to spread some news. It said that the second prince broke Princess Fuel's arm at the gate of the Great Moon Palace. Rumors always adhered to the style of watching a good show without worrying about making it big. The more exaggerated the rumors, the better. The original rumor was that Princess Fuel and Second Imperial Prince had an argument in front of the Great Moon Palace. But as it spread, it became, Second Imperial Prince was rude to Princess Fuel in front of His Majesty and broke Princess Fuel's arm, angering His Majesty. Insolent words and deeds. Previously, there had been news of Second Imperial Prince stealing Princess Fuel's game at the hunting ground, but no one had taken it seriously. Young men and women had bad tempers, so it was normal for them to have arguments. But for a prince to actually attack a Junju and injure her, this wasn't something that could be explained by the words young and impetuous. Although the conduct of men and women in Deyi was open, they still paid attention to the conduct of a gentleman. What was the difference between a prince beating a Junju and a boorish man bullying a weak girl on the street? In 2 days, it would be the Princess Royal's birthday. Second Imperial Prince had done such a thing. Wasn't this not giving face to the Princess Royal? When the news reached the fu of the Count of Zhongping, Xia Wanyu was both happy and worried. Second Imperial Prince knew that she didn't have a good relationship with Ban Han. Was it because of her that he purposely went to make things difficult for Ban Han? But when she thought of how Second Imperial Prince was being gossiped about because of this matter and how he had been grounded by His Majesty, Xiaowanyu couldn't help but worry that he would suffer because of this matter. Mimi, Xie Qilin walked into the yard and saw Xiaowanyu's restless appearance. He knew that she was worried about Second Imperial Prince and reassured, "Don't worry, Second Imperial Prince is the child of His Majesty and the Empress. No one in the palace dares to mistreat him." RGE, Xiaowanyu sat down at the square table and smiled embarrassedly at Xie Qilin. "Second Imperial Prince is really alright? When a girl is of age, she can't be kept at home. She hasn't even married yet and she's already worrying about her future husband." Xie Qilin's face had a trace of melancholy. His smile wasn't as bright as before. "Don't worry, no matter how much the emperor dotes on Ban Han, she's still an outsider. In the emperor's heart, his own son is more important." Xiaowanyu deliberately looked at Xie Qilin's expression. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any special emotions when he mentioned Ban Han, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Second brother, what do you think of the marriage that mother mentioned to you a few days ago?" Because his second brother had eloped with a woman from a brothel and had injured one of his eyes, it was very difficult for him to find another woman of equal social status. His mother finally chose the daughter of a fourth-rank official. Although the family's social status was not prominent, it was not worrisome. This girl had a gentle personality. When she married into the Xie family in the future, she would definitely be able to take good care of his second brother. When Xie Qilin heard his younger sister mention his marriage, he reached out to support the mask on his face. He faintly said, "With my current situation, why should I be a burden to others?" "Second brother, why do you have to say this?" Xiaowanyu was both anxious and angry. "There are so many good daughters in the world that want to marry you. How can you say such discouraging words?" Xie Qilin's expression was still indifferent. "If there really is someone who wants to marry me, then I'll marry her." When Xiaowanyu heard this, her heart ached. Her dazzling and perfect second brother had now become a lifeless dead well. The heavens were speechless. Even a dandy like Ban Heng could live well. Why would her second brother encounter such a situation? It's all because of that little slut Ban Han. If it wasn't for her, how could you encounter such a situation? Xiaowanyu scolded. "I think she won't be able to marry in this lifetime." When Xie Qilin heard his younger sister's complaints, he stood up with a wooden expression. "Wanyu, I'm going out for a walk." Xiaowanyu was afraid that if she said too much, her second brother would be in a bad mood, so she hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay." Xie Qilin left the inner courtyard, but his mind was thinking about what his younger sister had just said. Even their Xie family said this about Ban Han. Then what about the people outside? At that time, he was young and impetuous. In reality, he didn't really hate Ban Han. He just didn't want his family to arrange a marriage for him. For years ago, after he was engaged to Ban Han, he heard some bad rumors. Some people said that in order to curry favor with the Princess Royal, the Xie family was even willing to sacrifice their son. There were also people who said that Ban Han only had good looks, but his actions were absurd. They mocked him for being a mediocre person who only cared about looks and not inner qualities. In the future, even if he was cuckolded, he wouldn't dare to say anything. After hearing these kinds of words often, he gradually became disgusted with Jingting Marquisate. He even felt that every time he went to the Ban residence, it was an insult to his character. He eloped with a courtesan, not because he really liked her, but because he wanted others to know that he, Xie Qilin, was not a man who would give himself to a woman for power. He would rather be with a courtesan than have his eyes on Ban Han. When he returned home, he heard the people in the capital mocking Ban Han. Only then did he realize that he had chosen the worst way to resolve this marriage. From then on, he almost never appeared in front of Ban Han. He also didn't have the face to appear in front of her. A few days ago, when he saw her on the street, he realized that the young and inexperienced girl had already become a gorgeous pearl. As long as she stood there, no one could ignore her. On the noisy street, she was the only one who was alive, like a flame in a gray world. She was so dazzling that he didn't have the face to face her. The silver mask covered his damaged eye. Riding on a tall horse, he was still an elegant young master in the eyes of others. However, only he knew that the world without an eye seemed to have shrunk by half, dimming. Second young master Xia. Cultivation sat in the carriage. She lifted the curtain and looked at Xiaqilan, who was riding on a horse, with a complicated and guilty expression on her face. "How have you been?" Xiaqilan bowed to Cultivation and said calmly, "Thank you, Miss Shi." "I'm fine." Cultivation's hand that was holding the curtain trembled slightly. "I'm sorry, isn't the second young master Xia?" Ban Heng swayed over on horseback and glanced at the two of them mockingly. "Second young master Xia, don't you always like women in brothels? Why are you today?" "Crown Prince Ban," Xiaqilan interrupted Ban Heng. "Don't involve others in the feud between our families." Tsk Ban Heng glanced at Cultivation and rolled his eyes. He pretended that he didn't see anything fishy between the two of them. "What feud do I have with you? Don't talk about our families. My family doesn't practice favoritism, cover up for my subordinates, and take advantage of the common people." Hearing this, the people who didn't know what had happened couldn't help but look at Ban Heng in a new light. His family must be very good. Cultivation had never seen such a shameless person like Ban Heng. What did he mean by his family doesn't practice favoritism? To put it bluntly, did anyone in his family have a real job? She thought that Xiaqilan would refute Ban Heng, but to her surprise, Xiaqilan didn't have much of a reaction. "Crown Prince Ban, please be careful with your words." Xiaqilan wanted to argue with Ban Heng, but his eldest brother was still in prison and the case hadn't been solved yet. He didn't dare to offend the Ban family. Although the Ban family was absurd, they had the right to speak in front of the emperor. He didn't dare to offend Ban Heng, nor could he afford to offend him. "Humph." Ban Heng slapped his horse's butt and sneered, "If you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Don't be afraid of what others say. The heavens are clear and the universe is clear. His Majesty will definitely give justice to the common people." "Good." The people next to him applauded. "Young master is right. His Majesty is a wise ruler. He definitely won't cover up for these evil officials." For the common people, they didn't know who was good and who was bad, but they were innately disgusted with corrupt officials. Now that someone stood up and scolded the corrupt officials, and it seemed that his status wasn't simple, they naturally dared to follow behind him and applaud. Even if they couldn't do anything to the corrupt officials, scolding and applauding was enough to vent their anger. The Cultivation was stunned by this scene that reversed black and white. Ban Heng, this idle hedonistic son, had the nerve to say that the Xia family wasn't doing well. She was just about to ridicule Ban Heng, but before she could open her mouth, Ban Han's voice sounded. "Little brother Heng, didn't I tell you to deliver something to grandmother?" Ban Han was riding on his horse, but his left arm was curled up unnaturally. It seemed like he was injured. "Why are you still here talking to unrelated people?" Xiaqilan's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. He dismounted his horse and bowed to Ban Han. "Greetings, princess." Ban Han lowered his eyelids and glanced at him. "It's better if we don't see each other. I'm not in a good mood when I see you." After he finished speaking, he rode away without waiting for Xiaqilan's response. Seeing this, Ban Heng immediately followed him with a look that said, "Whatever my sister says, you're a scumbag." It was very annoying. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the common people also walked away in twos and threes, leaving only the Cultivation and Xiaqilan to maintain the awkward atmosphere between them. "Miss Shi, I'll take my leave now." Xiaqilan stroked the horse's neck and said softly into the Cultivation's ears. "I've already let go of the past. Miss Shi, I hope you can find your ideal husband and live happily ever after." Cultivation's heart trembled. Looking at Xiaqilan's back, she bit her lip and didn't say anything. "Miss?" Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, the maid serving her asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She lowered the curtain and whispered, "Let's go back." On the second floor of the tea house by the street, the Chongqing of Gojoseon said to the people around him, "This show is really interesting." Rongxia took a sip of tea and looked at the end of the street without saying anything. The grand royal residence had already been cleaned inside and out several times, but the stewards still didn't dare to relax. They kept checking every corner, not even letting go of a bug. When Ban Han and Ban Heng arrived, the princess residence had already been checked 3 or 4 times. The siblings found the princess royal and praised the servants in the princess residence. "I was wondering why they were so happy every time you came." It turns out that you came just to say good things to him. The Princess Royal wore a headband on her head, making her look kind and blessed. Hua Hua, quickly let me see your arm. How is it? The Princess Royal lifted her sleeve to take a look. There was only a very light bruise on it. If it wasn't for Ban Han's fair skin, it would be almost impossible to see. Seeing this, the Princess Royal understood everything. This was definitely her Hua Hua's doing. She pulled down her sleeve and covered Ban Han's arm. The Princess Royal smiled helplessly and said, You. Who told him to speak so harshly? I've already taught him a lesson several times, but he still doesn't know what's good for him. Then I can only teach him what it means to be unlucky. Ban Han reached out and hugged the Princess Royal. If he didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to argue with him. The Princess Royal had spies in the palace, so she was very clear about the cause and effect of the matter. Naturally, she also knew why Ban Han did this. She patted Ban Han's head with heartache. You little girl, you really can't take any losses. I don't know who will be able to stand your temper in the future. She was the one who taught her child to be mediocre and incompetent. Now that she heard a younger generation ridiculing her child, how could she remain indifferent? It was just that there were some things that the younger generation could do, but she couldn't. If no one can stand it, then I won't get married. Ban Han leaned against the Princess Royal. It's good that I won't get married. The Princess Royal stroked the top of her head and did not continue to ask her to marry. She just smiled gently. The siblings were originally there to deliver tea leaves, banquet lists, and guest lists to the Princess Royal residence. However, after lunch, they left the Grand Royal residence with bags of various sizes as usual. Sis, do you think we're here to deliver something or take something? Ban Heng thought of the banknotes that his grandmother had just stuffed into his hand and said with a smile, but grandmother is indeed the most generous. Give it to me. Ban Han extended his hand in front of him. What are you doing? Ban Heng stared at Ban Han vigilantly and clutched his chest. Grandmother gave this to me. Either you keep it for yourself and don't even think about taking one tael of silver from me in the future, or you obediently give the banknotes to me and I'll look after them for you. Ban Han slowly said, I won't force you. Ban Heng looked at his sister and touched the banknotes on his body. After a long while, he finally stuffed the banknotes into Ban Han's hand. He turned his head and did not look at the banknotes that were about to be confiscated. Take it, take it. That's right. Ban Han smiled and put away the banknotes. You're so young, why do you have so much banknotes on you? Don't learn bad things. Ban Heng was very unhappy and did not want to speak. Didn't you say last time that you wanted a fan? Ban Han mounted the horse. Let's go, sister will accompany you to buy it. Ban Heng's face immediately lit up with joy. He did not care about the banknotes and immediately mounted the horse and followed Ban Han obediently. On the way, he was very attentive, afraid that Ban Han would change her mind and not buy it for him. Recently, fans were popular in the circle. The more expensive the fan, the more prestigious it was. Although he had a lot of fans in his hand, who would complain about not having enough to show off? I really don't understand what you people are thinking. Playing with fans in the autumn, do you think that you are very elegant or very stupid? Ban Han slightly disliked the recent trend in the capital. How come I don't see you people being the top scorer in the imperial exams? Sister, we are a group of rich playboys. Why do we need to be so smart? Ban Heng said righteously. The country's important matters are taken care of by the pillars of the country. If we don't drag them down, we will be contributing to the country's great cause. At this point, Ban Heng said in a low voice, Aren't you and I the same? Ban Han glanced at him, and he immediately stopped talking. When the brother and sister arrived at the entrance of the shop, they heard a woman and a child crying. Not far away, a big man was beating and scolding the woman. The woman carefully protected her daughter in her arms, and the man's fists all fell on her body. What's going on? Ban Han frowned, and there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. Noble lady, don't be angry. I will go and drive them away. Seeing this, the waiter in the shop was about to bring people to drive the three people away. Wait. Ban Han stopped the waiter. He is a big man bullying a woman and a child. Is no one going to do anything about it? Noble lady, you don't know. This is a family of 3. His wife can't give birth to a son, and her family often goes to Butcher Wang's house to beg for money. How can this woman stand up straight? The waiter shook his head. We will drive them away now. We won't let you off. It was bad enough that she met an inconsiderate man, but her family was also so useless. This woman would be like this for the rest of her life. Ban Han saw that after the fierce-looking butcher saw the waiter, he immediately bowed and didn't dare to yell anymore. She didn't know what the waiter said to him, but he glanced at Ban Han's direction and didn't dare to continue looking. Instead, he bent down and pulled the woman up from the ground. The woman didn't dare to resist. Holding her crying daughter, she let her husband drag her away. After Ban Han bought the fan for Ban Heng, she found that there wasn't much joy on Ban Heng's face. Puzzled, she asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you say that you wanted this fan a few days ago? Why are you unhappy now that you bought it?" "Sister." Ban Heng looked at Ban Han seriously. "After we go back, I will start practicing martial arts. You must supervise me." "What's wrong?" Ban Han shoved the box with the fan into Ban Heng's hands. "All right, you've already gotten it. You don't need to say nice words to coax me." "I'm serious." Ban Heng tightened her grip on the box. "Go back and practice." Ban Han patted her shoulder. Good. I'll practice when we go back." "Oh, isn't this my nephew and niece?" The Chongqing of Gojoseon saw the brother and sister standing at the door. "What did you buy?" "Greetings to Wang Yi." The brother and sister gave a bow to the Chongqing of Gojoseon. Ban Han saw Xianxia behind the Chongqing of Gojoseon and winked at her. Xianxia noticed her small movement and couldn't help revealing a smile. "We're family, no need to be so polite." The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at Ban Han. "I heard that you hurt your hand. Is it serious?" "It's nothing serious." Ban Han smiled innocently. The Tai said that it didn't hurt the bone. "I just need to apply medicine on time and rest for a few days. Then I'm relieved." The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at the sky. "Let's go. It's still early. Come to my fu. I have something good to show you." The Evergreen Prince could also be considered as one of the most cultured hedonistic sons of the capital. Because he could compose poems and draw paintings, his reputation sounded better than Ban Heng's. But in reality, he was still just a hedonistic son of the capital who had nothing better to do. Hearing this, Ban Heng had a suspicious expression. It wouldn't be some unique work of a famous master, right? No matter how rare it was, the two of them didn't want to see it. "Don't worry, it's not something so boring." The Chongqing of Gojoseon waved his hand. "Let's go, it'll definitely be interesting." And so, the Ban family siblings were abducted by the Chongqing of Gojoseon. The Chongqing of Gojoseon's fu was built on the streets of Dongqing, less than 2 streets away from the Marquis of Jingting. However, the two families didn't interact much, so the Ban family siblings and their uncle, the Chongqing of Gojoseon, weren't very familiar with each other. After entering the gates of the Evergreen Duke's Manor, Ban Kuan discovered that the servant girls of the Evergreen Duke's Manor were all exceptionally beautiful. Especially the servant girls or manservants who were able to serve their masters. Their faces seemed to have been carefully selected. It was very difficult to find an ordinary-looking one. They sat down. After Ban Han tasted the dessert, she didn't move again. Xianxia noticed her small movements and thought to himself, "What a pampered little girl. She must be very particular about her food." Although he thought so, he switched the dessert in front of him with the dessert in front of Ban Han. "Forget it, she's still a little girl." Ban Han looked at Xianxia with her eyes wide open. "Do you want to try it?" Xianxia looked at her with a smile. His white and long fingers held the teacup. He was so lively and fragrant. He was like a jade. With such a beauty, if he wasn't an earl, she would definitely keep him in the fu and look at him from time to time. He would definitely be very appetizing. Ban Han picked up a dessert and tasted it. "How is it?" Xianxia asked in a small voice. "It's okay." Ban Han licked her lips. The dessert was average, but it was a feast for the eyes. Xianxia looked at her moist lips, then looked away and lowered his head to drink a mouthful of water. After a while, a servant came up with a birdcage. Inside it was an ugly myna. Ban Han looked at the Chongqing of Gojoseon suspiciously. Was this the interesting thing? I bought this little thing for 200 taels of silver. It can not only talk, but also recite poems. The Chongqing of Gojoseon used a piece of bird food to tease the mina. Come, duo fu, say something. Greetings to the prince. Greetings to the prince. Come, recite a poem. Goose, 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 curving its neck and singing to the sky. The Chongqing of Gojoseon finished showing off the mina's skills. He looked at the Ban family siblings proudly. How is it? Too ugly. Ban Han shook her head honestly. I don't like it. It's ugly, but it's smart. The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at the mina carefully. He also felt that it was a bit ugly. It's good to keep it for fun. The Ban family siblings looked at each other. This was a playboy who still had vulgar interests and did not know how to invent new things. Her Majesty has a parrot in the palace. It's prettier than this one and can even sing. Ban Ti's words seemed to have triggered Mina. It suddenly started thrashing around in the cage. Long live the Chongqing of Gojoseon! Long live the Chongqing of Gojoseon! Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. The Chongqing of Gojoseon opened the birdcage and reached out to grab the mina's neck. He twisted his hand and the mina could no longer make a sound. The mina stopped making a sound. The whole room was dead silent. Good move, really good move. The Chongqing of Gojoseon knocked the birdcage to the ground. His face was as dark as ink. Today, if he had not been on a whim and played with his niece and nephew, he would not have known that there was something wrong with the mina. In the whole country, the only person who dared to say long live was the emperor. The emperor's cousin, who only had seniority but no real power, was called long live. It was simply terrible. Niece, I owe you a favor today. The Chongqing of Gojoseon turned his head and said to Ban Han, I wanted to invite you to dinner, but I'm afraid I can't now. Are you going to the palace? Ban Han looked at the birdcage on the ground and felt that the 200 taels of silver were not well spent. What for? The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at Ban Han. He did not understand what she meant. His Majesty is your cousin. Isn't he your biggest backer? Ban Han said confidently, of course I'm going to the palace to complain. The Chongqing of Gojoseon felt that he didn't quite understand his niece's thoughts. There was no time to hide this kind of thing. Who would run to the emperor and walk right into his trap? Looking at his nephew's expression, he also had the same natural expression. He instantly felt speechless. The emperor favored the Ban family so much because they were so stupid that it was reassuring? Your Highness, Junju is right, Xianxia put down his teacup, you were wrongly accused. You have to let His Majesty know. The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at Xianxia in confusion. This person's brain wasn't working well. How could he be right? The present age's mind was as small as a needle. If he wasn't careful with his words, it would be a taboo for a long time, much less this kind of thing. He glanced at Xianxia and then at Ban Han. Was it because of his beauty that he lost all reason? He really couldn't tell that Xianxia had the same hobby as him. After hearing Xianxia agree with his words, Ban Han felt that Xianxia was more and more pleasing to the eye. Not only was he handsome, he was smart, and most importantly, he had good taste. This wasn't the first time that Ban Han noticed Xia's good points. The more Chongqing Wan looked at the three people, the more annoyed she felt. She waved her hand, you can go home. I won't entertain you. The Ban family siblings had always been open-minded. Seeing that the Chongqing of Gojoseon wasn't interested in their suggestion, they patted their butts and left. They didn't feel the excitement of witnessing the imperial family's plot at all. I knew that if I bought these talking gadgets home, I would definitely cause some trouble, Ban Heng said to Xianxia, who came out with him, with an experienced expression. When I was young, I bought a parrot home. Who knew that the feathered beast would speak vulgar words? My mother was so angry that she gave me a good beating. Xianxia heard this and smiled, that's quite interesting. When he was young, he didn't have time to play with these things. His family didn't allow him to lose his will. He had never experienced this kind of mischievous behavior. Ban. On the other side of the street, several dandy young masters dressed in red and purple waved at Ban Heng. Seeing that Ban Han was also there, these young men took out their fans and waved them, putting on an elegant appearance. Ban Han almost burst out laughing. She waved at Ban Heng and said, "Your friend is calling you. Go over yourself." When Ban Heng heard this, he happily ran over. It could be seen that he really had a good relationship with these debauches. "Princess," Rongxia looked at Ban Han's arm, "I heard some rumors a few days ago. How is your injury?" "Rumors?" Ban Yu blinked his eyes, his little expression looking particularly innocent. "You mean the matter of the second prince breaking my arm?" Rongxia was indeed worried about this matter. During the autumn hunt, he could see that the second prince and Ban Han were not on good terms. Neither of them were willing to suffer losses. Even if others said that the two of them fought in front of the emperor, he would not be surprised. With such a small arm and leg, how could it withstand a man's fist? Ban Han wanted to lift up her sleeve to show Rongxia, but she felt that it was inappropriate. She used her hand to show the area. "It's nothing. It's just a small area." Her fingers were fair and tender, just like a skinned and washed spring onion. They were so fair and tender that they were adorable. Her 2 fingers were 3 fingers wide, and her watery eyes were like small furry animals. She looked a little cute, but also a little pitiful. "In the future, if you meet someone like the second prince, you should stay away from him," Rongxia thought. "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Bear with it for now. Remember to take revenge in the future. The most important thing is that you don't let yourself get hurt." Ban Han lightly stomped her feet on the ground. She looked away, not meeting Rongxia's eyes. She was too embarrassed to say that she had deliberately schemed against Jiang Luo. "He laughed at me for being rejected several times. He also laughed at my father for being mediocre and useless. Of course, I can't bear it." Rongxia wanted to say that life in this world was not satisfactory. No one could have a smooth sailing and be carefree. But looking at the little girl's big sparkling eyes, he swallowed his words. "There are many ways to deal with a person. But I'm too lazy to think of other ways." Ban Han was very calm. "It's a waste of my brain." Rongxia laughed involuntarily. These words did sound like something Ban Han would say. "What if you can't beat this person, but his status is higher than yours?" "I haven't met him yet," Ban Han thought seriously. "When I meet him, I'll tell you." Rongxia, he really shouldn't talk about this with a favored princess. "Sister." Ban Heng ran back and said to Ban Han, "I'm going to watch a cockfight with my friends. You go back by yourself. Be careful." Ban Han took out 2 banknotes. One was worth 200 taels, the other was worth 100 taels. She looked at them and then gave the banknotes worth 200 taels to Ban Heng. "Take it." "Sister, you're so good." Ban Heng took the banknotes, got on the horse, and left with the other young masters. Rongxia looked at Ban Heng's cheerful back. He felt that he had a new understanding of the Ban family. They could bury a pile of gold and precious stones in the ground, but they could only take 200 taels with them when they went out to play. He really couldn't understand this family. "Duke Rong," Ban Han bowed to Rongxia, "I'll also take my leave." "Princess, I'll give you a ride." Rongxia got on the horse and said to Ban Han with a smile, "I hope you don't dislike me." "I don't dislike you, but this place is not far from my home. I also have guards with me. Normal people won't dare to touch me." Ban Han tilted her head and thought, "It's boring for you to go home alone. How about I send you back first?" The smile on Rongxia's face froze. He then bowed to Ban Han. "Thank you, princess." The Ban family and Chang'anbua's guards all looked at Rongxia. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ban Han didn't notice that the guards' expressions were strange. She got on the horse and said to Rongxia, "You're so beautiful. I'm really worried that some bandit will take you as a husband." Rongxia heard this and chuckled. "Are you joking with me, princess?" Ban Han rubbed the horse's head. The horse started to move forward slowly. "I'm praising you. You're a gentleman, a feast for the eyes." Rongxia felt that he couldn't continue this conversation. In front of Ban Han, he didn't know what to say. "Princess, you're beautiful." Rongxia rode the horse, still half a horse's length away from Ban Han. "Wherever you are, everything else pales in comparison." "Someone else praised me like that," Ban Han said indifferently, but not long after, he eloped with a woman from a brothel. Rongxia was silent for a moment. He looked at Ban Han, whose expression didn't change much. He didn't know if she really didn't care about the past, or if she was just using indifference to hide her emotions. Are you talking about Xia Erlang? Rongxia still asked the question out loud. Careful. Ban Han reached out and pulled Rongxia's sleeve. Rongxia twisted his body on the horse's back, and a small stick used to prop up the window hit the horse in the face. The horse whinnied in pain. Ban Han raised his head and looked upstairs. He only saw the profile of a young woman hurriedly closing the window. This profile was somewhat familiar. Rongxia hurriedly calmed the horse and said to Ban Han, "Thank you, princess." "You're welcome." Ban Han stared at Rongxia's jade-like appearance. If he was disfigured, how many women in Jing would be heartbroken? The guards of the Duke of Qing'an's mansion wanted to go upstairs to investigate, but Rongxia stopped them. "There's no need. I think it was just an accident. Fortunately, the princess was here, so I could avoid this disaster. It's a small matter. Don't mention it." Ban Han waved his hand generously. "Boy Rong, you're too polite." Rongxia smiled. For the rest of the journey, he didn't say the word thank you to Ban Han. Instead, he told Ban Han some folklore that was easy to understand. Ban Han listened attentively and repeatedly asked what happened next. "Princess, I've arrived." There were no other women in Rongxia's home, so it wasn't appropriate to invite Ban Han to his home alone. He could only say, "I hope that Princess and Xianxia can often come to my fu to play in the future. My fu is small and quiet. If Xianxia and Princess have time to come, I'll definitely welcome you. I'll definitely come to disturb Boy in the future." Ban Han took out a gilded invitation. "In 2 days, it's my grandmother's birthday. I invite Boy to the Grand Royal Residence for a drink. Many thanks for Princess's invitation. Then I'll disturb you in 2 days." Rongxia dismounted and bowed to Ban Han. "I'll have to trouble Princess to send me back home." Ban Han thought for a moment and then bent down on the horse to look at Rongxia. "Then tell me, what happened to that scholar?" Later, the princess found out that the scholar was a traitor. The princess was furious. Not only did she divorce him, she also had the emperor take away his scholarly title and never hire him again. That's a good ending. Ban Han clapped and smiled. "I like it." Rongxia looked at her bright smile and unconsciously smiled. "As long as Princess likes it. Then I'll leave." Ban Han heard the ending she wanted and said goodbye to Rongxia in a good mood. She patted the horse and the horse trotted away. Rongxia stood in place and watched as Ban Han and the guards she brought with her walked further and further away. When they couldn't be seen anymore, he turned and walked through the front door. After he entered the inner courtyard, he stopped smiling and said to Du Jiu, "Immediately investigate that household and the Chongqing of Gojozian. Forget it, don't worry about him for now." "Yes." Du Jiu cupped his hands and turned to leave. When Rongxia was the only one left in the study, he couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he was sent home by a woman. This was really interesting. "You're actually sending Duke Rong home?" Ban Heng came home and heard that Ban Han was sending Duke Rong home. She was stunned. "Sister, are you being kind or are you looking down on him?" "What do you mean?" Ban Han was confused. "I'm sending him home." "How is that looking down on him? He's a 7-foot-tall man. A woman praised him as good-looking and sent him home. He didn't give you a hard time because he has a good temperament." Ban Heng shook her head and sighed. "Sister, you don't understand men. Men care a lot about face. I'm such a beautiful woman sending him home. How can he lose face? No matter how beautiful you are, you're still a woman." Ban Heng waved her finger. "Do you understand? For a man, who could accept becoming the object of a woman's protection? Why don't you say this when you ask me to help you solve your problems?" Ban Han rolled her eyes. "Why do you men have so many problems? Aren't you pretentious?" "Ban Heng, is family the same as outsiders?" The late autumn night in Jing City was very cold. Yunyang sat on the cold wooden stool, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Miss, please don't be nervous." Du Jiu placed a cup of hot tea in front of Yunyang. "This one came today to ask you, why did you throw down the window? What if you accidentally hurt someone?" "I'm sorry, Nujia didn't mean to." Yunyang didn't dare to drink the steaming hot tea. Her shoulders were shaking, even her voice was trembling. I just came to Jing City not long ago. This is the room I rented yesterday, Darren, please forgive me. Since Miss didn't mean to, then this one is relieved. Dujio scanned the room. The room was messy, there was a box in the corner, and there were a few women's cosmetics on the dressing table, but they were not arranged neatly. It could be seen that she really just moved in. Miss seems to be a person of etiquette. Why, after you almost hurt someone today, you panicked and closed the window instead of coming down to apologize? Yunyang crumpled the fabric on her knees. It's not that this one doesn't want to take responsibility, it's that this one doesn't dare to see Ban Xiangjuan. Dujio turned the teacup in his hand. You were talking about Princess Fuel who was with Bo Yi today? So she is a Junju? Yunyang suddenly understood, then smiled. That's right, she is such a lovely woman, the title of Junju is worthy of her. Dujio saw that this woman who called herself Yunyang had the air of a prostitute. She didn't seem to be from a good family. How did this kind of woman know Princess Fuel? He put down the teacup, stood and said, so Miss is an old acquaintance of Princess Fuel. This one has offended you. Yunyang smiled bitterly. I am just a person on the surface, how can I be an old acquaintance of the Junju? That year when I eloped with Master Xia, I caused the Junju to lose face. When she caught up with us, she didn't blame me. Instead, she gave this one 100 taels of silver. She said that this man wasn't reliable, but the money she gave was reliable. Who knew that this Juanju's words came true? Not long after she and Master Xia left Jing City, he couldn't bear the hard life outside. One night, he left her a letter and a banknote, then disappeared without a trace. In the letter, he said that after he obtained his family's forgiveness, he would come back for her. She knew that he wouldn't come back, but she still waited for him for 2 years. This time, she returned to the capital just to ask him, what exactly was she in his heart? He was the one who gave her hope, so why did he abandon her so heartlessly? Could it be that women like them should be abandoned like worn-out shoes? You are the courtesan who eloped with Master Xie? Dujio looked at the woman in front of him. Her body was like a willow branch, and her face was like a hibiscus. She was indeed somewhat beautiful, but compared to Princess Fuel, it was like comparing a firefly to the moonlight. He didn't understand Master Xie's taste in women, or rather, he didn't understand the taste of scholars. Hearing the words courtesan, Yunyang's face was a little uncomfortable, but she still nodded. It's good to clear the misunderstanding. It's getting late, we'll take our leave. Dujio and several guards walked out of the room. When Yunyang got up to close the door, she found that her legs were very weak. The person who came was very gentle and polite to her, but she still felt like she was being stared at by a snake. Perhaps, it was because the night was too cold. You mean, the day Xia Qilin eloped with courtesan, they were discovered by Ban Han? Rongxia played with a jade chess piece in his hand, there was such a past. This subordinate saw that Yunyang's appearance was not even half as beautiful as Princess Fuel. I really don't know what Master Xia was thinking. He didn't marry a national beauty and eloped with a prostitute. Not only did he make the two families look bad, but he also abandoned her halfway. Dujio shook his head, it doesn't look like something a man would do. It's a good thing that Ban Han didn't marry such a man. Rongxia threw the chess piece into the basket and said indifferently, I won't play anymore. Dujio saw that Master Bo seemed to be in a bad mood, so he put away the chess pieces on the board. On the 2nd day of the 10th month, it was the birthday of the most honorable princess, Princess Royal Daning. As soon as the sky brightened, the grand royal residence opened its doors and splashed the streets with water, waiting for the arrival of the honored guests. The 4 members of the Ban family, as the descendants of the Princess Royal, were the first to arrive. When the Princess Royal saw her beautifully dressed granddaughter, she couldn't help but feel happy. She reached out and pulled her to sit next to her. Hua hua, don't be busy. The servants will take care of these things. You just sit here. Banyu was obedient and sat beside Great Elder Princess to eat snacks and drink tea. When there were guests, she maintained a smile and listened to these people praising her in various ways. Ban Han knew in her heart that although these madams and misses praised her with a smile, they probably said many bad things about her behind her back. However, she only dared to say it behind her back. In front of her, these people were more attentive than the other. The princess's bracelet is so beautiful, the wife of an official from the Ministry of Revenue said with a smile. However, this color can't be hidden by normal people. Only the princess looks good wearing it. Ban Han glanced at the people present. Someone quietly pulled on her sleeve, as if trying to hide her arm. Don't praise her. This is all because my useless son spoiled her, the Princess Royal said with a smile. He said that girls should be raised like gold and jade and shouldn't be wronged. Some of the unmarried ladies present sneered in their hearts. Wasn't she a gold and jade? With this princess's temperament, how many people would dare to provoke her? However, they were also a bit envious. If their fathers were willing to raise them like this, how comfortable would that be? Xianxia has arrived. Men and women looked outside and saw a man wearing a blue brocade robe and a jade crown walk in. His appearance attracted the attention of many women. Junior Xianxia greets the Princess Royal. I wish the princess happiness as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. Xianxia walked in front of the Princess Royal and bowed deeply. I wish the princess longevity as long as the mountains and prosperity. Quickly, please sit, the Princess Royal smiled and invited Xianxia to sit. How have you been? Thank you for asking, Your Highness. Junior has been well, Xianxia bowed slightly and replied. Has Your Highness been well? Good, good, good. The Princess Royal saw that the clothes Xianxia wore today were auspicious and felt happy. This was a thoughtful junior, but her life was a bit hard. She knew a bit about the Roan family's past. However, as a member of the royal family, she could only be blind and deaf. She didn't even have much contact with this Xianxia. This time, he came to celebrate her birthday. The Princess Royal was a bit surprised. Ban Han sat next to the Princess Royal and slightly waved at Xianxia. Xianxia noticed her small movements and the smile on her face widened. The Princess Royal noticed the movements of the two juniors, but she pretended not to see. After letting the eunuch beside her lead Xianxia to the male guests to take a seat, she saw that many of the unmarried young ladies were somewhat lost in thought. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The world said that a woman who was too beautiful was a disaster, but didn't they know that a man who was too good-looking was also a disaster? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Hearing these reports, even the Princess Royal stood up from her chair. The other guests were even more excited. A few days ago, the second prince injured Ban Han's arm and was ordered by the emperor to copy books. He was also placed under house arrest. Now, even the Crown Prince personally came to celebrate the birthday. It could be seen that the Princess Royal was very important to the emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to this extent. Greetings to Grandaunt. When the Crown Prince walked in front of the Princess Royal, he gave a junior's greeting, wishing Grandaunt everlasting life, and the sun and moon bright. Crown Prince, please rise. The Princess Royal walked 2 steps forward and personally reached out to help the Crown Prince. We're family, no need to be so polite. Biaomei, Jiangzhong bowed to Ban Han. Ban Han returned his greeting. Before leaving the palace, Fu Huang told me many times to be filial to Grandaunt. The Crown Prince raised his hand to let the eunuch bring up the gifts from the palace. These are some of Fu Huang and Muhu's kind intentions, Grandaunt, please accept them. I'm very touched by the emperor's benevolence. The Princess Royal's eyes were red, her face moved. She was like the kindest elder, holding the Crown Prince's hand and asking how the emperor was, and how his appetite was. If other people asked this, they would be suspected of spying on the emperor. But the Princess Royal's actions showed that her heart was with the emperor. It would only make the emperor feel that she was good and wouldn't have any other thoughts. The Crown Prince naturally replied that everything was good, that he ate well and slept well. He was just worried about his aunt, the Princess Royal, and so on. In front of everyone, he acted out the affection of the imperial family. After everyone praised him, the Crown Prince sat down. On the male guest's side, when they saw the Crown Prince arrive, they all bowed to him. The Crown Prince wasn't someone who liked to put on airs. After dismissing everyone's greetings, he sat down at the head of the table. Although Ban Hui wasn't good at writing, shooting, or studying, it was easy for him to make a person happy. In a short while, the Crown Prince couldn't stop smiling. In front of everyone, he also called him uncle. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the Crown Prince's close attitude towards the Ban family, after the crown prince ascended the throne, the Ban family would be glorious for a few more decades. They shouldn't offend them. Xiao listened to the voices of the people fawning over the crown prince. His gaze passed through the curtain and landed on the womenfolk opposite him. Today, Ban Hui was wearing a water-red palace dress, revealing her slender white neck. Her hair was combed into a lily bun. Her entire person looked extremely tender. Xiao kept looking up and unconsciously noticed her. Junpa, the crown prince, saw that Xiao didn't speak and took the initiative to speak. I have a blank fan. Would there be a chance to ask for a piece of calligraphy from Junpa? It would be Wei Chen's honor. Xiao put down his teacup and bowed to the crown prince. If crown prince needs it, you can summon Wei Chen at any time. The crown prince had always admired Xiao's talent and discussed some questions about poetry with him. Just as they were in high spirits, suddenly there was a clamor from the womenfolk. There seemed to be the sound of plates being smashed. The crown prince hurriedly stood up from his chair and called a eunuch, quickly go and see what happened over there. After a while, the eunuch came back and said to the crown prince, Your Highness the crown prince, Her Highness the Princess Royal is fine. It's just that a female guest accidentally broke a cup. The crown prince breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. On the womenfolk side, Princess Kong Ning looked at the tea on her dress. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to suppress her anger. Hua Hua, take Princess Kong Ning to the rear courtyard to change her clothes. The Princess Royal smiled faintly. She was graceful and elegant, showing the majesty of a princess. Kong Ning followed Ban Han to a small courtyard, which was exquisitely built and planted with exotic flowers and plants. She could tell that it was a woman's home. But she was the only one living in the grand royal residence. Why would there be such a place? This courtyard is where I rest. There are clothes I haven't worn yet. The servant of Great Elder Princess's mansion opened the door of the room. Kong Ming saw that the room was very clean with all kinds of furnishings. It was even more exquisite than the room she lived in the prince's mansion. Was it just a place for Ban Yu to rest? Ban Han, Kong Ming called out to Ban Han, who was about to turn and leave. Did you arrange for the maid who poured tea on me? Next time you fall outside, will you suspect that I dug a hole for you at the door? Ban Han thought that Princess Kong Ning's idea was a little strange. Today is my grandmother's birthday banquet. What good would it do me to have a maid pour tea on you? Because you want me to make a fool of myself in front of everyone. Princess Kong Ning had already seen through Ban Han's nature. She sneered. Even if you're a princess now, your surname is Ban, not Jiang. I'm the real relative of the imperial family. Ban Han couldn't help but roll her eyes. What was wrong with Kong Ning? Couldn't she think of something better? Besides, the imperial family's surname was Jiang now. In a few years, who knew what their surname would be? Ban Han didn't want to argue with her, so she turned and left. She didn't want to talk to someone who wasn't clear-headed. Ban Han. Princess Kong Ning. The servant of the grand royal residence maintained a smile and said to Kong Ning, Please come with me. Princess Kong Ning looked at the nanny's cold smile and felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Her father couldn't become the crown prince because he was the princess royal. Naturally, he had no chance to become the emperor. But now, her whole family had to dress up and come to celebrate the birthday of the princess royal. Moreover, they had to be more enthusiastic and humble than others. Winner takes all, loser takes all. If she was the princess, what was Ban Han, this little b******? Princess Kong Ning, what kind of clothes do you like? Kong Ning turned her head and looked into the room. There was a long row of wardrobes in the room, in which hung all kinds of gorgeous palace dresses. Every piece was embroidered with extraordinary craftsmanship. She was stunned and looked at the head servant, not knowing what she meant. These are the clothes that our princess doesn't wear on her upper body. I usually take care of them. The nanny glanced at Kong Ning and took out a set of purple palace robes from the cabinet. Your skin is fair and you have an extraordinary temperament. This set barely suits you. This palace dress was very beautiful. The tail of the dress was embroidered with a soaring peacock, which was overflowing with light and color. It was very gorgeous. Kong Ning was tempted, but she knew she couldn't wear it. Everyone in the capital knew that Prince Hui advocated frugality and believed in Buddhism. His wives, concubines, and children never wore extravagant things. No. Kong Ming looked away and pointed at a plain-colored dress. I like something simple. The nanny took the dress for Kong Ming, but the moment the dress was put on her, Kong Ming realized something was wrong. The dress looked ordinary, but the fabric was snow satin, which was a tribute from the vassal countries. Because it was not easy to make, there was only a small amount of it. It was only for the emperor, the empress dowager, and the empress dowager. She didn't expect that the grand royal residence would use such material to make dresses. What an otherworldly immortal. The nanny's eyes were full of admiration. Your Highness, you have good taste. This dress really suits you. Kong Ming stood in front of the bronze mirror, which was as tall as a person. Looking at her graceful figure, she couldn't say anything about changing out of this dress. This dress, the people of the grand royal residence asked her to change into it. She didn't disobey her father's rules, did she? When she walked out of the courtyard, Kong Ming felt that everyone was looking at her with amazement. When she sat down to drink tea, she couldn't help but wonder if Xianxia had noticed her. Earl Rong is wise. That's right. The rich playboys who had a good relationship with Ban Heng were of high status. It was the Princess Royal's birthday, so they naturally came to congratulate her. Originally, they thought that a person like Xianxia would be full of rules and etiquette. However, after chatting with him this time, they found that he was a real gentleman, not a sour scholar who talked about rules all day long. Immediately, they became closer to Xianxia. The few who had a good relationship with Ban Heng weren't bad people, but generally, they didn't do proper things. They thought that Xianxia was good, so they treated him as a brother. At the same time, they showed off their domineering fighting cock general and their brave cricket fighting marshal. When they gathered together, even if there was no wine or tea, it would still be lively. When other people saw this scene, they only thought that Earl Rong was really well-mannered. Even in the face of these rich playboys, he could be patient and not blindly disdainful and impatient. A gentleman was indeed a gentleman. He did things in all aspects. Although there were differences in views between the rich playboys and the progressive ones, the ending was still good. After the banquet started, Xianxia happened to be at the same table as Jiang Yuchen. Since Xianxia helped Ban Han at the hunting ground last time, Jiang Yuchen and Xianxia hadn't talked in private. At this time, the two of them were sitting at the same table. Jiang Yuchen's expression was not very good. Xianxia seemed to have forgotten the festival that day and got along well with the people at the same table. Only Jiang Yuchen seemed to be somewhat out of place. He hadn't been in the capital for a few years, and his good friends from when he was young had also become estranged from him. After they met, there was an awkward atmosphere. Heir apparent, you've seen the local customs and customs outside the capital these years. Is there anything interesting? Xianxia picked up the wine pot and poured Jiang Yuchen's cup full of wine. Tell us about it and broaden our horizons. Xianxia is knowledgeable and has read a lot of books. Is there anything in the world that you don't know? Jiang Yuchen drank the wine in one gulp. I'd better not make a fool of myself. The people at the same table originally wanted to follow Xianxia and ask a few questions, but after hearing Jiang Yuchen's words, they all closed their mouths and didn't want to be rebuffed. Xianxia didn't seem to notice the impoliteness in Jiang Yuchen's tone. After he smiled and filled his cup again, he turned his head and whispered to the person on the right. But everyone who witnessed this scene felt that Jiang Yuchen was arrogant and condescending. In reality, the words Jiang Yuchen said before he left the capital had already offended many people. The capital was a filthy place, so what were they, the people who stayed in the capital, considered? If you're the only one who is untainted by the mud and has noble conduct, then why did you come back? Why are you crying and begging to keep your position as heir apparent? If you have the ability, then don't come back. After eating and vomiting, you still have the nerve to complain that others are filthy. How shameless are you? Originally, everyone was only a little displeased with Jiang Yuchen. But after seeing Jiang Yuchen's attitude toward Duke Rong, who was highly respected in the capital, their displeasure turned into anger. Even a gentleman like Duke Rong had such an attitude, then what status did he have in his eyes? What was the heir apparent of a prince's estate? Who among them wasn't of noble birth? Besides, who in the court didn't know what Prince Hui had done in the past? Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like a sincere believer in Buddhism and was frugal and low-key. They were all thousand-year-old foxes. Who didn't know each other? The Prince Hui of the past wasn't any better than the current troublemaking second prince. Jiang Yuchen quickly sensed the coldness of the people at his table, but he couldn't find any fault with their etiquette. His gaze swept over these sanctimonious gentlemen, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Xianxia rubbed the wine cup next to his hand. The smile on his face became even more gentle, so gentle that water could be squeezed out of it. When others saw this, they only felt that Qianxia was really magnanimous. He didn't make a fuss over such rude behavior. The Princess Royal's birthday banquet was very lively. There were congratulatory gifts sent from the palace, and the crown prince personally came to congratulate her. This further highlighted her status in the imperial family. In addition, the crown prince was very close to the Ban family. So, after the banquet ended, when everyone said goodbye to the Ban family, the smiles on their faces became more polite and more eager. Kong Ning was wearing a snow satin dress. When she appeared at the gate, she did attract a lot of attention. She swept her gaze over the courtyard and saw Qianxia walking over. She stopped in her tracks. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Qianxia walk over to another person. Ban Han. Princess, Qianxia bowed to Ban Han. Thank you for the invitation, Princess. I enjoyed myself to the fullest today. It's a good thing that both the host and the guest enjoy themselves. Ban Han returned a curtsy. Boy, you don't have to be so polite. This is a peony flower? Xianxia suddenly asked. Ah? Ban Han paused and pointed to his forehead. You mean this? Xianxia didn't think that he would ask such a question. The smile on his face paused, and then became even brighter. It is very beautiful. Yes, Ban Han nodded with a smile. His entire face became bright. It is a peony flower. A flower of riches and honor in the human world. Only this kind of flower was worthy of such a gorgeous woman. Xianxia bid farewell to the Princess Royal, Ban Hui, and the others. He turned and walked out of the gates of the Princess Royal residence. Boy Rong. Xianxia turned around and saw a woman wearing a snow-white dress embroidered with red plum blossoms. The dress was very beautiful, but the hairpin and yellow forehead couldn't cover this dress. What a pity. Farewell, Princess Kong Ning. He bowed to the other party, mounted his horse, and left without looking back. Kong Ning watched his departing figure and sat in a daze on the carriage. She leaned against the wall of the carriage and stroked the soft silky dress on her body. She clenched her fists little by little. If only she was a princess. Then she could summon Qianxia as her husband and live a beautiful life with him, drawing eyebrows in front of the mirror and painting in front of the window. However, when she returned to the prince's residence, only her father's anger and her mother's sobs awaited her. How could you be so careless? Didn't I tell you early on not to wear luxurious clothes and not to be extravagant? How could you forget this prince's words? Prince Hui's eyes were red as he looked at the snow-white satin dress on Kong Ning. Go and change. Why? Kong Ning looked at Prince Hui, agreed. Ban Han, the legitimate daughter of a marquis, dares to live so extravagantly. I am the daughter of a prince's residence. How could I not be better than her? I am the princess of the royal family. What is she? Slap. A slap landed on her face. Are you disdaining your father for being incompetent? Prince Hui withdrew his trembling hand and said bitterly, now I am a fish on the chopping block. No matter how unwilling you are or how delusional you are, you must obediently endure it. Prince. The Wangfei saw that Prince Hui was very angry and walked over to support his arm. She wiped her tears and advised, Ning is still young and doesn't know anything. Don't be angry and harm your body. Which teenage girl doesn't like flower powder? Besides, she only changed into these clothes because of an accident. I don't think anything will happen to her. Prince Hui dejectedly sat down on the old chair and sighed, do you think I'm willing to let you suffer like this? When Father Emperor was alive, he had always doted on him. He even felt that the crown prince was narrow-minded and couldn't be an emperor, so he wanted to depose him. If it wasn't for the Princess Royal's intervention, the world would have been his long ago. Father, Jiang Yuchen helped Jiang Kongning sit down and said in a serious tone, do we have to endure like this for the rest of our lives? Do we have to endure like this for the next generation, and the generation after that? But if we don't endure, you won't have a chance to have a next generation. Prince Hui took a sip of tea and suppressed the helplessness and bitterness in his heart. I've already discussed your marriage with your mother. Father? Jiang Yuchen looked at Prince Hui in shock. Didn't you say, the present is not like the past? Prince Hui glanced at Kong Ning. The girl from the Ban family is too flamboyant and has a strong personality. You can't control her. Our family and the Ban family have had conflicts in the past. With the Ban family's personality, they would rather Ban Han never marry than let her marry into our family. Jiang Yuchen nodded and said, Son also didn't think about marrying such a woman. Son still likes gentle and virtuous women. My son is really smart. Prince Hui felt very gratified. His daughter had been a little disappointing recently, but his son was a sensible person. Father is relieved that you think this way. He sighed again. Ban Han is indeed a beauty, but it's okay to spoil her as a concubine. If a man marries a wife, she must be virtuous, dignified, and magnanimous. Wang Fei's expression flickered slightly. Thinking of the concubines in the backyard, she didn't say anything. When the 4 members of the Ban family returned home, all 4 of them sat on the wooden armchairs, paralyzed and not wanting to move. Ban Han drank half a cup of flower-dew tea from his personal maidservant. Only then did he feel half alive. So tired. Elder sister, you know that today will be very tiring. Why are you still wearing the shoes with the jewels sewn on your feet? Don't you feel that they are heavy? Ban Heng didn't need the maid to serve him. He picked up a cup of tea and drank it in big gulps. On such an important occasion, I'd rather be tired than accept that I'm not beautiful. Ban Han pointed at his shoulder. Rui, give me a massage. Rui walked behind her with a smile and gently pinched it for her. Ban Heng looked enviously at Ban Han. This world wasn't fair to men. If he let a servant girl pinch him like this, it would be a lecherous act. When it came to his sister, there was no problem at all. Both of you, go take a bath and rest early. Madame Yan's heart ached when she saw the fatigue on the 2 children's faces. Thus, she waived the rule of eating together as a family and returned to their respective courtyards. Ban Han lay in the bathtub. She was dizzy from the hot water. Her long hair floated in the water, like thick ink slowly melting in the water. Her beauty was very beautiful. Junju, do you want Newbie to come in and serve you? No need. Bennett touched his arm. The bruises on it were no longer visible. Instead, there was a layer of pink because it had been soaked in hot water. Rui, who was standing outside the screen, didn't want Ban Han to be served. She was afraid that she would be scared if she was alone inside, so she began to think of some interesting things to tell Ban Han. Junju, Newbie found something interesting in the Grand Royal Residence today. What is it? Ban Han lay beside the bathtub, lazily closing her eyes to rest. Junju Kongning's servant girl and Miss Sher's servant girl don't get along well. Newbie heard the 2 of them arguing today. Rui thought for a moment. It seems to be about Chunanbua. Everyone loves beauty. Chunanbua is so handsome and elegant. How can people not like him? When it came to Xianxia, Ban Han had a good impression of him. Of course, the main reason was because of his good looks. If he wasn't an earl, I'm afraid he would have been raised in someone's residence. When Rui heard this, she thought of the handsome and talented men in Princess Annel's residence. She couldn't help but blush. Bring me clothes. I'm up. The maidservants filed in and helped Ban Yu wipe her body and change her clothes. Rui went forward and combed the princess's black hair behind her back. Her fingers accidentally touched the skin on the princess's neck. She thought in a daze that no matter how handsome the men in the world were, they couldn't compare to the princess's snow-white skin that made people unable to move their eyes away. If she were a noble man, she would ask to marry the Junju and spoil her every day. She just wanted to show her beauty every day. But those hypocrites in the capital, they obviously couldn't take their eyes off the Junju every time they saw her, but they turned their heads and said that Miss Sher was the real beauty. Then why were their eyes glued to the Junju when she and Miss Sher appeared at the same time? Were they blind? Before the servant girls could dry her hair, Ban Han had already fallen asleep on the bed. Early the next morning, someone from the palace came to say that the emperor wanted to summon her and Ban Heng. Ban Han only got out of bed and dressed herself in front of the mirror. Ban Han didn't know why the emperor summoned her, but when she and Ban Heng walked into the main hall of the Great Moon Palace and saw the heartbroken Chongqing of Gojoseon, she guessed something. "Your servant greets your majesty." Emperor Yunqing looked at the little girl who was 3 or 4 steps away from him. Her eyes occasionally wandered to the Chongqing of Gojoseon. He said, "Hua Hua, what are you looking at?" "Your majesty, what happened to His Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon?" Ban Han looked at the Chongqing of Gojoseon and then looked at the Emperor Yunqing. "Did you scold him?" "How could I bear to scold him? He's just some insidious person who came to ruin the relationship between us 2 brothers," Emperor Yunqing said, seemingly unintentionally. "You were there that day. Tell me, what's the matter with 8th brother?" "Yaden?" Ban Han looked as if she suddenly understood. "I don't know. That day, His Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon excitedly took me and my brother to see Yaden. Who knew that Yaden was so ugly? I said that Yaden was not as good-looking as your majesty's parrots. Then Yaden inexplicably shouted, 'Long live the Chongqing of Gojoseon.'" Emperor Yunqing lowered his head and drank tea. "Well, what happened then?" "Then I went home." Ban Han took a step towards the emperor. "Your majesty, you have to investigate carefully. The person who did this kind of thing is too evil. Some time ago, I saw your parrots and wanted to buy one to play with. Who knew that such a thing would happen? I'd better not keep one." "Why don't you keep one?" Emperor Yunqing saw her indignant look and felt a bit better. "Is it because you don't have enough money for your monthly allowance?" "Your majesty, why are you still bringing this up?" Ban Han pouted. "This happened a few years ago. The Chongqing of Gojoseon and Wang Gonggong are still here. Please save me some face." Okay. I won't talk about it." Emperor Yunqing looked at Wang De. Wang De had a helpless smile on his face and took 2 steps back. "Then tell me, why don't you dare to keep a parrot? It's also your fault." Ban Han looked up at Emperor Yunqing. "You always reward me with things and promote me. There are many people who are jealous of me. If one day someone plotted against me and asked me to buy a parrot that said 'Long live the Princess Fuel,' I would be so wronged. There is only one 'Long live the Princess Fuel' in the world. I'll let your majesty take care of me for the rest of my life." "What do you mean?" "When you get married, your husband will take care of you. I won't be an annoying elder who meddles in your family affairs." "Your majesty, you are my family. You have to support me." "Your majesty, Xianxia is here." A blue-clothed eunuch walked in. "Let him in." Emperor Yunqing waved his hand to dismiss the eunuch. He smiled helplessly at Ban Han. You, all day long you want me to help you bully others. You are my biggest backer. Who else can I turn to if not you?" Ban Han whispered. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Emperor Yunqing to hear. Emperor Yunqing immediately laughed loudly. Wang De, who was standing in the corner, glanced at Xianxia who walked in. He took a small step back to the left and lowered his head slightly. When the Chongqing of Gojoseon investigated the birdseller was already dead. The cause of death was that he drank too much and fell into the river and drowned. Everyone who was close to him said that the mina was his pet. It was so rare that he wouldn't let anyone touch it. But how could an ordinary birdseller teach the 8th brother to say something like "Long live the Chongqing of Gojoseon," which could get him killed? He thought hard for 2 days at home. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that the safest way was to complain, as Ban Han had said. Nowadays, people were very suspicious. For someone of his status, there must be spies in his family. If he could hide this matter, it would be fine. If he couldn't, then his future would be difficult. So early in the morning, he took the birdcage and the things he found and ran to the palace to complain. After a round of greetings, Emperor Yunqing asked Xianxia about what happened that year. After confirming that Ban Han was right, he said to the Chongqing of Gojoseon, "I think these people thought of such a sinister way to drive a wedge between us cousins because I trusted you. Don't worry, I will send people to thoroughly investigate this matter and get justice for you." Although Emperor Yunqing was very suspicious, he had a special characteristic. Once he believed in something, he wouldn't think about it in other ways. So when he doted on someone, he would give them all the benefits, such as Ban Han. But if he didn't like someone, then he wouldn't like what that person did. He would also think that that person had ulterior motives, such as the Prince Hui mansion. In his heart, the Chongqing of Gojoseon was a relatively honest and trustworthy cousin. So after this matter was cleared, he didn't have any negative opinions about the Chongqing of Gojoseon. Instead, he gave him a bunch of things to take back to show his trust in him. In reality, who would he trust? The princes and princes of the royal family were all locked up in the capital, which was only the size of his palm. They had nothing to do with their fiefdoms. They were all rich and idle. Oh right, Emperor Yunqing looked up at Xianxia, who was standing beside Banheng. Xianxia, you are 23 years old this year. You finished mourning before the new year, so you should consider marriage. Do you have a girl you like? Xianxia paused. He didn't think that the emperor would suddenly ask him this question. He couldn't help but look at the emperor, and glanced at the Ban Han from the corner of his eyes. She had an indifferent smile on her face, and her eyes were curiously looking at him, as if waiting for his answer. Your Majesty, this official, has no intention of getting married. Xiao bowed. This kind of thing cannot be forced. I heard that there are many women in the capital who are interested in you. Could it be that no one has moved your heart? Emperor Yunqing didn't understand. With Xiao's appearance, status, and position, it should be easy for him to get married. When he was Xiao's age, the Princess Royal had already been born. Xiao bowed deeply, but didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to take a wife, Emperor Yunqing didn't want to do something that would be disagreeable. However, he also couldn't bear for his valued official to be a bachelor who no one cared about. When you see a girl you like, tell me. I will be your matchmaker. This official thanks your Majesty. With the previous dynasty as an example, the Emperor of the Day dynasty learned a lesson, and that was, don't blindly bestow marriages. The previous dynasty lost its virginity because the emperor, who had nothing better to do, bestowed a marriage. Who knew that after the bride married into the family, the husband would favor the concubine and neglect the wife, and the wife would be tortured to death? The wife's family was powerful. Seeing that the emperor didn't punish the husband's family, in a fit of anger, they rebelled with the feudal princes, causing chaos in the country. In the end, the Jiang family took advantage of the situation. Learning from the past and learning from the future, Emperor Yunqing rationally suppressed his thoughts. In reality, he wanted Xiao to marry a girl from the Shi family, and become in-laws with the crown prince. Xiao was talented and capable. He was a good official that he chose for the crown prince. If the two were in-laws, Xiao would be more loyal to the crown prince in the future. He had seen the younger sister of the crown princess before. She was a woman with both talent and beauty. She was a perfect match for Xiao. When the two of them got together in the future, they would definitely be in harmony and have similar interests. Unfortunately, he had thought it through. Xiao didn't seem to be interested in romantic relationships. In addition, his second son seemed to have some abnormal thoughts about Miss Shi, so he couldn't open his mouth. The Shi family already had a crown princess, so they definitely couldn't have another princess consort. Therefore, the Shi Feixian definitely couldn't marry his second son. This was also the reason why he had decided on Miss Xia for his second son. Forget it, forget it. Fortunately, Xiao was a gentleman. Even if he was not tied down by marriage, when the crown prince ascended the throne, he would do his best to assist the crown prince. Walking out of the Great Moon Palace, Xiao looked back at the Ban family's siblings behind him. Commandery Princess, Shitzi, it's fate that brought us together. Can we eat together at the Baiwei restaurant? Banheng looked at Ban Han. After Ban Han nodded, Banheng said, thank you very much, uncle. After they walked out of the palace and the eunuch left, Ban Han said in a low voice, His Majesty called us here today because of the matter at His Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon? Commandery Princess, after we leave the palace, don't mention what happened today to anyone, Xiao said earnestly. It's not a good thing. Banheng and Ban Yu nodded in unison. Banheng turned his head to look at the tall palace walls. He shook his head and sighed, I really don't understand. What's the point of this high wall deep inside the palace? Ban Han didn't find it hard to understand. There's wealth, beauties, and power that others can't even dream of. How can it be meaningless? If it was meaningless, why did so many people want to sit on the throne? Was it because they cared about the people of the world? In her view, humans were all greedy. Some were lustful, some were greedy for money, some were addicted to power, and some were greedy for fame. No matter how nice it sounded, it was all for themselves. Xianxia noticed the disapproval in Ban Han's expression. His heart jumped. Commandery princess, why do you think so? Even if it's long-lived, it's just a person. Ban Han looked at Xianxia in confusion. People have selfish motives when they live. Those who don't have selfish motives are the gods in the temple. Commandery princess is a rare person. Xianxia smiled and said, your words are very reasonable. No wonder the emperor doted on her so much. Her status, her age, and her actions just happened to please the emperor. Ban Han, did she say something ear-shattering? Why did Xianxia have such an expression? I feel like something is missing. Ban Han looked at Xianxia and Ban Han. It's a bit strange. What's missing? Ban Han looked around. Where did the Chongqing of Gojoseon go? He paid his respects to the Empress Dowager. Xianxia and the siblings mounted their horses. We don't have to wait for him. Since the Chongqing of Gojoseon decided to make a complaint, then he definitely wouldn't miss the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was soft-hearted. When the parents of the Chongqing of Gojoseon were alive, they had helped the previous emperor and the Empress Dowager a lot. Therefore, the Empress Dowager would not allow the Chongqing of Gojoseon to be schemed against. When the time came, no matter if the emperor really wanted to investigate or if he was just comforting her verbally, this matter wouldn't be brought up again. At least, the Chongqing of Gojoseon would use this matter to convince the emperor of his loyalty. He would also let others know that even though the Chongqing of Gojoseon and the current emperor were only cousins, the imperial family still valued him. The father and son of the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who had lived so comfortably through the chaos of 2 dynasties, didn't just have a fondness for beauty. Of course, it was also possible that they really did have a fondness for beauty. The previous Chongqing of Gojoseon had died on the belly of a beauty. Such a death was dishonorable no matter how one thought about it. Chenanbua, Princess Kyul, Heir Ban. When Shurjin passed by on his horse, he saw Ban Han and the others. He slowed down his horse and saluted them. Lord Shur. Xianxia patted the horse's neck to calm it down. After the horse neighed twice, it kicked its hooves and moved sideways to block Ban Han's horse. Seeing this, Ban Han took a step back. Shurjin glanced behind Xianxia and asked, May I know where you 3 are going? We're just about to have dinner. Xianxia looked at Shurjin with a smile, but didn't invite him. Shurjin tightened his grip on the reins. He raised his hand and said to Xianxia, dinner is an important matter. I won't disturb you. After that, he added, Princess Kyul, in a few days, my sister and I will be hosting a banquet in the Buyuan mansion. I hope your Highness, and your Highness will honor us with your presence. Me? Ban Han patted the horse's butt and stepped forward to let Shurjin see her. Another poetry banquet? Shurjin explained, the poetry banquet is just for fun. It's more for everyone to get together and play a game of polo to warm up their muscles. Polo? Ban Han was interested, but she wasn't interested in Cultivation. She said, thank you for inviting me. If I have time, I'll definitely go. Shurjin smiled and said, I'll be waiting for your Highness's arrival. Ban Han added, you don't have to wait for me. I'm not necessarily going either. Ahem. Xianxia smiled and said to Shurjin, please go ahead. We'll take our leave. Shurjin restrained his expression and said to Xianxia, take care. When Shurjin was far away, Ban Han whispered to Xianxia, you 2 don't get along? Xianxia's smile froze, why do you say that, your Highness? Don't underestimate a woman's observation skills. Ban Han raised her chin proudly, I saw flying daggers in your eyes. Xianxia laughed softly, you saw wrong. Ban Han shook her head and said, I knew it. You men are just like my brother. Ban Heng looked at Ban Han in confusion, sister, why are you talking about me again? Because you're the only young man I'm familiar with, Ban Han said matter-of-factly, if I don't use you as an example, who else can I use? Ban Heng was speechless. The three of them arrived at the Byway restaurant. When they arrived at the door, a young man in purple walked out. He was surprised to see Ban Heng and Ban Han. "Why are you two still here?" The young man and Ban Heng were bad friends. When he saw Ban Heng, he didn't bother to greet him and said directly, "Didn't someone go to your house to propose marriage?" "Propose marriage?" Ban Heng was stunned and turned to Ban Han. "Who?" "I was wondering why you two were still in the mood to eat." The young man bowed to Xianxia and continued to say to Ban Heng, "It's that Yan Zhen." He pulled Ban Heng over, and after the two of them walked to a corner, the young master whispered, "Don't say that I didn't tell you. I heard that ever since that young Master Yen saw your sister's heroic figure at the autumn hunting ground, he has been obsessed with her. He has lost all his appetite and has lost a lot of weight. He's a bookworm." "Why did he come to the autumn hunting ground? And he happened to see my sister?" Ban Heng shook his head repeatedly. No, this bookworm talks about benevolence, righteousness, and morality all day long. My sister can't stand him." With that, he was ready to go back. Hey, don't be in such a hurry." The young man hurriedly reached out to stop Ban Heng. "Actually, I think this Xianxia is quite good. He's upright and motivated. He doesn't look like a lecherous person. Moreover, he's so infatuated with your sister. Your sister won't suffer any grievances if she marries him. If he's not lecherous, how could he like my sister?" Ban Heng said in annoyance, "With my sister's bad temper, do you think Yanjin will fall in love with her inside?" The young man was speechless for a moment. What he said didn't sound wrong, but it seemed to be wrong everywhere. No, how could he say that about his sister? "Zhou Changxiao, tell me honestly. Are you here to help Yanjin persuade her?" Ban Heng looked at the young man suspiciously. "I remember that your brother married the eldest daughter of the Yan family, right? We've been good brothers for so long. Would I cheat you on this matter?" The young man patted his chest loudly. "Your sister is my sister. Would I hurt my own sister? Bah, my sister doesn't have a brother like you." Ban Heng was too lazy to talk to him. He turned to Ban Han and said unhappily, "Let's go upstairs and eat." "Who's Yanjin?" Ban Han saw Zhou Changxiao chasing after his brother. He tilted his head and thought for a long time. He didn't have any impression of this person. Ban Heng's face darkened, but he didn't speak. Zhou Changxiao squeezed over and said eagerly, "He's the youngest son of left Prime Minister Yanjin. He's upright and talented." "Is he good-looking?" Zhou Changxiao was stunned. He glanced at Xianxia who was beside Ban Han. He's good-looking?" Originally, he wanted to say that he was good-looking. But when he saw Duke Rong's face, he felt that he might be a little guilty. "Not bad?" Ban Han looked at Zhou Changxiao suspiciously. It was impossible for her to not have an impression of the good-looking men in the capital. So, the not bad was an exaggeration? "It's true." Zhou Changxiao was afraid that Ban Han would not believe him, so he pointed to his face and said, "He's better looking than me." Ban Han asked, "Are there very few people in the capital who are better looking than you?" Zhou Changxiao was not angry at Ban Han's disdain. Anyway, it was a good thing for him to be able to talk to a beauty. "But I'm also good-looking." Seeing him like this, Ban Han could not help but smile and point to Xianxia. "How does the Yan family's Lang Jun compare with Earl Rong?" Zhou Changxiao felt that his biggest mistake today was meeting Qinganbua. Looking at the whole capital, how many men could compare with Qinganbua's appearance? Yan Zhen was indeed 1 in 100 for these rich playboys, but in front of Qinganbua, he was simply incomparable. Whether it was elegance, appearance, or talent, he could not compare with Qinganbua. What else could he say? Not good enough. Although Zhou Changxiao was not stingy, he was a very honest person, especially when it came to his friends. Earl Rong is elegant and has both talent and integrity. Few men in the capital can compare with him. But why do you have to compare yourself with Qinganbua? Qinganbua will not marry you, Zhou Changxiao roared in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Ban Han would beat him up when he went back. Ban Yu nodded. She had guessed that this Yan Zhen's appearance was definitely not as good as Xia's. She had deliberately looked for opportunities to see all the good-looking men in the capital and compared them. There was really no one more outstanding than Xia. In fact, after Xinyu broke off the engagement, many people came to inquire about the news, intending to marry into the Ban family. But because Ban Han did not take a fancy to any of them, these people could only leave the matter unsettled. The emperor's daughter did not have to worry about marriage, and the princess royal's granddaughter did not lack a husband. The Ban family did not consider those with lower status or bad family customs. For the Ban family, if they met an unreliable family, they would rather not get married for the rest of their lives. They loved their own daughter dearly, so why should they be in a hurry to marry off their child just because of the rumors from outside and let her suffer grievances in her life? The Ying clan sat in their chairs, silently listening to Iceman's endless praise of the left prime minister's family's son. But there was not much joy on her face. Iceman saw her expression, and then looked at the Marquis of Jingting's wandering appearance. She knew that the marriage of the children of the Ban family would be decided by the Marquis. So, she said to the Ying clan, young Master Yan has been studying since he was a child. He has been studying in the academy these years, so he does not often appear in front of people. However, please don't worry. This young master is very handsome, and he doesn't have any dirty maidservants by his side. He also has a doting personality. If the princess is willing to marry into his family, she will definitely not suffer any grievances. The Ying clan raised their hands and motioned for the maidservant to add tea for Iceman. Accompanying Iceman was Minister Ling's wife, Mrs. Zhou. The Zhou family had a good relationship with the Ban family, so Prime Minister Yan invited her to accompany the guests today. Mrs. Zhou had a lot of dealings with the Ying clan. When she saw the Ying clan's expression, she knew that the marriage between the two families would not be successful. She came here to help the Yan family because of a favor, so she did not say anything that would make the Ying clan unhappy. She just talked about interesting things from time to time to ease the atmosphere. Marquis and Madam, what do you think? Iceman drank 3 cups of tea. She spoke until her throat was almost smoking. She praised everything she could. If she continued, she would not be able to find the words to say. The Ban family is very grateful to be able to receive Lady Yan's love. It is also my daughter's honor. It's just that my daughter is naughty and has a bad temper since she was a child. I'm afraid that she won't be able to take good care of young Master Yan. The Ying clan put down the teacup, and the maidservant next to her handed a purse to Iceman. Thank you for making this trip. Iceman secretly complained in her heart. She had seen the Yan family's young master. He had lost a lot of weight and wanted to marry this Princess Fuel. Now that the Ban family was unwilling to talk about it, how could she explain it to the Prime Minister's family? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Mrs. Zhou, hoping that she could speak up for her. Elder sister, Mrs. Zhou had a gentle personality and spoke softly. I don't think this matter needs to be rushed. I heard that Marquis Shi's family will hold a banquet in Buyuan in a few days. When the time comes, let them meet. Whether it's successful or not, let Huahua meet them. In her opinion, Yan Zhen was a man worthy of being entrusted with her life. However, she had seen the Ban family's attitude of doting on their daughter. Therefore, whether this matter was successful or not, it really depended on Ban Han's opinion. No matter how much she said to Iceman now, it was meaningless. Younger sister is right, the Ying clan nodded slightly. But you should take these things back first. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to leave them with us. Before Iceman could speak, she was interrupted by Mrs. Zhou. Elder sister is thoughtful. It's only appropriate to do this. Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, I'll have them take the things back in a moment. These gifts were gifts according to the rules of marriage. They weren't even willing to accept gifts. It could be seen that the Ying clan's attitude towards marriage with the Yan family was very cold. Therefore, they rejected them so thoroughly. With the Ban family's background, even if the Yan family's entire family was brought over, the Ban family's attitude wouldn't soften. Although the Yan family was relatively powerful now, if they really calculated it carefully, this marriage was the Yan family climbing up the social ladder. I don't care if he's the prime minister or the prince, Ban Heng put down the wine glass on the table and said in a stiff voice, as long as my sister doesn't like him, I won't let her marry him. Ban Han threw a handkerchief to him, wipe your hands. Be gentle, don't break the glass. Ban Heng was immediately discouraged. Who was he so angry over? Zhou Changxiao poured him a full glass of wine and said with a smile, Ban Xiong, bandage, don't be angry. I definitely won't mention this matter in front of you next time, okay? When Ban Heng saw how meek and submissive he was, he felt a little better. I thought, thinking about a man who was thinking about his sister every day, who didn't eat or drink, and who was so thin, made him feel disgusted. But he couldn't say this in front of his sister. He was afraid of disgusting her. It had been almost a month since the autumn hunt. If Yanjun was interested in his sister, there were many ways to solve the problem. But he pretended to be haggard because he felt that his sister wasn't good enough for him. Did he want to use this method to force his parents to invite someone to propose marriage? Did he think about how other people would look at his sister if this matter was spread out? A femme fatale? A disaster to the country? Was he trying to force the Ban family to agree to his marriage or what? If he wanted to die, he should die far away. He shouldn't disgust his sister. Young Master Yan, I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. Xianxia, who had barely spoken from beginning to end, looked at Ban Han and said, I'm afraid this matter will inconvenience the princess again. Ban Han reached out to take the wine cup from Ban Heng's hand and replaced it with a warm bowl of soup. He said carelessly, for me, I won't be inconvenienced if it's not important. 5 years later, she might not even be able to keep her life. Who cares what the world thinks of her? Xianxia felt that his heart seemed to be pricked by something. It was gentle and didn't hurt too much, but there was an indescribable feeling of soreness and numbness. After the meal, Xianxia rode on his horse and said to Ban Han, Princess, will you go to the Shi family's banquet in a few days? Ban Han shook his head, I don't know. Maybe I will go. I understand. Xianxia nodded, last time the princess sent me back home. Today, can I send you back a beauty? Recently, I heard a novel story. Does the princess want to hear it? Okay. Ban Han agreed without thinking, tell me quickly. Brother Ban. Zhou Changxiao pulled back Ban Heng, who was about to follow, and quietly pointed at Xianxia, does Jiananbua have feelings for your sister? No way. Ban Heng shook his head suspiciously. 4 hours ago, the emperor had asked Duke Rong if he had any feelings for anyone. He didn't see Duke Rong having any feelings for his sister. He's trying to save face. What face? Zhou Changxiao didn't understand. What kind of Lang Jun would send a beauty home to save face? Ban Heng looked around. Seeing that no one was passing by, he jumped off the horse and told him about his sister sending Xianxia home. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry. I'm tight-lipped. I won't tell anyone. Zhou Changxiao sighed, our sister is really a heroine. Jiananbua is really generous. Ban Heng knew that he was tight-lipped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told him, okay. Our family probably won't agree to the marriage between the Yan family and the Yan family. Go back and tell Yanjun to give up. Zhou Changxiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, he didn't understand why Yanjun would make such a fuss. He didn't think that even if the marriage was successful, Ban Han wouldn't be liked by his mother-in-law after marrying into the Yan family. If a playboy like him could think of this, why didn't Yanjun think about it? The atmosphere in the Yan family wasn't very good. As early as when her son came back from the autumn hunt and said that he wanted to marry the troublesome princess of the Ban family, Lady Yan's heart was not very happy. Originally, she didn't agree no matter what. But who knew that her son was so stubborn? He didn't eat or sleep day and night because of Ban Han. She and the master felt sorry for their son, so they could only ask Iceman and Lady Zhou to help them reconcile. If the Ban family agreed, they would ask someone to formally propose marriage. But when she thought that the extravagant, arrogant, and enchanting woman like Ban Han wanted to be her daughter-in-law, Lady Yan felt that she couldn't swallow the anger in her chest. Her son had read a lot of books since he was a child. He was educated and reasonable. How could he fall in love with such a woman? If she had known that he would become like this, she wouldn't have been so strict with him in the early years. She also wouldn't have let him get close to women. Because of this, he lost his soul when he saw a woman like Ban Han. Madam, Lady Zhou is here. Invite her in. Lady Yan tidied up her clothes. After putting on a kind smile on her face, she walked out of the courtyard with the help of a maidservant. As soon as she walked out of the main hall, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Looking back, who else could it be but the little rascal of her family? "Mother, is Lady Zhou here?" Yanjin's body was a little weak, so after such a long walk, he was already panting. Lady Yan smiled and said, "You child, you can't be like this when you see Lady Zhou. Why don't you tidy up your clothes?" Only then did Yanjin notice that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly tidied up his clothes before following Lady Yan in. Naturally, he didn't see the anger in Lady Yan's eyes. As soon as Lady Yan entered the main hall, she saw that the gifts she had prepared were sent back untouched. In her heart, she knew that things were bad. She turned to look at her youngest son. Sure enough, his complexion was deathly pale and he looked panicked. If it weren't for the maidservant supporting him, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. Seeing her most beloved youngest son like this, her heart ached and she was anxious. She wanted the maidservant to help him down. "Mother, I'm fine." Yanjin pushed the maidservant aside and bowed to Lady Zhou. Lady Zhou secretly nodded in her heart. He was a polite child. She smiled and said, "What a handsome Lang Jun. Quickly, sit down." After Yanjin sat down, he said, "Lady Zhou, may I ask if the Marquis estate?" He didn't look at the gifts on the ground. He only looked at Lady Zhou, as if he was looking for a glimmer of hope. The Ban family has always doted on their daughters. "I think you've heard of this before." Mrs. Zhou avoided Yanjin's burning gaze. The Ban family didn't explicitly refuse. They just wanted to see what the two juniors thought. On the surface, it was the two juniors' idea. However, Yanjin wanted to marry the Ban Han no matter what. Therefore, the meaning of these words was to see if the Ban Han was willing to agree. Mrs. Zhou wanted to leave some face for the Yan family, so she didn't say anything too clearly. Fortunately, everyone was smart and understood. When Lady Yan heard that the Ban family didn't have much intention of marrying the Yan family, she felt very conflicted. She was happy that her son didn't have to marry such a woman, but she also felt that the Ban family was really hateful. How many people in the capital wanted to get close to the Yan family? Even the imperial relatives had to be polite to her. The Ban family was really too impolite. "Lady Zhou," Yanjin looked at Mrs. Zhou. "You mean to say that as long as Princess Fuel is willing to marry me, Marquis and the Marchioness will agree to this marriage?" Mrs. Zhou smiled. "Young Master Yan, you spend most of your time studying. You don't know how much the Ban family values their daughters. For most parents, their children's lifelong happiness is the most important thing. If you can win the Juanju's favor, why worry about not being able to marry a beautiful woman? Although that's the case, according to the ancestral rules, it should be the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words." Lady Yan frowned. She felt that the Ban family's upbringing was too casual. Even if you spoil your daughter, there should be rules. Mrs. Zhou smiled but didn't say anything. In her heart, she thought, since you pay attention to the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words, then you should quickly stop thinking about it and find another woman for your son. Why are you so eager to marry the Ban family's daughter? It's your family that wants to beg her to marry you, not the other way around. If it weren't for the fact that her husband and left Prime Minister Yan had been good friends for many years, Mrs. Zhou really didn't want to make this trip. She didn't have a good relationship with Lady Yan. Lady Yan loved to adhere to rules and regulations. Not only was she strict with her servants, but she was also strict with her own family. She was so strict that she lost her vitality. The Sher family will be holding a banquet in 2 days. It's said that Princess Fuel will also be there. Mrs. Zhou stood up. "Since I delivered the message, I should leave now." Lady Yan asked her to stay for dinner again and again, but Lady Zhou refused and insisted on leaving. After leaving the Yan family's house, Mrs. Zhou shook her head. With such a mother, it would be difficult for the Yan family's Lang Jun to achieve his dream. Sitting in the carriage, the more Lady Zhou thought about it, the more she felt it would be difficult to achieve. She sighed and shook her head. She lifted the curtain and saw a man and woman riding in front of her, one in front of the other. There was a distance between them and there were bodyguards following them. They didn't look like a man and a woman who were talking to each other, but they seemed to be more intimate than an ordinary man and woman. Or it could be said that the gentle smile on this Lan Juan's face gave her this illusion. Chenongbua and Princess Fuel were acquaintances. Lady Zhou hadn't heard of this before. After thinking for a while, she said to the servant outside the carriage, "Change the route." "No, why doesn't that old lady like her daughter-in-law?" Ban Han didn't understand and asked Xia's story. Didn't her daughter-in-law marry into their family? Maybe in her heart, her daughter-in-law is the main culprit who took her son away. Xia thought for a while and said apologetically, "Sorry, I can't answer your question." Ban Han thought about how Xia was the only one left in the family and felt that his question was too difficult. "That's right, you've never been a mother-in-law." Her grandmother and mother had a very good relationship. Many times, her father even complained that her grandmother and mother were biological mother and daughter, and he was brought in by his family. She almost never thought about how to get along with a strange man's mother after marrying him. She couldn't live a life of being a little girl and enduring grievances. It is said that left Prime Minister Yan's wife comes from a noble family. Her father is a famous scholar. Xia smiled. He must be a very elegant and easy to get along with. Hearing the two words, great scholar, Ban Han thought of those scholars who were full of nonsense, etiquette, and rules, and how women should be. They were old-fashioned and dogmatic and were especially strict with the women in the family. They even thought that women shouldn't go out. Every inch of their body belonged to their parents before they were married, and after they were married, they belonged to their future husband. If anyone dared to show their face outside, it would be a disgrace and a disgrace to their family. The rumors in the capital were not so bad. Ban Han heard that some scholars in the south even considered it an honor for women to be buried with their husbands. If any woman dared to remarry, she would be cursed and humiliated by the scholars. What was even more ridiculous was that these scholars kept saying that they wanted women to do this and that, but in the books they wrote, those fox immortals and rich young ladies were always beautiful and rich. They even took the initiative to offer themselves to the poor scholars. They would rather be servants or concubines than follow them. They took all the good things. They were so shameless and fantasized. Why would they take the imperial examinations? It was enough for them to lie in their broken grass huts and daydream all day. Affected by these things, now that he heard Xia say that Lady Yan was the daughter of a great scholar, Ban Han had lost interest in the Yan family's young master before he even met him. She was a dignified Junju with countless gold, silver, and jewels. Why would she live a life where she couldn't even raise her head? She didn't have a brain disease. As they talked and laughed, the two arrived at the entrance to Jingting Marquisate. Xia looked at the plaque on the gate of the Marquis Fu and raised his hands in a bow to Ban Han. "Junju, this one will take his leave." "Wait," Ban Han called out to Xia. "After the daughter-in-law committed suicide, did the mother-in-law receive retribution?" Xia's gaze swept over the golden buyao in Ban Han's hair. He shook his head and sighed. The scholar had a meteoric rise. Later, he married the daughter of a high official. His mother was thus conferred the title of lady and lived a comfortable life. Ban Han twisted his lips. "This story isn't fun. The story from last time is more interesting." "Since Junju doesn't like it, I'll go ask for some stories that you are interested in," Xia said. "This one also feels that the ending of this story isn't good enough." Seeing that Xia had the same opinion as him, Ban Han's mood improved greatly. However, he was even more repulsed by the Yan family. "Master Bo," Dujio said in a small voice after they left Ban family's gate, "you remembered incorrectly." "What's wrong?" "That old woman wasn't conferred the title of lady. Because she persecuted her daughter-in-law to her death, she was sentenced to prison. Because of this, her son's career wasn't smooth. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol all day and is still muddle-headed." Dujio coughed dryly. This subordinate feels that Princess Fuel might like the original ending of this story more. "Is that so?" Xia smiled faintly and patted the horse's head. Her movements were extremely gentle. "I think this is very good." 3 days later, Ban Han sat in front of the mirror and carefully dressed. Ban Hing sat at the table behind her and played with a box of pearls. "Sister, didn't you go to reject that Yanzhen today? Why don't you make yourself more ugly? That way, he will give up on you faster." "Rejecting him is my business. Whether he gives up or not is his business. How can I overshadow myself because of an unimportant man?" Ban Han carefully used her fingertips to apply lipstick to her lips. After her lips became rosy and beautiful, she wiped her fingers with a handkerchief. A woman's beautiful time is more precious than gold. A man who didn't even leave an impression on me is not worth wasting so much gold. I'm afraid that Yanjin will hate you because of his love for you. Ban Heng couldn't stand his sister's habit of obsessing over her beauty. In the whole world, except for their family, no one knew that his sister was so obsessed with her beauty that she even embroidered the dress she wore when she slept with complicated and soft patterns. She said that only such a nightgown could let her have beautiful dreams. What's the use of being as beautiful as a fairy when sleeping? Who was she beautiful for? Who was she beautiful for? Pfft, Ban Han stood up in front of the mirror. Her complicated and luxurious dress was like the bright moon in the night sky. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. There are many men and women in the whole capital who hate me. If he wants to hate me, he can slowly line up in the back. Anyway, she might not even be able to keep her life in 5 years. Why would she care about what these people think? Ridiculous. Ban Heng looked at his sister in a daze. If he got used to her beauty, what would he do when he got married in the future? Why are you in a daze? Ban Han straightened her wide sleeves. Let's go. No, sister, don't you want to play polo? How are you going to play in this? Ban Heng bent down and carefully lifted Ban Han's dress, then followed behind Ban Han. My silly brother. Ban Han reached out and gently tapped Ban Heng's forehead. My relationship with the Xianxia has always been cold. Even if I want to play polo, I won't play with them. Then you mean, we won't play today? Ban Heng shook his head. But the young ladies who are close to the Shi family's girls look really delicate. I'm afraid that you'll play with them and make them cry. It's only interesting when you have the same goal. Most of the young ladies who were close to Ban Han were daughters of military officers. Unfortunately, some of the few who were close to her had followed their families to other places to take up positions. Some of them were already married. She didn't have much interest in playing with them. As a princess, Ban Han had her own carriage. The servants and horses were all provided by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Even if they were all princesses, the details of the carriages used by the favored and the unfavored were very different. Aristocrats who were used to living a luxurious life could tell at a glance. For example, Ban Han's carriage was pulled by 6 horses. Each horse was majestic and strong. It was obvious that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had carefully selected them. The carriage was exquisitely made. Although the color of the carriage didn't exceed the standards of a princess's carriage, the materials used and the level of finesse were almost as good as the princess's carriage. But even so, the Ministry of Internal Affairs was still worried that Ban Han wouldn't be satisfied. He even inlaid some gorgeous gems on the inside of the carriage and laid out the softest cushions. All he wanted was a word of praise from Ban Han. As a princess, Kong Ming's carriage was the same as Ban Han's. But when the 2 carriages appeared at the entrance of the Shi family's holiday home, it was obvious which of the 2 princesses was more honorable. Even the servants of the Shi family were more respectful and fearful in front of Ban Han. Everyone knew that this was a person who had come in 3rd place in the imperial examinations. In the end, the person who came in 3rd place in the imperial examinations was demoted and she was promoted to a noble. As servants, how could they dare to offend such a tough person? Ban Han didn't like to be too strict with those who were afraid of her. It made her feel like she was bullying the weak. Seeing the Shi family's servants so respectful towards her, Ban Han didn't bother to put on airs. She let the maidservant beside her reward the servants with a handful of silver pieces, and then supported the maidservant's hand as they walked into the courtyard. When Kong Ming saw Ban Han, she intentionally took a step back. After Ban Han got off the carriage, she slowly got off. She coldly looked at the servants at the door and welcomed Ban Han in like stars surrounding the moon. Her face didn't have much expression. The gatekeeper was happy to receive the reward, but when he turned around, he found that Princess Kong Ming was already standing at the door. He was a little scared, so he hurriedly stuffed the silver pieces into his pouch and greeted Kong Ming. "Greetings, Your Highness. The banquet will be held in the inner courtyard. Please come with us, Your Highness. You don't need to rush. There are many guests today." Kong Ming smiled faintly when she saw their frantic appearance. "I've been here a few times. I don't need you to lead the way. I'll go in myself. The head mama didn't dare to let Kong Ning go in alone. She hurriedly apologized and led Kong Ning inside. Seeing the old maid's respectful attitude, Kong Ning was still thinking about how the servants had surrounded Ban Yu and treated her as if she was nothing. Yes, one was a Junju who was doted on by the emperor, and the other was a Junju whose entire family was suspected by the emperor. Who was more important? Even the servants in the official residences knew, not to mention the nobles in the capital. The daughter of the Marquis of Zhongping's mansion was about to marry the second prince, but the eldest son of the Xia family was still imprisoned. The reason was that he condoned his subordinates to abuse the common people. If the crime was serious, he could be beheaded. If the crime was light, he could only punish the subordinates who abused the common people. However, the emperor had delayed this matter, and the eldest son of the Xia family was still in prison. Perhaps part of the reason was that the emperor wanted to suppress the second prince, who had been too active recently. Another part of the reason was that the Ban family was making things difficult. The Xianxian's sister was the crown princess, the future empress. But the Xianxian didn't dare to be disrespectful to Ban Han. Why? Because the emperor and empress favored Ban Han, and because the crown prince was very close to the Ban family. If the crown princess didn't want to be separated from the crown prince, she must treat Ban Han well. Even the Shi family had to be polite to the Ban family. She didn't want people to think that the crown princess's family, Ban Han's family, of her. In the end, the word power was the most moving word. The relationship between the Shi family and the Yan family was subtle. One was the left prime minister, while the other was the right prime minister. It was impossible for them to be close. If they were really good friends, the emperor wouldn't have appointed them as the left and right prime ministers. Although the Shi family and the Yan family would usually attend the younger generation's gatherings, they didn't interact much with each other. However, today's situation was a bit strange. Prime Minister Yan's favorite son appeared at the entrance of the Shi family's gathering early in the morning. His enthusiastic attitude shocked the younger generation of the Shi family. But since he was here, they had to receive him well. They served him good tea and snacks. They even arranged for someone to accompany him. This was to prevent rumors from spreading that the Shi family didn't know etiquette. "Big brother, you're back." The second Lang Jun, who was accompanying the guests, saw his eldest cousin brother, Shi Jin. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stood up to salute him. "Young Master Yan is here." Shi Jin untied his sword and handed it to the servant behind him. He walked into the hall and greeted Yan Jin. The two sat together and didn't talk much. He noticed that Yan Jin was a bit restless. He looked outside from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone to appear. "Young Master Yan." Shi Jin glanced outside. "Are you waiting for an important guest?" Yan Jin's cheeks reddened. Seeing that there was no one else in the room except for the servants, he bowed to Shi Jin. "Lord Shi, please don't laugh at me. I am indeed waiting for a guest." Shi Jin saw the anticipation and shyness on his face and guessed that he was waiting for a woman. To avoid ruining a woman's reputation, Shi Jin didn't ask who Yan Jin was waiting for. He said gently, "Young Master Yan, there is a pavilion outside the courtyard. You can sit there and enjoy a cup of tea and enjoy the scenery. It's very pleasant." Yan Jin smiled at him gratefully. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Shi." Shi Jin saw Yan Jin's eagerness and couldn't help but wonder what kind of stunning beauty could make Yan Jin act like this. The two of them went to the pavilion outside the courtyard. It was directly facing the gate. If anyone came, they would be able to see them at first glance. Not long after they sat down, guests came one after another. Soon, the courtyard became lively. Shi Jin saw that Yan Jin was still looking outside. He knew that the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. With the appearance of the famous talented women in the capital, Shi Jin was even more curious about Yan Jin's sweetheart. He also waited with Yan Jin. "Duke Rong is here. Brother Rong. Brother Zhao." When Shi Jin saw Rong Xia, he was secretly surprised. What kind of day was it today? The Yan family's young master rushed over early in the morning. Now, even Qinganbua, who usually didn't join in the fun, came. Was the Shi family's reputation so great? Duke Rong. Lord Shi. The two of them bowed to each other. After greeting the people around them, Rongxia sat down on the right side of Shi Jin. Young Master Yan, you seem to have lost some weight. Is that so? Yan Jin shyly pulled on his robe. He was worried that the clothes he wore today didn't fit him well. I've been a little unwell these days. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Young Master Yan, you shouldn't say that. Who doesn't get sick when they're born? There's no need to make a fool of yourself. Rongxiao lowered his eyelids, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. I just saw that young Master Yan didn't look as good as usual today. That's why I asked. I hope young Master Yan doesn't think I'm a busybody. Yanjin couldn't help but touch his face. His heart was a little flustered. His complexion was really not as good as before. What if Princess Fu Le came over and saw that his complexion was not good? What would he do if she didn't like him? Shi Feixian walked to the backyard and found that Qinganbua was sitting beside his elder brother. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. When he reached a crowded place, he barely suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked to Shi Jin at a normal pace. He slowly bowed and said, "Greetings, elder brother." "Greetings, young masters and young ladies." There was another round of greeting and exchanging greetings, which made the courtyard very lively, so much so that no one noticed that someone had come to the door. Bang! Yanjin hurriedly stood up and even spilled the tea on his robe. He didn't react and just stared at the door. There was nothing else in his eyes. His big movement aroused Shi Jin's curiosity. He turned around and looked at the door. Her delicate steps were unparalleled in the world. In the past, he didn't understand what was unparalleled in the world. But today, he felt that this was the only way to describe the woman who was walking towards them. Kacha. Rongxia put the teacup on the stone table, making a crisp sound. He cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Sorry, my hand slipped and disturbed everyone. The absent-minded people finally reacted. They turned around and joked with each other, trying to prove that they weren't vulgar people who were attracted to beauty. Just now, they just accidentally looked at her. Duke Rong was really a good person. He took this opportunity to stop them from losing their composure. Princess Fuel. Yanjin walked up to Ban Han and Ban Heng and bowed deeply to Ban Han. Ban Han looked at the young Lang Jun who had appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a purple robe and was a little thin. His appearance was not bad, but he looked like a silly goose that had rushed out from a flock of ducks. Ban Han could only return the greeting of an equal. He took 2 steps back and asked, "May I know who you are?" Yanjin was stunned. So she didn't even know who he was? Sister, watch your step. Ban Heng knew Yanjin, but he didn't want him to pretend to be affectionate to his sister in front of so many people. Okay. Ban Han extended his hand to let Ban Heng support him. He walked past Yanjin and came to the center of the crowd. Princess. Shi Jin stood up and said, "Please take a seat." Lord Shi, you don't have to be so polite. Ban Han glanced at the crowd and finally sat down not far from Li Xiaoru. Li Xiaoru was afraid of Ban Han from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her come over, she straightened her back and closed her legs even more. Miss Li, Ban Han nodded slightly to Li Xiaoru. Princess. Li Xiaoru stood up from her chair and curtsied to Ban Han. Her face was filled with excitement. This princess had asked her who she was twice in a row. This time, she finally recognized her. Li Xiaoru felt inexplicably moved. It could be seen that people with lower expectations might live happier lives. There were many people who wanted to curry favor with Ban Han. Although many women didn't like her, wherever she was, there wouldn't be an awkward silence. Yanjin saw that Ban Han didn't look at him from beginning to end, so he sat back down in a daze. He didn't even have the mood to listen to what other people were saying. Rongxia also didn't pay attention to young Master Yan. When she was watching the juggling, she clapped and laughed when she should. Her elegant demeanor attracted the attention of countless women. After lunch, some people went to play polo, and some people held poetry recitals. Ban Han, who had amazed everyone, was satisfied and was about to bid farewell to the host. Unexpectedly, someone called out to her. Princess. Ban Han turned around. Was it that dumb goose in purple again? She tilted her head, and the dangling hair ornament on her temple swayed slightly. Princess, this humble one is Yanjin. I offended you. Please forgive me. Yanjin only felt that Ban Han's tilting of her head was also beautiful. He couldn't help blushing and didn't know what to do. I am, you are Yanjin? Ban Han looked at the other person's thin and weak body. It seemed that this person was really on a hunger strike at home. Seeing that Ban Han knew his name, Yanjin was very excited. This humble one is. Princess, do you know this humble one? Ban Han felt that her words were quite tactful. Young Master Yan, what's the matter? Young Master Yan looked at the woman in front of him, who was as beautiful as the goddess of Luo. His heart was filled with thousands of feelings, but he didn't know what to say. Sorry, did I disturb the two of you? Xianxia stood under the winding corridor, leaning against a red pillar with a smile on her face. The golden sunlight fell on her body, and the autumn wind suddenly blew, showing her elegance. Ban Han turned her head in a daze and looked at the man under the cloister. There is a bandit gentleman, like cutting, like comparing notes, like polishing, like grinding. There is a bandit gentleman, like listening to gems, like the stars. There is a bandit gentleman, like gold, like tin, like jade. Ban Han, who had never liked to read, suddenly thought of these 3 sentences. She couldn't remember the source or who the author was, but when she saw Xianxia, these 3 sentences suddenly appeared in her mind. She smiled and tilted her head. It seemed that she could recite 1 or 2 sentences of poetry, but she just hadn't found the right environment for her to recite poetry. In front of beauty, anyone could become a well-read and talented person, such as her. Seeing Ban Han notice him, Xianxia stood up straight, tidied his robe, and walked in front of Ban Han and Yanjin. Are you two planning to go back? Yanjin didn't think that someone would come to disturb them when he deliberately chose a time when other people were reciting poetry, painting, riding horses, playing basketball, and talking to Princess Ban. He saw Xianxia walk directly towards them, and froze for a moment before he reacted and bowed to Xianxia. Duke Rong. Yanjin really wanted to tell Xianxia to go away, but he couldn't open his mouth. Young Master Yan, Xianxia returned the bow and turned to Ban Han, saying, Junju, won't you continue to play for a while? Ban Han shook her head, it's getting late, I should go back. Yanjin looked at the sky. It hadn't even been 2 shurchen since noon, when the sun was the warmest. How could it be that it was getting late? He suddenly understood that Princess Fuel was probably bored. He hurriedly said, there's a place nearby that has a very good view. If Junju doesn't mind, this one can accompany you. Xianxia felt that today's sun was uncomfortable, and made his heart flustered. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Ban Han's skirt. The back of the dress was embroidered with a peacock tail, which reflected a gorgeous luster under the sun. Standing under the sun, she seemed to have really turned into a proud and beautiful peacock, her whole body glowing. I don't think it's necessary. Ban Han tidied up her dress and smiled. The clothes I'm wearing today are not suitable for walking too far. Yanjin stared blankly at the smiling Ban Han. He was stunned. You look beautiful like this. Thank you. Ban Han adjusted her hairpin and accepted the compliment without any modesty. That. Yanjin's face suddenly turned red. I'm not lying. No woman would dislike being praised for her beauty. Ban Han smiled and said to Yanjin, Young Master Yan, is there anything else you want to say to me? Yanjin turned his head to look at Xianxia and bowed. Duke Rong, this one has something to say to Junju. Could you please go a bit further away? My apologies. Xianxia smiled at Yanjin and said to Ban Han, Junju, this one is not far away. Ban Han responded with a big smile. Xianxia was worried that something would happen between her and Yanjin in private, so he deliberately made it clear, the outside world was right. Young Master Rong was a rare gentleman. Ban Han didn't have her servant girls leave. After Xianxia left, she asked, Young Master Yan, please speak. Junju, this one will never forget Junju's beauty after we parted at the Imperial hunting ground last time. Young Master Yan bowed to Ban Han. What does Junju think of the matter that Mrs. Zhou mentioned a few days ago? Ban Han moved a step to the side and avoided Yan Zhen's bow. Young Master Yan, your words are a bit rude. Who would suddenly run in front of the opposite sex and say, I've wanted to marry you since I saw you last time. Are you willing to marry me? This one also knows that these words are very offensive. Yan Zhen smiled bitterly. But I don't know where this feeling came from. Once I remember it in my heart, I will never forget it. If I can marry Junju, I will definitely treat Junju well. I won't take concubines to sleep with me. I won't treat Junju badly for the rest of my life. Young Master Yan was still very insistent on one person for the rest of his life. Junju, please consider this one. This confession was already very bold. With the Yan family's upbringing, if they knew that their son had said such explicit words to a girl, they would probably force Yan Zhen to kneel in front of the ancestral tablets. He knew that this was too absurd, but he was afraid. He was afraid that if he didn't say his feelings today, Princess Fuel wouldn't look at him again. The Ban family wouldn't consider the marriage between the two families. After listening to Yan Zhen's words, Ban Han inexplicably remembered the story that Duke Rong had told her a few days ago when he had sent her back to the Fu. When the scholar had asked to marry the daughter of a noble family, he had also said that he would treat the young lady well for the rest of his life. But because the young lady couldn't give birth to a son, she was tortured to death by her mother-in-law. The scholar married the daughter of a high-ranking official, and the mother-in-law gave her the title of imperial lady. From this, it could be seen that a man's promise wasn't accurate. Yan Gongzi, I don't quite understand. Ban Han held the hand of the servant girl Rui and slowly walked towards a pavilion that was closer to where Xianxia was standing. I've never interacted with you before. How can you be so sure that I can be with you for the rest of my life? Junju, you may not know, but when you wore red and appeared on the hunting ground on a horse, the entire hunting ground was overshadowed by your appearance. If I can beg Junju to marry me, I can die 10,000 times without regrets. Following behind Ban Han, he continued to speak his mind. If you're dead, what's the point of marrying you? To be a widow? Ban Han lifted her jeweled embroidered shoes and stepped on the white marble steps. She walked to the middle of the pavilion and sat down. Resting her chin on one hand, she looked at Xianxia, who was at the corner of the 9 winding corridors. Xianxia cupped her hands in greeting from a distance. Ban Han smiled and withdrew her gaze. Turning her head, she saw that Yan Zhen was still looking at her with shining eyes. She said, if your mother doesn't like me and insists that you take a concubine, what will you do? Mother won't do that. Yan Zhen shook his head, she's always loved me. What if I can't have a child and she insists? Ban Han asked, then what will I do? Yan Zhen still shook his head, no, she won't. Ban Han chuckled and no longer looked at Yan Zhen. I thought Yan Gongzi would say that you'll protect me and won't let me suffer even the slightest grievance. Yan Zhen was stunned. He never thought that his wife would have a conflict with his mother. His mother was so gentle and magnanimous, and the servants around her were all well-behaved and carefully served their masters. Why would Junju think of such an impossible thing? Seeing that Yan Zhen didn't seem to have thought of this, Ban Han felt that this Yan Zhen was very cute as a child. Yan Gongzi probably doesn't understand me very well. Ban Han revealed a lazy smile. Ever since I was a child, I've been wearing the best fabrics in the house. There are more than 10 cooks at home, and they're all raised for me. Luxurious clothes, good food, and a group of servants are my hobbies. Poems, songs, virtuous, and housekeeping have nothing to do with me. Yan Zhen was surrounded by virtuous women. He had never seen such a rebellious woman. Looking at Ban Han's lazy appearance, his heart thumped wildly. He thought absent-mindedly, such a beauty, even if she asked him to kneel down and take off her shoes and socks, he would also be willing. Luxurious clothes, good food, gold, silver, and jewels, such a woman should be raised like a noble, and he couldn't allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. As long as she was willing to look at him, he was willing to give her his everything. I'm willing, Yan Zhen hurriedly said, I'm really willing. Ban Han looked at the man in front of him, whose face was as red as blood and was stammering. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and laughed, thank you, but I'm very sorry. I think we might not be suitable for each other. Why? Yan Zhen anxiously asked, I can try my best to do everything you ask of me. I'm really willing to do it for you. I know. Ban Han knew that Yan Zhen was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but only at this moment. This man was born in a family with strict etiquette. He didn't even get close to women, and only focused on studying. In the eyes of his parents, he was a good and hardworking child. She was different from the girls he knew, so he was attracted to her and couldn't forget her. It was like a person who was used to eating rice suddenly eating barbecued meat from the western regions. He immediately felt that it was the most delicious food in the world, and that no other food could compare to this barbecued meat. But for a person who was used to eating rice, even if he was infatuated with barbecued meat, there would be a day when he would get tired of it and start to miss the taste of rice. To him, barbecued meat was a sensory stimulation, but rice was a habit that was engraved into his bones. Young Master Yan, you might not understand what I'm saying. Ban Han stood and bowed slowly to Yan Zhen. One day, you will understand that you don't like me, but the novelty that I bring to you. If I didn't have this face, or if I scrupulously followed etiquette like other girls, then you wouldn't have noticed me. Hearing that you have such intentions, this little girl is very grateful, but forgive me for not being able to accept. Ban Han smiled. I hope that you can find a kindred spirit, a good girl who is harmonious with you. Hearing these words, Yan Zhen felt as if someone had stuffed a ball into his heart. It was painful and bitter. He wanted to tell her that he wouldn't like other girls. In his eyes, all the women in the world couldn't compare to her. But the way she looked at him was unfamiliar, and even her smile was very polite. She didn't like him. She didn't like him at all. Goodbye. Ban Han walked past Yan Zhen and walked down the steps. She bumped into the Shi family siblings who were walking towards her. Princess Fiol? Xianxia looked at Ban Han and then at Yan Zhen who was standing in the pavilion. He seemed to understand something. Lord Shi, Miss Shi. Ban Han nodded to the two. Thank you for your hospitality. This little girl will take her leave. Won't you stay for a while longer? Xianxia's gaze fell on Yan Zhen from time to time. He turned to Ban Han and smiled. Or did we not treat the princess well enough? Ban Han shook her head. No. Then this one will see the princess out. Shi Jin smiled at Ban Han. Please follow me. Xianxia was puzzled by his elder brother's attitude towards Ban Han. There's no need. I'm going the same way as the princess. There's no need to trouble Lord Shi. Xianxia walked over at some point. The smile on his face was still gentle and polite. How can that be? The princess is an honored guest of our humble residence. How can we neglect her? There are many guests in your residence. How can you neglect others because of the princess and me? Xianxia turned to Ban Han. Princess, don't you agree? Ah? Ban Han nodded in a daze. Yes, Duke Rong's words are reasonable. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I'm worried that others will gossip if you and the princess go out alone. Xianxia smiled. Let me go out with the princess. Miss Shi, you must be joking. The smile on Xiao's face disappeared. A woman's reputation is very important. How could I be so careless? I'm not alone with the princess. Ban Shitzi is with me. Miss Shi, please don't misunderstand. Xianxia forced a smile and said, It's my fault. Ban Han turned around and was about to leave when he saw that Xianxia's smile had frozen. He couldn't help but glance at Xianxia and found that Xianxia was looking at him. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at the door with her white and tender index finger. Leave? Goodbye. Xianxia smiled and said goodbye to the Shi family. Princess. Yan Zhen ran out of the pavilion. He cupped his hands in salute to the Shi family and then chased after Xianxia and Ban Han. He looked like a serious scholar who had fallen in love. He didn't study and didn't care about the rules. He just wanted the woman he was infatuated with to look at him. Xianxia coldly watched Yan Zhen chase after a woman and said coldly, What scholar? What gentleman? He's just a vulgar man who can't move when he sees a beauty. Are you talking about Yan Zhen or Xianxia? Shi Jin looked at his sister and said, As a noble lady, you lost your sense of propriety in front of Xianxia. He's nothing. How can he be compared to Earl Rong? Xianxia's face darkened when her brother saw through her thoughts. However, she felt relieved. At least she didn't have to hide it in front of her brother. Isn't Earl Rong a good marriage partner? He's not suitable for you. Jin wanted to say that Rong Xia didn't care about him. However, when he saw the affection in his sister's eyes, Jin's heart softened. Sister, you deserve a better man. A better man? Hearing this, Xian sneered. Among the young Langjuns in this world, only my brother and Earl Rong can be called young talents. The others are just vulgar men. Who do you think I can marry? The most ridiculous thing was that in order to make Prime Minister Zhou support the Crown Prince completely, the family intended to let her marry Yanjin. Unexpectedly, Yanjin fell in love with a woman who had broken off 3 engagements. She didn't understand what was so good about Ban Han that he could infatuate the son of Prime Minister Yan like this. Should I rejoice that no one in the capital knows that our family had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Yan family? Xian felt very embarrassed at the thought that the man she was about to marry was chasing after another woman. Anyway, I was born to sacrifice myself for my eldest sister. If big sister can't give birth to a son in the future, will I have to become the crown prince's concubine and help big sister give birth to a child? Xian always had a knot in her heart. Her whole family always revolved around her eldest sister, who had become the crown princess. Everyone was the crown prince and the crown princess. What was she, the second daughter? To them, she was more talented and more beautiful than her eldest sister. If she hadn't been born a few years later than her, she wouldn't have been unable to make her own decision about her marriage because of her eldest sister. Fairy. Jin's face darkened when he heard Xian's words becoming more and more outrageous. It's not easy for big sister to marry into the East Palace. If everyone in our family says this, how will big sister live? It's not easy for her. Should I sacrifice my life for her honor? Xian's eyes reddened. I'm also a daughter of the Shi family. Seeing his sister like this, Jin sighed softly and comforted her gently. Don't worry. I won't let you marry Yanjin. Right now, he only has eyes for the beautiful Princess Fuel. Even if you're willing to marry him, he won't marry you, Xian said angrily. It's my fault for not having a devastatingly beautiful face. Nonsense. Jin reached out and patted her head. Our fairy is the most beautiful woman in the capital. The men who want to marry you can line up from the top of the city to the bottom of the city. A bookworm like Yanjin doesn't know what a real beauty is. In your heart, who's more beautiful, Princess Fuel or me? Xian looked at Jin. In your brother's heart, of course you're the most beautiful. Jin patted her shoulder and turned around. Let's go. Don't let the other guests wait too long. Xian smiled sweetly at him and said, I'm sorry, big brother. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you just now. I'm your big brother. You don't have to apologize to me. Jin gently patted the top of his sister's head. He blinked and hid the last trace of disappointment in his eyes. You're finally out. Ban Heng walked out of the gate of the holiday home. He glanced at the servants who were nodding and bowing to him and said to the manservant, Go. I'm in a good mood today. Reward them with a handful of broken silver. Yes. They knew that their Shitzi had the habit of rewarding people when he was happy, so the manservants who served him would always carry some silver and copper coins with them. If the Shitzi wanted to reward them, the manservants would grab a handful and go out. After a long time, the manservants who served him received a nickname in the manor, the Children of Wealth. In fact, the personal maidservants of the imperial princess were also known as the Children of Wealth. However, everyone in the residence knew that the imperial princess was very favored. No one dared to call the people by the imperial princess that way for fear of being punished. What are you so happy about? Ban Han lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped on a stool, preparing to enter the carriage. Seeing her younger brother giving money to the servants, she curiously stopped and turned around to look at Ban Heng. It's nothing. Ban Heng grinned and moved closer to Ban Han. He whispered, seeing those self-proclaimed gentlemen and bookworms peek at you from time to time, I feel relieved. Am I an object? It's better to let them look at me as they please. Ban Ti stretched out a finger and flicked his forehead. All right, quickly go and tell Duke Rong that I'm entering the carriage. Be careful. Ban Heng carefully lifted the hem of Ban Han's skirt and muttered, "This dress is beautiful, but it's too troublesome to walk. You women really like to struggle." Even though he had seen his sister struggle for beauty countless times, he still complained countless times. "What do you know?" Ban Han climbed onto the carriage and swung her skirt. She smiled and said, "As long as it's beautiful, it's worth it." Ban Heng obediently lowered the curtain for Ban Han and turned to jump off the carriage. He said to Xianxia, "Duke Rong, please. Please." Xianxia looked at the tightly covered carriage and climbed onto the horse's back. He pulled on the horse's reins and the horse turned around. Ban Shitzi, Yanjin trotted out, followed by a group of manservants. "Please wait." When Ban Heng saw the person, he frowned. He wanted to pretend that he didn't hear and continue to walk. Who knew that this Yanjin was so persistent that he chased in front of his horse? He couldn't pretend that he didn't see him. "Yan Gongzi, is there something else?" Ban Heng tightened his grip on the horsewhip. If this person wasn't the son of the left prime minister, he would have whipped him in the face. Wasn't it said that the Yan family was strict? How did they teach a lecher to chase women's carriages? This one has something to say to Junju. "Junju, please meet with this one." Yanjin walked to the front of the carriage and bowed deeply. "Junju, I'm not good with words and have never interacted with women. But what I said just now was not a lie. Please reconsider. Yan Gongzi, please go back." Ban Han's voice came from the carriage. Yanjin saw that the curtain of the carriage didn't move. His eyes dimmed. He knew that she wouldn't see him. There are many things in the world that are difficult to perfect. Yan Gongzi is so talented, you will definitely find someone you like. This one isn't a good match for you. Please don't mention this matter again. Goodbye. Yan Gongzi, please make way. The guards of the Ban family politely invited Yanjin to the side. Yanjin watched the carriage pass in front of him. As the tinkling of copper bells went away, he felt that his heart was also taken away by the carriage. He didn't know how long he stood there until someone called him from behind. He was in a daze. Yan Gongzi, Junju Kongning saw that Yanjin was staring at the road outside in a daze. She smiled and said, "The autumn wind is very cold. What are you doing standing here?" Junju Kongning, Yanjin bowed to Kongning, "Goodbye." Kongning was confused by Yanjin. She turned her head and saw that the expressions of the servants at the door were not right. She asked one of them, "What happened just now?" The servant who was stopped by Kongning hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Please forgive me, Junju. This one just came and didn't know what happened." The son of left Prime Minister Yin was interested in the Princess Fuel of the Jingting Marquisate, who had been rejected by him 3 times. He was even rejected by this Junju. This matter was really too shocking. He felt a great impact on his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. Kongning saw that this servant was unwilling to tell the truth and was a bit unhappy. However, he wasn't a servant of the Prince Hui mansion. Even if she was dissatisfied, she couldn't show it. She said, "Since that's the case, let's find someone who knows." The servants at the door all lowered their heads and didn't say a word. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Kongning forced a smile and said, "Since you don't know, then let's forget about it." After she entered the carriage, her face became completely gloomy. Everyone in the capital looked down on her. Even the servants of the Shi family were the same. These dogs were relying on their master's power to bully others. Sooner or later, she took out a stack of shortbread from the drawer of the carriage and crushed them all into powder. Only then did she feel a bit better. Ban Han's carriage stopped in front of the Jingting Marquisate. When she got out of the carriage, she saw that Xianxia was still there. She smiled brightly at him. Xianxia saw her smile and couldn't help but smile back. "Junju, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Ban Han suddenly thought of something and climbed back into the carriage. After the sound of rummaging came out, Ban Han climbed out again. She lifted her skirt and jumped down with one hand on the shaft of the carriage. "This is for you." Xianxia took the things that Ban Han handed to him. His expression changed slightly. "This, Shu," Ban Han winked at him. "These things are useless in our family. As the saying goes, a good sword matches a hero, And a good book matches a talented person. Isn't that the truth? Xianxia quietly looked at the smiling woman in front of him. He put the book in his arms and bowed to Ban Han. Thank you for your kindness, Junju. You're welcome. Ban Han took 2 steps toward the door. When she turned around and saw that Xianxia was still standing there, she let go of her skirt and waved at Xianxia. Then she walked into the Ban family's door. Goodbye. Ban Heng bowed to Xianxia and ran after his sister. As he ran, he bent down to lift Ban Han's skirt. Soon, the siblings disappeared behind the Ban family's door. Xianxia took out the thing in his arms and looked at it. He clenched it and put it back in his arms. Sister, what did you give to Uncle Rong? Ban Heng followed behind Ban Han. I saw something wrong with his expression. He's a scholar, so the rarest thing is definitely books, Ban Han said. It's that handwritten copy of Zhong Qingluan. Aside from the fact that it's interesting to fight wars, I can't read anything else. Let's make the best use of it. Anyway, the only copy is still in our family. The Ban family was a family of generals. When they fought with the Jiang family's founding emperor, they obtained a lot of good things. It was said that this ancestor of the Ban family was a first-class soldier, but his luck wasn't very good. Every time they drew lots to divide the good things, other people would get gold, silver, and jewelry, but the Ban family ancestor could only get some books, calligraphy, and paintings that no one else wanted. Perhaps because of the failure in the financial field and the success in the political field, the other families of generals that fought with the Jiang family's founding emperor gradually declined. Only the Ban family maintained the glory of the past. However, this glory was probably about to disappear. The Ban family would eventually decline like the other founding generals, becoming just a stroke in the annals of history. That's true. Anyway, it's useless to leave it in our family. What if it's really? Ban Heng coughed a few times. It's better to give it to someone who likes it than to have it stolen. Yes, Ban Han clapped his hands. In ancient times, there was a story of King Yu playing with a fire to make his beloved concubine laugh. Today, I'm using a handwritten copy to make a beauty laugh. It's also an elegant thing. Ban Heng was stunned for a while, then sighed with emotion. Sister, fortunately you didn't give birth to a man. Ban Han looked back at him, puzzled. If you were a man, you would be a romantic person. Ban Heng shook his head. That's not good, not good. Fortunately, Uncle Rong didn't hear his sister's words. If he did, then good things would become bad. Zhong Qingluan was written by a famous minister of the previous dynasty after he retired and returned to his hometown. It contained the principles of being a minister, a ruler, and a general. It was the summary of the knowledge of countless knowledgeable people of the previous dynasty. It was said that after the collapse of the previous dynasty, this book was lost in the chaos of war. If someone could get a piece of the book, they would be sought after by countless people and treasured like a treasure. Unexpectedly, this book was actually in the Ban family. What exactly did the Ban family ancestor do in the past? Why did they quietly accumulate so many precious books? Xiao washed her hands and carefully opened the book. She could not help but clap her hands and praise the book after reading a paragraph. Every sentence was the essence, and every paragraph implied the philosophy of life. It was indeed a collection of the great achievements of countless masters, and it was intoxicating. The way to be a subject, the way to be a ruler, the way to be a general. Almost every generation of the Ban family would produce a famous general. Was it related to this book? However, when he realized that there were actually desserts in this book, and even the mischievous Tong Hua's little tortoise, this Zhong Qingji book, which was regarded as a masterpiece by countless scholars, instantly became less mysterious. What he couldn't understand the most was that Ban Han actually gave this book to him so easily. It was as if he had given him a stone or a flower. His attitude was so casual that it made him doubt his life. Was this really Zhong Qingluan? Xia's house had a remnant copy of this book. So even though the Ban family's attitude made people feel that this was not the real book, he had to admit that it was real. A precious manuscript with an ugly little turtle drawn in the gaps of the pages. Xia stayed in the house for an entire day. He even ate in the study room. This made a few bodyguards and servants who served him very worried. Mr. Du, what happened to Uncle Rong? The servant saw that the food he brought in was almost untouched. he asked Dujio worriedly. He didn't eat much today. Dujio remembered that before Uncle Rong and Princess Fuel parted, Princess Fuel seemed to have given Uncle Rong something. Could it be that the two of them had feelings for each other, so they wrote poems to express their feelings? But who in the entire capital didn't know that Princess Fuel was not good at writing poems? What could she write? Uncle Rong has his own plans. You don't have to worry. Dujio thought for a while. Don't worry. Hearing Dujio say so, the servant suppressed the worry in his heart and left with the food. That night, the study room's lamp was lit for a long time. It was only after midnight that the people in the study room blew out the candles. Dujio stood under the tree and saw that the study room had finally become pitch black. He turned around and returned to his house. Uncle Rong didn't like to read at night because he felt that reading at night was very harmful to his eyes. It was an act of not cherishing his body. But today, he broke the precedent. In the end, what did Princess Fuel do to Uncle Rong? That night, the Yan family was also unable to sleep. Lady Yan found that since her youngest son came back from the Shi family's holiday home, his entire person had become dispirited. If her youngest son had some vitality before, now he was like a piece of rotten wood, without the slightest vitality. She tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep at all. Yan Hui, who was in the same bed as her, was also tormented. Madam, what is on your mind that makes you so worried? Yan Hui was once again awakened by Lady Yan's torment. He felt that he couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. If there is anything, you can tell your husband. As the saying goes, one person's plan is short, two people's plan is long. You don't have to be like this. When Lady Yan saw that she had woken up her husband, she felt a little apologetic. But she was more worried about her child, so she told him what she was worried about. I didn't think that this child would value a girl from the Ban family so much. Lady Yan's heart was bitter. I thought that since the Ban family's girl's marriage had been broken off 3 times, our family would ask someone to propose marriage. The Ban family should agree. Which one? Which Ban family refused so bluntly? It seemed that they didn't even think about marrying into the Yan family. Her child was handsome, well-read, and had a good character. She didn't know how many people wanted to marry into their family. The Ban family was so untactful and made her son so sad. It was really, madam, although the Ban family doesn't have real power, Princess Ban has a part of the royal blood flowing in her body. Her status is noble. Even if she has been broken off countless times, there are still countless men who want to marry her. A good girl is sought by hundreds of families. Although Princess Ban isn't a good girl, she is a noble girl. Yan Hui thought very clearly. The Ban family doesn't want to let the princess marry Zhongzhen. That means the two of them aren't fated. There's no need to force it. I don't want to force it, but you didn't see that child Zhongzhen. Lady Yan's mouth was full of bitterness. I'm afraid that this child won't be able to walk out of this hurdle in his heart. My Yan family's men, how can they lose their fighting spirit because of women? Yan Hui said disapprovingly. A good man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. It's not like this. Lady Yan saw his attitude and didn't want to talk to him anymore. She turned her back to Yan Hui and ignored him. Yan Hui sighed helplessly. Look at you. Don't worry. Tomorrow is the court meeting. I'll go check on Ban Shuiqing. As a parent, they always wanted their children to be happy. Even though the Ban family was a bit absurd, it wasn't a bad marriage partner. At least, it was better than the Shi family. Dujio stood at the gate. Seeing the Count come out in high spirits, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Count, the horses are ready. N. Rongxia nodded to Dujio. He adjusted his cloak and walked out. Dujio sensed that the Count seemed to be in a good mood. He curiously raised his eyebrows and hurriedly followed. All the doors of the throne room were wide open. The courtiers entered from the side door. Each of them maintained a reserved smile. It wasn't hard to see what kind of grudges they had. However, there seemed to be a natural sense of distance between the courtiers and the generals. There was a clear distinction between them. They each said their own things. It was as if they minded their own business. Ban Huai's status was rather awkward. He inherited the title of a military general, but the position he took was an idle one. He had nothing to do with military generals, so the circle he was in was different from the civil officials and military generals. He was part of the third group in the imperial court, a small group of idle, hedonistic nobles. The courtiers had a very complicated feeling about this small group. They looked down on them, but didn't dare to offend them. This group of people was related to the imperial family and had thick skin. They couldn't do anything about this group. Marquis Jingting, Yan Hui found Ban Huai among the courtiers and took the initiative to talk to him. "How have you been?" Ban Huai, who was talking to his colleagues about whose bonsai was quite wild, froze. He looked at Yan Hui in disbelief. What was going to happen? The dignified left Prime Minister Yan actually took the initiative to talk to him. When the other idle nobles saw this, they all moved a few steps to the side. They didn't want to talk too much with a proper official like Yan Hui. They were afraid of showing their cowardice. Ban Huai's side suddenly became empty. He raised his hands in greeting to Yan Hui. "Prime Minister Yan, is something the matter? Don't ask me how I'm doing, just say what your purpose is. I'm a wastrel and don't understand the way you courtiers speak." Yan Hui didn't think that the moment he opened his mouth, the atmosphere would become awkward. He uncomfortably adjusted his clothes. "I don't know if Marquis has free time after court. I would like to invite Marquis to have a cup of light tea." Ban Huai, he had a bad feeling about this. "There's no need to drink tea," Ban Huai honestly waved his hand. "Prime Minister Yan, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not a particular person, and I don't pay attention to those empty formalities." "No, you're not particular, but I am particular." Yan Hui didn't know what to say. He didn't want to say in front of other people, "My son is infatuated with your daughter. What will it take for you to be willing to marry your daughter to my son?" That would be too inappropriate, too rude. The two looked at each other. Ban Huai seemed to see the struggle and persistence in the other's eyes. The suspicion in his heart deepened. How big of a matter did it have to be for the left minister of the imperial court to say so much to him, a wastrel? Just thinking about it was scary. Xianxia walked into the great hall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He saw Yan Hui and Ban Huai standing in the corner. When did Yan Hui and Ban Huai have a relationship? His brows furrowed. He suddenly thought of something. His footsteps paused, and he unconsciously walked towards Ban Huai. Marquis, Xianxia walked in front of Ban Huai with a smile on his face, and made a junior's greeting. "Many thanks to Marquis for giving Junior the dessert recipe. It's really delicious." Ban Huai saw Xianxia, this likable young man, come over, and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Duke Rong is too polite, it's just a small matter. Xianxia smiled, and then bowed towards Yan Hui. "Greetings, Prime Minister Yan." Duke Rong, Yan Hui returned the greeting, and then turned towards Ban Huai. "After the court is dismissed, this one will slowly discuss with Marquis." Ban Huai smiled stiffly, but his heart was resisting. "No, I don't want to discuss with you." After Yan Hui left, Ban Huai said to Xianxia with a stiff smile, "Thank you, Uncle Rong." Although he didn't like to use his brain, he wasn't stupid enough to not see that Xianxia had come to help him out. He quickly looked around and whispered to Xianxia, "He's thinking about my daughter." At first, he didn't react, but when he saw that Yan Hui insisted on talking to him alone, he understood. But this kind of thing, what was the use of telling him? It wasn't up to him to decide. When it came to family matters, he didn't have the nerve to mention it to Xianxia. He only shook his head at Xianxia, expressing that his daughter was precious. Even if the left prime minister, who had more power in the court, came to ask for his son's hand in marriage, he wouldn't be moved. At this moment, Ban Huai felt that his image was like that of a master who didn't show off his talent and had an upright character, determined not to bend his back for 5 bushels of rice. Foreign had already mentioned to him that Yan Hui's wife was an elder who wasn't easy to get along with. What if his daughter married over and was disliked by this mother-in-law? When his daughter suffered a loss, no matter how absurd he couldn't bring people to beat up his daughter's mother-in-law. If this kind of thing really happened, even the emperor wouldn't help him. Marrying another, wearing clothes and eating food, if there was a mother-in-law who wasn't easy to get along with, the obedient daughter would suffer a big loss. Just the word filial piety was enough to make people unable to breathe. After his wife married into the Ban family, he couldn't bear to let his wife suffer this kind of hardship. How could he bear to let his daughter marry into a Yin family and suffer this kind of grievance? Xianxia saw that Ban Hui was obviously unwilling to agree to this marriage and said, "Uncle, Junior feels that after you leave court, you should talk to the left prime minister. At least make things clear to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." "You're right," Ban Hui nodded, "the sooner I make it clear, the sooner their family will give up. If your family wants to marry, then others must marry." What a beautiful thought. Xianxia smiled and walked back to his seat. He even had the time to exchange greetings with the other courtiers. He was truly elegant and impeccable. After the emperor arrived, the court meeting proceeded smoothly. Only when the last imperial censor mentioned Xia Zhongjin's dereliction of duty did the tension in the court reignite. "Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that although Lord Xia is suspected of incompetent supervision, he is not guilty of such a crime. Your Majesty, please reconsider." This official was one of the second prince's men. He was speaking up for Xia Zhongjin to help the future wife of the second prince and increase the power of the second prince's wife's family. "Your Majesty, if all the officials in our court turn a blind eye to what their subordinates do, how can they care about the people?" A censor said sharply. "If an official doesn't make decisions for the people, he might as well go home and show filial piety to his mother." This imperial censor's style of speech was somewhat unrestrained. "This subject agrees." "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Emperor Yunqing was getting a headache from the courtiers' arguments. He said impatiently, "Xia Zhongjin was incompetent in his supervision and allowed his subordinates to prey on the people. His crime is unforgivable. However, since he was not involved and was deceived by his subordinates, it is excusable. Starting today, he will be stripped of his position and allowed to go home to recover. He will be exempt from any other punishment." Was he going to remove Xia Zhongjin from power? The Count of Zhongping only had 2 sons. The eldest son was removed from his position. The second son had broken his eyes and could not enter the court as an official. The next generation of the Xia family had been defeated. "Your Majesty," the Count of Zhongping knelt on the ground and bowed to Emperor Yunqing. "Your Majesty, my son was wronged. Please be lenient." "Official Xia, I have already been lenient with his crime." Emperor Yunqing waved his hand impatiently. "You don't need to say any more. If you were not my relative by marriage, the Xia Dalong would have been sent to the border and could not be recalled for 5 years. The Count of Zhongping's face immediately turned pale. After a while, he kowtowed to Emperor Yunqing. "This subject, thanks your Majesty for your grace." His Majesty did not leave him any face. In the future, when his daughter married into the second prince's household, she would suffer many grievances. Courtiers of great undertakings did not need to kneel unless it was an important matter. The Count of Zhongping kneeled to Emperor Yunqing in front of the entire court. He had no choice but to do so. However, it was clear that he did not have enough face. The emperor did not reduce Xia Zhongjin's punishment because of this. After the court was dismissed, the Count of Zhongping walked straight to Ban Hui. His face was red and filled with hatred. "Ban Hui, you have gone too far today. The Xia family will remember this gift of yours." The courtiers who had not yet walked far saw that there was a commotion to watch and couldn't help but slow down. They looked at the two of them from the corners of their eyes. They were waiting to see a joke. "How ridiculous. What does your Dalong's crime have to do with me?" Ban Hui saw the Count of Zhongping's expression and was not afraid. Instead, he was angry. "I was not the one who investigated the case. I was not the one who impeached him. But you are angry at me. Isn't it because you think I have no real power and am easy to bully?" When the courtiers heard this, they almost laughed out loud. How could he say such things? This marquis was really shameless. The Count of Zhongping did not expect Ban Hui to say such things. His face turned red. "Ban Hui, don't try to twist words and force logic. From morning court until now, I haven't said a single word. You just have to come and make trouble for me. If you don't bully the weak and fear the strong, what else can you do?" Ban Hui flicked the non-existent dust off his clothes. That imperial censor said it well. If an official does not make decisions for the people, then what is the use of being an official? Is your Dalong really not in the wrong? Ban Hui raised his chin. Don't think that just because your family is going to marry into the imperial family, you can ignore the people. You should know that His Majesty is a wise ruler that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. How could he allow you to do as you please because of this relationship? Your Xia family is wrong, very wrong. After saying these impassioned words, Ban Hui swung his sleeves and walked out of the hall with his head held high. The imperial censor who had just criticized Xie Chengjin in court saw that he was singled out by Ban Hui for praise. His mood was a bit complicated. Although he was happy to be praised and agreed with, the person who agreed with him was a famous dandy in court. This was really, but this Marquis of Jingting still had a good sense of right and wrong. Sister, on the busy street, Ban Heng pointed ahead. Look, isn't that father and left Prime Minister Yan? What are they doing in the tea house? Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned to Ban Han and said, Father wouldn't be discussing your marriage with Yan Zhen with Prime Minister Yan, right? How could a bookworm like Yan Zhen be worthy of his sister? Originally, he had gone out today to accompany his sister to buy things. He didn't expect to encounter this. Let's go, we'll follow them and listen. Ban Heng couldn't help but worry. For Yan Hui to be able to become the left prime minister, his brain must be very smart. What if he made father dizzy and really agreed to marry his sister into the Yan family? What's there to listen to? Ban Han wasn't nervous at all. Father won't be willing to let me marry into the Yan family. I know he won't, but Prime Minister Yan is good at strategy. I'm worried that father will fall into his trap. Ban Heng had deep doubts about his father's intelligence, but as a son, he couldn't say this. Sister, come with me. So the Ban family guards guarding the tea house could only watch as their Shitzi and Junju sneaked into the tea house and pretended that they didn't see anything. Ban Heng had the waiter take the siblings to the next room to eavesdrop on this important event. Ban Han felt that Ban Heng's actions were a bit boring, but as a good sister who doted on her brother, she could only indulge in his nonsense. She copied Ban Heng and put her ear to the screen. Yan Hui and Ban Hui didn't know that there were two juniors eavesdropping. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they began to talk about the main topic. Marquis, my son and your daughter. Prime Minister, my daughter is an unmarried girl. I'm afraid she has nothing to do with your son. Ban Hui took a sip of tea and shook his head. Prime Minister may not know, but my daughter has been spoiled by her mother. She really doesn't deserve to be a Yan family woman. Prime Minister, please don't mention this matter again. Marquis thinks that my son can't treat your daughter well? When Yan Hui heard this, he couldn't accept it. Thinking of his youngest son's soulless appearance, he could only thicken his skin and say, I can guarantee that as long as Marquis is willing to let your daughter marry my Fu will not neglect your daughter in the slightest. This isn't a matter of neglecting or not neglecting, Ban Hui sighed with difficulty. Prime Minister, marriage requires mutual consent. Since my daughter is not fated to be with your son, then there's no need to force it. Yan Hui didn't think that Ban Hui would reject him so rudely. He didn't leave any room for negotiation. This was the same as telling him, my daughter doesn't like your son, so my daughter won't marry your son, ha ha ha. If someone else spoke to him like this, he probably wouldn't be able to swallow it. But the person who said this was Ban Hui, a famous person in the capital for being absurd. In reality, Yan Hui felt that his youngest son not marrying anyone other than Princess Fuel was a very absurd matter. This conversation couldn't continue. Yan Hui couldn't maintain the smile on his face. He stood up and said to Ban Hui, if that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Why would such an absurd person give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Wasn't this a good man who would bring disaster to the capital? Take care. Ban Hui stood up and returned a salute to Yan Hui with a mischievous smile, as if he didn't see that Yan Hui was unhappy. After Yan Hui left, Ban Hui softly hummed a little song and drank half of the tea in the cup in one gulp. These scholars were very particular. Drinking tea in a thumb-sized teacup, it couldn't even drown an ant. He really didn't know what use it was. Father. The door was pulled open from the outside. Ban Heng and Ban Han squeezed in and sat across from him. Why are you two here? Ban Hui put down the teacup, picked up the teapot and drank several mouthfuls. The meat patties he ate in the morning were too dry. He had long wanted to drink water. Just now, we happened to see you and Prime Minister Yan come here. Jia and I followed. Ban Heng moved the small teacup in front of him to the side. You just rejected Prime Minister Yen. Xianxia and I both heard it. You are this. Ban Heng obsequiously gave Ban Hui a thumbs up. Humph. Ban Hui proudly straightened his back and turned to Ban Han, saying, Don't worry, good girl. Father won't force you to marry any man you don't want to marry. Ban Han smiled sweetly at Ban Hui. She knew that her father and mother wouldn't let her marry anyone casually. Because he was rejected too thoroughly by Ban Hui, when Yan Hui walked out of the tea house, his face was unavoidably ugly. He was preparing to sit in the sedan when he saw Xianxia come over on his horse. He stood up straight and waited for him to come over. Prime Minister Yan. Xianxia jumped off the horse and bowed to Yan Hui. Didn't you have something to discuss with Ban Marquis? Why, if we don't get along, half a sentence is too much. Yan Hui's tone wasn't very good. There's nothing to discuss. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and stood to the side, not responding to Yan Hui's words. Yan Hui also realized that he shouldn't be angry at someone unrelated to him. He hastily bowed to Xianxia and bent to sit in the sedan. Take care, Prime Minister Yan. Xianxia took a step back and bowed respectfully to the sedan. Yan Hui sat in the sedan and lifted the curtain to look at the respectful attitude of Xianxia. His mood instantly calmed down. In this capital, it was better to have more people like Duke Rong. As for that playboy Ban Hui, Du Jiu saw Duke Rong get on his horse and prepare to leave. He said in a small voice, Duke Rong, you don't want to drink tea? No need to drink, let's return to the Fu. Xianxia raised his head to look at the second floor of the tea house. He pulled on the reins and the horse turned in the direction of the Fu. Your Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon. Xianxia looked at the uninvited guest and pushed a cup of tea in front of him. Your Highness has come. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The Chongqing of Gojoseon gave an ambiguous laugh and took a sip of the tea. I thought you would dislike me as an uninvited guest. Your Highness is joking. Xianxia saw that half of the tea in his cup was gone and helped him refill the tea. Xiao's hands were very white and the joints were distinct. This was a pair of hands that had been pampered. If he was willing to pick up a brush and make a painting, countless people would flock to him and would not regret spending 1,000 gold. The Chongqing of Gojoseon and Xianxia had known each other for many years, but their relationship could not be considered particularly close. For the Chongqing of Gojoseon, he could make many friends, but he could not have close friends. Therefore, even if he admired Xianxia, it was only admiration. Your relationship with the Jingting Marquisate seems to be good? The Chongqing of Gojoseon opened his fan and waved it in front of his face. Xianxia put down the teapot and said with a faint smile, we can speak a few words. I thought that you and that Junju. The Chongqing of Gojoseon noticed that Xianxia raised his head to look at him and smiled. I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Your Highness, it's better not to joke about a girl's marriage. Xianxia looked away and put the teacup to his nose to sniff it. He turned the cup but did not drink. When has our Jing city talked about such things between men and women? The Chongqing of Gojoseon closed his fan and threw it on the table. Also, the news of the Princess Fuel and the youngest son of the left Prime Minister's family has spread like wildfire. The surface of Xiao's teacup swayed slightly. He put down the teacup and did not speak. The Chongqing of Gojoseon knew that Xiao was not interested in the trivialities between men and women, but this did not affect his interest in gossip. He drank tea and chatted. I don't know how the Yen family teaches their son. Once he sees a beauty, he can't walk and insists on marrying that girl Ban Han. The Chongqing of Gojoseon thought of Ban Han's appearance and showed some admiration, but that girl is truly beautiful. If I wasn't her uncle, I would also want to, cough. Xiao took a sip of tea and still did not speak. It wasn't a big deal. The Chongqing of Gojoseon shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that Prince Xiang has dreams, but the goddess has no heart. Yan Zhen has deep feelings for the Princess Ban, but the Princess Ban has no feelings for Yan Zhen. After Yan Zhen returned home, he fell ill. It's said that medicine is useless now. The left Prime Minister's residence is worried and almost begged the Ban family to let their daughter marry into their family. Yan Zhen is ill? Xiao raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he fine when he was at the Shi family's holiday home a few days ago? Is the Shi family's holiday home interesting? The Chongqing of Gojoseon shook his head. The Shi family is just like their surname. It's not interesting. But that Shi Jin looks like a talent. Xianxia frowned and was too lazy to pay attention to him. That's right, I was just talking about Yan Zhen's illness. Chongqing of Gojoseon brought the topic back. The Yan family invited the imperial physician, but the imperial physician said that it was a mental illness and that medicine was useless. Poor Princess Fuel. She's such a beauty. She's just a little too beautiful, but she attracted this kind of trouble. Marriage in this world is all about mutual consent. Yan Zhen made such a fuss. It's like roasting the Ban family on a fire. The Chongqing of Gojoseon did not have a good impression of a bookworm like Yan Zhen. That's why I hate bookworms like him the most. All they do is read and study. When they see a beauty, they don't care about anything else. Etiquette, justice, integrity, honor, filial piety, and benevolence are all thrown aside. A good girl is implicated because of him. Gossipers hated it the most when they talked excitedly and the other person didn't react at all. The Chongqing of Gojoseon saw that Xianxia was still indifferent. The more he talked, the less interested he became. In the end, he could only get up and leave. After leaving the Qing'anbo residence, the Chongqing of Gojoseon sneered. He thought that Xianxia had some feelings for that Princess Fuel. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. If a normal man heard that the woman he was interested in was being coveted by someone else, how could he have such a reaction? Poor Princess Ban, who was devastatingly beautiful, because of a man who was obsessed with her, she was once again caught in a rumor. Every time this kind of thing happened, people in the world would always despise women for being a femme fatale. However, appearance was a gift given to people by God. If someone fell in love with her, he couldn't blame himself for not having enough willpower. He could only blame the other person for being too beautiful. How absurd and ridiculous. He had always been fond of beautiful women, but he didn't like it when others were so mean to beautiful women. The Chongqing of Gojoseon wasn't exaggerating. At this moment, the Yan family was indeed in a gloomy state. Lady Yan looked at her son, who was breathing out more than he was breathing in, and almost cried herself hoarse. Although she scolded her son for not living up to her expectations, she hated Ban Han in her heart. She had a face full of calamity and seduced her son, but her upbringing made her swallow these words into her stomach. Yan Zhen's eldest brother and sister-in-law tried to persuade Lady Yan in a low voice. They were also worried about their younger brother's health, so they were extremely busy. The eldest brother of the Yan family, Yan Ming, was currently on duty at the Ministry of Revenue. Because something had happened at home, he could only ask for leave from the higher-ups. When he left the Ministry of Revenue, his colleagues looked at him strangely, but he could only pretend that he didn't know and hurried back. If this kind of thing were to get out, the one who would lose the most face would be their Yan family. Right now, in the entire capital, who knew how many people would laugh at them? A good man, seeking death because of a woman, wasn't this a joke? Although Yan Ming hated his brother for not living up to his expectations, his heart softened when he saw his brother's pale face and how he couldn't even swallow the ginseng soup. This was his younger brother who he had watched grow up. How could he just watch him get weaker day by day? Even the imperial doctor can't do anything about it? Yan Ming pondered for a long time. Why don't we go and beg the Ban family again? If we can marry the Princess Ban, my brother's health will definitely improve. But the Ban family did not agree to this marriage. If it wasn't for that Princess Ban's refusal, how could your brother have become like this? Lady Yan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. This troublesome evil creature, when he's better, I will definitely break his legs. There are so many beautiful women in the world, why do you insist on not letting go of a princess? The eldest young mistress of the Yan family, Madame Chen, stood beside her husband and did not say anything. Her relationship with her mother-in-law was not very good, but as a daughter-in-law, she could only endure her mother-in-law's harshness and criticism. However, in her heart, she did not have much feelings for Lady Yan. Hearing her mother-in-law say that about the Princess Ban, she did not think much of it. There were indeed many beauties in the world, but how many could be as dazzling as the Princess Ban? Even she couldn't help but be dazed when she saw the Princess Ban, not to mention her uncle, who had read too much. The Princess Ban was in line with those peerless beauties in poetry and literature. Her status was noble, her appearance could topple cities, her clothes were gorgeous, and her figure was graceful. Putting aside her personality, she was a peerless immortal concubine in poetry and literature. Wasn't her uncle's soul hooked the moment he saw her? Not to mention her uncle, she was afraid that many men in the capital had been stunned by the Princess Ban. Otherwise, why would there be so many women who did not like the Princess Ban? As a woman, how many people would like their husband or sweetheart to be hooked away by other women? Perhaps they knew in their hearts that it was the lecherous man who was at fault, but they only hated the woman who had hooked their souls away from this man. Why don't we ask someone to talk about it? Yan Ming really couldn't bear to see her brother like this. It's possible for the Ban family to change their mind. No one is allowed to go. Yan Hui walked in from outside and looked at his youngest son on the bed with disappointment. Do you think the Yan family isn't shameful enough? Shame, shame, you only think about shame, what about the child? Lady Yan finally couldn't hold back her emotions. Do you want to watch him die? Who can he blame if he doesn't live up to his expectations? Yan Hui was angry and worried, his mouth full of bitterness. The Ban family doesn't want to marry their daughter to us at all. What's the difference between us begging them and forcing them with our lives? So what if I force them with my life? Lady Yan wiped her eyes and said sternly, I will beg the Ban family to marry their daughter over. If master stops me, I will die in front of you. You. Yan Hui clutched his chest, his face pale with anger. If you dare to leave this door today, I will divorce you. Father. Yan Ming supported Yan Hui and hurriedly advised, sit down first, don't be angry and harm your body. Madame Chen also went to persuade her mother-in-law, but was pushed away by Lady Yan. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the bonsai beside her. Young mistress. Madame Chen's maidservant was so scared that she stepped forward to help her up. I'm fine. Madame Chen stroked her aching lower abdomen and looked at Lady Yan's angry back. She turned her head to look at her husband who was sitting beside her father-in-law and said in a calm and cold tone, go call the doctor. Young mistress, what's wrong with you? The maidservant was so scared that her face changed. Young mistress's period was more than 10 days late, could it be? It's nothing serious, maybe it's a miscarriage. Madame Chen felt something flowing out of her lower abdomen. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding maidservants, Madame Chen felt a sense of relief. She saw her husband hurrying towards her and raised her hand little by little. Using all her strength, she slapped the man's face. Pa! A crisp slap sounded and Madame Chen's blood-stained skirt exuded a strong smell of blood. When the Ban family heard the servant report that the left Prime Minister's wife had come, there was not the slightest surprise on their faces. Ban Heng turned his head to look at his elder sister. Elder sister was holding a snow-white porcelain teacup in her stained hands. Her whole person looked shockingly beautiful. The arrival of the left Prime Minister's wife did not seem to affect her. She even ate a piece of snack with great interest. The Ying clan gave a cold laugh, his family raised a good-for-nothing, yet they still want my precious daughter to marry him. What kind of family are they? I'll have someone drive her away, so we don't have to worry. Ban Hui slapped the table and was about to call the servant in. What are you panicking for? The old woman sitting at the head of the table finally spoke. She picked up the teacup and gently scraped the tea with the lid. With this royal one here, I want to see who dares to force this royal one's granddaughter to marry. The Princess Royal gently placed the teacup on the table and the teacup made a clattering sound. Her words were like a stabilizing force, calming everyone in the Ban family. Hua Hua is this royal one's own granddaughter. Half of the royal blood flows in her body. The Yan family is not worthy of her. The Princess Royal's face was indifferent. She gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief. His Yan family's death has nothing to do with us. If you want to die, then die far away. Don't be an eyesore to this royal one. The Princess Royal's cold voice was filled with killing intent. When Lady Yan walked through the Ban family's door, she didn't notice that there was something wrong with the Ban family servants' expressions. She only felt that the Ban family was too quiet. It wasn't until she was led by a servant to the Jingting Marquisate's main hall that she noticed that something was wrong. There was a plaque hanging in front of the main hall's door. On it were the words Blessed Jubilee Hall. It was personally written by the previous emperor and even used the previous emperor's personal seal. It was said that although the eldest princess didn't live with her son, the Ban family still left the main hall open to show their respect for their mother. Now the servant was leading her to the main hall. Could it be? Lady Yan's palms slightly trembled and there was even a bit of sweat on them. The moment she stepped through the main hall's door, she saw an old woman sitting at the head of the hall. The old woman was wearing a golden-purple phoenix embroidered robe and a phoenix hairpin in her hair. She was sitting at the head of the table and there wasn't much expression on her face. Lady Yan's lost reason came back like a tide. She remembered 20 years ago when she was still a little fifth-rank woman. She had once respectfully stood in front of the Princess Royal. At that time, she didn't even dare to raise her head. Now that 20 years had passed, she once again experienced the fear of that year. This subject greets the Princess Royal. Lady Yan felt fine sweat appear on her forehead. She didn't dare to wipe it away and didn't even dare to look at the Princess Royal. Ka! This was the sound of a teacup being knocked over. Drip, drip, drip. She heard the tea splash from the table onto the floor. The cold wind blew into the room from behind the door and the entire main hall became extremely cold. Lady Yan couldn't help but shiver. Weisher, the Princess Royal's voice was very lazy and cold. You came today to apologize to this princess granddaughter? Your Highness, this subject's wife. Lady Yan remembered her bedridden son and gathered her courage to raise her head. But the moment she met the Princess Royal's eyes, it was like a large ball of cotton was stuffed into her throat and she couldn't say a single word. Everyone says that the Yan clan is strict, but I didn't think that they would raise this kind of prodigal son who covets the pavilion's daughters. From what this princess sees, your family's sons are just fishing for fame. The Princess Royal suddenly stood up and threw the teacup at Lady Yan's feet. How did your family raise their sons to be so absurd? But even if you're absurd, it's fine. Why are you implicating an innocent girl? Lady Yan's body and she was kneeling in front of the Princess Royal. Shameless, greedy, and lecherous. The Princess Royal's voice was like a cold needle piercing Lady Yan's face and heart. She swayed her body and finally couldn't hold back. Her knees went soft and she knelt in front of the Princess Royal. Your Highness, this subject's wife is incompetent and didn't teach the children well. But this subject's wife only has these 2 children. They are this subject's life. This subject's wife also has no other way. You are also a mother. When you married the Marquise for Marquis, wasn't it also because of your love for your children? Lady Yan said with a sobbing tone, this subject's wife is also a mother. I only ask the Princess Royal to grant me my wish. Lady Yan, your words are wrong, the Ying clan laughed coldly. When I was willing to marry Marquis, it was because of my mother-in-law's kindness. When I married into the Grand Royal residence, it was considered marrying into a higher position. What did your Yan family do? Or do you think that now that left Prime Minister Yan has great power, he doesn't need to put us, the relatives of the imperial family, in his eyes, and that the imperial princess can be chosen by your Yan family? In front of Lady Yan's face, the Ying clan unceremoniously spat. Pay, look at how much face your Yan family has. You actually dare to force a dignified imperial princess to marry. If your Yan family's son takes a fancy to the current dynasty's princess, will he also ask to marry her? If he can't marry her, will he die? If your son dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with my family? Go back. The Princess Royal didn't feel like saying more to Lady Yan. Lady Wei, I will make it clear to you today. It is impossible for my granddaughter to marry into your Yan family. Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me. Your Highness. Get out. The Princess Royal glanced at him coldly. From today onwards, the Grand Royal residence and the Ban family are not allowed to let anyone from the Yan family into the residence. You have ruined her reputation and forced her to marry. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. The last string in Lady Yan's head snapped. She looked at the Princess Royal in disbelief. Her family was the Prime Minister's residence. The Princess Royal actually said that her family was absolutely irreconcilable? In the end, Lady Yan was asked to leave by the Princess Royal's nanny, or rather, she was dragged out by her arm. Wishful thinking. What kind of plaything wants to eat swan meat? From time to time, the voices of the Ban family's servants could be heard. Lady Yan wanted to break free from the nanny's arm, but she couldn't move at all. This old servant advises the Prime Minister's wife to save some strength. A nanny wearing a dark-colored robe sneered, "This old servant is used to doing rough work. If we accidentally twist your arm, it wouldn't be good." Lady Yan coldly said, "The Princess Royal really doesn't put the Yan family in her eyes?" The nanny pushed Lady Yan out of the Ban family's entrance and curtsied to her. She whispered in surprise, "Prime Minister's wife, what do you mean by this? Didn't you look down on the Ban family and forced the Princess Ban to marry and made the Princess Royal so angry that she fainted?" "I what? Someone come. Her Highness the Princess Royal has fainted. Quickly call for an imperial physician." "Lady Yan, you've gone too far." The street where the Jingting Marquisate was located was filled with people of high status. Hearing the commotion here, the gatekeepers of several houses curiously ran over to inquire about the situation. Seeing the commotion in front of the Ban family's entrance and the carriage with Prime Minister Yan's family emblem still parked outside, everyone's imaginations immediately filled with scenes of love and hate. They all stood far away and watched with interest. Although they wanted to get closer, they were all people with face. Even if they wanted to watch the commotion, they couldn't be too direct. Lady Yan, Ban Han, dressed in red, walked out. She stood in front of the Ban family's entrance and said sternly, "I don't know what sin I have committed to be remembered by your family. But your insulting words today, your words and actions that made my grandmother faint, I will remember them in my heart. Today, I swear that even if there is no longer a man in this world, even if no one in this world is willing to marry me, I would rather become a nun than marry into the Yan family." The onlookers thought, the Yan family is too much. They actually forced a dignified princess to marry and even made the Princess Royal faint from anger. This Princess Fuel was a hot-blooded woman. For the sake of the Princess Royal, she said such words. It could be seen that her nature was pure filial piety. They didn't think that the Ban family was lying. In broad daylight, the Princess Ban said such words in front of the Prime Minister's wife. How could it be false? Half an hour later, the news that the left Prime Minister's wife forced the Princess Ban to marry and made the Princess Royal vomit blood and faint from anger spread throughout the capital. Yan Hui's life had been smooth sailing these past few years and he had been promoted very quickly. This caused many people to be jealous, so there were all kinds of rumors. Some people said that the Ban family was cold-hearted and that young Master Yan was infatuated. They would rather watch him die of illness than let their daughter marry into the Yan family. This matter was too heartless. The Yan family's style was strict, and they were a pure filial family. Wasn't it just right for her to marry into the Yan family? Last time, Xianxia, who broke off her engagement with the Jingting Marquisate, had a family background that was not as good as the Yan family. Didn't the Ban family also agree? Some people also felt that the Yan family's actions were somewhat shameless. How could they force someone to marry into the Yan family with death? To put it bluntly, wasn't it just because the Ban family didn't have any real power that they could bully others? The Princess Ban was so beautiful, and Yanjin wasn't the only man who was infatuated with her. Why didn't other families dare to open their mouths? But the Yan family did. Wasn't it because Yan Hui was the left prime minister and had a lot of power in the imperial court? That was why they dared to do such a shameless thing. Many scholars also cited the classics and argued endlessly about this matter, until Xianxia spoke up. The Princess Fuel is pure filial piety, and this action is not excessive. Young Master Yan's use of death to force her is truly heartless and unfilial. It's a pity that because the Princess Fuel is as beautiful as a fairy, she was met with such an undeserved calamity. If all the men in the world took a fancy to a girl and didn't eat or drink, they would force her to marry into the Yan family. How could they talk about the conduct of a gentleman? How could they talk about etiquette? This sentence was said by Xianxia in front of countless scholars when he joined the poetry club. The scholars all agreed and praised Xianxia for not being afraid of the rich and powerful. He would rather offend the left prime minister of the imperial court than to insist on speaking his true opinion. From a normal person's point of view, Chenonbua would never speak up for someone from the Ban family. However, he stood on the side of justice and righteousness. Even though by saying such words, he would offend the Yan family, and would even be ostracized by the Yan family in the imperial court. What kind of spirit was this? This was the spirit of being impartial and fearless, the true conduct of a gentleman, and the role model of scholars. Not being biased, not fearing the rich and powerful, a gentleman should be like Rong Jun. Very quickly, the public opinion in the capital was like a gust of wind, and unified. Countless people praised the Princess Fuel for being pure and filial, and as beautiful as a fairy. As for the rumors of her being a disaster, they gradually disappeared. On the other hand, the Yan family's reputation plummeted. It seemed that their sons were all lecherous and shameless. Just when everyone thought that this matter would end like this, something big happened to the Yan family. The Yan family's in-laws, the Chen family, actually led people to beat up the eldest son of the Yan family. Moreover, they beat him up at the entrance of the Ministry of Revenue. After the eldest son of the Chen family finished beating the eldest son, he cried with tears and snot. He recounted how his younger sister had been tortured by the left prime minister's wife, and even caused her to have a miscarriage. Although the common people paid attention to filial piety, they also paid attention to the word mercy. The younger generation was filial, but the older generation was strict, and even caused a miscarriage. If this wasn't an evil mother-in-law, then what was? After the Chen family beat up the eldest son of the Yan family, they ran to the Yan family's front door and caused a ruckus. In the end, the Chen family brought their servants and barged into the Yan family. They took the pale and thin Madame Chen out of the Yan family. Soon after, news spread that the Chen family and the Yan family were going to divorce. After the Chen family and the Yan family caused such a ruckus, the onlookers were no longer in the mood to care about the grudges between the Ban family and the Yan family. Every day, they watched the Chen family send people to the Yan family's front door to curse and slander them. Unexpectedly, there were many idle topics for them to talk about. The Chen family was considered a prominent family in the capital and had good relations with many families in the capital. Therefore, after the two families quarreled, the news did not reach the ears of the Emperor Yunqing. In the Great Moon Palace, Wang De walked to the side of the Emperor Yunqing, who was bent over the table and reading memorials. He whispered, "Your Majesty, Zhenonbo requests an audience." The Emperor Yunqing rubbed his eyes and said, "Let him in." Recently, he had been in a bad mood. This was because the family of an official that he valued had forced his niece to marry. Because of this, his aunt had fainted from anger. Although both sides were meat, there was still a difference between more meat and less meat. Moreover, it involved the face of the imperial family, so he could not pretend that nothing had happened. The hall was very quiet, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Emperor Yunqing looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stood respectfully where he was, allowing the emperor to size him up. Junpo, Emperor Yunqing was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "Zhen knew you wouldn't disappoint Zhen." He had raised Yan Hui, but he found that in recent years, Yan Hui had become less and less obedient to him. He allowed his clansmen to enclose land, and even sold official positions and titles. But he didn't want the right prime minister's family to dominate, so he could only turn a blind eye. But this didn't mean he could tolerate Yan Hui meddling in the affairs of the imperial family. Although the crown prince was indecisive, he had a kind nature. In the future, when he inherited the throne, he would treat his brothers and sisters well. But Yan Hui encouraged the crown prince to deal with the second prince, his own brother. As the emperor, he couldn't tolerate this, even though he himself wasn't a person who loved his brothers. "It's a pity you are too young. Otherwise, Zhen would be relieved to have you take the position of left prime minister." "Your Majesty," Xianxia said calmly, "working for your Majesty, working for the people of the world, is what this subject pursues. No position is important." "You," Emperor Yunqing laughed in a low voice, "don't lust for women, don't admire power. How is your life different from that of an ascetic monk?" "Your Majesty, this subject wears fine clothes and has a group of servants. It's not like the days of an ascetic monk." Xianxia thought for a moment, this subject can't be as otherworldly as an eminent monk. "People should have desires in life," Emperor Yunqing smiled with relief, "although you are not Zhen's son, to Zhen, you are half Zhen's son." Xiao bowed deeply, "Your Majesty, this subject doesn't deserve this." In the corner, Wang De looked down at the tips of his shoes, silent. His Majesty wished that any young man or woman he liked was his own child. How dissatisfied was he with his own child that he always sighed like this? "There's no need to deserve this," Emperor Yunqing patted his shoulder. "Come, accompany Zhen for a walk and get some fresh air." Xiao followed the emperor to the imperial garden. He had walked the imperial garden with the emperor many times. To him, there was nothing special about this place, and it was not as magical as what was written in the stories outside. I'm getting old, and these courtiers are getting more and more troublesome. The emperor stood by the lotus pond and looked expressionlessly at the rippling surface of the lake. Right now, I am still here, and they are like this. If I am 100 years later, what will this court be like? There was nothing much to see in the lotus pond at the end of autumn. The eunuchs in the palace had long since scooped up all the dead lotus leaves. At this time, there was nothing but water in the lotus pond. It looked very cold and cheerless. Your Majesty is in the prime of your life, how can you think like this? Xianxia looked at His Majesty in amazement and shock. This humble subject is terrified. There will always be such a day. Emperor Yunqing frowned. Just because others call me long-live, I won't really be immortal for 10,000 years. Your Majesty, Xianxia took a step back and made a deep bow to Emperor Yunqing. Please, Your Majesty, don't say such things. This humble subject's heart hurts to hear it. This humble subject's parents died young. These years, it has been Your Majesty who has taken care of this humble subject. To say something disrespectful to this humble subject, Your Majesty is this humble subject's sky and tree. In this humble subject's heart, you are both a monarch and a father. This humble subject knows that his status is low and does not dare to have delusions. This humble subject only hopes that Your Majesty will be healthy and free from illness and calamity. Hearing this, Emperor Yunqing was moved. He remembered that 2 years ago, someone had told him that Xianxia had erected a longevity stele for someone in the Temple of Longevity. Later, he had someone examine it and found that the stele had his name on it. Perhaps it was disrespectful for a subject to write down the emperor's name, so Xianxia was very careful and didn't dare let anyone find out. Today, if it was someone else who said this to him, he would only feel that they were trying to curry favor with him. However, Xianxia was different. He knew that this child truly treated him as an elder and cared for him. It was to the extent that he, who was always elegant and graceful, did such a sneaky thing 2 years ago. Later on, he heard a spy report that because a scholar had said something disrespectful to him, and Bo had fought 10 rounds of poetry with the other party, causing the scholar's reputation to hit rock bottom. From then on, he no longer had the face to appear in the capital. As long as he ordered him to do something, he would do it seriously. Even if he was injured, he would never ask for a reward in front of him. There were many capable subjects in the court, but there were only a handful of subjects like Xianxia who worked wholeheartedly for him and never tried to curry favor with him. Emperor Yunqing reached out and patted Xia's shoulder again. His mood gradually improved. Okay, I won't talk about this. Xia's expression was slightly relaxed. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor as he stood behind Emperor Yunqing. Seeing him like this, Emperor Yunqing had the urge to joke. I heard that 2 days ago, you spoke ill of left Prime Minister Yan in front of many scholars? Your Majesty, this subject was only speaking the truth. Xianxia frowned. Princess Fuel is your niece. How can you let outsiders bully her? When these words reached Emperor Yunqing's ears, the meaning became, how can this subject let others bully your people? When Emperor Yunqing heard this explanation, his whole body immediately relaxed. He smiled. I didn't think that Yan Hui would do such a foolish thing. What you said was right. My niece is beautiful. That is a gift from the heavens. The Yan family is too much to cry and make a fuss about Princess Fuel getting married. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. His smile became more obvious. It is a pity that you have no interest in Princess Fuel. Otherwise, with your steady temperament, it would be good to marry Huahua. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Emperor Yunqing. Princess Fuel is as beautiful as a fairy. She is of noble birth and is quick-witted. This subject is not worthy of her. He said each word very slowly. It didn't seem like he was trying to shirk responsibility, but rather like he was stating facts. However, Emperor Yunqing didn't take this matter to heart. After a few words of laughter, he let it go. On the other hand, Wang De, who was standing behind Emperor Yunqing, moved slightly as if he had heard something incredible. The autumn night is long. Sister, it is fine if you don't want to sleep. Why did you drag me here? Banheng wrapped himself in a thick cloak. He wished he could hide his head in the cloak as well. To admire the moon, Ban Han looked at the bright moon in the sky and sat down on a cushioned stone bench. I am alone and bored. I can only ask you to accompany me. It is such a cold day. Why admire the moon? Ban Heng reached out and touched Ban Han's forehead. Is there something wrong with your brain? Even if there is something wrong with your brain, there is nothing wrong with mine. Ban Han slapped his hand away. I slept for a long time in the afternoon. I can't sleep now. Ban Heng thought that Ban Han had been staying in the mansion these days and didn't even go out of the gate. He sympathized with her. Well, I will sit with you for a while. Neither of them were elegant people. After staring at the moon for a while, Ban Han pointed to the moon and said, Brother Heng, what do you think Changyi wears? What do you think her hairstyle is? It is just a skirt. Ban Heng was not interested in what women wore. He was more concerned about the relationship between Wu Gang, Ho Yi, and Changyi. If the Guanghan Palace is very cold, how do you drink tea and cook? Thinking about it, I feel that life is not very good. Do immortals need to eat? Ban Han glanced at Ban Heng. If there is no one else in the Guanghan Palace, who can she show off her beautiful clothes to? Sister, can we not always talk about skirts? Ban Heng was speechless. I don't know how you women come up with so many tricks. Don't you feel tired? Ban Han snorted and ignored him. Seeing that his sister seemed to be angry, Ban Heng had to coax her with a smile. Sister, those scholars outside are praising you. They say that you are filial, beautiful, brave, and so on. Don't you wonder what is going on? What is going on? Ban Han was a little surprised. I thought those people outside would say that I am a femme fatale. At first, they did say that. Ban Heng saw Ban Han staring at him. He touched his nose embarrassedly, but after Duke Rong praised you, the words outside changed. Duke Rong? Ban Han was surprised. He spoke for me? He not only spoke for you, but also criticized left Prime Minister Yen. Ban Heng sighed. Duke Rong is really kind and loyal. He is a rare pure stream among scholars. And, to be able to praise us in front of scholars, he is really pure. Normal people would not be able to do that. Ban Han nodded. Usually, she had not heard any scholars praise her. Only Xianxia had such a great influence on scholars, making them abandon their prejudices against the Ban family and speak for the Ban family. He is not afraid of offending the left prime minister? Ban Han thought of an important point. He has a real position in the imperial court. Will the left prime minister make things difficult for him? Duke Rong is so handsome. He won't make things difficult for him, right? Ban Heng was not sure. How about I ask someone to ask around? Alright, you send someone to inquire about it tomorrow. Ban Yu took a sip of the hot tea that a servant girl had brought over. It seems that it was a wise move to cater to his tastes and give him a gift. Even Duke Rong, such an upright gentleman, spoke up for me because of the gift. Ah? Ban Heng looked at Ban Han in confusion. Sister, what else did you do? Last time, when father gave Qinganbua a gift, I put a few books in it. Because Zhongjing Luan couldn't be found for a while, I delayed giving it to him until a few days ago. Ban Han sighed. Anyway, our family will be robbed sooner or later. Rather than letting others steal our things, it is better to give it to a beauty that I like. Is it the East, South, West, and Central? Ban Heng couldn't remember the names of the 5 books. The only thing she remembered was that the 5 books were put together, which happened to be East, South, West, and Central. From this point of view, Ban Heng felt that the scholars of the previous dynasty were more capable than the scholars of this dynasty. At least the names they gave the books were easy to remember. Even a foppish person like him had an impression. But Duke Rong isn't the kind of hypocrite who speaks for others after receiving a gift, right? Ban Heng had a lot of faith in Xia's character. You are measuring the heart of a gentleman with a woman's heart. Ban Han touched her cheek. Could it be that he likes my beauty? Ban Heng was silent for a moment. Probably, it really is because you gave him a gift? She reached out and twisted Ban Heng's ear. Ban Han laughed angrily. Brat, do you know that if a man doesn't know how to speak, he will be beaten? Ban Han didn't use much strength, but Ban Heng still made a painful expression. Sister, I was wrong. What I wanted to say was that Duke Rong isn't the kind of person who is lustful. I didn't mean that you aren't beautiful enough. Ban Han let go of her hand and slapped the table. It doesn't matter. I just admire his beauty. The siblings sat in the pavilion for more than an hour. Ban Heng finally couldn't help but say, "Sister, let's go back. It's too cold here." The night wind blew on her face, and it felt like a knife was scraping her face. "Okay, let's go back." Ban Han saw Ban Heng shrink back like a pitiful puppy. He couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go back." Ban Heng couldn't wait to stand up. When he was about to leave, he saw that Ban Han was still sitting there. He looked at her hesitantly. "Sister, are you in a bad mood?" Ban Han squinted at him. "Which eye of yours saw that I was in a bad mood?" Ban Heng sat back down and held the warm teacup. "Then I'll stay with you for a while?" "Okay, I'm going back to the courtyard." Ban Han stood up and patted her brother's round head. "You go back too." "Then I'll go back." Ban Heng ran 2 steps and turned to Ban Han. "I'm really going back." Ban Han couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him lightly on the butt. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to stay here and feel the cold wind?" Ban Heng patted his butt and ran out with a smile, like a big dog that had been released from its leash. His hands and legs were all happy. Ban Han looked at his back and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. What a silly brother. She only hoped that her dream was real. She would die in a beautiful death wearing a fox fur coat and her family would be taken care of. Otherwise, what would happen to her silly brother in the future? The next morning, when Ban Heng found out that his sister didn't sleep last night because she ate too much for dinner, he felt that his behavior last night was a little stupid because he couldn't sleep because of worry. When he went out to meet some of his friends, they saw that he looked tired and wondered what he did last night. The moon was so beautiful last night. Brother Ban must have spent some time with a beautiful woman or enjoyed the moon with a cup. Xianxia put his arm around Ban Heng's neck. "Am I right?" Ban Heng slapped him away in disdain. "It's true that I'm admiring the moon with a cup, but it's a pity that I'm not accompanying a beauty. I'm accompanying my sister. If I can admire the moon with Sister Yu, I'm willing to stay up all night." Xianxia's face showed some yearning. Under the hazy moonlight, a beauty in gorgeous clothes is like a fairy under the moon, the most beautiful scenery in the world. "Shut up." Ban Heng didn't like to joke about his sister. "I'm here today because I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" Zhou Changxiao and the other foppish playboys became spirited. "Should we put Xie Qilin in a gunny sack or teach Xinyu a lesson?" "Ban Heng, didn't Duke Rong say a few words for our family before?" Ban Heng was a little embarrassed. "I was worried that he would offend left Prime Minister Yan and would be given a hard time in court. So I wanted you to help me ask around." "You still don't know?" Zhou Changxiao looked at Ban Heng in surprise. "The Yan family is now busy with their own affairs. How can they have the energy to make things difficult for Duke Rong? What happened to the Yan family?" Ban Heng looked at Zhou Changxiao in confusion and found that his close friends were looking at him like he was an idiot. The Yan family committed a crime and angered His Majesty. Left Prime Minister Yan is now claiming to be ill and is reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors. Yan Hui wasn't claiming to be ill. He was really ill. When his wife, Wei Shi, ran to Jingting Marquis but was driven out by the servants of the Princess Royal, he became ill because of excessive worry. If it wasn't for Chen Shi's sudden miscarriage, he would have sent people to stop Wei Shi. Unfortunately, he was able to get to where he was by being cautious. He knew better than anyone what kind of person His Majesty was. Suspicious, vengeful, loved to live and hated to die. In order to gain His Majesty's trust, he put in a lot of effort and energy. But now that this matter had happened, it would inevitably arouse His Majesty's suspicion and dissatisfaction. Madame Chen divorced her eldest son, her youngest son was unconscious, and he was rejected by the emperor. The Yan family. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to the Yan family in the future. Delaying, Yan Hui leaned against the head of the bed. "Take father's invitation and go to the Grand Royal residence to pay your respects. Whether you bring a bramble to ask for forgiveness or kneel down, you must make the Princess Royal willing to see you. Father, rest well. Your son will definitely go to the Princess Royal to ask for forgiveness." Yan Ming wiped the corner of his eyes and said with a choked voice. "It's father who didn't teach you well." Yan Hui gasped for breath and grabbed Yan Ming's hand. "Remember, no matter what the Princess Royal says, you have to sincerely apologize. This is our family's fault. Father is not asking you to put on an act, but to sincerely apologize, do you understand? Yan Ming had lost a lot of weight in the past few days, and his clothes seemed to be hanging empty on his body. But now, he could not fall down, nor could he fall down. If the Princess Royal doesn't want to see you, then go to Jingting Marquisate and ask for forgiveness from the Princess Fuel. Yan Hui coughed until blood came out of his throat. The Ban family values relationships and their children. If the Princess Fuel is willing to forgive our Yan family, then it will be twice the result with half the effort. Princess Fuel? Yan Ming hesitated. She's just a woman, and she's also a junior. Do you know why I didn't want her mother to beg the Princess Fuel to marry her? It's because the Ban family values this daughter very much. Yan Hui's voice became softer and softer. Everyone says that the Princess Ban is unruly and willful, but if she really is a little girl without any brains, how could the royal family favor her so much? Yan Hui closed his eyes and said slowly, no one who is related to the royal family and lives a good life is a fool. Princess, would you like to try this? I don't want to eat it. Ban Han waved her hand and weakly lay on the table. As a hedonistic daughter of the royal family who was used to playing, staying at home for several days in a row and not even being able to go out was a rare occurrence. But now, like her grandmother, she was sick from being angered by the Yan family. Naturally, she couldn't run around when she was sick. This is your favorite snack. Rui placed the snack in front of Ban Han. Are you really not going to eat it? Ban Han turned her face. I'm not eating, I'm going to give it to someone. Who are you going to give it to? Rui coaxed her with a smile. This servant will arrange for someone to send it over. Send it to Qianxua's Fu and say that it's from the Xianxia. Ban Han remembered that Xianxia had helped her so much and she didn't even say a word of thanks. She stood up and said, wait, I'll go to the study to get something and ask the guards to send it over. The Ban family didn't lack rare books, calligraphy, and paintings. This time, Ban Han had sent a scroll of paintings. It was said that it was the authentic work of a famous painter from hundreds of years ago. They didn't know whether it was authentic or not, but the painting was very beautiful and the writing was very flamboyant. It was just that it wasn't easy to recognize. Until now, she didn't recognize what was written on it. Count Duzhou placed a letter in front of Xianxia. This is news from the border. Xianxia picked up the envelope, opened it, and burned it in the candlelight. What's the Yan family doing? 2 hours ago, Yan Ming went to the Grand Royal residence to ask for forgiveness, but the Princess Royal didn't see him. Duzhou thought for a moment, the Yan family's matter is really. They don't even have any face left. If I were Yan Ming, the first person I would see would not be the Princess Royal, but the Princess Fuel. Xianxia looked at the letter burning to ashes and said coldly, the Princess Fuel is the one who tied the bell to this matter. Whether it's the Princess Royal or the Jingting Marquisate, it's all because of the Princess Fuel that they're so angry. What's the use of him begging the Princess Royal? This? Duzhou hesitated. The Princess Royal is the one who can make the decision in the Ban family. Shouldn't it be right to beg the Princess Royal? Xianxia didn't say anything. If he hadn't interacted with the Ban family before, he would probably think the same as the Yan family. But after seeing the Ban family's style of doing things, he was sure of one thing, and that was that he couldn't deal with this family according to common sense. Count, the steward of the Jingting Marquisate requests an audience. He said that he was ordered by Ho Shitzi to send you a gift of gratitude. Xiao blew out the candlelight, got up and opened the window. He nodded and said, let him in. The steward sent by the Ban family had good facial features and wore clean and tidy steward clothes. At first glance, he really didn't look like a servant in the house. Greetings, Qianxua. No need to be so courteous. Xiao looked at the steward. Why is Shitzi sending me a gift of gratitude? Count spoke up for Junju. Marquis, Foreign, and Shitzi are all very grateful. Shitzi knows that you are a gentleman of the world and don't like common things like gold and silver. Therefore, we only prepared a small gift. Count, please don't dislike it. The steward turned and took a food box and a picture scroll from a servant and handed them to Duzhou. Shitzi is too courteous. I only spoke the truth, and I don't deserve your thanks. Many people in the world know the truth, but not everyone dares to speak it out. The steward bowed deeply to Xianxia. I don't dare disturb Count's peace. This one will take his leave. After the steward left, Dujiu placed the two items in front of Xianxia. It was said that the Ban family was rich and overbearing. They only gave 2 gifts. This was really too little. Xianxia opened the food box. There were 2 plates of pastries inside. The light green pastries looked very tempting. He couldn't help but smile. He used the silver chopsticks in the box to pick up one and put it in his mouth. Count. Dujiu was shocked. How could Count eat these things directly? What if they were poisonous? Xianxia waved his hand at him and put down the chopsticks to open the picture scroll. Dujiu, you just ate pastries and then went to look at a painting. Count, have you been influenced by the unruly Ban family? The ancestors said that you are influenced by the company you keep. It seems that these words are true. Opening the cover of the picture scroll, Xianxia carefully took out the slightly yellowed painting and then slowly unrolled it. The moon gazing at Han Mountain painting? Dujiu looked at the painting in horror and almost lost his voice. This was the moon gazing at Han Mountain painting. The moon gazing at Han Mountain painting was created by a famous painter hundreds of years ago, Zhao Bizong. It was said that this was his last painting before his death. It was full of all his feelings and longing for his late wife. It was said that in order to please his favorite concubine who loved famous paintings, the emperor of the previous dynasty sent people everywhere to inquire about this painting, but they couldn't find the original painting. So the main point was, why was this painting here? No, it should be said, why did the Ban family give this painting to their count? He shouldn't despise the Ban family for being stingy. This family wasn't stingy, they were too generous. They were so generous that they were a little crazy. Who would be stupid enough to give away something that was used as a family heirloom? Although they weren't from the Ban family, at this moment, Dujiu still felt sorry for the Ban family. As expected of the hedonistic son of the Ban family. This gift is really, Xianxia looked at the painting and the smile on his face grew bigger. It's not him. There is a limit to the ends of the world, only yearning is endless. Dujiu finished reciting the poem in his heart, then looked at Xianxia with a subtle expression. This poem is very interesting. Xia's house had an authentic painting by Zhao Bizong, so when he opened the painting, he could confirm that it was indeed Zhao Bizong's work. Moreover, it was rumored to be Zhao Bizong's last work before his death. The autumn moon buries the soul of the flower, loneliness and yearning are nowhere to be found. This painting carried a sense of loneliness, but also a bit of expectation, anticipation for death, anticipation for meeting his deceased wife. For the old and frail Zhao Bizong, who had retired to his hometown, death was his best destination. She just didn't know if he was still thinking about his late wife or his youthful vigor. Master, Dujiu saw Xianxia staring at the painting, and reminded him in a low voice, this painting was not given by Ban Shitzi, could it be, from Junju? The man was unmarried, and the woman was unmarried, but she casually gave such a precious painting, and the poem on the painting was so ambiguous. Could it be that Princess Ban had feelings for Master? Otherwise, who would be willing to give such a big gift? He was beginning to believe that Princess Ban had a very high status in the Ban family. Otherwise, which girl would dare to give such a rare gift to a man who was not related to her? It doesn't matter who gave it. Xianxia put the painting back into the painting tube. You did a good job before. Master, subordinate remembered something, Dujiu suddenly said. A few days ago, a woman with a child stopped Marquis Jingting's carriage. She claimed that she came from the same county in Shuizhou, and her husband was unjustly convicted. Stopped Marquis Jingting's carriage? Xianxia put the painting tube in a position near the top of the treasure pavilion, and said with a faint smile, she didn't go to the Supreme Court or the Ministry of Justice, why did she stop a marquis's carriage? Dujiu shook his head. I don't know. It's just that Marquis Jingting didn't pay attention to this person and said that he had no real power in the court and couldn't help her. To be honest, when he heard Marquis Jingting say this, Dujiu felt that the Ban family's way of thinking was a bit different from normal people. The father said without hesitation that he had no real power, the son liked to bury gold, silver, and jewelry in the mountains when he had nothing to do, and the daughter gave gifts to men, which were treasures that could not be bought with money. This family used practical actions to explain what it meant to be an abnormal prodigal son. Other prodigals loved beauty, gambling, and bullying others. Although this family was particular about food and clothing, the dignified marquis was under the control of the marquis's wife, and he didn't have a single concubine by his side. Although the heir was also idle, he had never been seen flirting with women or showing up at the gambling house. Every day, he swaggered through the streets with a few guards, but what he did was fight crickets and cockfights. When he saw someone flirting with women, he would uphold justice. The only person he bullied was the second son of the Xia family. However, these two families had old grievances, so it couldn't be considered bullying or being bullied. On the surface, this family didn't seem to be proper and didn't seem to be very likable. However, thinking about it carefully, this family squandered the wealth that their ancestors had accumulated. Although they didn't do proper things, they had never done anything bad. Compared to a certain family that appeared to be a gentleman on the surface but had blood on their hands, this family's character was the best. But why was it that when everyone thought of the Ban family, their minds were basically filled with their lazy and extravagant image? No, this family did seem to be quite lazy and extravagant. If it wasn't for the fact that Bo Yi had dealings with the Ban family, he probably wouldn't have cared about the Ban family, because this family really didn't have anything to care about. However, because of various coincidences, he started to pay attention to the Ban family, and found that this family wasn't actually that likable. In fact, there were some things that were likable about them. This was probably the reason why Bo Yi was willing to have dealings with the Ban family. Xianxia's gift is really too valuable. Xianxia looked at the sunlight outside the window, and said in a good mood, I should send some gifts in return. When the steward of the Bo Fu heard that Bo Yi wanted to open the storehouse, he hurriedly rushed over with a few other stewards, each taking out a key to open the storehouse. The Rong family had several generations of prominent ancestors. When it came to Xia's grandfather's generation, the Rong family's reputation had reached its peak. When the current emperor was young, Xia's grandfather was the imperial tutor of the crown prince. Although not long after the emperor ascended the throne, his grandfather died of illness, but the emperor still honored him as the imperial tutor. In the Rong family's storehouse, there were piles of property left behind by generations of Rong family members. Xia took an ebony box from the shelf, wiped the dust on it, and opened the box. Inside the box was a set of jewelry made of blood jade. There were hairpins, earrings, bracelets, forehead pendants, and jade pendants. Each piece was as red as blood, but had an indescribable beauty. One of the ancestors of the Rong family had been a high-ranking official of the previous dynasty, and had married a princess of the previous dynasty. Therefore, Xia's bloodline, if one looked closely, had the bloodline of the previous dynasty. However, when the ancestor married the princess, the previous dynasty was at its peak. When the previous dynasty was destroyed, no one in the Rong family was an official in the court. Therefore, even though a new dynasty was established, and the Rong family re-entered the court, no one doubted the loyalty of the Rong family. Instead, they felt that the Rong family's bloodline was noble. This set of blood jade jewelry was said to be one of the dowries of the princess. The Rong family liked poetry and books, but they didn't enjoy themselves. Therefore, these luxurious things were sealed in the storehouse. When he was very young, when Xia followed his mother into the storehouse, he felt that this set of jewelry was extremely beautiful, but he had never seen any of the women in the family wear it. At that time, he had secretly lost it, but he was afraid that his father would punish him, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. After closing the ebony box, Xia took an inkstone from the other shelf and carried the box out of the inner storehouse. Jingting Marquisate, Ban Hui met Yan Ming. Yan Ming thought that the Ban family would be like the Princess Royal, and would not see him no matter what. But what he didn't expect was that not only did the Ban family quickly see him, but they also served him hot tea. In the past, this was only the most basic courtesy, but at this moment, Yan Ming was extremely moved. Little Lord Yan, Ban Hui sat at the head of the table with a very serious expression. May I ask why you are here today? This junior is here to apologize to your residents. My younger brother and my mother were reckless and brought trouble to your residents and the princess. The Yan family is very guilty, but my father is seriously ill and unable to get up, so this junior is here to apologize to your residents on behalf of my family. Yan Ming put down his teacup and walked to the center of the room. He lifted his robes and knelt down on one knee, a girl's reputation is extremely precious. My Yan family has acted improperly and should apologize to the princess. There was gold under a man's knees. He knelt to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. If he knelt to someone else, it would be a great humiliation. As the eldest son of the Yan family and the future successor of the Yan family, Yan Ming knelt down in front of Ban Huai. His posture could be said to be as low as dust. Ban Huai looked at Yan Ming, who was kneeling in front of him, and turned to look at Ban Heng, who was pretending to be drinking tea seriously. Ban Heng turned his body to the side and did not say anything. Ban Huai glared at him. He put down his teacup and walked to Yan Ming's side. Lord Yan, there's no need to be so courteous. Ban Heng had been training his body with Ban Han recently. Although his body was not much stronger, his strength had increased a little. Yan Ming, this weak scholar, was not able to twist him and was pulled up from the ground by him. If you have something to say, sit down and talk. Yan Ming had not rested well for the past few days. He looked as if he had aged several years and no longer had his former elegant demeanor. Marquis, please let this junior see the princess and let this junior personally apologize to the princess. Ban Huai said indifferently, I'm afraid. There's no need for that. This junior knows that no matter how many words of apology I say now, it will not be able to make up for the grievances that the princess has suffered. This lowly one does not dare to ask the princess to truly forgive us. Yan Ming smiled bitterly, I only wish to see the princess and tell her our apologies. This junior is enough. Ban Han stood outside the door, listening to Yan Ming's tired voice coming from inside the house, and walked in with the servant girl. Lord Yan, what business do you have with this little girl? Yan Ming turned his head, his entire body in a daze. He saw a peerless beauty wearing a blood-red dress embroidered with red plum blossoms and a red jade bead on her forehead walk in from the outside. Her appearance made all the people and delicacies outside the door pale in comparison. She was followed by several beautiful servants, like stars surrounding the moon as she entered the room. He seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance on her body. This was Motua incense, a spice that was offered as a tribute by the subordinate countries. Because the quantity was very small, very few women were able to receive the rewards from His Majesty. Greetings, Princess Fuel. Yan Ming bowed to Ban Han in a well-behaved manner. This bow was extremely standard, and there was no sign of reluctance or perfunctory attitude. Lord Yan, there's no need to be so courteous. Ban Han lowered his eyes and took the teacup that the servant girl had brought over. He held the teacup with his hand that was dyed with danku, and only slightly touched his lips before putting it down. Yan Ming saw that she was holding a brocade handkerchief in her hand, and then used it to wipe her red and moist lips. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head even more. I have come today to apologize to the princess. Apologize? Ban Han tilted his head, as if he was looking at Yan Ming with his eyes. I've already said it before, your Yan family and I are irreconcilable. You don't have to apologize to me, and I don't care about this. Yan Ming's heart sank, and he bowed deeply to Ban Han. I know that this matter was completely wrong, and I do not dare to ask for forgiveness from the princess. I hope that the princess will be healthy and youthful forever. She will be as beautiful as the bright moon in the sky, and will be happy and carefree for the rest of her life. Ban Han chuckled when he heard this. He rested his chin on one hand and looked at Yan Ming. Little Lord Yan is actually so good at talking. It's a pity that I'm a bit strange. This Yan family was really interesting. The things they did were contradictory. He really didn't know if they were smart or stupid. This Yan Ming was so good at talking, but he didn't know how to coax his wife, Madame Chen. Madame Chen had been miscarried by her mother-in-law, so she was probably extremely sad. That was why she had made up her mind to divorce this man. After sharing the same bed for so many years, the child that she had finally conceived with great difficulty had been lost. For Madame Chen, it was unknown how much pain it was. Ban Han was very glad that he was a princess and didn't have to marry into the Yan family under the coercion of the Yan family. Even a gentle woman like Madame Chen couldn't live a good life in the Yan family, let alone her, a beautiful woman, no matter what she did, was charming. Even if her expression was sarcastic, even if her tone was not gentle, there were not many men in the world who could truly get angry in front of such a beauty. Of course, people like the second prince who had a brain disease were an exception. Yan Ming was about to speak when the butler of the Ban family walked in. Marquis, Xianxia's guards request an audience. Ban Heng looked at the door. Why did the Xianxia mansion send someone over at this time? The news of the Yan family's eldest son coming to their house to apologize had probably already spread throughout the capital. If Xianxia sent someone over at this time, wasn't he afraid that the Yan family would think that he was here to watch a joke? Du Jiu followed behind the steward and entered the main hall. He didn't seem to expect that Yan Ming would also be there. After greeting the Ban family, he even gave Yan Ming a big bow. Du Jiu was Xia's personal guard, so anyone in the capital who was familiar with Xia would know Du Jiu. When Yan Ming saw Du Jiu, he was even more surprised than the Ban family. However, the first thing he thought of was not that Xia had come to see the Yan family make a joke of themselves, but that Xia and the Ban family actually had dealings. Guard Du, please take a seat. Ban Heng looked at the two boxes in Du Jiu's hands. The boxes were neither big nor small, and looked like they were used to store books, ink, paper, and inkstone. In the morning, his sister had used his name to send a gift to Xianxia. Shouldn't she be sending a gift in return now? He had just sent it over in the morning, so wasn't it a little too anxious to return the gift now, thinking that it might be filled with ink, paper, inkstone, and other things? Ban Heng instantly lost interest. In their family, other than his grandmother and mother who knew poetry and literature, who else knew how to read and write? I don't dare. Du Jiu saw that Yan Ming, the young master of the Prime Minister's mansion, was standing, so he, a small guard, naturally wouldn't sit down. The gift sent by the heir is too valuable. The Duke's heart is both happy and uneasy. This is a small gift that the Duke has prepared for the heir. I hope the heir does not dislike it. Duke Rong is too polite. It's just a worthless trinket. There's no need to give a gift in return. Ban Heng waved his hand and said unconcernedly, Duke Rong is being too distant. Du Jiu's hands trembled as he held the box. Worthless trinkets, that was the moon gazing at Cold Mountain painting, and it was an authentic work. Whose worthless trinket would be so precious? Ever since he was adopted by the Rong family, Du Jiu had always stayed by Xia's side. He had seen a lot of good things, but he had never seen a family as casual as the Ban family. If Shitzi didn't accept it, then we would be estranged. Du Jiu smiled and said, the painting that Shitzi sent, boy loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. He said that it was something that couldn't be exchanged for money. Cough, you're welcome. Ban Heng looked at Ban Han from the corner of his eyes. What did his sister give Xia in his name? Ban Han ignored Ban Heng and asked the housekeeper to accept the gift from Du Jiu. Seeing this, Du Jiu felt more and more that the painting was specially sent by the Princess Ban. After Du Jiu gave the gift in return, he immediately left. In Yan Ming's opinion, Du Jiu really only came to give the gift in return. The private relationship between the two families didn't seem to be very good. Why did the Ban family send a gift of thanks to Xia? Yan Ming remembered the words that Xia had praised Ban Han a few days ago in front of many scholars. It was because of Xia's words that the Yan family's reputation was completely ruined. At first, he was very angry about this, but in just a few days, his father was seriously ill at home and Xia's position was promoted. He suddenly understood. Xia was not speaking up for the Ban family, but for His Majesty. In the end, their family was suspected by His Majesty. Otherwise, why would there be such a big commotion in the court in recent days? Many officials who were on good terms with the Yan family had been demoted to a bitter cold place. Even several officials who supported the Crown Prince had been punished. Their family had always secretly supported the Crown Prince from behind. Even the Shi family didn't know about it, so how did the Emperor know? The most terrifying thing was that Xia probably knew that their family was secretly supporting the Crown Prince. That was why at this time, he would rather offend their family than stand up to protect the reputation of the Princess Ban. It was laughable that everyone thought that Xia was a straightforward and upright gentleman. Who would have thought that in his bones, he was just a petty person? Little Lord Yan, Ban Han looked at Yan Ming, I've heard your apology. Please go back. The corner of Yan Ming's mouth twitched. Looking at this beautiful woman, he thought of his sick brother and bowed deeply to her. This one will take his leave. Take care, I won't send you off. Walking out of the Jingting Marquisate, Yan Ming rode on horseback and looked at the people coming and going around. He was a little flustered in his heart. What would the Yen family, who was suspected by His Majesty, do in the future? After walking for a while, he bumped into the Chen family's eldest son. A few days ago, this person was still his brother-in-law, but now, the two families had changed from relatives to enemies. The way his brother-in-law looked at him was as if he was looking at the most despicable person in the world. Elder brother, Lord Yen, please don't randomly claim kinship. The Chen family is a small family, so I can't afford to be your elder brother. The Chen family's eldest son's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't even want to say anything more to Yan Ming, so he turned around and was about to leave. Brother Chen, your sister. How is her body? Yan Ming thought of Madame Chen and couldn't help but ask. The Chen family's eldest son sneered, what does it have to do with you? Yan Ming stared blankly at the back of the Chen family's eldest son. He only felt that the world was so big that there was no place for him to feel relaxed. Ban Heng placed the two boxes that Xianxia had sent in front of Ban Han. One box contained an inkstone, and the other box was filled with blood jade jewelry. He didn't know where these blood jade had come from, but they didn't have the slightest impurities. They were as gorgeous as dark red blood, beautiful to the point of being flirtatious. Xianxia. He's also quite generous. After thinking for a long time, he could only use this word to describe it. This was because this box of blood jade was a good thing that couldn't be bought with money. Moreover, the craftsmanship was very exquisite, and it didn't seem like something that belonged to the common folk. So beautiful. Ban Han took out a bracelet and put it on. The dark red blood jade made her hand look even whiter and more moist. Ban Heng fiddled with the inkstone in disdain. This inkstone must have been casually used by him to make up the number. Both of them had used his name to send things, but in the end, they had only given him an inkstone. He didn't like to write, so why would they give him this thing? As the heir of the House of Marquis, Ban Heng felt that his dignity had been challenged. He was so angry, but he didn't dare to complain. Didn't you want to buy some invincible martial last time? Ban Han was in a particularly good mood after receiving such beautiful jewelry. He immediately gave Ban Heng 500 taels of silver and told him to buy the Grand Marshal he liked. The invincible Grand Marshal was a huge rooster with extremely powerful combat strength. Ban Heng immediately became happy. He didn't care about the inkstone anymore. He caught his sister and praised her. She was beautiful here and there. In the end, Ban Han gave him another 100 taels of silver. As for the inkstone that was ignored by the Ban family's siblings, it was worth at least 800 taels of silver outside. Unfortunately, it met the siblings who didn't know what was good for it, so it could only become worthless. 5 days later, the Chen family's Delang position was promoted, filling the vacancy left by a demoted member of the Yen party. In the next half a month, many members of the Yen party were suppressed, and the vacant positions were quickly filled. Only Yan Hui's position as the left minister was not affected. On the third day after Yan Ming personally went to the Ban family to ask for forgiveness, the emperor even gave some things to the Yan family and said some words of encouragement. Just when no one could figure out His Majesty's intentions, Yan Hui dragged his sick body to court and submitted his resignation to His Majesty. Emperor Yunqing didn't agree, and was even more concerned about Yan Hui. In the end, Yan Hui didn't resign from his position as the left minister. However, the Yan party, which had once been quite influential in the capital, was broken up just like that. From then on, the prestige of the Yan family plummeted, and all the glory was replaced by the Shi family. The ministers in the court called Shi Chonghai Shi Xiang, and the word right in the middle was intentionally or unintentionally forgotten by the crowd. The first snow drifted down, and the entire capital fell into a vast white world. Ban Han was in a good mood, because the fox fur coat she had made was finally put to use. She wore a plain embroidered red peony palace dress, a snow fox fur coat, and the blood jade jewelry sent by Xianxia. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and looked at herself in the mirror, immersed in her own intoxication. Why was there such a beautiful woman in the world? Sister! Ban Heng shouted outside the door, it's snowing heavily outside. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Ban Han touched her bright red forehead and drew a blooming red lotus on her forehead. This forehead was like a red bead that grew out of a red lotus, beautiful and enchanting. On the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, the current emperor's birthday, the important ministers of the court, the third rank and above, all the women of the imperial family, had to enter the palace to celebrate the emperor's birthday. This day was also a good day for officials to publicly give gifts to the emperor. In order to curry favor with the Emperor Yunqing, officials from all over the country began to create miracles everywhere, such as jiahe, strange stones, the appearance of a divine dragon, and strange beasts. The methods were endless, and each story was more bizarre than the last. However, to the Emperor Yunqing, who listened to all kinds of magical stories every year, these so-called miracles were no longer in his eyes. This was because he knew in his heart that these were lies that the local officials used to curry favor with him. Whoever made up a good story, he would laugh. If the story wasn't vivid enough, he wouldn't even bother to listen to it. The officials who made up stories weren't tired of it, but he was tired of listening to them. Your Majesty, the timely snow indicates a good harvest. Today is a good day. Wang De looked at the sky outside. It was snowing heavily today, and everyone was standing inside and outside the palace, waiting to greet the emperor. It was probably not a good day. Yes. Emperor Yunqing looked at the sky outside and nodded. Let's go out and take a look. Your Majesty, let's go. As the emperor's favored Junju, Ban Han was treated like a moon surrounded by stars no matter where she went. When the Junju's carriage passed through the palace gates, the guards saw the family insignia on the carriage and didn't even try to stop her. They respectfully bowed and let her pass. After the carriage passed through the palace gates, it continued forward for a while before stopping. The servant girls sent by the palace were already waiting outside. This servant greets Princess Fuel. The two servant girls were sent by the Empress Palace to show how much the Empress valued Princess Fuel. In this palace, it was important for the Empress to receive anyone. Thank you for your trouble. Banju's personal maidservant saw the snow on the two mamas' shoulders and hair. After bowing to the two, she presented each mamas a pouch with both hands, sorry for making the two mamas wait for a long time. It's nothing, it's nothing. The two servant girls didn't dare to be arrogant. After returning the bow, they went forward to lift the curtain of the carriage and prepared to help the Junju down. The moment the curtain was lifted, the two nannies gasped in shock. What a beauty! Snow-white clothes and a red hairpin. Especially the red lotus between her eyebrows, it was as dazzling as fire. Like the red plum blossoms in the snow, there was nothing in the world that could compare. Ban Han liked it when others looked at her in amazement. That was the best compliment. She gave her well-maintained hands to the mama and stepped on the red wooden stool to get off the carriage. She nodded at the palace servant who bowed to her and said to the mama who led the way, "Is His Majesty's birthday this year still being held in Zhaoyang Hall?" Junju, it is. The mama released her hands and bowed to the side. Newbie has come to pick up Junju on the orders of the Empress. The Empress is always so good to me. Ban Han showed some intimacy on her face. Then let's go quickly. I also want to see Nyang. No matter how heavy the snow was, the places that the nobles of the palace passed by were all wiped clean. Ban Han's long skirt was scattered on the ground. The servant girls following behind her all bowed their heads and kept quiet. Her presence was imposing. Zumu once said that something like prestige couldn't be seen or touched. But servants, fine clothes, and good food would make people automatically bow down. No one would care if you were easy to get along with. As long as they understood that you couldn't be offended, prestige would naturally come. The Taijian on the palace road saw Ban Han appear and all moved aside. No one dared to look directly at her face. Ban Han suddenly stopped and looked at a little Taijian standing in the corridor. He was wearing a gray palace servant robe. His entire body was thin and small. His hands that were respectfully hanging in front of his abdomen were red and swollen. It didn't match his thin wrists at all. Junju, this is a low-level Taijian from the palace, the mama added. They all committed crimes in their families and were sent to the palace as criminals. Ban Han thought of the Ban family in 5 years. She lowered her eyes and said, he looks like a child. The mama smiled and said, Junju is right. Just as the mama thought that this Junju would be kind and use the authority of a master to have this little Taijian go back to rest, she didn't think that the Junju didn't mention this matter. Instead, she beckoned to the little Taijian. "Child, come over here." Perhaps the little eunuch was very cold, for his legs were trembling as he stood there, and when he heard one of his masters calling him, he almost fell into the snow. Using all his strength to suppress the fear in his heart, he staggered to the front of this noble, his mind blank. Was he an eyesore, or had he done something wrong? "Raise your head and let me see." He felt that he was trembling so much that even his teeth were chattering, but he didn't dare to disobey and revealed a face that couldn't be considered clean. "You're so cute," Ban Han laughed and said to the nanny who led the way, "Look at his face. What would he look like if he was chubbier?" The old maid looked at it carefully and shook her head. "I don't know. He looks like the Inga called Yuan Yuan in His Majesty's birdhouse. If his face was chubbier, he would look even more like it." Ban Han seemed to think of something and her face darkened. She looked a little unhappy. The nanny who led the way suddenly remembered that there was a Inga called Yuan Yuan in His Majesty's birdhouse 3 years ago. It was very popular with Princess Fuel. At that time even the Empress talked about it and said that she was going to send this Inga to Jingting Marquisate. Who knew that the bird would fall ill and die? Since then, the Junju didn't go to the birdhouse as often. The nanny who led the way didn't remember what that bird looked like. Furthermore, not just anyone could enter His Majesty's birdhouse. It didn't matter if this little Tai Jian looked like that Inga or not. What was important was that if the Junju said he looked like it, then he must look like it. The nanny who led the way suddenly said, "If Junju didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Looking carefully, he does look a little like it, but his face is a little thin." "Right, I think he looks like it." Ban Han became happy again. She took out a hand warmer and handed it to the little Tai Jian. "Go back and get better. I'll come back to take a look after a while." There weren't many patterns on the hand warmer. It seemed to be something that the Junju servants used. The nanny who led the way saw the Junju smile because of the little Tai Jian's appearance and said, "I think this little Tai Jian has an affinity with that Inga. Why don't we send him to the birdhouse to do some rough work? Maybe the birds in the birdhouse will grow better." The little Tai Jian held the hand warmer and felt that his limbs and bones seemed to come alive. This noble woman was really beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the concubines in the palace. He didn't know which noble lady she was. Even the servants of the Empress were so polite to her. For the lowest-ranked Tai Jian, the first thing they had to do to survive was to have sharp eyes. The 2 nannies beside this noble woman were wearing the clothes that could only be worn in the Empress palace. He stood with his head bowed. He could only see the snowy white cloak and the bright red peony flower under the cloak. "Farewell, noble woman." When this noble woman left, he took a step back and bowed to the group of people. When the group of people could no longer see, he held the hand warmer and turned to look at the snow behind him. He wanted to put the hand warmer on the ground to sweep, but he didn't want to. After thinking hard, he was about to put the hand warmer into his clothes when the steward came over. He thought he was going to be punished again. The steward just smiled and told him to go back to his room to rest. "You're lucky." He heard the steward say this. "Junju, please come this way." The nanny who led the way stood at the bottom of the stairs. "This servant's status is low and cannot go up." "Please." "Thank you." Ban Han smiled at the 2 and walked up the stairs. "Farewell, Junju." The 2 nannies looked at the finely dressed woman on the jade stairs. In a trance, they had the illusion that she was infinitely noble. Ban Han had already calculated that the jade stairs outside Jiaoyang Hall were white. When she walked up the jade stairs in red and white, she would definitely look very beautiful. The snowflakes drifted down. Among the white, there were a few clusters of red. It was the most gorgeous. Shurjin stood at the top of the jade stairs and watched the woman walk up step by step. He tightened his grip on his saber. A few snowflakes fell into his eyes. He blinked. His vision was still blurry, but the woman on the jade stairs was exceptionally clear. Was the flower on her palace dress a peony? The peony was a vulgar and elegant flower. However, very few noble ladies used peonies as patterns on their dresses. Even if someone did, it was vulgar. It couldn't suppress the peony's gorgeous beauty. Shurjin didn't expect that there would be a woman in the world who was so suitable for peonies. Noble, bright, beautiful. He took a step forward. The woman on the jade stairs just happened to raise her head. Shurjin silently took a step back. He lowered his head and bowed to her. The sound of footsteps came closer. He saw the shoes on her feet. They were inlaid with rubies. They were beautiful and small. They suited her very well. The footsteps stopped in front of him. He clearly saw the peony pattern on her dress. The peony was beautifully embroidered. It was as if a real peony had bloomed on her dress. It was so red that it pierced his heart. He heard the wind blowing. He heard the sound of snowflakes falling. He also heard his own heartbeat. Lord Shur. He raised his head. His gaze avoided her lips and fell on the flower ornament on her forehead. The red lotus was like fire. He didn't know if it was because her skin was white, or because the red lotus made her skin look so white. This one greets Princess Fuel. His voice was very calm. It was like the snow on the ground. There was not the slightest ripple in his voice. You've been promoted? Ban Han remembered that Shurjin had started out as the chief of the guard office. Now that he was wearing silver armor, it seemed that he had been promoted. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. This one is now the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Ban Han blinked. In her mind, she calculated the rank of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. She glanced at Shurjin. His posture was tall and straight. His face was like a good girl's. Coupled with the silver armor, he was extremely good-looking. She couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Princess. Shurjin saw that she was standing outside the hall. He thought that she was nervous. He whispered, the Princess Royal, Marquis, the Marchioness, and the heir apparent have all arrived. He thought for a moment, then added, it's almost time. Most of the nobles in the court had already arrived. She had arrived a bit late. Thank you. Ban Han knew that Shurjin was reminding her. She bowed to him. It's very cold outside the hall. Lord Shur, please be careful. Shurjin silently saluted Ban Han with cupped fists. He didn't raise his head until Ban Han had left. All he saw was the hem of her dress swaying past the hall door. The peony was in full bloom. It was just like the way she smiled just now. Why hasn't your older sister arrived yet? Ban Hui whispered to Ban Heng. Didn't you enter the palace together? The one who came to pick up my older sister was a mama from the Empress Palace. She should be fine. Ban Heng looked at the entrance of the hall and said helplessly, she's wearing such a complicated palace dress today. It would be strange if she could walk quickly. She's here. Ban Hui looked at his daughter who had appeared at the entrance of the hall. He smiled and thought to himself, she's really my daughter. She's so beautiful. As a father, Ban Hui felt that his daughter was the most beautiful girl in the world. No other girl could match up to his daughter. Even the princess of the imperial family was not enough to look at in front of his daughter. From a young age, he loved to tell Ban Han that his daughter was so beautiful and cute. No one in the entire capital could compare to her. Even after Ban Han grew up, he was still so self-confident. Ban Heng always felt that his sister's narcissism was caused by his father. Hibiscus can't compare to the beauty's makeup. The wind in the water hall brings the fragrance of pearls and jade. Xianxia heard a gongzi beside him suddenly recite a poem. It was such an undisguised poem. He looked at the gongzi with a smile on his face. However, he saw him staring at the door in a daze. It seemed that he was bewitched. He looked curiously at the door and saw the woman in luxurious clothing standing at the entrance of the hall. Red jade pearls, luxurious clothing, and delicate steps. The smile on Xia's face became a bit dazed. He looked at the woman slowly walking into the hall. His mind was stunned by the beauty of the red and white. He had imagined countless times what this set of blood jade jewelry would look like when someone wore it. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any face in the world that could match this set of blood jade jewelry. So it was her. Only she was worthy of such a beautiful set of jewelry. Xia felt as if something had been filled in his heart. It was like when he was young, he finally got something that he wanted but couldn't get. He found that it was even better than he had imagined. The voices in the hall grew louder. Even the young master, who had lost his composure and recited a seemingly frivolous poem, acted as if he did not see the woman who walked in through the door. He used his drinking posture to cover up his loss of composure just now. They didn't look at her, but they had seen her countless times in their hearts. Xianxia raised his wine cup and toasted to Ban Han. He raised his head and drank. Ban Han stopped and smiled at him. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and jealousy is one of them. Super fast and stable novel updates. This article is written by first person. When Xianxia saw Xianxia raise her cup to Ban Han, she felt as if she had drunk a jar of vinegar, sour and unbearable. Sitting next to her, Madame Xiao gently patted the back of her hand. Xianxia, what's wrong? Mother, I'm fine. Xianxia glanced outside the hall. It's starting to snow outside. I wonder if brother is cold. It's our Xiao clan's honor to be able to work for the emperor. Madame Xiao saw that her daughter was worried about her brother, so she smiled and said, don't worry, I had someone make warm clothes for your brother, he shouldn't be too cold. Xianxia forced a smile. That's good. Many people came to curry favor with Madame Xiao, so Madame Xiao didn't notice her daughter's strange behavior. She turned her head and talked with the madam sitting next to her. Ban Han walked over to the Yin clan and sat down. She put her hand in the Yin clan's warm palm and rubbed her hand against the Yin clan's body temperature. Why is your hand so cold? Yin clan touched Ban Han's palace dress and held her hand in her palm. You girl, you're not even afraid of the cold for the sake of beauty. It wasn't cold at first, but on the way, I saw a little eunuch who looked a little pitiful, so I helped him. Ban Han squeezed closer to Yin clan. Mother, I'm so warm. Because I'm wearing thicker clothes than you. Yin clan didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. She could only helplessly say, it's all because your father spoiled you. Ban Han didn't explain and only smiled at Yin clan, appearing extremely obedient. The crown prince and the crown princess have arrived. Yin clan and Ban Han straightened their clothes and stood to welcome the crown prince and the crown princess. Crown Princess Xiao, before she married, was known for her benevolence, filial piety, and humility. After she married into the Eastern Palace and became the crown princess, she became even more virtuous. Although she was not as beautiful and talented as her younger sister, Xianxia, she was still a famous woman in the capital. She and the crown prince could be said to be on the same level as each other. The only bad thing was that she and the crown prince had been married for 4 years and had yet to give birth to a son. Although the crown prince did not complain about this, as the second prince was about to get married, her heart became more and more anxious. Before entering the main hall, the crown prince held her hand and smiled at her. She looked around and whispered, Your Highness, this is against the rules. She pulled her hand out of the crown prince's palm. The crown prince smiled helplessly and walked into the inner hall with her. However, she was half a step behind him. Greetings, crown prince and crown princess. The carpet was very soft. The crown princess looked at the lowered heads of the people around her and revealed a satisfied smile. When she walked past Ban Han, her footsteps paused. Her gaze fell on the blood jade hairpin in Ban Han's hair. It was so red that it was somewhat dazzling. The crown prince was the future emperor. His seat was lower than the emperor's, but higher than the other officials. It was not until the husband and wife sat down that the people raised their heads again. Everyone, please sit down. The crown prince stood up and said, Today is father's birthday. It is a day of celebration. Everyone does not need to be so polite. The crown prince was benevolent and gentle. He was very popular among the officials. However, the second prince was always mischievous and was not very popular with the officials. The second prince watched the crown prince and his wife put on an act and sneered. He did not care what other people thought. After bowing, he sat down. He did not even bother to put on an act. Ban Han sat directly across from the second prince. She noticed the second prince's actions and secretly scolded him for being an idiot. You don't even know how to put on an act. Do you want to go to heaven? The crown prince was his older brother from the same mother. He did not even give the crown prince face in front of outsiders. When the crown prince ascended the throne, if he wanted to punish his younger brother, others would only think that he, the younger brother, was the older brother. Ban Han felt that she was very good at putting on an act. However, compared to the second prince, she was the more tactful one. The second prince was holding back his anger. When he saw Ban Han looking at him, he fiercely glared at her. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man before? Ban Han rolled her eyes. TSK, not only is his personality not as good as the crown prince's cousin, he is also not as good looking as the crown prince. For some reason, Jiang Luo felt that when he saw Ban Han, his anger grew. Thinking about how he had been locked up in the palace, he wanted to tear her apart, but he did not dare. Ban Han, this woman, was evil and shameless. She dared to put on an act and lie in front of father, but father fell for it. This time, because of father's birthday gift, he was able to leave the palace. He did not want to be locked up again. This time, he would let this little bitch go. When the people sitting next to the second prince saw that the second prince was staring at Ban Han, they suddenly understood. Sure enough, it was difficult for heroes to look at beautiful women. It was rumored that the second prince did not like Princess Fuel. However, seeing how he was staring at Princess Fuel, it seemed that he did not really dislike her. At the emperor's birthday, no one dared to make a scene that made them unhappy. Even if a beautiful concubine died, they still had to force a smile on their face. Therefore, when the Emperor Yunqing and the Empress appeared in the palace, they saw one brighter and brighter smiling face after another. Some people were not very good looking, but they were smiling like chrysanthemums. The Emperor and the Empress both moved their eyes away and looked at some of the more good-looking people in the crowd. Only then did they feel a bit better. This family's men were not bad-looking, and that family's daughter was also beautiful. When they turned their heads again, Rong Junpo was the most good-looking of all the men. Just by standing there, he was better looking than the other men. The Empress touched her bracelet. It was a pity that she did not have a daughter of the right age. Otherwise, it would be great to have him as a prince consort. There were many princesses in the palace, but for the Empress, such a good man could not be taken advantage of by the daughters of the concubines. This was her pride and willfulness as the Empress. Princess Fuel was dressed very beautifully today. She was more eye-catching than the other noble ladies. If she was her own daughter, she would definitely dress her up beautifully every day. When she was free, she would find a row of men for her to choose from. She would see who would dare to say no. The Empress smiled at Ban Han, and Ban Han returned her a bright and intimate smile. As she got older, she liked this kind of lively and beautiful little girl. As for those talented girls who followed the rules, she did not like them that much. She did not know what her second prince was thinking. Such a beautiful little girl could injure someone's arm. If this was her own daughter, and someone dared to do this to her, it would be strange if she did not kill him. The Empress sat on the phoenix seat in a dignified manner. She was not a person who especially liked to smile, so the concubines in the inner palace were all in awe of her. They felt that she was unfathomable. The women in court also thought the same. In front of the Empress, they always had the most respectful attitude. They were afraid of angering her. In front of the Emperor and Empress, they kowtowed to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. As usual, there were all kinds of praises. As usual, it was the envoys from the subordinate countries who presented gifts. Ban Han held his chin with one hand and listened to the envoys speak the official language of the Great Yi dynasty. From time to time, he would take a sip of tea to ensure that he did not yawn. These subordinate countries were very interesting. Their flattery was even more shameless than the officials of the Great Yi dynasty. Every year, Ban Han could learn a lot of flattery from them. Emperor, you are the eagle in the blue sky. You will lead our people to glory. Ban Han whispered in the Ying clan's ear, when this country came last time, did they say stag? The Ying clan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He quickly pinched her under the table, don't make trouble. Empress, after the subordinate country left, the Emperor whispered in the Empress's ear, the last envoy from this country said that I was a lion? Your Majesty, the Empress's lips moved slightly, but her expression didn't change much. Last time, the envoy said that you were a tiger. Really? Emperor Yunqing frowned. There were too many people who praised him. He couldn't remember what they said about him being a flower under the moonlight. The Empress nodded decisively, yes. Wang De, who was beside the Empress, moved slightly. No, last time, they said that he was a stag. Emperor Yunqing's birthday was very lively. After the banquet at noon, the officials and envoys watched all kinds of singing and dancing performances in the afternoon. There were performances by the Great Yi dynasty and also performances by the subordinate countries. It was quite interesting. Your Majesty, a prince of an affiliated kingdom said, "Our humble kingdom has heard that there is a beautiful and talented woman in your kingdom, and we are very eager to marry her. Would it be possible for this humble prince to ask for her hand in marriage as his wife?" Emperor Yunqing's expression froze. Beautiful, could it be his aunt's granddaughter? Which woman is the prince talking about? Emperor Yunqing's mind raced as he tried to think of a gentle way to refuse. It is said that this woman's surname is Shi. She is good at poetry and painting. She is a very intelligent woman, the prince said with a yearning expression. This humble prince likes your country's culture very much. I am willing to stay in the Great Yi dynasty to learn the etiquette and culture of your country and marry this beautiful and intelligent woman. Emperor Yunqing immediately let out a sigh of relief. So he was talking about the crown princess sister and not Huahua. However, this subordinate country was only a small place. How could the daughter of the prime minister marry a barbarian? He looked at Xianxia, who didn't look too good, and said with a smile, Your Highness, there is a saying in the Great Yi dynasty that a fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. Since you like Miss Shi, you should use a man's method to win her heart. What do you think, Prince? When the prince of the subordinate country heard this, he said, Your Majesty is right. How can Miss Shi agree to this prince's proposal? The ministers of the Great Yi dynasty looked at the prince of the subordinate country. His appearance was not bad, but his skin was a bit dark and he was a bit rough. Then, they looked at Xianxia, who was not far from him, and shook their heads in unison. There was no way she would agree to this prince's proposal. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. Ban Han believed that if the one who said this wasn't the prince of the subordinate country, the Marquis Shi would probably rush over and slap this prince twice. However, the prime minister was indeed the prime minister. Even though this prince of another country was thinking about his daughter, he still maintained the demeanor of the right prime minister. Your Highness, today is His Majesty's birthday. I'm afraid this is not the right time to discuss this matter in detail, Xianxia said with a smile. She danced beautifully on the stage. How can you disappoint her? You're right, the prince nodded. I'll come to your residence tomorrow to discuss it in detail. Ban Han was sure that Marquis Shi's expression froze for a moment, but he hid it so well that almost no one noticed. Sister, Ban Heng leaned over to Ban Han and whispered, You'd better cover your face. What if this prince takes a fancy to you? He's just a prince from a small place. Do you think he can choose any noble girl of the Great Yi dynasty? The prince of the Yin clan took a sip of tea. Don't worry. He can't even marry the daughter of the Shi family, let alone your sister. Ban Heng felt relieved after hearing this. He returned to his seat and flattered Ban Han again. She's not as beautiful as you. The word devastatingly beautiful doesn't suit her. Sometimes the imperial palace is big, but sometimes it's small. Ban Han drank too much tea in the afternoon, so he had to go to the back of the hall to relieve himself. Not long after he came out, he met Xianxia. She said, Uncle Rong, are you also going to relieve yourself? After saying this, Ban Han felt that there was something wrong with his brain. It was too embarrassing to ask this. Yes, what a coincidence. Xianxia chuckled, as if Ban Han had just said the weather is good. There's a juggling performance outside. Are you not interested, princess? I have a few jugglers at home, so it's not that interesting. Ban Han saw that Xia's expression was so natural that his uneasiness disappeared. I wanted to join in the fun, but I didn't expect the atmosphere to be so awkward today. Ever since the prince proposed, the atmosphere in the women's room was a bit awkward, especially the Xianxia. Her face was so cold that it almost turned into ice shards. Although Ban Han didn't like the Xianxia, the prince really didn't deserve this beauty. No wonder the Shi family's faces were so ugly. She stole a glance at Xianxia. Did he really not know that the Xianxia liked him? Even she could see that the Xianxia liked Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't have not noticed it. If this prince can marry a woman from Day, and if he is willing to live in Day, it will be good for Day. Xianxia noticed that Ban Han was stealing glances at him, so the smile on his face became gentler. But this person shouldn't be Miss Shi. The daughter of the right prime minister couldn't marry an outsider, unless the emperor didn't want to put this family in an important position. Xianxia guessed that Ban Han might not be interested in this topic, so he didn't continue. Instead, he suddenly said, "Princess, you are very beautiful today. When you appeared at the door, I almost lost my mind." Ban Han smiled and said, "It's you who gave me this set of jewelry. It's beautiful. Beautiful jade matches a beautiful woman. Without Junju, how could they be so beautiful?" Xia's gaze landed on Ban Han's earlobes. There was a smile in her voice. Junju gave them true beauty. Ban Han had heard a lot of compliments about her beauty, but other than her father and younger brother, there was no other man who would praise Xia so seriously. "Are all of you scholars so good at talking?" Ban Han wanted to cover her mouth and laugh, but she was worried that her lipstick would be ruined, so she pursed her lips. "I'm not good with words. I'm just saying what's on my mind." Xia saw that the wind was blowing. He was worried that the snow on the branches would fall on Ban Han, so he reached out to block Ban Han's head. After walking a bit further away from the tree, he pulled back his hand and cupped his fist to Ban Han, "Sorry for the offense." Ban Han saw that there was a clump of snow on the back of his hand that had fallen from the tree. She pointed at the back of his hand in embarrassment. "Do you want me to wipe it off?" "It's fine." Xia waved his hand, still keeping a safe distance from Ban Han. It was as if he had just covered Ban Han's head out of gentlemanly behavior, without any ambiguous feelings. Ban Han didn't think much of it. Right now, her mind was more occupied with the fact that even Xia had praised her for her beautiful appearance today. It seemed that waking up early in the morning to get dressed was worth it. A man who was admired by so many people in Jing should have good taste. Xiaowanyu stood in the corner of the corridor and looked at the man and woman walking in the snow. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand and took a few steps back with a guilty conscience. She didn't want the two to see her, even though she didn't understand why she had to hide. "Miss?" The servant girl behind her whispered, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Xiaowanyu shook her head and hurried into the garden. There was a stage set up for the performance and many people were there. "Wanyu, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia saw that Xiaowanyu had returned and handed her a hand warmer. "When will you get rid of your habit of forgetting things?" "Are your hands cold?" "They're not cold." Xiaowanyu shook her head. There was even a thin layer of sweat on her palms. However, she didn't know why, but when she saw Xianxia's smiling face and remembered the way the second prince had looked at Xianxia in the Great Hall, she didn't tell her what she had just seen. "It seems that you're really not cold. Even your forehead is sweating." Xianxia reached out to wipe Xiaowanyu's forehead with a handkerchief. Xiaowanyu tilted her head slightly and avoided her hand. "I'm fine. What's going on the stage?" Xiaowanyu took a sip of tea. The tea was slightly cold, but her heart gradually calmed down. "It's quite interesting." Xianxia turned around and glanced at the stage. There was a senior singing on the stage. She remembered that Xiaowanyu didn't like to watch senior singers perform. Xianxia glanced at the cup of cold tea and smiled. She turned around and asked the palace servants to change a cup of hot tea for Xiaowanyu. Then, she quietly accompanied Xiaowanyu and listened to the song. The sky gradually darkened. Although there were many braziers around them, the people sitting outside still felt cold. However, they couldn't let others see that they were cold. When they heard that the banquet was about to begin, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know why, but this year's winter seemed to be particularly cold. Even if they wore thick fur coats, the cold still penetrated through their clothes and into their bones, causing trouble without restraint. After being outside in the afternoon, everyone's appetite at the banquet was better than at the luncheon. Even the noble madams, who were particular about their manners, ate more. In order to ensure that the temperature and taste of the food weren't affected, the people in the imperial kitchen came up with many methods. No matter what they did, at least when the food was delivered to Ban Han, it was steaming hot. It was very appetizing. The only downside was that there wasn't enough food. She didn't care about not eating more than 3 times. If Ban Han liked to eat, she would eat more. If she didn't like to eat, she wouldn't even try. "Hua Hua, this child is still so picky when it comes to food," the empress said to the princess royal on her right, "but she's getting prettier and prettier with each passing year." It's all because her parents spoiled her, the Princess Royal said with a smile. Even the Emperor and her ladyship love and spoil her. That's why she's become so lawless. In a noble family, it's good for a girl to be more casual. The Empress didn't refute the Princess Royal's words that she spoiled Ban Han, she's Aunt's only granddaughter. It's not too much to spoil her. Your ladyship's words are biased, the Princess Royal smiled and shook her head, she's not being casual, she's not following the rules. I don't know who she inherited her personality from. The Empress wanted to say that it must be the Duke of Jingting's personality. But when she thought about how close the Duke of Jingting and the Princess Royal were, and that he had died of illness 10 years ago, mentioning this person now would only make the Princess Royal feel uncomfortable. So she swallowed her words. Huahua carries the blood of our imperial family and the military families. Her status is noble, so her personality naturally follows the ancestors of both sides. The Princess Royal raised her teacup and toasted the Empress, you're favoring her again. After drinking a mouthful of tea, the Princess Royal wiped the corners of her mouth and suppressed the itching cough that rose up to her throat. Her cheeks were rosy like a young woman in her 20s or 30s. After the banquet ended, beautiful fireworks were set off in the imperial palace. Ban Han stood in the great hall with the Yin clan among the womenfolk. After bowing to the Empress again, she supported the Yin clan's hand and walked out of the warm great hall. The moment she walked out of the great hall, the cold wind hit her in the face. She pulled the cloak on her body and whispered to the Yin clan, I really want to go home and soak in a hot bath. After being roasted in the great hall for so long, she felt as if her entire body had been roasted dry. The Yin clan laughed and said, don't worry, I've already asked the servants in the residence to prepare hot water. Ban Han rubbed against the Yin clan's body and acted like a spoiled child, like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Monsieur, please wait. Monsieur, please wait. Ban Han heard a strange voice behind her and looked around curiously. When she came out of the great hall, wasn't the Xianxia still inside? How did he come to the front so quickly? Monsieur. A dark-skinned young man with curly hair suddenly stood in front of her. He put one hand in front of his chest and bowed to her. Monsieur, this humble one doesn't know the customs of the Day Kingdom. If I was rude when I spoke at noon, Monsieur, please forgive this humble one. The people who were whispering around them seemed to have seen a supernatural phenomenon. They all stopped in their tracks and looked at Ban Han and the prince standing in front of her with a subtle expression. Seeing that the beautiful woman in front of him didn't speak, the prince thought that she was still angry with him, so he hurriedly explained, this humble one's surname is Tu Bo and my name is Akeki. I'm the second prince of Ipo. But before I came to the Day Kingdom, my father gave me a day name. Miss, you can call me Tu Aki. Ban Han looked at the prince who had mistaken her for someone else. In fact, this young man was quite good-looking. His eyes were deep and bright like precious sapphires. The only flaw was that his skin was not fair enough. A man with black hair can cover 100 handsome men. Ban Tu preferred a man with a fair complexion. Prince Akeki, Wang De walked over with a smile and explained politely, you've mistaken her for someone else. This is not Monsieur. What? Akeki widened his eyes in surprise. If such a beautiful woman wasn't the most beautiful woman in the Day Kingdom, then how beautiful was Monsieur? May I know who Monsieur is? Akeki was an honest and good young man. After realizing that he had mistaken her for someone else, he bowed to Ban Han in the style of Ipo, and then looked at Wang De, hoping that he could lead him to the real Monsieur. Wang De turned around with a smile, walked to Xianxia, and bowed, greetings, Monsieur. Wang Gonggong, you're too polite. Xianxia didn't dare to offend the most trusted eunuch of His Majesty, so she smiled and bowed to Wang De. However, she didn't look at Prince Akeki from beginning to end, as if she didn't know that Akeki was looking for her, and didn't know that Akeki had mistaken her for someone else. Xianxia was a beauty, an out-and-out great beauty. Her hair was black, her skin was white, her waist was slim, and her feet were golden. No one could say that she wasn't beautiful, but she wasn't the most beautiful woman in the Day Kingdom, even though she had the title of the most beautiful woman. Everyone knew why Akeki had mistaken her for someone else, so they all fell silent. Akeki looked at the otherworldly woman standing in front of Wang De, and then looked at the girl who was as beautiful as fire not far from him. He also fell silent. Father, I didn't expect that the first problem I had to correct after coming to the Day Kingdom would be aesthetics. The Day Kingdom was really a great country. Even its aesthetics were so different. He still had a lot to learn. The atmosphere became very awkward. The onlookers all felt embarrassed for the Xianxia. This article was written by First Lady. The Xianxia walked in front of a keki and smiled at him. Your Highness, you haven't even seen my face before. You've only heard a few words from others. I'm afraid it's a bit hasty of you to propose to me. A keki saw that Miss Sher didn't get angry at him for mistaking her for someone else. He suddenly didn't know where to put his hands and feet. I admire your talent. Please give me a chance. Talent? The Xianxia chuckled and bowed to a keki. She said neither too fast nor too slow, Your Highness, you must be joking. After saying this, she didn't wait for a keki's response and walked down the steps with the help of her maidservant. Her pace was a bit fast, but very elegant. Every step was neither too big nor too small. It was very dignified. A keki smiled wryly and touched his face. It was said that women in the Day Empire liked handsome men. Before entering the palace, he had shaved his beard, which he was proud of. However, judging from the Miss Sher's reaction, it seemed that his shaved face wasn't very attractive to her. He looked at Ban Han in confusion. Was this Miss Sher angry or not? As an innocent bystander who was involved in this matter, Ban Han adhered to the excellent style of the people in the Day Empire. If he could enjoy the show, he wouldn't talk nonsense. Seeing the prince's puzzled expression, Ban Han revealed an enigmatic smile. She bowed to him and turned to leave, leaving a keki with a beautiful back view. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word to the prince. A keki rubbed his eyes. Obviously, this mysterious girl was more beautiful. He had observed her for a long time today. She was the most beautiful girl in the entire hall. Even some of the young men in the Day Empire couldn't help but steal glances at her. Why wasn't she the most beautiful girl in the hall? He rubbed his bald chin in distress. It seemed that there was something wrong with his eyes. After Ban Han got into the carriage, he couldn't help but punch the cushion and laugh. When Xianxia approached the Ban Han's carriage, he heard faint laughter coming from the carriage. He glanced at Shurjin and the other young masters who were riding behind him. He coughed a few times and said, I'm Xianxia. I'm sorry to disturb your highness. The carriage suddenly quieted down. After a while, the curtain of the carriage was lifted from the inside, revealing a smiling face. Xianxia even noticed that her eyes were especially moist, but she did not know if it was because she had just cried, or because she was laughing so hard that tears flowed out. Duke Rong? Ban Han looked at Xianxia in confusion. What can I do for you? It's all right. Xianxia heard the sound of horse hooves behind her getting closer and closer. She smiled and said softly, it's snowing heavily at night. Princess, please drive slowly and be careful. The night wind blew, bringing with it drifting snowflakes. One by one, the snowflakes fell on her shoulders. Soon, she was covered with a layer of snow. Thank you for your concern, Duke Rong. Ban Han saw the snow floating above Xia's head and asked, didn't your bodyguard bring an umbrella? Xia looked at Duzhou behind her and said, no, but the cloak is enough. Ban Han stretched her hand out of the window. Soon, a few goose feather-sized snowflakes fell from her palm. She turned her head and looked at Xia's handsome face. She turned around and handed him an umbrella from the carriage. If Duke Rong doesn't mind, you can use mine. What if this beautiful face is frozen by such heavy snow? Xia patted the horse under him to let him get closer to Ban Han. He stretched out his jade-like hand and took the umbrella. Thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome. Ban Han's gaze swept over Xia's hand. She looked away with satisfaction. Duke Rong, take care. Take care, Your Highness. Xia smiled and rode the horse back to let Ban Han go first. The sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. Xia opened the thin silk umbrella in her hand. She saw the painting of a beautiful woman holding a flower on the surface of the fan and couldn't help but laugh. Duke Rong, this subordinate brought an umbrella. Do you want, switch it up? This umbrella was very exquisite. There were even ruby pendants hanging from the handle. The workmanship was almost perfect. But no matter how beautiful it was, it couldn't hide the fact that it was a woman's umbrella. A very fancy umbrella. No need, Xianxia smelled the faint fragrance on the handle. This umbrella is very good. Dujio, oh, if you think it's good, then it's really good. Duke Rong. Shurjin rode on the horse. His gaze swept over the flower umbrella above Xia's head and he clasped his hands in greeting. Lord Shur. Xia seemed to have just noticed him. She tilted her head and looked at him. She held the umbrella and clasped her hands in greeting to Shurjin. What a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Shurjin looked away. This is the only way out of the palace. Xia smiled but didn't say anything. He changed the hand holding the umbrella and appeared very calm. Even though he was holding a woman's umbrella, it didn't affect his temperament at all. Duke Rong is indeed a gentleman. Shurjin looked at the umbrella and said with a teasing tone. It's enviable. Xia heard this and smiled. Lord Shur is too modest. The other young masters who were traveling with Shurjin thought that they had a good relationship and didn't think much of it. They were just a little curious. Who was the beauty sitting in the carriage that just left? She actually gave Duke Rong such an umbrella. If other men were holding this kind of umbrella, they would look neither fish nor fowl. However, this umbrella was held by Xia, so it looked different. It could be seen that a good-looking man would look better than others, even if he was holding a lotus leaf. Lord Shur, farewell. Xia smiled. The wind and snow are very heavy. Lord Shur, it's better to hold an umbrella. Thank you for your concern, Duke Rong. I'm a general, so I don't need to pay attention to these things. Shurjin's gaze fell on the ruby pendant hanging on the handle of the umbrella. His face darkened as he thought of something. Ban Han's carriage was halfway through the journey when Ban Heng, who couldn't stand the cold, shamelessly squeezed into the carriage. There was a high-quality silver charcoal stove in the carriage, as well as delicious snacks. The carriage was very spacious, so much so that people could lie down comfortably. Ban Heng sat on the carpet, hugging Ban Han's hand warmer. He whispered, "What did that Prince Akeki say to you?" I saw the Shur family's girl's face turn green when she came out. Green? Ban Han raised his eyebrows. She was smiling when she walked out. Of course she was, Ban Heng gloated. When she came down the jade stairs, I was talking and laughing with Zhou Changxiao. When I turned around, I saw her pale face. But it was only for a moment. Then she recovered her smile. If it wasn't for my fast eyes, I wouldn't have noticed it. It's nothing. Ban Han coughed. He just called me Miss Shur. Ban Heng was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what he meant and couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Miss Shur, the most beautiful woman in Day. Ban Han, who had laughed enough, rubbed his chin and said with a smile, that curly-haired little prince is quite interesting. Ban Heng thought to himself, isn't it interesting? He thinks his sister is the most beautiful woman in Day, so he came to talk to her. This is like a slap to the Shurfaxian's face. Mississippi Shurfaxian's maid looked at her worriedly. She felt that it was inappropriate to say anything now, so she might as well keep quiet. You can all leave. Shurfaxian almost never got angry in front of the servants. She knew that she was furious now, but she still didn't want to show her ugly side. After the door was closed and everyone left, she finally couldn't hold back her anger. She smashed the tea set on the table, the makeup on the dressing table, and the hairpins and jewelry on the floor. Shurfaxian sat on the floor, panting. She looked at her ferocious face in the mirror on the floor. She threw the mirror away and touched her face in a panic. She didn't dare to look at herself in the mirror until her facial expression returned to normal. She was obviously so beautiful. Why was there a woman like Ban Han in the capital? She thought of the scene where Xia bowed to Ban Han from afar. She thought that the Prince of Ipoh had mistaken her for Ban Han and thought that Ban Han was the most beautiful woman in Day. She felt ashamed and resentful. She felt that the prince had made her lose face. How can an idiot from a barbaric land understand grace and bearing? He's just looking at a stinky body. Shurfaxian took a deep breath and threw the mirror away. She stood up and patted her clothes. Come in and clean up the room. The door opened. It wasn't a maid who came in, but her big brother, Shurjin. Big brother. Xian didn't want her family to see her like this, so when she saw Shurjin come in, she looked a little uncomfortable. Xian. Shurjin glanced at the messy room and frowned slightly. You're too impetuous today. Xian lowered her head and didn't say anything. But the Prince of Ipo is really a reckless person. You don't have to pay attention to him. I won't let you marry such a man. Big brother. Xian looked at Shurjin and couldn't help but ask, do you think Duke Rong might like Ban Han? Ban Han, Shurjin thought of the woman walking slowly towards him on the jade steps and the silk umbrella in Rong Xia's hand. He said calmly, why do you think so? Big brother, do you think I'm really not suitable to marry Rong Xia? Xian looked at Shurjin with shining eyes. Duke Rong is very popular among the scholars and is highly valued by His Majesty. If I marry him, it will be very beneficial to our family. Really? Xian. Shurjin frowned. Rong Xia is unfathomable. Moreover, the Rong family is very small. He's not a good match for you. Family was very important. However, Rong Xia was the only one left in the Rong family. Even if he was highly valued by the emperor, he was only one person. How could he compare with a prosperous family? Why? Xian said, you said that Yanjin was a good match, but you saw what happened in the end. Shurjin sighed. Fine. Even if we're willing to let you marry Rong Xia, will he be willing to marry you? Xian was a little nervous. She bit her lip and didn't want to say anything. She didn't know whether Rong Xia was willing to marry her or not. However, she knew that if she didn't insist, she definitely wouldn't be able to marry Rong Xia. As the saying goes, a good girl is sought after by many families. Nowadays, there are so many men in the capital who want to marry you. If Rong Xia really has some feelings for you, why doesn't he want to send someone to our family to propose marriage? Xian stubbornly said, maybe, he just hasn't gotten over the pain of his family members dying one after another. Shurjin wanted to say, the man you're talking about, who hasn't gotten over the pain, has accepted a silk umbrella from a noble lady tonight. However, looking at his sister's stubborn eyes, he didn't say anything. In just 1 month, this was the second time his sister had asked to marry Rong Xia. He looked at the dark sky outside the window and said calmly, I'll help you ask father. After all, she was his sister. Forget it. Your Highness, Chang Mama stood beside Princess Royal Daning with a hesitant expression. Why didn't you tell Marquis about this? The grudges of the previous generation should be settled in my generation. The Princess Royal Daning looked at the dim candlelight in the room and took the pill Chang Mama handed to her. My husband and I let him down. We didn't teach him to grow, we didn't teach him literature and martial arts. I don't want to teach him hatred. Your Highness, Chang Mama's palms were empty. There was a heater in the room, but she felt cold in her heart. Marquis will understand your painstaking efforts, and he has never blamed you. He's a good boy. Great Elder Princess Daning smiled. At this time, she was not the great elder princess of the royal family, but an ordinary mother. I've devoted half of my life to the royal family. The only happy days are the time when I'm with my husband and when I'm with my child. Your Highness, Chang Mama knelt in front of the Princess Royal Daning and said with a trembling voice. You must take good care of your health. Marquis and Madam are so filial. The Princess and Shitzi have also grown up. You haven't seen them get married and have children. You, a Chang, the Princess Royal Daning suddenly smiled and interrupted Chang Mama's words. Tell me, among my juniors, who is the most like me? Chang Mama held the Princess Royal Daning's hand and said with red eyes, Madam is beautiful and intelligent. She has some of your Highness's courage. No, the Princess Royal Daning slowly shook her head. In the Ban family, the one who is the most like me is Huahua. Chang Mama looked at the Princess Royal Daning in amazement. In her opinion, the Princess Royal Daning was more like the prince consort. How could she be like the princess? The cold wind whistled outside, but not a trace of the cold wind blew into the room. When I was young, I was the most beautiful among all of Imperial Father's children. Because of this, Imperial Father favored me the most. The Princess Royal stroked the gorgeous robe on her body. Beautiful clothes, delicious food, gold, silver, jade, and unparalleled favoritism. This made the other princesses hate me so much that they even plotted against me. This consort loves to see them rack their brains and use all sorts of methods, but they just can't shake this consort at all. The late emperor was this princess's elder brother, but he wasn't favored by Father Emperor. Father Emperor even said that if he wasn't worried that the other princes wouldn't take care of me, he might not have chosen my elder brother to be the crown prince. The Princess Royal closed her eyes and recalled the days of her youth. At that time everyone had to be courteous to this princess. After marrying the prince consort, she was still the most honorable princess of the current dynasty. However, she had to protect her father as he passed away. The one who sat on the throne was her brother from the same birth. The reason why her brother was able to sit on the throne was all because of the prince consort's military power, helping him stabilize the court. It was a pity that when the birds were gone, the bow was put away. In the end, like the other emperors, her brother became an emperor who got rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone. Fortunately, he still remembered their sibling relationship. Although he let people plot against the prince consort on the battlefield, he didn't take his life. He thought that his plan was flawless, but he forgot that there was a saying in the world, if you don't let others know, don't do it. After learning that her husband, who was incomparably considerate to her, had been plotted against by her twin brother, she sat in the room for an entire day. She's like me when I was young, the Princess Royal coughed a few times. Chang Momo hurriedly brought a cup of honey water to her. No need, the Princess Royal pushed the cup away and said faintly, this princess was born in the imperial family. Even if I die, I should die there. Chang Momo's hand trembled and a few drops of the honey water splashed onto the back of her hand. In the end, it slid down the carpet and disappeared. The wind and snow didn't stop for an entire night. When Ban Han woke up the next morning, she saw the servants outside the yard sprinkling salt on the ground. Her face was red from the cold. She said to the Yahuan beside her, Rui, don't care about the snow outside. Wait for the snow to stop before sweeping. Yes. Rui smiled and went out to tell the servants. The servants were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Rui. Then, thinking of the mercy of the Junju, they gratefully retreated. I know that Junju cares for these people, Rui and several Yahuan helped Ban Han dress and said in a small voice, this snow probably won't stop. They're all raised by their parents. It's pitiful if they freeze to death. Ban Han washed her face, hands, and teeth before saying, the snow this year seems to be especially heavy. Rui looked at the heavy snow outside the window and nodded, it does seem to be heavier than in previous years. When the snow was heavy, there weren't many people on the streets. The wealthy families were fine. Their storehouses were filled with all kinds of meat and vegetables. The poor families had a hard time. Although the court would give out a sum of money every year to the local yamen to help the common people through the cold winter, after layers of exploitation, there wasn't even a fraction of the money that was actually used on the common people. But even if people froze or starved to death, the local officials wouldn't report it. In the bustling Jing, everyone was happily welcoming the arrival of New Year's Eve. They didn't know that the money allocated by the court wasn't used on the common people. Boy, when Du Jiu walked into Xia's study, he saw the overly bright umbrella in the corner of the study and asked casually, are you not going to return the umbrella? Xia raised an eyebrow. He didn't understand why he said that. This subordinate heard that the homonym of umbrella isn't very auspicious. So when borrowing someone's umbrella, it must be returned. Du Jiu saw that boy's expression didn't change and immediately added, of course. This is a rumor from ignorant women. It doesn't mean anything. This umbrella is quite, Du Jiu. What orders do you have, boy? What about the information I asked you to investigate? Xia put down the letter in his hand. His tone was subtle, is the Princess Royal's health really failing? The people in the Grand Royal residence are very careful. Most of the time, people in the Grand Royal residence take pills. Even if there are dregs, they won't let ordinary servants interfere. Instead, the Princess Royal's subordinates will handle it personally. Du Jiu frowned, the Princess Royal's daily habits haven't changed much. But this subordinate still feels that something is wrong. If there really isn't a problem, why are they so careful that they don't even want others to find the dregs? The study was silent. Rongxia looked at the court lady's flower umbrella in the corner. After a while, he said, "Send a letter that I personally wrote to the Grand Royal Residence. I want to pay a visit to the Princess Royal." Dujio was stunned. He clasped his hands and left. After Dujio left, Rongxia walked to the corner and bent down to pick up the umbrella. Click. The umbrella was opened. On the umbrella was a woman in a splendid dress with a peony hairpin. Her face was bright with a bright smile. The Princess Royal died of illness. Where should the Jingting Marquisate go? Rongxia stared at the umbrella for a long time. It was until footsteps came from outside the study that he slowly came back to his senses. "Boy, the paper and paint you asked for are ready." The butler's voice came in. "Do you want to use them now?" "Bring them in." Rongxia walked back to the study table and put away the Zhongqing Luan on the table. The steward asked the servant to stand outside the door while he personally brought in the items one by one. When he closed the door of the study, his eyes swept over the umbrella that was not put away. Then, he quickly withdrew his gaze, bowed, and left. Many people knew that Rongxia was a master of calligraphy and painting. He was proficient in poetry and was talented in helping the world. When he was young, his talent spread far and wide. But many people also knew that Rongxia had never painted a person. He had painted flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, plants, and trees. But no one had seen him paint a person. Some people said that he was not good at painting people. Some people said that no one in the world could make Rongxia paint. But no matter what the truth was, at least Rongxia had never painted people. This was recognized by many scholars. Heavy snow, red peonies, a person holding an umbrella, and a luxurious hall. Every one of them was beautiful. But when these four scenes were combined, it was strange. There was no need to open an umbrella in the hall. On a cold snowy day, how could there be peonies in full bloom? There was also the woman with her back to the hall. One could only see her back but not her face. Just her back was enough to make people's imagination run wild. They completely forgot about the strangeness of this painting. After finishing this painting in one breath, Rongxia picked a brush from the brush rack and wrote 2 lines of poetry in the blank space. "Only the peonies are truly beautiful. When they bloom, they move the capital." Putting down the brush, Rongxia put away the umbrella and untied the ruby pendant on the umbrella. The ruby was ground into a water droplet shape. The color was excellent. It was like a woman in her prime, exuding its most beautiful moment. He chuckled and put the gemstone into his arms. "Sister," Ban Heng knocked on the door. When he did not hear Ban Han's refusal, he pushed the door and walked in. With a helpless expression, he said, "Today, 3 families of ice people came to talk about marriage." Ban Han was lying on the couch covered with fox fur. She yawned lazily and reached for the snacks next to her, revealing half of her white and tender arm. Ban Heng pulled down her sleeve to cover her arm and said, "The Chen family, the Wang family, and the Yin family. The Chen family is a scholarly family. How could they be interested in someone like me?" Ban Han wiped the corner of her mouth and frowned with dissatisfaction. "And that son of the Wang family? He looks like a crooked melon. Why did he come to join in the fun?" Ban Heng was speechless. "That son of the Chen family seems to be quite good-looking? It's not fun to marry into such a scholarly family. Also..." Ban Han curled her lips. "Don't be fooled by their words of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. When our family loses power, they will be the first to change their face." Ban Heng thought carefully and said seriously, "Sister, how about we don't marry?" Who knew what kind of people her husband's family was? It would be better for her to stay at home and live a comfortable life for 5 years. That way, she wouldn't have come to this world in vain. "Okay," Ban Han nodded. "Anyway, no matter who I marry, my life won't be better than staying at home. The Yin family has the nerve to send someone to our family to propose marriage." Ban Heng didn't have the slightest good impression of the Yin family, even though it was only their maternal family. With Yin Feng's character, how could he be worthy? "The Yin family?" Ban Han sneered. "Did mother pay attention to them? Don't you know mother's character?" Ban Heng coughed. "Iceman, who was invited by the Yin family, has already left. Even if his mother could tolerate it, he couldn't tolerate this family." Ban Heng felt that some scholars in the capital were really interesting. For example, the son of the Chen family once said that his sister was too extravagant. Now, his family invited Iceman to be the matchmaker. He didn't know what they were thinking. Could it be that when a scholar goes back on his word, it's not going back on his word? The snow continued for 2 or 3 days before it finally stopped. Novel Xianxia sat on a cushioned chair, quietly allowing the Princess Royal to size him up. Honored guest, what brings you here, Duke Rong? The tea beside Great Elder Princess's hand was steaming. She sat upright, with a polite smile on her rosy cheeks, but she didn't show any intention of being intimate with Long Tianyu. I came today to pay my respects to your highness. Rongxia took a sip of tea. This was the best tea for the royal family, with less than 2 caddies produced every year. Thank you for your trouble, Duke Rong. The Princess Royal smiled faintly. I'm very well. Your highness's body is healthy, so I can rest assured. Rongxia put the teacup on the coffee table. It said that this tea is not good for the stomach. Your highness should drink less. The Princess Royal's eyes suddenly became fierce. Her eyes stopped on Rongxia for a moment, and the smile on her face disappeared little by little. Duke Rong has a worrisome temperament. My parents died early, and my brother passed away early. There was no one to worry about me, so I simply developed a worrisome temperament. Rongxia lowered his eyelids and slightly bowed his head. His attitude was very respectful. The Princess Royal saw him like this and chuckled. It said that people who like to worry have a steady temperament. I don't know if Duke Rong is steady or not. Rongxia saluted the Princess Royal with a fist and palm salute. I naturally am the same. Speak, the Princess Royal said faintly. Duke Rong, why did you come today? Your Highness, this junior would like to know why my parents died. The sun shone through the window lattice into the room. The Princess Royal's eyelids trembled slightly, and then she wiped the corner of her mouth. I don't know what you mean. I think your Highness should understand. Rongxia looked at the Princess Royal, not yielding an inch. The Princess Royal looked at the outstanding young man in front of her with a dazed expression. It was as if she was looking at the Lin clan from decades ago. The birth mother of the Lin clan was born from a concubine in the imperial harem. She was her younger sister. After she got married, she was demoted to a commoner because she was involved in the fight for the throne. Later, she committed suicide. The Lin clan didn't have a good life in the Lin family because everyone knew that the previous emperor didn't like the ministers or princesses who had helped the other brothers. Therefore, the Lin family didn't treat her well because she had imperial blood. However, the girl from the Lin clan was very beautiful and was very good at calligraphy and painting. In the end, she was married to Qinganbua from the previous generation. Logically speaking, she was originally the Lin clan's aunt. However, the Lin clan's biological mother had long been expelled from the imperial family and demoted to a commoner. Therefore, the Lin clan could only respectfully address her as Princess Royal in front of her. Fortunately, her biological mother wasn't liked by the previous emperor. Therefore, her son was now in an important position by the current emperor. No one knew better than the Princess Royal that the current emperor didn't have a so-called father-son relationship with the previous emperor. It was more hatred. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he rehabilitated some people who had been punished by the previous emperor and gained a good reputation for being benevolent. At this moment, Rongxia was referring to himself as a junior in front of her. He probably wanted to remind her that his maternal grandmother was her half-sister, even if this sister had been removed from the imperial family's genealogy. The room was silent for a long time. It wasn't until the Princess Royal couldn't help but cough a few times that the deathly silence in the room was broken. Your Highness, Chang Mama walked in worriedly. Leave. The Princess Royal wiped the corner of her mouth. Her lips were red as if they were dripping blood. Chang Mama looked at Rongxia. Seeing that the princess's attitude was firm, she could only leave helplessly. The Lin clan died because of lovesickness, the Princess Royal said calmly. Red beans give birth to lovesickness. Lovesickness breaks one's heart. Rongxia's eyelids trembled. Who was it? The Princess Royal asked. I thought you knew. Rongxia was silent for a moment. If that's the case, why did you keep me? The Princess Royal's eyes slowly swept over Rongxia's body. Suddenly, she smiled and said, I watched the current emperor grow up. He has a kind face but a cruel heart. However, he has a hobby that I don't know whether it's good or bad. Perhaps this is a problem that most members of the Jiang family have. That is, they love beauty. Whether it's a man or a woman, as long as they are good-looking, they can arouse his rare compassion. The Princess Royal's smile had a trace of ridicule. You can live because you are talented, you are smart, and you are good-looking. In the eyes of the Princess Royal, Xianxia was indeed good-looking. Looking at the entire capital, almost no one could compare to her. Your Highness, Xianxia suddenly looked at her. Have you ever regretted it? People born in the royal family are not qualified to say this word. The Princess Royal picked up the teacup indifferently. She didn't care whether she could drink the tea or not. She lowered her head and took a sip. If I hadn't been careful, I would have ended up like your grandmother. The Princess Royal's eyes were calm. It was as if those deaths and conspiracies had been drowned by time and had no effect on her. Thank you for telling me this, Your Highness. Xianxia stood up and bowed deeply to the Princess Royal. Please take care of yourself. The Jingting Marquisate still needs you. I can't protect them. The Princess Royal looked at the young man who bowed to her and suddenly said. Logically, you should call me Grandaunt. She slowly stood up and took out an inconspicuous small box from the drawer beside her. She handed it to Xianxia. You've grown up, but I've never given you a gift. This is my gift for meeting you. Xianxia didn't take the wooden box. Instead, she said, What does your Highness want me to do? Do? The Princess Royal laughed. Her laughter was a little strange. I don't need you to do anything. I was going to take this thing to the grave, but since you're here today, it means that it's fated to be with you. Xianxia took the box and said seriously, In the future, I'll take good care of the Jingting Marquisate. Good girl. The Princess Royal gently patted Xia's shoulder. Her movement was very light, but Xia felt the weight of her hand. No need. The Princess Royal seemed relieved. Everyone has their own fate. You can protect them for a while, but you can't protect them forever. I'll give them a last amulet before I leave. Xia clenched the wooden box. I'm willing to help you. The Princess Royal smiled and didn't speak. She opened the window and carefully looked at the young man. She slowly waved her hand and said, You can go back. Xia felt that his mood was very strange. It seemed like he was happy, but also sad. When he walked to the door, he looked back. The Princess Royal stood in front of the window. The sun shone on her body. She was as kind as a bodhisattva in the temple. Xia couldn't help but think, a few decades ago, what kind of woman was this princess? On the day when the snow stopped, Ban Han woke up later than usual. When she finished washing up, the sun was already hanging in the sky. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean. Even the icicles hanging on the branches had been knocked away by the servants. Princess, a mama came in. Shitzi invites you to the main hall. There are guests. Ban Han felt strange. What kind of guests did he want her to meet? Walking into the main hall, Ban Han saw Ban Heng and Xia sitting next to each other. Duke Rong? Princess, Xia stood up and bowed to Ban Han. Thank you for lending me the umbrella 2 days ago. Lend? Ban Han was stunned. Wasn't the umbrella given to her? How did it become a loan? After everyone chatted for a while, Xia returned the umbrella to Ban Han. He said apologetically, I don't know where the pendant on the handle of the umbrella fell. I felt very guilty, so I replaced it with a new pendant. Ban Han noticed that the ruby hanging on the handle of the umbrella had changed into a carved jade peony. This peony was very beautiful. Ban Han liked it at first glance. Duke Rong, you are too polite. It's just a pendant. Junju borrowed this one's umbrella with good intentions, but this one lost it. This is my fault. The smile on Xia's face grew. It is good that Junju does not dislike it. Ban Heng, who was sitting next to them, looked indifferently at his sister and Xinanbua chatting happily. He sipped his tea in boredom. What did Duke Rong mean? Shitzi, Xia seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He knew that Ban Heng was bored and started to chat with him. A few days ago, a disciple got a fighting cock from somewhere. He said he gave it to me to play and relax. But I don't know how to play with it. I don't know what to do with it. I heard that Xianxia likes fighting cocks. Is it possible for me to send the fighting cock to your foo? If you don't accept it, I can only ask the kitchen to use it to make soup. When Ban Heng heard the word fighting cock, he immediately nodded and said, please don't make soup. This kind of cock costs hundreds of taels of silver. Just send it to me. I promise to raise it well. It will be invincible in the capital. Then I'll have to trouble Xianxia. Xiao's face instantly showed relief. This expression greatly pleased Ban Heng. Who said that he was useless? Wasn't he helping Xia solve a difficult problem? The world always looked at people with prejudice. It wasn't a good habit. Right, sister, aren't you planning to go to grandmother's today? Ban Heng looked at the sky outside. It's almost noon. Why haven't you left yet? Last night, grandmother's mama said that grandmother was going to the palace and didn't let me go, Ban Han said helplessly. Originally, I found some interesting things and wanted to give them to grandmother. How about we wait for grandmother to come back and then give them to her? Ban Heng knew that sister liked to go to grandmother's princess Fu when she had nothing to do. After lunch, I'll go with you. Ban Han nodded. Her hand unconsciously played with the jade peony pendant on the handle of the umbrella. It's a coincidence, Xia suddenly said. This one just went to visit Her Highness the Princess Royal. No wonder Her Highness the Princess is dressed up. So she's going to the palace. You've seen grandmother? Ban Han turned to look at Xia and asked curiously, then why doesn't she have time to see me? Probably because this one will only stay for a while and then leave? Xia smiled. Her Highness the Princess dotes on Junju so much. If you go, she probably won't want to go to the palace. Is that so? Ban Han rubbed her chin. She stood and said, fine, I'll go to the palace to take a look. Last time, for His Majesty's birthday, I didn't even have time to properly speak with the Empress. As a Junju doted on by the Emperor and Empress, Ban Han had the right to enter the palace at any time. It was only after she turned 15 that she intentionally reduced the number of times she entered the palace. This one also has matters to discuss with His Majesty. If Junju doesn't mind, this one is willing to go with Junju. Ban Han didn't take a carriage, but chose to ride a horse. She was wearing a complicated palace dress, so riding a horse wasn't very comfortable for her. But for some reason, she didn't want to go back and change. There was a strange thought in her heart that urged her to enter the palace as soon as possible. Hiya! The whip that Emperor Yunqing gave her hit the horse, making a crisp sound. There was still snow on the ground. The Ban family's guards were afraid that something would happen to Ban Han, so they all desperately chased after her. However, how could their horses compare to Shang Wanxian's imperial horse? Not long after, they were left behind by a large distance. Bo Yi, the head guard of Jingting Marquisate, jumped off his horse and knelt on one knee on the cold ground in front of Xia. Chenanbua, something is wrong with Junju. This subordinate asks Bo Yi to protect Junju in the palace. Warriors, please rest assured. I will definitely protect her. Xia patted his horse, and the horse galloped away. Captain, a guard exhaled a breath of hot air. What do we do now? Immediately go and report to Marquis and Madam. The head guard took a deep breath. I'm afraid something bad will happen in the palace. He had been a guard for Junju for several years, but he had never seen Junju lose her self-control like this. Although he didn't understand what happened, his intuition told him that it wasn't anything good. Branches with icicles hanging from them, muddy and dirty roads, and pedestrians whose faces could not be seen clearly. Banbai felt as if she had seen these scenes in her dreams before, but it also felt as if it was just her imagination. The cold wind slapped her face, freezing her face until it was numb. Looking at the palace gate that was getting closer and closer to her, she felt like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour everyone at any time. Several imperial guards at the palace gate rushed out on their horses. Seeing Ban Han galloping away, one of the imperial guards immediately raised a black flag with yellow borders and said, Princess Fuel, Princess Royal Daning is seriously injured and in critical condition. His Majesty urgently summons you. What did you say? Ban Han gasped for breath and tightened his grip on the reins. The galloping horse neighed and leaned back for a long time before it finally stopped. The leader of the Imperial Guards saw that Ban Han's eyes were red and his face was pale. Suddenly, he felt a little fear in his heart. Princess Royal Daning is seriously injured and in danger. Before he could finish his words, he felt a gust of wind in front of him. Princess Fuel actually rode a horse and rushed into the palace. Princess, you can't ride a horse in the palace. Quick, stop her. Deputy Commander Shi, quickly stop her. Be careful not to hurt anyone. Shi had just walked out when he heard the voice of the Yamen guards. He looked up and saw a horse galloping towards him. He rushed forward and quickly pulled on the horse's reins. The horse's front hooves bent in pain, and the person on its back fell heavily. The Imperial Guards who were still chasing after them saw the situation and knew that things were not going well. What if they were injured from the fall? Who tripped me? Ban Han's eyes were bloodshot. However, because of the heavy fall, she was a little dizzy and couldn't get up for a while. Princess! Xianxia jumped down from the galloping horse and strode to Ban Han to help her up. Are you okay? Ban Han didn't realize who was helping her at this moment. She clenched the horsewhip in her hand and lashed out at the person who tripped her horse. She said in a hoarse voice, "Go away." Shi was stunned when he saw that the person who tripped was Ban Han. When Ban Han lashed out at him, he didn't dodge. He didn't know what the whip was made of, but when the tail of the whip swept the back of his hand, he felt a burning pain. Princess, let's go find the Princess Royal first. Xianxia didn't even look at Shi. He lowered his head and said to Ban Han, "Can you still walk?" Ban Han looked at Xianxia blankly. Her mouth trembled and she didn't say anything. I'll carry you. Xianxia looked at the girl in front of her. Her eyes were red, her hair was messy, and most of her hair accessories were missing. Xianxia squatted in front of her and said, "Come on, quickly." Ban Han lay on Xia's back. Her dusty hands tightly grasped Xia's clothes, as if by holding on tightly, she could run faster and faster. Ban Han's vision was blurred. She rubbed her face against Xia's back to hide her sobbing. Hearing the low sobbing, Xia quickened his steps. Deputy Commander. Several Imperial Guards looked at the bloodstains on the back of Shi's hand and became nervous. The elder brother of the Crown Princess, the eldest son of the right Prime Minister, was whipped by the princess personally conferred by the Emperor. Should they pretend not to see or do something? It's okay. Shi raised the back of his hand and looked at the wound on it. I'll go and take a look. Yes. The Imperial Guards were relieved. Since the deputy commander said it was okay, they didn't have to be embarrassed. In the main hall of the Great Moon Palace, the Empress looked at the helpless Imperial doctors and her heart sank. No one expected that there would be an assassin who had been lurking in the public for so many years. Moreover, she was a female official who served the Emperor in the Great Moon Palace. If the Princess Royal hadn't sensed that something was wrong and stopped that person for the Emperor, she was afraid that at this moment, the Empress looked at the Princess Royal lying on the bed covered in blood. She felt cold all over and kept looking out of the hall. Had the people from Jingting Marquisate arrived? The Princess Royal didn't seem to be in a good condition. At least, let them see each other one last time. Your Highness, the guards just left. I'm afraid it won't be so soon. The aunt next to the Empress whispered. Your Highness, don't worry. Let the Imperial doctors think of something. The Empress smiled bitterly in her heart. What else could they think of? At this moment, she was only hanging on by the ginseng slices. If the people from Jingting Marquisate came a little later, she might not even be able to see each other one last time. Your Highness, Your Highness. Wang De stumbled in and gasped, They're here. The Empress hurriedly stood up from the chair and saw Qinganbua coming in with Ban Han on his back. Although she didn't know what was going on, she didn't care about anything else at this moment. She directly said, no need to salute. Go in and have a look. After Ban Han saw the Princess Royal lying on the bed like a bloody person, she climbed down from Xia's back in a daze. When Xia helped her to the Princess Royal, she was already crying but didn't realize it. Grandmother. Ban Han knelt in front of the dragon bed and held the Princess Royal's hand tightly. She almost lost her voice as she cried. The entire main hall of the Great Moon Palace was silent. Except for the crying, no one spoke. Emperor Yunqing stood aside and looked at his niece who was crying uncontrollably. He wanted to say something to comfort her but didn't know what to say. He had never seen Ban Han in such a sorry state. She was covered in dust and her hair was messy. Her originally white face was also covered in dust, as if she had rolled around on the ground. When the Princess Royal heard Ban Han's crying, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her granddaughter's sorry state, she smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you crying?" "Grandmother, it's Huahua that is useless. It's Huahua that is useless." Tears fell on the back of the Princess Royal's hand drop by drop. Perhaps because she was close to death, the Princess Royal's body was particularly sensitive. These few drops of tears were like scorching hot water, burning her heart and making her feel pain. "Silly girl, what does this have to do with you?" The Princess Royal used all her strength to hold Ban Han's hand. "Raise your head and let grandmother see. When we go to hell, grandmother can also tell your grandfather that our granddaughter has grown up and is as beautiful as a flower." Ban Han sniffed and wiped the dirt on her face with her sleeves, trying to make her face look whiter and prettier. However, she had put on makeup in the morning. The more she wiped, the more messy her face became. Soon, there were a few dirty scratches on her face. "It's beautiful." The Princess Royal smiled. Her smile was particularly gentle. She struggled to take off the gold bracelet on her wrist. "This bracelet was given to me by your great-grandfather before I got married. Now I give it to you." Ban Han kept wiping the tears on her face. However, no matter how she wiped, her face was still a blur. The moment she put on the bracelet, she couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She hugged the Princess Royal's arm and cried, "Grandmother, don't leave me. I'm scared." The Princess Royal wanted to put her hand on Ban Han's back and pat her, but her hand had no strength. She could only move her fingers with difficulty. An arm reached over and put her hand on Ban Han's back. Xianxia stood silently beside Ban Han. He was like a big tree, not moving. Even if the emperor was next to him, the empress was next to him, and there was a group of imperial doctors behind him, he still didn't move. "Huahua, be good. Don't be afraid." The Princess Royal whispered in Ban Han's ear. "Don't be afraid. Just walk forward. Grandmother is watching you." The Princess Royal's words were so soft that only Ban Han could hear them. Ban Han choked with sobs and nodded. At this moment, she couldn't speak. "It's a pity that my Huahua is so beautiful. Grandmother won't be able to see the day you wear a red wedding dress." The Princess Royal said regretfully. "I wonder which man will be able to marry our Huahua." Emperor Yunqing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He choked with sobs and said, "Aunt, please don't worry. I will take good care of my cousin, and my nephew and niece. I won't let them suffer any grievances." The Princess Royal's mind was not light at this time. She looked at Emperor Yunqing for a while and suddenly said, "Where is Ru'er? Where is Ru'er? This child is timid. Did the assassin scare him?" Ru'er was Emperor Yunqing's name. His full name was Jiang Rue. But now, no one dared to call him by his name. He knew that the Princess Royal's mind was not clear. He lifted his robe and knelt in front of the Princess Royal. "Aunt, please don't worry. Ru'er is very safe. He wasn't scared. He has grown up. You don't have to worry about him anymore." "That's good. That's good." The Princess Royal's voice became smaller and smaller. "Huahua, Huahua. Grandmother, I'm here. I'm here." Ban Han held the Princess Royal's hand. "I'm here. You're married?" The Princess Royal looked at Ban Han's red robe. "Which family's husband is it?" The Emperor Yunqing's lips moved. He turned his head away and wiped his tears. He did not speak. "Grandmother, it's me." Xianxia knelt beside Ban Han and said in a gentle voice. "I will take good care of Huahua. I won't let her suffer any grievances." "Which family's husband is this? He's so handsome." The Princess Royal looked at the door and smiled. My husband is back. Ban Han turned around. His father, mother, and brother appeared at the door. The Princess Royal looked at her son who was running towards her. Her face was as red as a 16-year-old girl's, and the smile on her face became gentler and gentler. Walk again, and bid farewell to my husband. Thousands of miles away from each other, we are at opposite ends of the world. Missing you makes me grow old, but it's getting late. Give up the donation and don't go back to Taoism. Try your best to eat more. Great Elder Princess put her hand in Ban Huai's and murmured, try your best to eat more, more. She seemed to be suddenly energized, and her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Shui Qing, she smiled and looked at her son, our Huahua's little husband is really handsome. I'll tell your father when we get back. Ban Huai choked with sobs. Suddenly, the Princess Royal's hand fell down weakly, and her bright eyes slowly closed. She fell asleep with a smile, but she would never wake up again. Ban Huai opened his mouth and kept twitching, but he couldn't make a single sound. He couldn't even shed a single tear. He was like a fish that had jumped out of the pond. He tried his best to open his mouth, but he didn't know where to find salvation. Daning Princess Royal passed away. Marquis. The Ying clan took Ban Huai into his arms and gently patted his back again and again. Finally, Ban Huai cried out. He was like a swallow that had lost its mother, and each cry was more desperate than the last. Ban Han sat on the ground in a daze, murmuring something in a low voice, as if he had lost his mind. Xianxia grabbed her tightly clenched hand and slowly pried open her fingers, only to find that her palm was already badly mutilated. He didn't know when it was broken by her fingernails, but the flesh was sticky, and it was a ghastly sight. I'm useless, Xianxia heard what Ban Han said clearly. He held her cold hand and firmly said, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. He turned around and looked at the imperial doctor kneeling outside, the princess' hand is injured. Emperor Yunqing reacted and waved for the imperial physician to come over. Be careful. Don't hurt the princess. When the imperial physician saw the death of the Ban family, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. When he heard the emperor's order, he suddenly came back to his senses, yes. When he saw who was holding Princess Huel's wrist, he looked at Xianxia in surprise, then lowered his head to treat the wound on Ban Han's palm. Your Majesty. After Ban Han's wounds were treated, Xianxia walked in front of Emperor Yunqing, knelt down, and said, this subject has just ruined Junju's reputation in front of so many people. This subject is willing to marry Junju to improve Junju's reputation. Emperor Yunqing and the Empress froze when they heard this. They suddenly remembered that Xianxia had carried Ban Han into the hall and said in front of the Princess Royal that he was Ban Han's husband. This was originally a temporary measure and shouldn't be taken seriously. But today, there were imperial physicians, palace maids, and eunuchs present. If this spread out, it would be detrimental to Ban Han's reputation. Junpa, Jin knows you are a gentleman and can't bear to ruin a woman's reputation. But Emperor Yunqing looked at the sorrowful Ban family, marriage is an important matter. You don't have to wrong yourself like this. He knew that Xianxia was admired by many women in the capital. It wasn't difficult for such a man to marry a woman with both beauty and talent. He probably didn't like a woman like Ban Han. Because he was worried that a woman's reputation would be damaged, he asked to marry her. This kind of man was indeed a rare gentleman. Junju is kind and lovely. This humble official likes Junju. To be able to marry her is this humble official's fortune. Xianxia knelt down in front of Emperor Yunqing. May your Majesty and Yang be the matchmaker for this humble official. Emperor Yunqing sighed inwardly. A gentleman should be like Xianxia. This kind of speech actually helped the woman's reputation. No one could find any fault with it. Even though he and the Empress both knew that Xianxia didn't like Huahua, they couldn't say anything at this moment. Wait a moment. When the Princess Royal, Emperor Yunqing's throat moved. His eyes reddened, but he couldn't say anything. The people from the Ministry of Rights came and left. There seemed to be other people coming and going as well. The 4 members of the Ban family could only blankly listen to the Emperor's orders. Even when the Emperor said that the Princess Royal's mourning hall should be set in the palace and that the funeral etiquette was only slightly lower than the Empress Dowager's, The Ban family didn't show much joy on their faces. They were like confused children. Whatever the Emperor Yunqing said, they didn't doubt him at all. The more they acted like this, the more guilty the Emperor Yunqing felt. His aunt died for him. If it wasn't for his aunt, then the person lying in the mourning hall right now would be him and not his aunt. The more he thought about it, the more solemn the funeral he held for the Princess Royal. According to the Empress Dowager's funeral etiquette, her coffin should be stopped for 27 days. She would be redeemed by monks and Taoists. The entire country would observe mourning for 6 months. Emperor Yunqing wanted to follow the Empress Dowager's rules, but there was no precedent. He had no choice but to follow the rules of the Princess Royal's funeral that were recorded in the history books. The coffin would be stopped for 24 days. All third-ranked officials and officials in the capital had to come and weep for the Princess Royal. The entire country observed mourning for 3 months. No drinking, no merrymaking, and no marriage. If there was a breach of etiquette, they would be severely punished. The entire country knew that the Princess Royal died to save the emperor. Therefore, no one was blind enough to say anything in front of the emperor. There were also some scholars who wrote books about the Princess Royal's actions. Some praised her for her loyalty, some praised her for her benevolence. All kinds of praises were given to the Princess Royal. The Jingting Marquisate, which had always been lively in the past, seemed to have quieted down these days. No matter what the rumors were, they didn't say a word. Junju, Chang Mama bowed 3 times in front of Ban Han. This old servant is following Her Highness' orders to come and serve Junju. Chang Mama, Ban Han personally helped Chang Mama up. Her eyes were red and swollen as she asked, "Did grandmother say anything?" Chang Mama looked at the Junju who had lost a lot of weight. She smiled in relief and said, "Her Highness said that you are the most like her. She hoped that you could live like she did when she was young, free and lively." Ban Han walked to the window and looked at the white lanterns hanging outside the yard. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "When grandmother was young, she must have been very beautiful." Yes, Chang Mama picked up a cloak and put it on Ban Han's shoulders. This servant heard that before Her Highness married, she was the most beautiful person in Day. The young masters of noble families who wanted to marry her could line up from the east to the west of the city. Ban Han's lips trembled. "I'm not as good as grandmother." "No, you are very good." Chang Mama looked kindly at Ban Han. "You are as good as Her Highness." Ban Han looked out of the window in a daze. After a long time, she said, "It's snowing again." Chang Mama looked at the pure white yard and silently stood beside Ban Han, not saying a word. Not long after New Year's Eve, the Princess Royal was buried. The path to the funeral was filled with offerings from various families. The Princess Royal mausoleum had been built a long time ago. After her death, she could finally lie together with her beloved husband. They were born at different times, but died in the same grave. She hoped that the two of them would love each other in the next life and never be separated. Ban Han bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of the mausoleum. She kowtowed heavily with each kowtow. The dull sound was like her longing for her grandmother. Even though she was very reluctant, she could only watch as her grandmother was buried in this gorgeous but lifeless mausoleum. "Close the mausoleum." The moment the mausoleum's door closed, countless mechanisms in the mausoleum made clicking sounds. Ban Han looked at everything in front of her in a daze, allowing the snow to fall on her head. "Biaomei, please restrain your grief." The crown prince, dressed in plain clothing, walked behind Ban Han. He had the Taijian behind him hold up an umbrella for Ban Han to shield her from the falling snow. "Great-grandmother's spirit in heaven must wish for you to live well, and not be sad because of her." Crown Prince cousin. Ban Han turned her head to look at the crown prince. After a moment, she said, "Thank you." The crown prince knew that she did not listen to his words and could only say to her, "The snow is getting heavier. Go back." Ban Han pressed her lips together and strode to the gravestone. She used her hand to wipe away the snow on the gravestone and said softly, "Great-grandmother, in the future, I will come often to see you and grandfather. You have a good life in heaven. When Huahua comes to find you, don't despise Huahua. Your Highness Crown Prince." Rongxia walked to the Crown Prince's side with an umbrella. After bowing to the Crown Prince, he walked towards Ban Han. Ban Han was wearing mourning clothing. She did not wear any makeup. Even her hair was fixed into a bun with a plain silver hairpin. There were no other accessories. Xianxia put the umbrella on the ground. He took off his plain white cloak and draped it over Ban Han. Then he picked up the umbrella on the ground and held it over Ban Han's head. Junju. Duke Rong. Ban Han wiped the corners of her eyes. Why have you come? Seeing Junju wearing thin clothing standing in the snow, this one came to see. Xianxia paused. Your family is waiting for you over there. Ban Han turned her head and saw her father, mother, and younger brother standing not too far away. Her cold heart gradually warmed. She bowed to Xianxia. Many thanks, Duke. She walked out from under the umbrella and dashed towards the Ban family. Xianxia quietly watched her leave. Then, she went under the umbrella that her mother was holding. She turned back to look at the tombstone that was covered with a thin layer of snow. Reaching out, she gently brushed away the layer of snow, took a step back, put down the umbrella, and bowed to the tombstone. Sister, what are you looking at? Ban Heng noticed that Ban Han had stopped. He was worried that she was still sad. He reached out and held her sleeve. Watch your step. Ban Han looked at the person bowing to her grandmother in the snow. She looked away and whispered, we all have to watch our step. The Princess Royal died. For many people, this was not a big deal. But for some people, it was something to be happy about. Because the Princess Royal died, the Ban family lost their support. The people who had been bullied by the Ban family started to feel restless. However, 3 days after the Princess Royal's burial, the palace issued an edict. Ban Huai was promoted to the Duke of Jingting and enjoyed the privileges of a royal prince. After the Princess Royal died, the emperor was so sad that he did not attend court for 3 days. On the day of the Princess Royal's burial, he cried so hard that he could not stand. The people who originally wanted to take revenge on the Ban family suddenly realized that the Princess Royal died for the emperor. As long as the Jian family wanted to save face, as long as the Ban family did not commit a serious crime, the emperor and the next emperor would treat the Ban family well. This assassination case ended with the Princess Royal dying from serious injuries. However, the mastermind behind the assassination had not been found. The emperor was furious and ordered a strict investigation. At the same time, the commander and deputy commander of the imperial guards were severely punished. Have you found out? Emperor Yunqing thought that the people who served him might want to kill him, so he couldn't eat or sleep well. After checking the entire harem several times, he still couldn't feel at ease. It wasn't until the mastermind behind the assassination was exposed. End of chapter 55. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.